Introduction. Xiao Chen traverses to a world devoid of others, awakening the universal summoning system. The first entity he calls forth is the Demon Child Nezha. Demon Child dances through the cosmos, spears shattering the heavens. Summon the Demon Child. Nezha, at your command. With such power, he comfortably integrates himself into the Tianxia Society, assuming the role of a lord. Wind Zhenghao proclaims, with an immortal overseeing our society, what does the Wang family even matter? As his strength grows, Xiao Chen summons more deities, demons, and spirits. Spiritual illumination reveals golden light, attaining the Arhut form. Kasayapa, heed my call. Dragon subjugation, at your command. Master Jie Kong exclaims, has my ancestral spirit from Lingyin Temple been summoned? A grand ceremony, a battle for renown, Wang Bing seals the soul, vanquishing demons and dispelling evil spirits. Yama, grant your blessings to the sacred abode. Zhong Kui, heed the call. Master Wang AI laments, my great-grandson is summoning Zhong Kui? A grand uproar ensues at Longhu Mountain, with Xiao Chen eagerly assisting. Confer, within 3 days the righteous law transmit, the prestige of the Zhengyi Alliance, I summon. The demon subduing heavenly lord. Zhang Daoling at your command. Atop the pinnacle of the otherworldly realm, Zhang Zhiwei kneels in complex emotions as he beholds his master manifest. Must you insist on lending a hand? From then on, wherever Xiao Chen wanders, he is met with the plea. Dear Father, please spare our ancestors. We implore you to cease your divine interventions. Chapter 1. The Tianxia Society, the Universal Summoning System, and the Demon Child Nezha. Before the grand edifice of the Tianxia group, Xiao Chen gazes upward, reflecting. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, tomorrow I shall preside as a lord here. His tone reveals a hint of reluctance, prompting curious glances from passing employees. Notably, 2 young and attractive female staff members display expressions of pity. This young man, with his bright eyes and handsome features, appears rather foolish. Is the Tianxia group, valued at 300 billion, in need of a father figure to support him in his leisure? Or could he possibly be the illegitimate son of Wind Zhenghao, the president of the Tianxia Society? Even Feng Xingtong, the legitimate heir, would not dare to indulge in his father's wealth without merit. Any minor misstep would subject him to scolding akin to that of a grandson. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen pays no heed to their peculiar stares. Little do they know of his lofty ambitions. As a proud time traveler, he holds no interest in squabbling with such individuals. Recalling the day prior, Xiao Chen found himself bewildered upon arriving in this solitary world. At that time, he lacked grand aspirations, merely wishing to live as an ordinary person, until the essential golden finger of a time traveler graced him. The universal summoning system. It was then that he realized he was destined to seize the stars and command the heavens. The system was extraordinarily formidable. The beginner's package not only granted him 10 years of cultivation, but also presented his first summoned entity, the Demon Child Nezha. Yet if this were all, it would be unremarkable. The crucial aspect is that, as his power escalates, he can summon every character from the Demon Child's narrative. For instance, Shun Gongbao, Ling Zhuzi, Ao Bing, and a host of other monsters could be summoned. The strength of these beings alone would suffice to dominate this solitary world, let alone the 4 seas dragon kings, Tai Zhenren, and the infinite celestial elder, especially the last figure, who would undoubtedly impart profound lessons to the otherworldly beings. What it means to neglect cultivation, becoming brethren within a cauldron. With such prowess, it is no exaggeration for him to claim a position of authority within the Tianxia Society. Although Wind Zhenghao, esteemed among the 10 elders, possesses considerable strength himself. However, aside from his own capabilities, he truly lacks competent subordinates. Even his most exceptional daughter, Feng Shaiyun, barely stands out among the younger generation. When faced with prodigies like Zhang Lingyu, Wang Yi, and Ma Xianhong, she pales in comparison. Thus, it can be said that Wind Zhenghao is genuinely eager to attract capable individuals. He earnestly hopes for a powerful otherworldly being to anchor the Tianxia Society. This is precisely why Xiao Chen has come here. As for not joining the company, he simply detests being a lackey. Not only are there excessive restrictions, but any endeavor he undertakes is subject to rigorous scrutiny, especially with the requirement to sit in some lowly chair, which he finds utterly repugnant. His golden finger's secrets must never be revealed in public. Joining the company would only invite trouble. Unlike the Tianxia Society, where one can reign as a lord with strength alone. Not only is there no oversight on one's actions, but there are also daily provisions of funds. Should any trouble arise, Wind Zhenghao, as one of the 10 elders, would bear the brunt. The only stipulation is that, in times of crisis for the Tianxia Society, he must intervene to repel foes. However, based on Xiao Chen's memories, it seems there have been no significant issues within the society, aside from Feng Baobao. Why would one forsake such a life of luxury for the drudgery of a company? Would I not be wasting my life in vain? Greetings, I am Xiao Chen, here to meet President Feng. Approaching the front desk, Xiao Chen stands confidently, embodying the demeanor of a master. The receptionist glances at him, then picks up a notepad, inquiring, "Do you have an appointment?" "I am an otherworldly being." Xiao Chen bypasses pleasantries, directly stating his identity. For he knows that this receptionist is aware of matters concerning otherworldly beings. Indeed, the receptionist pauses, scrutinizing Xiao Chen closely, and replies, "Very well, please wait a moment." After politely saying this, she swiftly picks up the phone and dials a number. Before long, Wind Zhenghao's voice emanates from within. "What is it?" "President, there's an otherworldly being named Xiao Chen seeking your audience." "Oh," Wind Zhenghao replies, puzzled, and after a brief pause, he adds, "I will send someone to you shortly." "Understood." The receptionist hangs up the phone, smiling at Xiao Chen. "Please hold on. Someone will be here shortly to escort you to the president." Xiao Chen nods slightly, remaining silent in place. At that moment, a swaying figure at the entrance captures his attention. Feng Baobao. Xiao Chen observes Feng Baobao, dressed in a pink gown and high heels, wobbling toward the bar counter. Just as she seems about to stabilize, her body unexpectedly lurches forward, landing directly in Xiao Chen's embrace. "Hey, are you alright?" Xiao Chen gazes at Feng Baobao, who wears a pained expression, and asks with a hint of amusement. He also finally comprehends the current timeline of this solitary world. It is the moment when Zhang Chulin's identity has just been exposed, coinciding with the soul falling out between him and Feng Baobao. "Thank you." Feng Baobao struggles to rise, expressing her gratitude, then turns to the bar counter. "Excuse me, could you please call Zhang Chulan for me?" The receptionist, upon hearing this, first glances at Xiao Chen, then smiles. "Zhang Chulan? Miss, you are also an otherworldly being, aren't you?" Yet this time, she refrains from making a call for confirmation and directly declines. The president has instructed that young Master Chulan is in discussions of great importance with him. During this time, he is not seeing guests. Feng Baobao, upon hearing this, stares with her intelligent, large eyes and politely replies, "Dear sister, could you assist me? I genuinely have matters to discuss with Zhang Chulan." "Dear sister." The receptionist, nearing 30, instantly darkens her expression upon hearing such a sensitive term. The president has instructed that anyone seeking young Master Chulan and refusing to leave shall be expelled from the Tianxia Society. As he spoke, several bodyguards had already surrounded them. Without further ado, they seized Feng Baobao by the arms and began to drag her away. Xiao Chen, leaning against the bar, transformed into an onlooker, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Indeed, as Feng Baobao was being pulled away, she, refusing to yield, opted for a more forceful approach. With a swift and graceful twist, she effortlessly dislocated the joints of 2 security guards. In a spectacular aerial maneuver, she executed a flawless 180-degree turn, landing with a comical flair. Ouch! Feng Baobao found herself on the ground, but felt no embarrassment whatsoever. She stood up, adjusted her hairstyle, and sincerely apologized to the 2 guards, saying, "I'm terribly sorry, gentlemen, but I have pressing matters to attend to with Zhang Chulan, hence I had to temporarily relieve you of your joints." Upon hearing her provocative words, the guards could no longer tolerate the humiliation and shouted, "Intrusion! We have an intruder in the Tianxia Society." With that, countless security personnel rushed forward. Xiao Chen watched with amusement as Feng Baobao, in her high heels, dashed up the stairs, a playful smile on his lips. "This Feng Baobao is practically offering herself as a gift to me," he quipped. "I might as well use her as a stepping stone to enter the Tianxia Society." With that thought, he rose and stealthily followed behind. Chapter 2. The Martial Arts Unleashed, the Demon Pill Summoned. "Don't run, stop. Block her." Bang, bang. Feng Baobao leapt into the air, landing on the faces of 2 guards. As she descended, her balance faltered, almost causing her to fall. But fortuitously, one of the guards rushed in and caught her by the collar, allowing her to regain her footing. This footwear is terrifying. Feng Baobao glanced at her high heels, her heart racing, before swiftly making her way upstairs. Xiao Chen followed leisurely, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the guards sprawled on the ground. He refrained from intervening, for the moment was not yet ripe. Rather than make a premature move, he preferred to seize this opportunity to showcase his prowess to Wind Zhenghao. Quick, notify the higher-ups. One of the guards on the ground managed to utter as he watched Wind Bao enter the elevator. The newly arrived guards immediately pulled out their walkie-talkies to report the situation. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen took another elevator, briefly contemplating before pressing the button for the 27th floor. If memory serves, Wind Zhenghao is on this level. After a brief wait, the elevator doors opened to reveal the scene of 3 Tianxia Society officials lying on the floor. Feng Xingtong stood frozen, his expression a mix of seriousness and fear. The sight of Feng Bao dispatching 3 individuals in mere seconds left him profoundly shaken, robbing him of the courage to take action. Little brother, where did that woman run off to? Xiao Chen approached and inquired. Feng Xingtong snapped out of his daze, looking at Xiao Chen with confusion. She went that way. Having received the desired answer, Xiao Chen nodded with a smile and proceeded in the direction Feng Xingtong indicated. However, his gaze lingered on an elderly man in shorts. He had long harbored a question. Did this old man truly wear the same attire year-round? If so, that would be incredibly bold, quintessential old rogue. Yet the man was now unconscious, leaving Xiao Chen's curiosity unsatisfied. He would have to resolve matters with Feng Bao first and inquire later after joining the Tianxia Society. Hey, wait. As Xiao Chen moved forward, Feng Xingtong suddenly called out to him. Is there something you need? Xiao Chen paused and turned back. Are you allied with that woman? In response to Feng Xingtong's question, Xiao Chen replied with a calm smile. I'm here to deal with her. With that, he ignored Feng Xingtong's bewildered expression and strode towards the door at the end of the corridor. Upon reaching the doorway, he heard the sounds of a struggle within. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Jia Zhengyu, Xiao Chen murmured to himself before pushing the door open. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Feng Bao on the ground, kowtowing, which left him utterly perplexed. Why was she kneeling and bowing her head? Then it struck him. Feng Bao had been struck by the flowing palm technique, leaving her body numb. She was using this method to alleviate the sensation. Jia Zhengyu, witnessing her actions, was immediately thrown off balance. What the hell? What is wrong with your brain? Clearly, his rational mind could not comprehend Feng Bao's logic. Just as he was about to strike again, he noticed a young boy approaching. Who are you? Jia Zhengyu instinctively asked. Xiao Chen glanced at him and replied coolly, I'm here to deal with you. It's best not to meddle in adult affairs. Jia Zhengyu. You're just a teenager, trying to act all grown up in front of my older brother, who is in his 20s. Seeing Xiao Chen stride towards Feng Zhenghao's office, Jia Zhengyu feared he was allied with Feng Bao and immediately attempted to intercept him. But unexpectedly, Feng Bao launched her attack, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Jia Zhengyu snorted coldly and swiftly unleashed his Zholong drill, forcing Feng Bao back. He quickly turned to stop Xiao Chen from entering the office, but upon looking back, he found the boy had already vanished. The little brat had entered? Just then, Feng Bao charged at him once more. With no choice, Jia Zhengyu temporarily abandoned his pursuit of Xiao Chen and engaged in combat with Feng Bao. After all, the individual inside the office was none other than Wind Zhenghao, one of the current 10 masters of the Tianxia Society. If the brat wanted a court disaster, so be it. Meanwhile, in the office, Wind Zhenghao looked at Xiao Chen, his expression one of confusion. And you are? Xiao Chen. Upon hearing the name, Wind Zhenghao's expression shifted to one of realization. He recalled the earlier phone call mentioning this individual seeking him out. Ah, so you are Xiao Chen. What brings you to me? Wind Zhenghao inquired with a friendly smile. Xiao Chen wasted no time, walking directly to Wind Zhenghao's opposite side and taking a seat. President Feng, I've heard you are seeking talented individuals. Oh, Wind Zhenghao appraised Xiao Chen from head to toe, smiling as he replied. Indeed, I am eager for talent, but I hope to recruit those with genuine capabilities. His words implied skepticism regarding Xiao Chen's strength, viewing him merely as another outsider attempting to exploit the Tianxia Society for personal gain. Xiao Chen, disinterested in idle chatter, stood up and declared, Let's go. The commotion outside should be settling down, and I can help you deal with that woman. Though he desired to be treated like royalty, he understood that he must first demonstrate his true abilities to impress Wind Zhenghao. After all, no one is obliged to support him without reason. In any realm, dignity and status must be earned through one's own efforts, As Feng Zhenghao observed the confident demeanor of his companion, he could not help but feel intrigued. He rose to his feet and declared, "Very well, I shall accompany you to take a look." The two of them exited the office together. However, as soon as they stepped through the doorway, Feng Zhenghao's expression darkened instantaneously. Before him stood Feng Baobao, wielding a high-heeled shoe in each hand, relentlessly driving Jia Zhengyu to retreat step by step. He could hardly fathom how the aides he had recruited could be so inept. How could a mere girl from a company not only intrude upon his domain, but also stir chaos throughout the world? Even Jia Zhengyu, who held a modest reputation, appeared to be nothing more than a fraud, lacking substance beneath a brittle exterior. Xiao Chen noticed the change in Feng Zhenghao's countenance and silently chuckled to himself, recognizing that the moment was ripe. He swiftly raised his finger like a sword, his expression solemn, and spoke with fervor and clarity, proclaiming, "Demon child, Wukong, pierce the heavens with your long spear. Devil orb, he my summons." In that instant, the skies above the building were engulfed in dark, billowing clouds, forming a colossal vortex. Thunder rolled ominously within the blackened clouds, and fierce winds whipped through the earth. A surge of overwhelming demonic energy erupted from the dense clouds, instantly enveloping the world around them. Within the hall, both Feng Zhenghao and Feng Baobao were left astonished, their hearts racing with trepidation. They felt as if a colossal mountain pressed down upon their chests, suffocating them with its weight. At that moment, a somewhat playful childlike voice reached their ears. "Here it comes. Nezha, at your command." Chapter 3. Nezha kicks the shuttlecock. Feng Baobao joins in the fun. In the grand hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. All eyes were fixed on the dark aura surrounding Xiao Chen, revealing expressions of astonishment and shock. The intangible pressure was so overwhelming that it rendered them breathless. Suddenly, from within the swirling mass of demonic energy, a small bare foot emerged, playfully wiggling for a moment. To everyone's surprise, a child, merely 3 or 4 years old, leaped forth. His bright, curious eyes surveyed the surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. With his appearance, the previously tense ambience of the hall transformed into something peculiar. The onlookers gazed at the child summoned by Xiao Chen, their expressions turning decidedly strange. The child was diminutive in stature, sporting a fringe of bangs and 2 messy pigtails atop his head. However, this otherwise adorable appearance was utterly marred by his face. He possessed dark circles under his eyes, reminiscent of a youth addicted to gaming, perpetually deprived of sleep. The corners of his mouth curled into a mischievous grin, revealing a row of prominent front teeth. A flame-like red mark adorned his forehead, and he wore a red vest emblazoned with a lotus pattern, complemented by brown capri pants adorned with fiery designs. His hands were shoved into his pockets, arms crossed defiantly. While he exuded a semblance of cuteness, he simultaneously radiated an air of rebellious mischief, embodying the very essence of a little troublemaker. Feng Zhenghao appeared somewhat bewildered, yet his gaze was filled with astonishment as he looked at Xiao Chen. Though he was uncertain of the child's power, he was deeply impressed by Xiao Chen's abilities. In the realm of extraordinary beings, he had never encountered anyone with such summoning prowess. The only vaguely similar instance he could recall was the Northeast's Chu Ma Xian. However, this was distinctly different. For reasons unknown, he had a considerable understanding of the Northeast's Chu Ma Xian. The spirits they summoned were ethereal, entering the body. Yet Xiao Chen had directly brought forth a living child. In a fleeting moment, he found himself pondering whether this was an advanced technique of the Chu Ma Xian meant to trouble his Feng family. After all, he had never summoned a spirit from that lineage. As the crowd stood in a state of bewilderment, Nezha ran toward Xiao Chen, his face lit with excitement, inquiring, "Why did you summon me? Is there something fun to do?" Witnessing the child's exuberant demeanor, the onlookers were left speechless. They had heard of parents being called upon to settle disputes, but this was their first encounter with a child being summoned for combat. "Brother, are you certain the parents are aware that you've lured their child here for a fight?" Xiao Chen, with a sly grin, extended his finger toward Feng Baobao and said, "Do you see that woman? Go and hit her." Nezha paused, his expression momentarily blank, before dramatically spreading his arms and exclaiming, "Wait a minute, boss. You summoned me just to fight a woman? No way. Not happening." He vehemently shook his head, then turned away, displaying clear reluctance. Witnessing such gentlemanly awareness at such a tender age, the crowd could not help but cast admiring glances. Even Feng Zhenghao chuckled dryly, turning to Xiao Chen and saying, "Little Chen, your abilities are already known to me. Perhaps we should let this be." In truth, even if Nezha refrained from intervening, he had already resolved to recruit Xiao Chen into his ranks. The terrifying pressure that emanated the moment the demonic orb appeared had startled even him. To possess such formidable presence undoubtedly indicated remarkable strength, not to mention Xiao Chen's summoning method, which truly left him in awe. He even began to speculate whether a new marvel had emerged following the 8 extraordinary techniques. To ascertain this, he would certainly not allow Xiao Chen to slip away. However, Xiao Chen clearly had no intention of conceding so easily. He offered Wind Zhenghao a reassuring glance, and then produced a shuttlecock from his pocket. Adopting a tone reminiscent of a mischievous uncle enticing children, he asked, "Nezha, would you like to play shuttlecock?" Nezha abruptly turned around, breaking into a wide grin as he exclaimed, "Sure, sure." He reached out to snatch the shuttlecock, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as if inquiring who wished to join him in play. Xiao Chen wore a triumphant smile, then turned to Feng Baobao and said, "You play with him, and I shall reveal where Zhang Chulan is." "Oh, very well," Feng Baobao responded earnestly, which prompted an excited Nezha to eagerly inquire, "Really? Are you truly willing to play shuttlecock with me?" "Absolutely," Feng Baobao replied in her Sichuan dialect. "As long as we can find Chulan, I'm game." Seeing her agreement, Nezha wasted no time in tossing the shuttlecock into the air. He then raised his right foot, joyfully declaring, "Here I come." With that, he struck the descending shuttlecock with tremendous force. A seemingly ordinary shuttlecock was propelled forth with an astonishing speed, accompanied by a sound akin to a breaking void. Bang! Upon receiving the shuttlecock, Feng Baobao instantly felt as though she had been struck by a freight truck, overwhelmed by an insurmountable force. In an instant, she was embedded into the wall behind her. However, due to the sheer power of Nezha's kick, the wall could hardly withstand the impact for even half a second before collapsing. Feng Baobao was immediately buried under the rubble, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. In the hall, the onlookers stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Was this the force one ought to use while playing shuttlecock? Furthermore, what was this little fellow's situation? To possess such strength that even Feng Baobao could not withstand it. And she was someone who had previously dominated even Jia Jingyu in a fight without her high heels. Feng Xingtong and the 3 officials gazed at Nezha in astonishment. Meanwhile, Jia Jingyu, having retreated to the side, wore a countenance dark as thunder. It was one thing to be struck by that woman, losing face in the process, but now, unexpectedly, a young boy appeared and, in a capricious manner, dispatched Feng Baobao. "Are you playing Jinzi? Clearly, you are slapping me in the face." At that moment, Wind Zhenghao felt a surge of joy in his heart as he gazed in awe at the exuberant Nezha. It seemed that my initial intuition was indeed correct. This child's strength is formidable. Could Nezha be the one from the mythological list of deities? Yet, how could he possess such a countenance? Moreover, his demeanor does not quite align with the descriptions found in the texts. Contemplating this, he turned to the side and addressed Xiao Chen. Regardless of his summoning abilities or this child named Nezha, he was eager to glean further understanding. "Xiao Chen, a gentle lesson will suffice. There is no need for excessive force. My walls cannot withstand the dismantling by this little divine prodigy." Feng Zhenghao's tone was affable, akin to a conversation between elder and junior. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Chen realized that his plan to nurture his grandnephew had met with success, and he no longer felt inclined to trouble Feng Baobao. Just as he was about to speak, a cacophony of tumbling stones resonated. Soon after, Feng Baobao, disheveled and tousled, emerged from the rubble, clutching the Jinzi, and inquired, "No more kicking? Then can you tell me where Chulan is?" Chapter 4. When the unshakable Bixian encounters the demon pill, Feng Baobao held the Jinzi in one hand while the other pressed against her left side. The force of that recent strike had left her with excruciating pain throughout her body, and the lingering energy within her was slow to dissipate. It had been quite some time since she had encountered an opponent of such magnitude. Having absorbed that blow, she profoundly understood that she was no match for this Nezha. Consequently, she had simply laid in the debris, feigning death, reluctant to rise. It wasn't until she heard Feng Zhenghao mention calling a halt that she finally stood up. After all, there are moments when she can be quite clever. Xiao Chen observed Feng Baobao's adorably foolish expression and instantly surmised her thoughts, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. "You are indeed quite astute." However, Nezha, caught up in the excitement, was not pleased. He immediately turned to Feng Zhenghao and exclaimed, "Hey, why stop? I haven't had enough kicks yet." He then looked at Xiao Chen and added, "Just a little longer, please, 1 minute." No, 2 kicks will do." Witnessing his pleading, pitiful countenance, Xiao Chen's heart softened. After all, he was merely a child, and what harm could there be in wanting to kick the Jinzi a bit longer? Thus, Xiao Chen turned his gaze back to Feng Baobao and tentatively proposed, "How about you join him for a couple of kicks?" Fearing that she might refuse, he quickly added, "Just 2 kicks." After those, I will immediately tell you where Zhang Chulan is. At that moment, Feng Baobao's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she pondered whether to acquiesce. Yet, thinking of the chance to see Zhang Chulan, she ultimately relented, albeit reluctantly, saying, "All right, but it's agreed, just 2 kicks." Upon her agreement, Nezha leapt into the air, beaming with joy, and assured her, "Don't worry, I will hold back. I won't kick too hard." Upon hearing these words, Feng Baobao instantly pressed her lips together, nodding fervently in gratitude. She then, with great effort, suppressed the pain coursing through her body and sent the shuttlecock soaring with a swift kick. Nezha, witnessing this, leaped forward and struck it with his chest. As he landed, he swiftly kicked out his foot. However, Feng Baobao stood transfixed, staring at the approaching shuttlecock, clearly haunted by the shadow of her earlier kick. It was only when the shuttlecock drew near that she steeled her resolve and lifted her foot to catch it. It truly felt lighter. With Nezha having tempered his strength, her anxious heart finally settled. Unable to contain her excitement, she executed a splendid spinning kick. "What a fantastic shuttlecock!" Nezha exclaimed, watching in delight as it arced through the air, unable to restrain his admiration. He then jumped into the air, performing a stylish backflip. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange of kicks. Feng Baobao appeared to have entirely forgotten their earlier agreement of only 2 kicks. Wind Zhenghao observed this scene with a smile, shaking his head in amusement, choosing not to interrupt but to watch quietly. Xiao Chen, gazing at the jubilant Nezha, couldn't he help but break into a warm smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Ding! Battle experience accumulation has reached the required threshold, rewarding 5 years of cultivation. Xiao Chen. This works too. Kicking a shuttlecock brings unexpected delight. His eyes brightened, and he stealthily glanced at Wind Zhenghao. As an immature plan began to quietly form in his mind, just as Nezha was reveling in the game, a sudden sound of cracking stone echoed through the air. Everyone turned their gaze toward the ceiling, where a fissure widened until, with a thunderous crash, it collapsed. A figure then plummeted from above, fortuitously striking the shuttlecock that hovered in midair. "Oh no!" Zhang Chulan cried out in pain, hastily reaching beneath him to grope around, eventually retrieving a shuttlecock. "What a dreadful thing! It nearly crushed me," he exclaimed, tossing it aside. However, he then sensed the presence of someone beside him. Turning to look, he found a child, around 3 or 4 years old, glaring angrily at him. How bizarre it was for an adult to see a child adorned with smoky makeup. "Hello, little one," Zhang Chulan stammered, feeling immensely uncomfortable under the child's unwavering gaze, forcing a nervous laugh. "Zhang Chulan," Feng Baobao called out, rushing over with eager eyes. "Sister Baobao, what brings you here?" Yet, as soon as Zhang Chulan spoke, he remembered their earlier quarrel and turned his head away. But upon doing so, he was met with Nezha's furious countenance. "Little one, do you need something?" Nezha pointed at the discarded shuttlecock and demanded, "Bring the shuttlecock back to me." Upon witnessing his fierce demeanor, Zhang Chulan scratched his head, offering an awkward smile and inquiring, "Is that shuttlecock yours? Did your parents not advise you against kicking it indoors?" Hearing this, Nezha's anger dissipated instantly, and he calmly bent down to pick up a stone. Zhang Chulan, taken aback, could not fathom his intentions. However, the next moment, Nezha bellowed, "Who are you to dictate where I play with my shuttlecock?" As he spoke, he raised the stone in his hand and brought it down forcefully upon Zhang Chulan's head. "Nezha, be gentle." Xiao Chen, having anticipated this outcome, hurriedly shouted in protest, fearing that Nezha's impulsiveness might lead to a tragic conclusion for Zhang Chulan. Fortunately, Zhang Chulan reacted swiftly. The instant he saw the stone descending, he activated the golden light spell, believing that with its protection, he would emerge unscathed. He intended to admonish Nezha for his behavior. Yet, in the next moment, he stood utterly dumbfounded. His golden light spell appeared as flimsy as a sheet of paper, offering no resistance as Nezha's hand wielding the stone came crashing down. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the hall, followed by Zhang Chulan's anguished scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Clutching his bleeding head, he collapsed onto the ground, curling up in agony. Nezha, with a disdainful snort, discarded the shattered stone and nonchalantly brushed the dust from his hands. "Serves you right." He then shoved his hands into his pockets and walked towards the shuttlecock. After enduring the brutal blow, Zhang Chulan, incensed by Nezha's mockery, rose and pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "You little punk, where are your parents? Bring them here. If I don't bankrupt your family today, I'll consider it a testament to your wealth." At this moment, Feng Baobao, unable to contain herself, tugged at his arm, desperately blinking and shaking her head, signaling him to cease his tirade. However, upon hearing Zhang Chulan's outburst, Nezha halted in his tracks and turned to Xiao Chen, asking, "What does punk mean?" Xiao Chen, stroking his chin in contemplation, replied thoughtfully, "It means you are an oddball." Upon hearing this, Wind Zhenghao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "Wait, why are you stoking the flames?" he exclaimed, bewildered. "Do you truly wish for Zhang Chulin's demise?" Meanwhile, Nezha's fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking ominously. "Oddball." Nezha scoffed, his eyes glinting dangerously, his tone dark and foreboding. "Today, I shall show you the consequences of provoking an oddball." Chapter 5. The crowd was left bewildered, for this was indeed the legendary Nezha. Fearing Nezha's genuine wrath might lead to Zhang Chulin's demise, Wind Zhenghao quickly urged, "Nezha, for the sake of our friendship, spare Chulan this time." He then turned to Zhang Chulan, reprimanding, "Chulan, apologize at once." But before he could finish, Nezha cast him a hostile glare and asked, "Who are you to call me uncle?" The wind paused, caught off guard, unsure of how to proceed, and could only look to Xiao Chen for assistance. Xiao Chen, quickly persuade Nezha. Although Chu Lan's words were inappropriate, he does not deserve death. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly and gently called out, "Nezha." Mistaking his intention to intervene, Nezha clenched his fists tightly, standing angrily in place. Xiao Chen continued, "Control your strength. Do not strike him to death." At these words, Wind Zhenghao's expression stiffened, and with a light sigh, he turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. "Chulan, may you seek your own fortune." A glimmer of delight flickered in Nezha's eyes, and he immediately leaped forward, aiming a kick directly at Zhang Chulan's face. "Take this, you rascal." Zhang Chulan, bloodied and dazed, was momentarily stunned upon seeing Nezha's flying kick, his gaze blank. Clearly, the earlier blow had left a significant impact on his head, rendering his reaction sluggish. Fortunately, Feng Baobao, still alert, hurriedly grasped Zhang Chulan and pulled him aside. Nezha, missing his kick, shouted in anger, "Get out of the way. Given that you played Jinzi with me, I shall not trouble you." "I cannot evade." Feng Baobao shook her head. "I can sense that if I step aside, you will surely kill him." Seeing her refusal to yield, Nezha felt both furious and anxious. After all, he was still a child at heart, reluctant to harm Feng Baobao, who had just played with him. Just as Nezha was at a loss, Xiao Chen's voice suddenly rang out. One foot painting, dual-born sealing heaven and earth. Declare, binding beast, restrain. As he recited the incantation, the hearts of those present leaped into their throats. They never imagined that Xiao Chen could summon others. Was there truly no limit to his summoning? Wind Zhenghao, startled, suddenly turned his head, his tone tense. "Xiao Chen, you." He intended to dissuade him from continuing. But before he could finish, two clear voices echoed. "Jin Shan, Ding Hai." Heed the declaration. As the words fell, two beings, entirely green and resembling bronze figures, emerged from the void. Each wielded a staff with a curved blade at the tip. The moment they appeared, they swiftly charged towards Feng Baobao. "Out of my way." Jin Shan's somewhat clumsy voice rang out as he waved his staff lightly, unleashing a powerful force through his magic. Feng Baobao, unscathed, was uncontrollably propelled aside. Upon landing, still in shock, she found Jin Shan and Ding Hai standing on either side of her. Their staffs crossed, instantly forming a transparent circular barrier that enclosed her within. "Let me out." Regaining her senses, Feng Baobao rose and struck the transparent barrier with all her might. Yet, no matter how much strength she exerted, she could not budge it in the slightest. Xiao Chen cast a glance at her, choosing to remain indifferent, yet internally, he harbored private doubts. What a futile endeavor. These two are the conceptual deities from the Demon Pill animation, the 3-second brothers. Whether you are the Dragon King of the Four Seas or the malevolent Peach of immortality, you can withstand 3 seconds without faltering. A mere otherworldly being could hardly make a dent. Upon witnessing Xiao Chen's actions, Nezha was astonished to realize that he was actually assisting Feng Baobao in ensnaring him. He looked at Xiao Chen with surprise. Xiao Chen offered an encouraging glance. "Remember, do not kill him." "Indeed." Nezha nodded earnestly in response and promptly approached Zhang Chulan step by step. Sensing the imminent threat, Zhang Chulan, previously bewildered, finally snapped back to reality. "Wait, what are you planning to do?" He clutched his head with one hand, retreating in palpable fear. At this moment, he genuinely felt terror. He regretted his earlier bravado. Why on earth did he provoke this harbinger of doom? And what was Nezha's situation? Have I truly angered a legendary deity? Just as he was in a state of panic, Nezha had already closed the distance, raising his fist and bellowing, "Take this punch from me." In the blink of an eye, the fist came crashing down. Zhang Chulan was struck squarely, instantly spewing blood and seeing stars, feeling as if the world was spinning. Nezha planted a foot upon him and raised his fist again, declaring, "Let us see if you dare to speak ill of me again." With that, he delivered another blow, eliciting a muffled groan from Zhang Chulan. The excruciating pain made him gasp sharply. Fortunately, adhering to Xiao Chen's warning, Nezha relied solely on his own strength, refraining from employing any magical powers. Otherwise, had the first punch landed with full force, Zhang Chulan would have been dispatched to find his grandfather. Even if his ancestors had ties to the King of Hell, they could not safeguard him. However, just as Nezha prepared to deliver a third punch, Zhang Chulan finally unleashed a powerful will to survive. Suddenly, his entire being erupted with lightning, invoking the thunder law. The hall reverberated with thunderous roars, blinding white light illuminating the space. In an instant, Zhang Chulan transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing towards the exit. Oh, he can wield lightning? Observing Zhang Chulan's electrifying escape, Nezha marveled aloud. He then turned to Xiao Chen, extending his hand. Quickly, summon the wind and fire wheels for me. I left them behind when I came out. At this revelation, everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat. The wind and fire wheels? Is he truly Nezha from the investiture of the gods? Apart from Xiao Chen, all others were left utterly stunned. Wind Zhenghao trembled all over, his breathing becoming heavy as he murmured in disbelief. He truly is Nezha? At that moment, he felt as if everything unfolding before him was a mere dream. Goodness, Xiao Chen has actually summoned a true, celestial being. Has the world progressed to such a stage? Are even deities appearing now? What is this, a resurgence of spiritual energy? Are we on the brink of cultivating immortality? Because of a single utterance from Nezha, the hall fell into an eerie silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Xiao Chen observed Wind Zhenghao's reaction with great satisfaction. At this moment, even if he wished to depart, Wind Zhenghao would undoubtedly cling to him, pleading for him to remain as a master. However, his assistance to Nezha was not merely an act of arrogance. Zhang Chulan's earlier remarks might have seemed inconsequential to outsiders, yet for the demon-spawn Nezha, they struck a deeply painful chord, trespassing upon his vulnerabilities and boundaries. As a demon, he had already endured scorn from his fellow villagers at Chintang Pass. His rebelliousness and mischief were simply manifestations of his yearning for acceptance, hindered by his youth and inability to articulate his feelings. Yet, Zhang Chulan had callously rubbed salt into Nezha's wounds, effectively branding him a freak. If this matter were not properly addressed, Nezha would surely bottle up his frustrations. Chapter 6. Wind Zhenghao. All resources of the world shall serve Xiao Chen. Upon witnessing Zhang Chulan transform into a bolt of lightning and flee, Nezha, fueled by indignation, was determined to pursue him atop his wind-fire wheel. Seeing that Nezha's anger had dissipated considerably, Xiao Chen, now more inclined towards mischief, decided to allow him to indulge in his antics. However, he found himself unable to summon anything further. His energy was depleted. Summoning characters or artifacts consumed one's own chi, and with the recent rewards, he had barely a mere 15 years of cultivation. Aside from Nezha, who was a special summon due to system rewards, merely calling forth the barrier beast had exhausted nearly 80% of his chi. The remaining energy was insufficient to summon the wind-fire wheel. Nezha, caught in the excitement, was immediately crestfallen upon hearing this. He crossed his arms defiantly, lifting his chin, and declared, "If you're not going to summon it, just say so. Spare me the nonsense about being too weak. That is just childish." Seeing Nezha sulking, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and chose not to engage. Meanwhile, the barrier beasts, Jin Shan and Ding Hai, realizing their mission was complete, vanished from sight. Feng Baobao, upon witnessing the disappearance of the barrier, swiftly pursued the direction in which Zhang Chulan had fled. As she passed by Nezha, their eyes met for a fleeting moment. In Feng Baobao's gaze lay astonishment. Despite her loss of previous memories, decades of familiarity with mythological tales had imbued her with a certain understanding. She could hardly believe that the companion with whom she had been playing shuttlecock was, in fact, a celestial being. Nezha, feeling a pang of reluctance, clearly wished to continue playing with Feng Baobao. Yet, recalling how she had protected Zhang Chulan and the seeming quarrel that ensued, he huffed in annoyance and turned his head away. Feng Baobao, preoccupied with thoughts of Zhang Chulan, said little and hurriedly departed. With all turmoil settling, Wind Zhenghao exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, his gaze falling in astonishment upon Nezha. Unable to contain his curiosity, he clasped his hands in a courteous gesture and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed immortal, are you the third prince of Chintang Pass, Nezha?" Upon hearing this question, Xiao Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, instantly discerning Wind Zhenghao's underlying intentions. Upon encountering a celestial being, one might merely seek to ingratiate themselves, hoping to forge a connection with the divine. Delving deeper, The aspiration is often to attain immortal wisdom and the gift of eternal life. Alas, Wind Zhenghao has miscalculated gravely. Before him stands indeed Nezha, yet not the figure he envisioned in his mind. Upon hearing himself addressed as the third prince, Nezha's brow arched in intrigue, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he responded, "You know me?" This indirect affirmation sent a tremor through Wind Zhenghao's heart. Although he had surmised Nezha's true identity, witnessing the acknowledgement firsthand was a shock beyond measure. The being before him was undeniably a living deity. What manner of origin does Xiao Chen possess that he could summon such a celestial? Could he himself be a divine entity? Feng Xingtong and the others gasped in astonishment, their pupils dilating with disbelief, casting curious glances at Nezha. All present were well versed in the tales of the investiture of the gods. Yet this incarnation bore little resemblance to the descriptions found within the texts. Was it not said that Nezha was the reincarnation of a spirit pearl? Yet here stood a figure exuding an aura of malevolence. Furthermore, the oppressive, chilling essence that accompanied his summoning seemed far removed from the expected spirit pearl's essence. Were the accounts in the investiture of the gods erroneous? After all, the living truth stood before them, far more compelling than any written word. This realization deeply reinforced their belief that one should not place unwavering trust in the written lore. At that moment, Wind Zhenghao suppressed his astonishment, adopting a solemn expression and a grave tone as he proclaimed, "The illustrious Nezha, third prince, who assisted King Wu in vanquishing the tyrant Zhou and ascended to the status of the grand deity of the three altars of the sea, is well known to all. It is indeed our profound fortune to witness your divine might here. We are truly humbled." With that, he deliberately knelt before Nezha, prompting a stunned Feng Xingtong and the others to hastily follow suit, bowing low to the ground. Previously, they had regarded Nezha as a mere child. Yet now they understood he was a sanctified being, renowned and revered. As mere mortals, how could they not prostrate themselves before such divinity? However, Wind Zhenghao's actions left Nezha bewildered. "What is all this nonsense? Please rise," he implored, taken aback by their excessive deference. It was the first time he had encountered such reverence, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Wind Zhenghao, too, was perplexed by Nezha's bewildering response. He recalled the titles bestowed upon Nezha post-ascension, affirming, "Indeed, you are the grand deity of the three altars of the sea." Yet, this being appeared utterly oblivious to his own exalted status. Observing the confusion etched on Wind Zhenghao's face, Xiao Chen felt a pang of anxiety. The truth was on the verge of revelation. Although both are Nezha, the one he summoned is a demon orb, not a spiritual pearl. The two resemble individuals from parallel universes. While their experiences may be similar, their journeys and fates diverge dramatically. If questioned further, it would be impossible to avoid revealing the truth. Ahem. Nezha, it is time to return after your play. In a couple of days, when you feel bored, you may come back to seek companionship. Upon hearing that Xiao Chen intended to send him home, Nezha's face fell with disappointment. Must I go back? It's so dull at home. Yet before Xiao Chen could respond, Wind Zhenghao eagerly interjected, "Of course. Don't you love kicking the shuttlecock? I will promptly find a spacious place for you and invite someone to join you. Furthermore, I can show you the sights of our modern society, ensuring your satisfaction." Upon hearing this, Nezha's interest was piqued, and he looked at Xiao Chen with eager anticipation. However, this left Xiao Chen in a predicament. Setting aside the issue of revealing secrets, keeping Nezha here could lead to chaos in that other world. If the protagonist vanished, the realm of the demon orb would surely collapse. Yet, seeing the eager glimmer in Nezha's eyes, he found it difficult to refuse. After much contemplation, he finally said, "Return before sunset tomorrow." There was no choice. Who else would he spoil if not his own Nezha? With Xiao Chen's consent, Nezha leaped up, exclaiming in joy. Wind Zhenghao's face lit up with a smile, brimming with excitement. With the deity remaining in the Tianxia Society, even the quasi-official Zhong company would have to defer to the Tianxia Society. Of course, all of this hinged on maintaining the relationship between Xiao Chen and Nezha. However, Wind Zhenghao, with his cunning, was confident in managing such affairs. He had a vague inkling of Xiao Chen's purpose for visiting the Tianxia Society, likely to nurture a favored one. Yet, he wholeheartedly welcomed this notion and would gladly invest all the resources of the Tianxia Society into Xiao Chen. Chapter 7. A Plea for Immortal Techniques. Wind Zhenghao kneels before the immortal master. Xiao Chen remained oblivious to the fact that his plan to cultivate a favored one had far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Wind Zhenghao not only wished to retain him, but also intended to devote all the resources of the Tianxia Society to him, all for the sake of acquiring immortal techniques and treading the path to transcendence. Xiao Immortal Master, Feng Zhenghao rose, his demeanor shifting from casual to respectful. Xiao Chen turned calmly, though he felt a twinge of surprise within. Feng Zhenghao truly was astute, his attitude changing remarkably fast. What is it? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's response, Feng Zhenghao smiled, his tone respectful. Your esteemed presence suggests you have matters to discuss. Given the crowd here, shall we retire to the office? Very well. In an instant, Xiao Chen comprehended Feng Zhenghao's intent. This is the desire to enter the room and engage in a private conversation, leaving behind lingering questions. Very well. Xiao Chen responded affirmatively, then briefly instructed Nezha before leading the way into the office. Feng Zhenghao felt a surge of joy and turned to Nezha, saying, Third Prince, if you wish to play kickball, you may have Xingtong accompany you. This statement brought delight to Nezha, but nearly caused Feng Xingtong to faint on the spot. Father, you are truly considerate. You want me to accompany Nezha in kickball? With his strength, do we have relatives in the underworld? Or do you believe your health is robust enough to desire another son? However, upon his father's decree, Feng Xingtong had no choice but to comply. Nezha, valuing this precious playtime, immediately grabbed Feng Xingtong and was eager to begin their entertainment. Yet, with a mindset of mutual destruction, Feng Xingtong also pulled in the remaining 3 officials. Thus, they would have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. As for Jia Jingyu, he stood in a corner, rendered invisible. Upon realizing that Nezha was indeed a deity, he harbored no further inappropriate thoughts. He merely longed to return home and inform his family of the divine presence in the world. If possible, he wished to have his brother remain in the Tianxia Society as well. However, just as Feng Zhenghao was about to enter the office, he suddenly addressed him. Master Jia, I must trouble you to stay at the Tianxia Society for the next few days. During this time, refrain from any contact with the outside world. Rest assured, I mean you no harm and do not intend to imprison you. I simply need some space to deal with certain matters. Do you understand? By the end of his statement, Feng Zhenghao's demeanor shifted dramatically. His gaze became piercing, and his tone was filled with an unmistakable threat. Jia Jingyu trembled, sensing the raw killing intent emanating from his opponent, a chill sweeping through him. I understand, he managed to respond. A satisfied smile spread across Feng Zhenghao's face as he opened the door and stepped into the office. The rapidity of his transformation was truly astonishing. However, his earlier words were not mere warnings or threats. Should he discover that Jia Jingyu had leaked any information about Nezha, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. In that very moment, he had already harbored intentions of murder. The arrival of a true deity was not something to be proclaimed recklessly. Concerning the pursuit of immortality, he sought to conceal this matter as much as possible, quietly maneuvering behind the scenes to gain some celestial fortune from Nezha, allowing the Feng family to ascend to the ranks of immortal families. As for the so-called 8 extraordinary techniques, they could all go to hell. Even his mastery over spirit summoning suddenly seemed less appealing. He was even apprehensive about whether learning such things might hinder his future cultivation of immortal arts. Yet, what troubled him most at present was how to manage the company. Feng Baobao was an employee, and today's events would undoubtedly be shared upon her return. The high-ranking officials of the company, particularly the enigmatic Zhao Fengshu, are certainly not to be underestimated. With a hint of concern, Feng Zhenghao strode into the room. Upon spotting Xiao Chen seated on the sofa, he abruptly approached and, to Xiao Chen's astonishment, knelt before him. This unexpected gesture startled Xiao Chen, prompting him to exclaim, President Feng, why such humility? Xiao Xianshi, Feng Zhenghao implored, his voice laden with earnestness. I have a favor to ask of you. I sincerely hope you will grant it. Observing Feng Zhenghao's demeanor, Xiao Chen's mind raced with curiosity. What could this entail? Could it be that he wishes to learn my methods? Speak your request, and I shall consider it, Xiao Chen replied, resolutely not allowing the gravity of Feng Zhenghao's actions to cloud his judgment. This old fellow is cunning. He may appear to seek my assistance, but he might ensnare me with mere words. While he can come to the Tianxia Association as a benefactor, he has no intention of engaging in any superfluous endeavors beyond his primary responsibilities. Recognizing the skepticism in Xiao Chen's expression, Feng Zhenghao immediately discerned his thoughts. To dispel any misconceptions, he abandoned any circumlocution and stated plainly, Today, I am fortunate indeed to witness the divine abilities of an immortal. It is a testament to your favor and the heaven's benevolence that I am graced with such a marvel. Yet, I, Feng Zhenghao, find myself at a loss for how to repay your kindness, feeling profoundly indebted. All I possess in material wealth is but trifles, scarcely worthy of your attention. If you would not scorn me, I am willing to offer my entire fortune to support you. In a display of utter disregard for pride or dignity, Feng Zhenghao bowed his head to the ground. Should an outsider witness this, they would surely be left in disbelief. Here was the esteemed leader of the 10 elders and the president of the Tianxia Association, reduced to such humility. However, those familiar with the intricacies of the otherworldly realm would understand that these actions stemmed from a desire to secure the presence of an immortal and to seek the path of eternal life. Indeed, in the realm of extraordinary beings, some influential figures would exhibit even greater subservience than Wind Zhenghao. After all, attaining immortality is the ultimate aspiration for all. Even the modest 8 odd techniques can drive them to madness, let alone the genuine art of immortality. Upon hearing Wind Zhenghao's fervent plea, Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat peculiar. This Wind Zhenghao possesses a keen insight, having seen through his intentions with remarkable clarity. His decisive manner of action, extending an invitation even before Xiao Chen could articulate his thoughts, was quite impressive. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen understood that Wind Zhenghao's motivation for retaining him was a desire for cultivation. Yet, he himself had not even begun to practice the immortal arts. How could he possibly spare any for him? Was he not effectively being coerced into providing sustenance for his ambitions? Clearing his throat, Xiao Chen composed himself, feigning a look of difficulty. President Feng, your request poses a considerable challenge. I sought you to inquire whether your esteemed Feng family possesses the means of summoning spirits and commanding them. Your sudden desire for my presence is rather inappropriate. It simply will not do. Xiao Chen repeatedly waved his hand, firmly declining. Although he had achieved his objective, merely agreeing would have enabled the execution of his scheme to nurture his elder. However, the ease with which his intentions were discerned would undoubtedly lead Wind Zhenghao to underestimate him. Capturing this old fox in the future would then prove to be a formidable challenge. Thus, Xiao Chen resolved to seize this opportunity to assert his dominance. Chapter 8. Summoning the ghostly envoy. Wind Zhenghao initially believed he had grasped Xiao Chen's intentions. Coupled with his own humble demeanor, he was certain it would inflate the youth's vanity. Yet, upon hearing Xiao Chen's refusal and his declaration of coming to summon spirits, a flicker of panic crossed Wind Zhenghao's eyes. What was happening? Had he miscalculated? Could it be that Xiao Chen was indeed a practitioner from the northeast lineage of spirit summoners, come to seek retribution today? However, he would never voice such thoughts, fearing that Xiao Chen might seize the opportunity to turn the tables. Instead, he feigned ignorance and promptly admitted, "Indeed, my Feng family possesses this modest skill. If the esteemed master desires, I can present it to you at once." As he spoke, dark mist enveloped him, showcasing the art of spirit summoning. He genuinely intended to bestow this lesser skill upon Xiao Chen. In his eyes, how could such a trivial technique compare to divine magic? Even if he were to give it away, he would feel no regret. Rather, he would be even more pleased if Xiao Chen accepted. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen raised a hand to halt him, stating, "I am not interested in learning this technique, but I am indeed here to witness it. It is said that your Feng family's spirit summoning can forcibly control all entities of a spiritual nature. Such a capability piques my curiosity. Can it exert control over the spirits I summon?" Wind Zhenghao's heart tightened at these words. Was Xiao Chen here to challenge him? This was no jest. While it was true that spirit summoning could forcibly bind spirits, the prerequisite was that he himself must be a spirit. You have summoned a true deity. What spirit could I possibly bind? Esteemed master, please do not jest. Such a trivial skill of mine is unworthy to be displayed before you. Yet, Xiao Chen had already made up his mind to assert his authority and would not relent. With an air of defiance, he raised his sword finger and solemnly intoned, "Guide to the Yellow Springs, open the nether realms. Ghostly envoy, heed my command." As the incantation concluded, the bright room was instantly shrouded in darkness. Under Wind Zhenghao's alarmed gaze, a thin mist began to rise at his feet. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped him. Despite possessing spirit summoning skills, he recognized this as an ominous presence, a type of energy he had never before encountered, far more terrifying than any spirit he had previously summoned. Just then, from within the mist, a voice echoed ethereally, "Ghostly envoy Li San, at your command." The sound resonated in Wind Zhenghao's ears like thunder, leaving him utterly bewildered. It was not the fact that Xiao Chen managed to summon a ghostly emissary that astonished him. After all, he had successfully called upon Nezha, so summoning a spirit should hardly raise an eyebrow. What truly sent shivers down his spine was the voice itself. It bore an almost soul-snatching power, causing his very essence to tremble in fear. Had it not been for his considerable cultivation, he might have found himself instantaneously separated from his soul at the mere sound of it. Xiao Chen observed Wind Zhenghao, who appeared dazed, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. Although Feng sought to join the Tianxia Society, he certainly did not intend to be subservient. Despite Feng's earlier display of humility in begging him to stay, Deep down, he likely believed he had the upper hand. If this situation went unaddressed, it would surely lead to complications in the future. Are you not adept at summoning spirits? Xiao Chen taunted. Come, let me call forth a ghostly emissary for you to bind. As Wind Zhenghao stood frozen in disbelief, Xiao Chen waved his hand in front of his eyes and said, Do not dawdle, come forth and demonstrate. With that, he gestured to the right, inviting him to proceed. Following the direction of Xiao Chen's finger, Wind Zhenghao gasped, nearly choking on his breath, and took a step back. Emerging from the mist was a spectral figure, clad in ancient military garb and wielding a long spear. Its features were obscured, yet its eyes glowed with a haunting, emerald light. A mere glance locked with those eyes sent a jolt through Wind Zhenghao's soul, compelling him to avert his gaze, leaving him utterly bewildered. Me? Find a ghostly emissary? You must be jesting, he thought in despair. If you truly find me displeasing, how about I perform a demonstration by stabbing myself in the throat with a steel lance? I assure you, it will be a gory spectacle. At that moment, Wind Zhenghao felt utterly lost and on the verge of tears. He could not fathom the misfortune that had befallen him, as if heaven had sent Xiao Chen to punish him. Yet, seeing Xiao Chen waiting expectantly for a response, he mustered the courage to plead, Master, I implore you, do not toy with me any longer. Even if you lent me tenfold courage, I would not dare to summon a ghostly emissary. His plea was sincere. He truly lacked the capacity to do so. An emissary of the underworld was no mere spirit, but an official of the nether realm, tasked with guiding souls to their fates. In essence, these were not mere phantoms, but deities of the underworld, protected by the great fortune of the afterlife. Such matters were far beyond the scope of binding spirits. Moreover, even if he could bind one, he lacked the audacity to do so. Did he think he had become a brother to the king of hell? To dare summon a ghostly emissary from the underworld? That was utter folly. One could only imagine that should an emissary be bound, he himself would follow suit shortly thereafter. Observing the terror-stricken expression on Wind Zhenghao's face and confirming his genuine fear, Xiao Chen finally turned to the ghostly emissary and said, Li, my ghostly emissary, you have my gratitude. The emissary nodded in acknowledgement and promptly vanished from sight. In an instant, the mist within the room dissipated and the lights illuminated the space. On Wind Zhenghao's forehead, beads of cold sweat had already formed. After witnessing the departure of the Yin Chai, he respectfully addressed Xiao Chen, saying, Thank you, esteemed master, for your magnanimity. Xiao Chen merely nodded slightly, saying nothing. Yet internally he sighed, What a pity my strength is insufficient. Otherwise, summoning a Yin commander would surely have been far more awe-inspiring, with the likes of Oxhead and Horseface, and the black and white impermanents. Simultaneously, he marveled at the universal summoning system, truly remarkable. With sufficient strength, one could summon anyone from the myriad realms. Once his cultivation reached great heights, he might even summon the three pure ones to engage in philosophical discourse with Zhang Zhiwei. Fortunately, Wind Zhenghao was oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, he might have been quite unsettled. A mere Yin Chai had already left him trembling in fear. If a Yin commander were to appear, he would likely be so frightened as to perform a steel gun throat stab on the spot. Since you are reluctant to showcase your abilities, I shall not linger any longer, Xiao Chen remarked, casting a casual glance at Wind Zhenghao. Please, esteemed master. Wind Zhenghao, who had been kneeling, straightened up abruptly and grasped Xiao Chen's arm. Master, I too wish to cultivate the immortal arts like you. I do not seek to summon gods and spirits as you do. I only wish to dedicate myself to training in pursuit of the path to immortality. Master, I implore you to take me as your disciple. I promise to serve you loyally for life. As he spoke, Wind Zhenghao knocked his head 3 times on the ground, each sound resonating with a dull thud. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feigning difficulty in decision-making. However, he realized that having coaxed the cunning old fox Wind Zhenghao into revealing his true feelings indicated that the intimidation had nearly reached its peak. If this act continued, it would surely become untenable. Chapter 9. The Redefined World of the Extraordinary. Xiao Chen observed Wind Zhenghao kneeling before him with a calm expression, while he contemplated how to concoct a response that would allow him to reluctantly agree. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden loud crash erupted from the door. Moments later, a shuttlecock flew in, embedding itself into the wall. The unexpected turn of events startled both Xiao Chen and Wind Zhenghao, causing them to turn their heads in unison. Outside the door stood Nezha, wearing an awkward smile, apologetically saying, My apologies, I was having too much fun and lost control. Xiao Chen's lips twitched, and he glanced at Feng Xingtong and the others, who lay motionless on the ground. It was evident that this sudden kick had rendered them in a state of near-complete incapacitation. Nonetheless, One must commend Wind Zhenghao for his willingness to go to great lengths to cultivate in the realm of immortality. He sprang to his feet and smiled, saying, "Your Highness, you flatter me. As long as you enjoy it, feel free to play however you wish. If you find Xingtong and the others lacking, I shall personally accompany you and play until your heart's content." Nezha, blissfully naive to Wind Zhenghao's ulterior motives, beamed with joy and exclaimed, "Really? Then it's settled." Though these individuals exhibited commendable skills, they lacked the vigor one might expect. You, on the other hand, seem to possess far greater prowess. Receiving praise from Nezha, Wind Zhenghao became utterly exhilarated. He promptly shed his suit jacket and, while approaching Nezha, declared, "Since the third prince holds me in such high regard, I shall gladly comply. Come, allow me to escort you to a more spacious locale where we may indulge in some merriment." However, at this juncture, he abruptly halted, turning to Xiao Chen to inquire, "Master Xiao, is that permissible?" Yet, before Xiao Chen could respond, Nezha hurried over and seized Wind Zhenghao by the arm, exclaiming, "Is there any need to consult him about such trivial matters? I shall take charge myself. Let us proceed. The game of shuttlecock awaits, and we can deliberate upon everything else later." Being tugged forward by Nezha, Wind Zhenghao cast an awkward glance at Xiao Chen, still awaiting his affirmation. One must concede that he truly is a dignified individual. In this brief sequence of actions, he managed to attend to Nezha's sentiments while also considering Xiao Chen's dignity. Since Nezha is keen on participating, it would be prudent to indulge him for a while. However, do not tarry too long. He is yet to dine. Upon receiving consent, Wind Zhenghao adjusted his glasses and promptly replied, "Rest assured, we shall return shortly." With that, he followed Nezha towards the elevator. However, as they reached the entrance, they encountered his daughter, Feng Xiayun, who had just descended in the elevator. Observing her father being led away by a child, her expression was one of bewilderment as she asked, "Dad, who is this child?" No sooner had she spoken than Wind Zhenghao's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Chastising her sternly, "Xiayun, do not be disrespectful. This is the great deity of the three altars, Nezha, the third prince. You should promptly pay your respects." At this declaration, Feng Xiayun felt as though struck by lightning, her astonishment palpable as she gazed at Nezha. Yet, her thoughts were not of doubting Nezha's identity, but rather of wondering if her father had lost his senses, claiming this child was a deity from the investiture of the gods. "Dad, are you all right? Please do not frighten me." However, before she could finish her sentence, Wind Zhenghao's expression darkened. "Is this how I raised you, to lack such basic courtesy?" Faced with her father's genuine ire, Feng Xiayun, accustomed to his authoritative presence, felt a tightening in her chest. Staring in astonishment at her father, she remained in a daze for a moment before turning to Nezha, stammering, Xiayun pays her respects to the third prince." In a rush to play, Nezha waved his hands dismissively, stating, "Why all this formality? It only delays us." Observing Nezha's impatience, Wind Zhenghao, despite his inclination to reprimand his daughter further, dared not utter another word. He hurriedly followed Nezha into the elevator. However, just as the elevator doors were about to close, he solemnly advised, "Xiayun, Master Xiao remains in the office. You must attend to him properly on my behalf and ensure there is no impropriety." The gravity of his last words weighed heavily in the air. As Feng Xiayun gazed at the closed elevator doors, she found herself rooted in place, struggling to regain her composure. At that moment, it felt as though the very sky was about to collapse. How could her father have descended into madness in such a short span after her departure? And what of Master Xiaoxian? Is he truly a celestial being? With these thoughts racing through her mind, she hastily retrieved her phone and dialed a number. The instant the call connected, she anxiously exclaimed, "Dr. Chen, please come quickly. My father has lost his mind." Meanwhile, Feng Bao carried the bruised and battered Zhang Chulan toward the villa they resided in. Passers-by gaped in astonishment at the sight of them. "Look at that girl. She's carrying a pig-headed person. Is that Zhu Beiji? But he looks far too terrifying," they whispered. Unfazed by the onlookers' jests, Feng Bao quickened her pace, though a deep concern flickered in her eyes. She assessed Zhang Chulan's injuries. While there was no immediate danger to his life, he was gravely hurt. His facial bones were nearly all fractured, and his head had likely endured significant trauma. If he were to recover, he might end up with a crooked mouth and drooling. However, Zhang Chulan's existence was intertwined with the mystery of her lineage. Even if he were to become a fool, she was determined to see him healed. Just as she had not run far, a car came to a halt nearby. Su-san, in the driver's seat, leaned out and called, Bao, what happened to Chulan?" Su-si, in the passenger seat, wore a grave expression. His concern wasn't solely for Zhang Chulan. He pondered who could inflict such severe harm upon him, especially with Feng Bao by his side. Had they encountered a formidable demon or provoked Wind Zhenghao into violence? Get in the car, Su Si urged, refraining from questioning further in the street. Regardless of the circumstances, their immediate priority was to save Zhang Chulan. Bao swiftly opened the car door and climbed inside. Su San pressed the accelerator, turning the vehicle toward the distance. Along the way, the two engaged in inquiries, but the outcome was startling. What did you say, Prince Nezha? Su Si nearly roared in disbelief. Su San also came to an abrupt halt, his expression one of utter incredulity. Truth be told, had anyone else spoken such words, they would have scoffed, deeming the speaker insane. Yet, Feng Bao was different. Due to certain circumstances, she bore a flaw in her character. Unless taught by someone close to her, she would never utter a falsehood. What should we say, Su Si? Su San asked, his breath heavy and his tone gravely serious. The ability to summon deities was tantamount to redefining the very fabric of reality. Should word of this leak, it would not only stir the realm of the extraordinary, but might also send the world of ordinary people into chaos. Even in the event of failure, the entire dragon nation would descend into chaos. Chapter 10. An urgent meeting amidst the turmoil. Typically carefree and cunning, Su Si found himself at a loss upon hearing his brother Su San's inquiry. The arrival of divine beings had come so unexpectedly, leaving them utterly unprepared. After taking several deep puffs of smoke, Su Si gravely stated, "This matter is of utmost importance. It is beyond our jurisdiction. We must report it." Su San furrowed his brow, concern evident in his voice, but father may not have the luxury of time. Their father, Su Xiang, was the head of the Huadong branch of the company, but he was gravely ill and had entrusted them with affairs. In particular, the hospital had issued a critical condition notice in recent days. Upon learning this, the old man had specifically instructed his sons to ensure he met Zhang Chulan before his passing. Yet, who could have anticipated such an unforeseen event? "Let us not delay," Su Si said, glancing at the unconscious Zhang Chulan. "It is fortuitous that this young man requires treatment as well. We shall send him to the same hospital as father, and you and Bao will care for him there. I will personally handle matters at the company." He added solemnly, "By the way, do not discuss the matter of Xiao Chen summoning divine beings with anyone, not even our father." "I understand," Su San replied. Su Si then turned to Feng Bao, remarking, "I am not referring to you. I am merely reminding Bao. Furthermore, once Zhang Chulan awakens, ensure he does not speak recklessly." This statement served as a wake-up call for Su San, who realized he had become flustered upon hearing the news, lacking the foresight his younger brother possessed. However, it was not entirely his fault. Anyone learning of a legendary deity's appearance would be immensely shocked. Maintaining composure under such circumstances was commendable. A more impulsive individual might have immediately turned the car around to seek clarity at the Tianxia Association. As Su Si delineated their tasks, the vehicle halted at an intersection, and the group began to attend to their respective duties. Meanwhile, within the Tianxia group, could it be that the child we just encountered, the third prince, is truly Nezha? Feng Xiaoyan sat in her office, gazing at her bruised brother with astonishment. Had it not been for the insistence of him and the other three executives, stating that Nezha was indeed with Wind Zhenghao, she would have never believed it. How could a deity simply manifest in this world? Moreover, it was none other than the renowned third Prince Nezha. Could it be that the heavens and earth were undergoing a transformation, opening a pathway to the divine realm? Upon reflecting on this, her astonished gaze shifted to Xiao Chen, who sat across from her. Xiao Xianshi. She had always felt a bit awkward using this title, but now, faced with the undeniable truth, she had no choice but to address him as such. After all, if he could summon a deity, the title of Xianshi was certainly well-deserved. Xiao Chen smiled as he gazed at Feng Xiaoyan, who continued, "Do those mythical figures truly exist? I mean, characters like the great sage Sun Wukong, Erlang Xinyang Jian, the Tathagata Buddha, the Jade Emperor, and Guanyin." Upon hearing her endless recitation, Xiao Chen quickly raised his hand and interjected, Stop. Enough of that. If it comes to it, I'll summon Tang Seng for you two to chant together." At this, Feng Xiaoyan leapt from her seat, her face alight with excitement. "Really? Thank you, Master Xiao." Xiao Chen, who had merely spoken in jest, couldn't help but darken his expression at her fervent reaction. Can't you discern a jest from seriousness? Why get so worked up over nothing? After all, Tang Seng, having attained enlightenment, was one of the 35 Buddhas, the Buddha of sandalwood virtue. With his meager cultivation, he couldn't even summon a hair from such a being. Even when he was merely human, summoning him was beyond his capability. Not to mention, Tang Seng himself was an ancient ferocious beast, a six-winged golden cicada that fed on the souls of the six realms. In his shadow, There were the 5 directions revealing truths, the 4 worthy officers, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, and 18 protectors of the teachings. In total, 39 deities took turns in safeguarding him. He was undoubtedly a key figure in the pilgrimage, a prime target for protection. If he were to attempt summoning him, the Tathagata Buddha would likely smite him with a mere hand wave. It was utterly impossible. Xiao Chen immediately declined. Feng Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, her disappointment evident. Why not? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, a look of exasperated amusement crossing his face. Tang Sung has been captured by a demon and is busy trying to secure his release. At this point, even if Feng Xiaoyan had been slow to catch on, she could sense Xiao Chen's irritation. She promptly returned to her seat, resembling a chastised child. Her head bowed, not daring to utter another word. Under ordinary circumstances, she would not have been so lacking in awareness. However, the prospect of encountering deities, especially the ones she was familiar with, had overwhelmed her with excitement. Coupled with Xiao Chen's youthful demeanor, she had unconsciously blurred the lines of propriety, leading to her indiscretion. Seeing her sister in distress, Feng Xingtong, fearing Xiao Chen's displeasure, quickly interjected, "Master Xiao, waiting here is rather dull. How about I take you upstairs and arrange for a massage to help you relax?" Xiao Chen cast an appreciative glance at this suggestion. Indeed, it was often men who understood men best. Feng Xingtong's proposal resonated with him greatly. "In that case, let us proceed. I have not had proper rest these past few days due to my training." Xiao Chen, shedding all pretense, readily agreed. After all, he had come to the Tianxia Guild to enjoy himself. Why sit here like a statue, exuding an air of aloofness? Although he did feel the need to maintain some semblance of dignity, he uttered a fib. His current aches and pains were not from training, but rather from a restless night spent in a drafty bridge tunnel. Alas, had he not been destitute, he would not have exerted such effort to navigate the complexities of the world. Furthermore, he had never relished the opulence of the heavenly realm in his previous life. So impoverished that he could not afford a wife, he was left to rely on the generosity of his neighbors. It is a truly lamentable state of affairs. Feng Xingtong, having finally found his true calling, cast a triumphant glance at his sister, Feng Xiaoyan. He immediately rose to his feet, leading Xiao Chen towards the elevator as they ascended the building. Meanwhile, amidst Xiao Chen's moment of enjoyment, a tempest was brewing back at the company. Upon receiving Su Si's report, Zhao Fengshu issued an urgent decree. Every board member, regardless of their current engagements, was summoned to the company conference room within 10 minutes. The board members, upon receiving the notification, were taken aback, bewildered by the gravity of the situation that could compel the typically composed Zhao Fengshu to act with such urgency. 10 minutes later, in the company conference room, all 6 board members, including Zhao Fengshu, were present. However, the other 5 members were puzzled by the presence of Su Si, the son of the North China District's Su Xiang. With a grave expression, Zhao Fengshu addressed them in a low voice. "Su Si has just informed me of something exceedingly bizarre. A young man named Xiao Chen has summoned a celestial being within the Tianxia group." Chapter 11. The company erupts, a comprehensive mobilization. Celestial being? What nonsense is this? Zhao Fengshu's words incited a chorus of astonishment and disbelief among the attendees. It was indeed difficult to fathom such an extraordinary occurrence. The realm of the extraordinary scarcely contains documented accounts of genuine immortals, let alone the appearance of a living deity. "Mr. Zhao, has this matter been confirmed?" inquired Bai Yulong, maintaining a semblance of calm. "Not yet," Zhao Fengshu replied. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Zhao Fengshu's unusual fervor over an unverified report. Yet, he soon directed his gaze towards Su Si, saying, "You may elaborate on the matter." "Very well," Su Si responded from the opposite end of the conference table. In that moment, all eyes converged upon him. "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that this may be difficult to believe, and I too am somewhat disoriented. However, one thing I can assure you is that my source of information is utterly reliable." With that, he recounted Feng Baobao's words verbatim. As the revelation of Xiao Chen summoning the third Prince Nezha unfolded, the expressions of the board members shifted from skepticism to sheer astonishment, grappling with the implausibility of his claims. After Su Si completed his account, Bai Yulong's countenance grew serious. "Who provided you with this information?" "My temporary employee, Feng Baobao." Su Si disclosed candidly. Zhao Fengshu then interjected, "Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing his inquiry, a profound silence enveloped the room. The sole female among the 6 board members, Director Su, broke the stillness, stating, "Our immediate priority is to ascertain the accuracy of the information. If what Xiao Seer has claimed is indeed true, we must take decisive action. It would be prudent to invite this Xiao Chen into our company." The very purpose of our establishment is to ensure the stability of the otherworldly realm. However, the emergence of Xiao Chen poses a significant destabilizing factor, directly infringing upon our core principles. At this juncture, Bai Yulong also spoke up, adding, furthermore, we must ensure the confidentiality of this information. Anyone privy to this matter must be brought to the company. Once we have clarified all details, we can then decide whether to release them. Such a radical approach caused Zhao Fengshu to furrow his brow. Indeed, Bai Yulong's strategy was among the most prudent options available. Yet, to proceed in this manner would undoubtedly incur the wrath of Wind Zhenghao. Moreover, the one capable of summoning deities, Xiao Chen, would likely harbor no goodwill towards the company. Just then, a sudden knock resounded at the door. "Come in," Zhao Fengshu commanded. As his words fell, Ren Fei, the head of the central region, entered. She first cast a startled glance over the assembly of directors, pondering what remarkable event had transpired that summoned all 6 board members. "Feier, how goes the investigation I tasked you with?" Zhao Fengshu inquired softly, noting her momentary distraction. "It has been thoroughly investigated," Ren Fei replied, regaining her composure. Wind Zhenghao, one of the 10 elders, departed from the Tianxia group half an hour ago, accompanied by a child approximately 3 or 4 years of age, to play Jinzi at the golf course owned by the group. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present morphed into a mixture of incredulity. The formidable leader of the Tianxia Society, one of the 10 elders, was engaging in Jinzi? Had he truly become so idle? Who is that child? Zhao Fengshu's eyes gleamed with intensity as he inquired. "I do not know," Ren Fei shook her head. "The only certainty is that the child is not a member of the Feng family. As for any further information, my subordinates have uncovered nothing." The group exchanged glances, each reflecting their own suspicions. Could it be that the child was the 3rd Prince Nezha? If that were the case, it would elucidate why Wind Zhenghao had abandoned all responsibilities to accompany a child in playing Jinzi. "Feier, you have done well," Zhao Fengshu praised with a hint of ulterior motive. As the regional head, Ren Fei immediately grasped the implication behind his words, smiling in response. "Thank you for your commendation, Zhao. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Very well," Zhao Fengshu nodded in acknowledgement. Ren Fei cast a lingering glance at Su Si, her heart brimming with questions as she departed. As she stepped outside, Zhao Fengshu turned to the crowd and inquired, what manner of child could possibly entice Wind Zhenghao to personally accompany him in a game of Jinzi? His question was, in essence, already self-evident. Bai Yulong immediately rose, his expression grave, and declared, "Mr. Zhao, I shall go there at once." However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Fengshu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no rush. I have more pressing matters to assign to you." Ignoring Bai Yulong's questioning gaze, he then addressed Huang Boring. "Old Huang, you've put in the effort. Take Seer with you." "Yes, Mr. Zhao," Huang Boring replied, understanding the urgency, and promptly departed with Su Si. Zhao Fengshu then turned his attention to Director Su. "Xiao Fei, you are to visit the Tianxia group, no matter the means. It is imperative that you meet with that Xiao Chen. However, remember to maintain a gentle demeanor until the situation is clarified. We must not be forceful. For once the identity of that child is confirmed, and if he truly is the 3rd Prince Nezha, we would be offending a deity." As he concluded, his gaze subtly lingered on Bai Yulong, clearly intending for him to hear this admonition. Bai Yulong discerned Zhao Fengshu's intent, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of discontent crossing his eyes, yet he remained silent. Upon receiving the assignment, Director Su stood and affirmed, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, I know what must be done," before swiftly departing. Once the others had left, Zhao Fengshu turned to Bai Yulong, saying, "Old Bai, prepare yourself. Should any unforeseen complications arise during the negotiations, it may fall upon you, with your frontline experience, to intervene personally." At this, the remaining 3 felt a tightening in their chests, fully aware of the implications behind Zhao Fengshu's words. If Xiao Chen could indeed summon deities, then the company must align itself closely with him. Yet, if all of this were a ruse, the true motives of both Xiao Chen and Wind Zhenghao would warrant deep contemplation. The recent revelation of one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, the Qi body source stream, had already stirred unrest within the realm of the extraordinary. Now, at this juncture, they were introducing yet another deity. Was it possible that Wind Zhenghao aimed to disrupt the entire extraordinary realm? Though, based on their understanding of him, the likelihood seemed minuscule. Their responsibilities dictated that even the slightest chance warranted vigilant caution, for no one was permitted to cross that red line. Chapter 12, The Old Fox's Duel. What worth are the 8 extraordinary techniques? Under Zhao Fengshu's orders, the board members sprang into action. Director Su, accompanied by Ren Fei, drove swiftly towards the Tianxia Society. Upon arrival, he instructed his subordinates to enforce a lockdown. Ren Fei, with her usual decisiveness, headed straight to the front desk, demanding the immediate recall of all personnel who had exited the building that day, while inquiring about the whereabouts of Xiao Chen. Initially, the front desk was naturally resistant, as Wind Zhenghao had specifically instructed that no one was to meet Xiao Chen until his return. All decisions were to be postponed until he was back. However, upon learning that Ren Fei and her associates hailed from Tong Company, it became clear that the situation exceeded their capabilities, prompting an immediate call to Wind Zhenghao. Understood. Have them wait in the office, he instructed. On the golf course, Wind Zhenghao ended the call and gazed at Huang Boren and Su Si, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. While he anticipated the company's arrival, he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. Had they managed to gather all the information in just an hour? Pondering this, he cautiously inquired, Director Huang, what warrants such a grand display? If there is something regarding the company, feel free to speak candidly. Seeing Feng's feigned ignorance, Huang Boren shrugged with a smile. Chairman Feng, we can hardly be blamed. Who wouldn't he be excited upon hearing such news? Otherwise, you wouldn't he have traveled all this way to accompany that child in kicking a shuttlecock? As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the nearby grass, where a child was enthusiastically engaged in kicking a shuttlecock with several others. The force behind each kick was rather exaggerated, producing a sharp whooshing sound with every strike. Furthermore, both he and Su Si recognized that among the group were a few individuals of some repute in the realm of the extraordinary, specializing in martial arts. Seeing Huang directly address the matter, Wind Zhenghao smiled slightly. There is no need to escalate matters to my company over this. Disturbing the immortal master will render any of your intentions futile. His words caused Huang Boren and Su Si to retract their gazes, looking at him in astonishment. Immortal master? You mean Xiao Chen? Upon hearing Huang Boren's inquiry, Wind Zhenghao did not conceal the truth, nodding in acknowledgement. Since the term immortal had been uttered, it was evident they possessed some knowledge. There was no longer any reason to play coy. His current objective was to collaborate with the company to keep the news under wraps, while simultaneously preventing them from whisking Xiao Chen away. This thought stemmed largely from his own insecurities. Despite the vast scale of the Tianxia group and his own position as one of the 10 leaders, it had only been established in recent years. Compared to companies with deep-rooted histories, they were significantly lacking. Moreover, Xiao Chen had yet to unequivocally agree to remain with Tianxia. This uncertainty was what troubled him most. Gentlemen, let us persuade the leaders from my company to withdraw. In a sense, we share the same goal, to keep this matter as concealed as possible. After leaving the company, I made it clear that those aware of the existence of the third prince and the immortal master would not divulge any information. Thus, let us discuss any matters among ourselves. Wind Zhenghao regarded Huang Boren with an unmistakable demeanor of negotiation. Upon witnessing his swift admission, Huang Boren, astonished, pointed towards Nezha, who was playfully kicking a shuttlecock in the distance, and inquired, is he truly a deity? This single utterance inadvertently revealed his underlying uncertainty. Wind Zhenghao furrowed his brow. This old fox, who had previously exhibited unwavering confidence, was now attempting to bait him. Nevertheless, he dismissed the matter from his mind. For both Feng Baobao and Zhang Chulan had witnessed the events firsthand, and the company was intent on investigation. There was no concealing the truth. However, he could not resist a subtle jibe. Oh, I had assumed the company was already informed. In response to Wind Zhenghao's slightly mocking tone, the usually affable Huang Boren laughed nonchalantly. Our sources are not as astute as yours, Feng. We only just received word and rushed over. He then paused, inquiring, but I wonder, how did you manage to invite this Master Xiao to our gathering? Upon hearing this, Wind Zhenghao instantly realized that Huang Boren was probing for details about his relationship with Xiao Chen, perhaps with ulterior motives to undermine him. Truly, the company sought to acquire everything. A cold smirk curved Wind Zhenghao's lips as his expression remained unchanged. Director Huang may not be aware, but my acquaintance with Master Xiao was purely fortuitous. It took considerable effort to persuade him to join our Tianxia Society. At this juncture, he smiled knowingly. I must express my gratitude to the company, for if it were not for your female employees' ruckus at our Tianxia Society, I would not have had the chance to encounter a true deity again, nor would I have had the opportunity to become a disciple under the master. Each of these words struck a chord deep within Huang Boren, particularly the notion of again, which shifted his thoughts dramatically. Could it be that Wind Zhenghao had already encountered Xiao Chen and summoned the deity? To become a disciple implied he had already entered the fold of divinity. Meanwhile, Su Si, who had been listening, felt his heart plummet upon hearing Wind Zhenghao's insinuations. Damn it, Wind Zhenghao was ruthlessly targeting the heart. His words not only expressed dissatisfaction with Feng Baobao's disruption at the Tianxia Society, but also subtly insinuated to Huang Boren that his closeness to Xiao Chen was solely due to Feng Baobao's involvement. Should the other board members learn of this, they would undoubtedly cast blame. It could even jeopardize Feng Baobao's temporary position. At that moment, Su Si regretted having informed the company about Xiao Chen. Yet, it was futile to dwell on past decisions. He needed to devise a strategy swiftly to amend the situation. Feng, the matter is not as you perceive, Su Si, feeling a surge of anger, calmly stated. Baobao is an employee under my supervision. Her visit to the Tianxia Society was merely to locate another employee, Zhang Chulan. Had you not detained him, Baobao would not have felt compelled to intrude upon the Tianxia Society. Everyone is well aware of the situation surrounding Chulan. Just a couple of days ago, he was subjected to harassment, which prompted us to keep a closer watch on him, fearful of being ensnared by those with ulterior motives. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Wind Zhenghao, the implication of his words unmistakably directed at him as the malevolent individual in question. In response, Wind Zhenghao merely chuckled, feigning ignorance. Had this been earlier, he might have felt a pang of guilt. After all, those approaching Zhang Chulan were primarily interested in one of his 8 extraordinary skills, the Qi body source flow. However, in the present moment, what significance do the 8 extraordinary skills hold? Even celestial beings are playing shuttlecock with me, should you desire it. I could readily offer the spirit binding and commanding to the company. Chapter 13. Are we to become eunuchs of the Eastern Bureau? Wind Zhenghao cast a dispassionate glance at Su Si, adopting an air of indifference, unwilling to engage in debate. This only served to darken Su Si's expression further, as if everything he had previously stated had been mere sophistry. Just as he was about to articulate another point, he was interrupted by Huang Boring, Chairman Feng. Certain matters are part of our responsibilities, and misunderstandings are inevitable. We will certainly provide you with an explanation regarding Feng Baobao. The losses incurred by the Tianxia Group will be fully compensated by the company. However, our purpose for today is to discuss the matter concerning the third Prince Nezha. Noticing that Huang Boring could no longer resist steering the conversation to the main topic, Wind Zhenghao mentally steeled himself, preparing for the ensuing negotiation. Yet, he maintained an outward demeanor of calmness, inquiring, what would Director Huang like to discuss? Huang Boring, his joviality replaced by a serious countenance, replied, the company's intention is rather straightforward. We wish to gain a comprehensive understanding of the celestial system of our Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, we hope Chairman Feng will agree to allow the third prince to accompany that Master Xiao to our company. Of course, you may also accompany them during this time. Wind Zhenghao subtly adjusted his chair, the depths of his gaze growing more profound as he internally scoffed. The company's appetite is indeed insatiable. They not only wish to gain access to Xiao Chen and Nezha, but also seem intent on devouring my Tianxia Association. It appears they aspire to exert control over everyone related to this matter. As his thoughts swirled, he recalled the situation at the company. Despite knowing that Director Su was left waiting for him in the office, Huang Boring exhibited no urgency. It seems he is deliberately stalling, creating an opportunity for the surname Fei to approach Xiao Chen. Having processed all these thoughts, a glint of insight flashed in Wind Zhenghao's eyes as he turned to Nezha, calling out, third young master, might I trouble you to come over here? The shift in address was intentional, meant to keep the others, who were merely hired companions in his eyes, unaware of the deeper matters at play, as they were not privy to such significant affairs. As Nezha was engrossed in his activities, he reluctantly responded to the call. What is it? Can it wait? Despite his words, he approached. In contrast, Huang Boren and Su Si exchanged puzzled glances upon witnessing Wind Zhenghao's actions, unsure of what schemes this old fox was concocting. However, as Nezha drew closer, their attention swiftly shifted to him, scrutinizing his appearance. The disparity between his current visage and the descriptions in the investiture of the gods was striking. Why did he appear so soot-stained? Wind Zhenghao, regarding the approaching Nezha, offered an apologetic smile and said, third young master, these two gentlemen are from the judicial department. Suddenly realizing this introduction might be inappropriate since Nezha was unfamiliar with this world, he quickly reformulated his words into terms Nezha could comprehend. These individuals are from the court, part of the judicial authorities. One of the judicial ministers wishes to meet with you. Upon hearing this unconventional introduction, Huang Boren and Su Si's expressions darkened. For some reason, when it came from Wind Zhenghao, it made them feel as if they were eunuchs. The rebellious Nezha, upon hearing this, grew impatient and declared, what do I have to do with court ministers? I want to go. Don't waste my time. I want to play. Without even casting a glance at Huang Boren and Su Si, he turned and dashed away. Witnessing this display, Feng Zhenghao nearly burst into laughter and turned to the two men, saying, "You've seen it for yourselves. The third prince is unwilling to accompany you. Of course, should you believe you can persuade him, I won't stand in your way. But let me be frank, you should be aware of his temperament. It is notoriously difficult. If you provoke him, no one will be able to manage the situation." At that moment, Huang Boren and Su Si finally understood the trickery Feng Zhenghao was playing. He was clearly laying a trap for them and the entire Jiudong company, summoning someone when they were most engaged in their enjoyment. How could one expect them to be willing? Even more infuriating was the imposition of a courtly identity upon them. Why not just say we are from the Eastern Depot? Feng, this is rather inconsiderate. Even with Huang Boren's typically amiable temperament, he could no longer contain his frustration, so we are left to bear the blame for the third princess affairs while you take all the credit. You never intended for the third prince to accompany us to the company. Seeing Huang Boren genuinely agitated, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Feng Zhenghao's eyes as he maintained a facade of congeniality. "I must apologize for my oversight, Chairman Huang. How about this? Let us return for now. After all, the third prince was invited by Master Xiao. If you can persuade him, he will surely accompany you." As soon as the words were spoken, Huang Boren, despite his simplicity, comprehended the ulterior motives of Feng Zhenghao. This was clearly an attempt to return and relay information to Xiao Chen. Moreover, from the tone of his remarks, it seemed that Xiao Chen was not to be trifled with either. However, having already offended Nezha, it was evident that there would be no turning back now. The only course of action was to accompany Feng Zhenghao back to the company and perhaps test their luck with Xiao Chen. Yet, it suddenly dawned on both of them that this was nothing short of a blatant scheme. They were fully aware of the trap, yet felt compelled to willingly walk into it. "Feng Zhenghao, oh Feng Zhenghao, you truly are a master of deception. Taking advantage of your own kin. This predicament certainly falls to you, President Feng." These words were nearly ground out between Huang Boren's clenched teeth. Feng Zhenghao adjusted his glasses, a self-satisfied smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "Not at all. Cooperating with the company is our duty as extraordinary individuals." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Please wait a moment. I must inform the third prince to return with us. If I arrive back without him, my master will undoubtedly be furious." Finally, with a sly grin, he added, "By the way, in light of our camaraderie, I feel compelled to caution you both. My master's temper can be rather volatile." With that, he disregarded the visibly irate duo and turned to approach Nezha. Huang Boren and Su Si stood rooted in place, their teeth nearly ground to dust. How could he speak of camaraderie after all that he had done? It would be better to be mere strangers. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, indulging in a massage, appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Akin to having consumed a blue pill, his eyes sparkling with energy. Ding. Accumulated combat experience has reached the threshold, rewarded with 2 years of cultivation. Ding. Accumulated combat experience has reached the threshold, rewarded with 1 year of cultivation. Ding. Accumulated combat experience has reached the threshold, rewarded with 1 year of cultivation. Hearing the notifications echoing in his mind nearly every 10 minutes, coupled with the surging energy from his dantian, he was on the brink of exclaiming in delight. Chapter 14. Seeking the Celestial Beings? Everyone is quite busy. What is happening? Lying on the bed, Xiao Chen appeared utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how a mere massage could lead to such a dramatic increase in his cultivation. Was the system unwilling to see him oppressed? Yearning for this proletariat to rise and sing? Contemplating this, Xiao Chen glanced back at the enchanting foreign technician administering his massage. As he felt his meridians being skillfully coaxed, he experienced not oppression, but rather an overwhelming sense of comfort. At that moment, the beautiful technician noticed Xiao Chen's intense gaze, and her face flushed. "Young Master Xiao, is my technique uncomfortable for you?" Xiao Chen pondered seriously for a moment before replying with utmost gravity, "Extend the session." He then resumed his position on the bed, contemplating the reason behind his sudden surge in cultivation. Could it be that Nezha has engaged in a conflict? Yet, considering the level of cultivation displayed, the adversaries must surely be a mere assemblage of weaklings. Feng Baobao can earn a 5-year reward merely by receiving a shuttlecock, while others seem to be bouncing out in just a year or two. Nonetheless, even the smallest of grasshoppers is still flesh, albeit the rewards may be modest. The frequency is commendable. If one could endure through the night, one could easily accumulate a century's worth of cultivation. Contemplating this, Xiao Chen began to anticipate the next notification of his cultivation advancement. However, after a prolonged wait, silence ensued. Had the battle concluded? Just as his mind wandered into uncertainty, the door to the room swung open, and Feng Xiaoyan entered. "Master Xiao, some troublesome individuals have arrived." Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, inquiring, who? Yet, Feng Xiaoyan offered no reply, instead glancing at the technician and stating, you may leave first. Understood, the technician replied, promptly excusing herself. Xiao Chen also took the opportunity to sit up and don his garments. After all, a dignified master should not appear in a state of undress. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyan approached, her expression somewhat grave as she asked, are you aware of the presence of the all-accessible company? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen instantly comprehended the identity of the visitors, and he was not taken aback by the arrival of the all-accessible personnel. Given that he had summoned Nezha, it would indeed be peculiar if they had not acted upon receiving the news. You mean they have come? Xiao Chen inquired. Feng Xiaoyan nodded. It is one of the directors of the all-accessible company, Director Su. She is responsible for liaising with various sects at the company. She has come specifically to meet you. Xiao Chen inclined his head slightly, then rose from the bed and said, let us go meet her. Since the company representatives had arrived, it indicated that they were already aware of certain matters. Evading them would not be a solution. Otherwise, he would find himself ensnared in their grasp indefinitely. It was better to express his stance directly and send them on their way. However, Feng Xiaoyan, unaware of his thoughts, felt a surge of concern upon seeing him intent on meeting Director Su. She could not fathom her father's reasoning for abruptly sending her to notify Xiao Chen. Did he not fear that the all-accessible company might proffer an even more enticing offer to entice this Master Xiao away? Nevertheless, with circumstances having reached this point, she chose not to voice her thoughts, quietly leading the way. The two proceeded to the elevator, ascending to the 25th floor office. The previous 27th floor had been ravaged by Nezha, necessitating a change of venue. As they navigated their way, they soon arrived at an opulent office. Upon entering, they found Director Su and Ren Fei standing, their gazes fixated upon Xiao Chen. Director Su, this is Master Xiao? Feng Xiaoyan introduced with a frosty demeanor and a slightly rigid tone. Considering the circumstances, it was understandable the all-accessible company had come to poach talent. Feng Xiaoyan's restraint in not expelling them was quite commendable. Director Su, however, paid no heed to her attitude. At present, all her attention is fixated on Xiao Chen. Greetings, Master Xiao. I am Su Ying, a board member of the Anywhere Company. With a polite smile, Director Su stepped forward to extend her hand for a handshake. Hello, Director Su, Xiao Chen replied courteously as he shook her hand. After their brief exchange of pleasantries, they both took their seats. Su Ying then smiled and inquired, I have heard that Master Xiao can summon deities. Is there any truth to this? Xiao Chen cast a surprised glance at her, taken aback by her directness. However, instead of responding, he calmly retorted, is Director Su here to seek guidance, or to interrogate me? This statement caused Su Ying's heart to tighten, leaving her somewhat flustered. Despite her efforts to maintain a polite tone, she found herself questioning why Xiao Chen would respond in such a manner. Did he harbor animosity towards the company, or was he merely trying to assert his authority? Regardless, she decided to endure the moment. Before her departure, Zhao Fengxiu had specifically instructed her not to offend Xiao Chen until the situation was clarified. Please do not misunderstand, Master Xiao. I am here purely to seek your wisdom. This notion of summoning deities is entirely new to me, and I wish to broaden my horizons. Up to this point, she had not confirmed whether Xiao Chen truly possessed the ability to summon deities. Thus, her words remained somewhat cautious, refraining from directly mentioning the company. She awaited news from Huang Boren before revealing the true purpose of her visit. However, seeing her beat around the bush, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He feigned realization and remarked, in that case, I must ask Director Su to return. Deities are quite busy, they cannot be summoned on a whim. When someone becomes available, I will have them notify you to come and observe. Upon hearing this, Su Ying's expression froze. Even Ren Fei, who accompanied her, appeared astonished. They were perplexed as to what had offended Xiao Chen, making his words so cutting. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoyan, sitting nearby, turned her head and couldn't suppress a laugh. She had previously worried that Xiao Chen might be swayed by the conditions proposed by the company, or, at the very least, reach some form of collaboration. However, it now seemed her concerns were entirely unfounded. At the same time, she felt curious as to why Xiao Chen seemed to harbor animosity towards the company. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Chen held no particularly negative impression of the company, but he certainly did not regard it favorably. Perhaps it was his nature. He inherently disliked the bureaucratic structures of companies like Anywhere. Regardless of how eloquently they spoke, their words were often laced with hidden agendas, and they frequently sought to impose rigid constraints. Most importantly, these individuals were exceedingly skilled at manipulation. If allowed to proliferate in society, they would undoubtedly be the leading figures in pyramid schemes. Consequently, he preferred organizations like the Tianxia Society, which allowed for greater freedom and comfort in his role as a leader. However, Su Ying remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Xiao Chen's mind. Upon hearing the dismissal order, she found herself in a dilemma. Should she confront the situation now, or temporarily withdraw and await news from Huangboren? Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, accompanied by the dissatisfied voice of a child. We agreed. After we finish eating, we'll continue to play. Those fellows are quite good at kicking the shuttlecock, and I haven't had enough fun with them yet. As the words fell, the door swung open, and Nezha was the first to stride in, followed closely by a smiling Wind Zhenghao and the strangely expressive Huangboren and Su Si. Chapter 15, Nezha's Assistance. Pressuring Wind Zhenghao. As the door opened, everyone's gaze turned towards them. Nezha dashed in, immediately running up to Xiao Chen, animatedly exclaiming, "This place is incredible. It's spacious. The grass is soft, and those people are more than willing to play shuttlecock with me. Can I stay a few more days?" With that, Nezha's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xiao Chen, witnessing this familiar tactic, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Do you truly not care about the fate of the demon pill world? If I let you play a few more days, that realm will surely collapse. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Su Ying, with astonishment in her eyes, scrutinized Nezha and could not help but speak. "I presume this is the third prince?" Her words captured Nezha's attention, prompting a curious inquiry. "Who are you?" At that moment, Wind Zhenghao interjected. "He is with these two." A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes as he spoke. However, Huangboren and Su Si's expressions darkened instantly, their gazes towards Wind Zhenghao now brimming with unmasked hostility. Unbeknownst to Su Ying, an underlying tension had developed between them, yet she sensed something was amiss. Indeed, as soon as Wind Zhenghao finished his sentence, Nezha promptly dropped his cheerful demeanor, visibly irked. "Why do I keep running into you lot? It's truly infuriating." Su Ying felt a tightening in her chest, casting a puzzled glance at Huangboren, silently questioning, "How have you offended Nezha? Why does he harbor such disdain for our company?" Huangboren, unable to express his frustration given the crowd, could only subtly gesture towards Wind Zhenghao. His fists clenched in silent rage. Su Ying, momentarily perplexed, interpreted this as Huangboren suggesting they maintain their usual approach, prepared for any situation. But she quickly realized that he was indicating Wind Zhenghao's treachery. Gaining this insight, Su Ying understood that today's probing must come to an immediate halt. It seemed Huangboren had already discerned Nezha's true intentions, and their objective had been met. Continuing further would likely incite displeasure from Xiao Chen and the celestial beings, making any future attempts at alliance even more arduous. Upon this realization, Su Ying abruptly rose to her feet, her face still adorned with a smile. "Since the third prince finds our presence unwelcome, we shall no longer intrude. Farewell, everyone." Her sudden departure left Feng Xiaoyan in astonishment. Nonetheless, both Wind Zhenghao and Xiao Chen quietly praised Su Ying's cleverness. "Mr. Su, please take care. I won't see you off," Xiao Chen remarked, crossing his legs without any intention of standing. In contrast, Wind Zhenghao accompanied the group all the way to their vehicle, returning to the office only after ensuring they were safely on their way. Upon entering the room, he immediately expressed his apologies. "Master Xiao, there is something I must seek forgiveness for." Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, listening as Wind Zhenghao continued. "Earlier at the golf course, Huangboren persistently inquired about you and the third prince. Under duress, I claimed you were my master, forbidding me from disclosing any information regarding you. If you find my actions inappropriate, I shall clarify this matter at the company right away." Xiao Chen regarded Wind Zhenghao with a bemused expression, observing his remorseful demeanor. "Oh, feel free to go ahead and clarify," he replied, then stood up, preparing to leave with Nezha. Instantly, Wind Zhenghao felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly blocked Xiao Chen's path. "Master, please, I implore you to stay." Internally, he lamented, realizing that Xiao Chen was not one to grant any leniency. He merely intended to test the waters, yet Xiao Chen was genuinely compelling him to make amends. Xiao Chen halted, casting a stoic glance at Wind Zhenghao. "You wish to play tricks on me? If I do not reprimand you now, your audacity will only grow." He feared that in the future, Wind Zhenghao might leverage his name to exert influence, thereby entangling him in any ensuing troubles. While he harbored such thoughts, his expression remained calm and silent. Wind Zhenghao, noticing Xiao Chen's stern visage, felt a surge of anxiety. Had he known better, he would not have attempted such cleverness. "Master Xiao, do not hold it against me. I was merely caught in a difficult situation and spoke thoughtlessly. If you are displeased, I will clarify this immediately. However, I beseech you to forgive me this time and not depart." With that, he respectfully bowed to Xiao Chen. Seeing his earnest attitude, Xiao Chen let out a soft sigh. "Mr. Feng, You still do not grasp my intent. Feng Zhenghao was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, I am indeed dull-witted. I implore you to enlighten me. After a brief pause, Xiao Chen spoke slowly. You possess many commendable qualities, yet your penchant for scheming is excessive. Such a disposition makes it difficult for me to consider you as a disciple to walk alongside me in cultivation. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhenghao gazed at Xiao Chen in astonishment, his heart swelling with joy. Master, he said, as Xiao Chen cast a fleeting glance at him and began to weave dreams with words, your aptitude is quite commendable, yet your character leaves much to be desired. The path of cultivation requires not only innate talent, but also a virtuous disposition. Should you amend your ways, I might consider your request. However, before he could finish, Feng Zhenghao suddenly dropped to his knees with a resounding thud, bowing his head earnestly. I shall heed the Master's teachings and strive to become a better person. He then looked up, filled with eager anticipation, and inquired, Master, does this mean you are willing to temporarily reside with our Tianxia Association? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, feigning reluctance. Yet, Nezha stepped forward, asserting, of course you should stay. You promised to take me to that place for some fun tomorrow. Upon hearing their exchange, a bemused smile flickered on Xiao Chen's lips as he regarded Feng Zhenghao. This old fellow is truly going to great lengths to persuade me to remain. Nezha's timely support, however, was indeed fortuitous. Unbeknownst to Feng Zhenghao, Xiao Chen had never intended to leave. Sensing the weight of Xiao Chen's perceptive gaze, Feng Zhenghao felt a surge of apprehension and hastily clarified, Master, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to accompany the third prince to better understand this world. That is all. I harbor no ulterior motives. Noticing his agitation, Xiao Chen chose not to press further. After all, establishing authority requires a delicate balance. Excessive suppression would not win Feng Zhenghao's genuine admiration, but rather incite rebellion, resulting in counterproductive outcomes. Feng, there is no need for such distress. Your intentions are commendable. Tomorrow, you shall take Nezha out for enjoyment, Xiao Chen declared, delighted by Xiao Chen's leniency and the fact that he had entrusted him with Nezha's company. Feng Zhenghao felt a surge of joy. By fostering goodwill with Nezha, he might seize the opportunity to gain celestial favor and acquire the art of cultivation. Nevertheless, he remained uncertain of Xiao Chen's true intentions. The master had yet to provide a definitive answer regarding his stay or departure. Regardless, as long as Xiao Chen remained with the Tianxia Association, there was a chance for him to continue his efforts to win him over. The future of the Feng family, whether it would ascend to immortality or languish in obscurity, hinged on his endeavors during this time. Chapter 16. The Grand Ceremony of Luo Tian begins. A gathering of the experienced. Xiao Chen and Feng Zhenghao each harbored their own thoughts, both engrossed in speculating about one another. In stark contrast, Feng Xiaoyan stood silently, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed upon her father. What has come over him? Has he truly humbled himself to the point of kneeling? While it is true that Xiao Chen could summon deities, such reverence seemed excessive. Unlike Feng Zhenghao, who was consumed with thoughts of learning celestial arts, she believed her father was merely attempting to secure Xiao Chen's presence. Yet, she perceived Xiao Chen as somewhat capricious and eccentric in temperament. Even if he chose to stay, there was no guarantee that he would genuinely devote himself to the Tianxia Association. He might very well treat them as mere patrons, indulging in lavish feasts at their expense. One can never predict when one might consume everything and depart without a trace. It must be said that the phrase the onlooker sees clearly is epitomized in the current situation with Feng Xian. Suddenly, Feng Xingtong dashed in. Father, the people from the Celestial Master's house have arrived. However, before he could finish his sentence, he faltered, gazing at his father, who knelt on the ground. His expression a blend of awkwardness, confusion, and complexity. Yet, one cannot overlook Feng Zhenghao's resolute nature. Even when witnessed by his son in such a vulnerable position, he exhibited no signs of embarrassment. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he upheld the dignity of a father and remarked, "What a ruckus you are making. What do you look like?" He then rose and inquired, "What did you say about the Celestial Master's house?" Upon hearing his father's question, Feng Xingtong regained his composure and replied, "The people from the Celestial Master's house have come to speak with you." "Oh, did they not specify the matter?" Feng Zhenghao's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern passing through his gaze. Could it be that news of the celestial beings descending to Earth had spread so swiftly? It had barely been a few hours. How could the Celestial Master's house already be joining the fray? Yet, Feng Xingtong's next words eased his apprehension. They mentioned that it pertains to the grand ritual of Luo Tian. It seems that this time, the grand ritual will be directed towards the entire realm of extraordinary beings. They wish for you to preside over the details of the event. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhenghao lowered his head in contemplation. The grand ritual of Luo Tian had always been a sacrificial ceremony for the selection of the next celestial master by the celestial master's house. Why then was it suddenly being extended to encompass the entire realm of extraordinary beings? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Zhang Chulan. Could it be? Feng Zhenghao was taken aback. Zhang Zhiwei was willing to elevate Zhang Chulan to the position of the next celestial master to protect him. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, upon hearing the news of the grand ritual of Luo Tian, could not help but feel a spark of excitement. What an opportunity! This grand ritual promised an assembly of prodigies. Wang Yi, Zhu Guqing, Zhang Lingyu, and others would all be participating. If he could engage with them, his cultivation would surely surge dramatically. His arrival at the Tianxia Society was indeed to support a senior, yet that did not imply he intended to remain idle. On the contrary, he was acutely aware of the arduous nature of cultivation. Wealth, companions, methods, and a foundation were all indispensable. With the system at his side, he lacked for methods. As for companions, as long as his cultivation was sufficient, he could summon the three pure ones for guidance. The foundation was also a non-issue, as it was entirely unnecessary. The only significant shortcoming was wealth. Having traversed into the realm of extraordinary beings, he found himself utterly devoid of resources. Aside from his physical form and soul, he possessed nothing. Fortunately, fate had been kind, allowing him to retain a modest garment for modesty. Otherwise, he feared he would have to join the Tianxia Society in a state of undress. Yet, once all of this was resolved, he would embark upon the pursuit of his grand ambitions, cultivating immortality. With the myriad realms divine summoning system at his disposal, he is destined to acquire a celestial technique and embark on the path of immortality. If he does not strive for this, he would truly become a mere fish in a barrel. However, before that, he must swiftly enhance his cultivation. At present, he has merely 19 years of foundational practice. Given this, he cannot even dream of successfully cultivating, and without divine assistance, he would be unable to defeat even a moderately powerful adversary. Even if he were to attain a celestial technique, he might find himself incapable of practicing it. Therefore, to realize his dream of eternal life and carefree ascension, he must diligently solidify his foundation and amass greater rewards in cultivation. Thus, the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony presents an exceedingly rare opportunity. Being well-versed in the narrative, he is acutely aware that after this grand event, there lies the full-scale assault on Longhu Mountain. It is widely recognized that exterminating the demonic beings is entirely lawful. Hence, even should one act with a heavier hand, no one would dare to voice dissent. Moreover, in a battle of life and death, the rewards are undoubtedly far more bountiful. Just as Xiao Chen was secretly calculating his strategies, Feng Zhenghao spoke up, saying, "Xiao Xian, sure, I shall attend to some matters first." Upon receiving a nod from Xiao Chen, he continued, "By the way, Xian, sure, I have asked Xia Yin to arrange for a banquet. Is there anything that you or the third prince prefer to avoid?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen exchanged a glance with Nezha, both discreetly swallowing their saliva. Since the previous night, he had not eaten, and Nezha, following Xiao Chen, had endured 3 days with 9 skipped meals. Thus, they responded in unison, no restrictions whatsoever. Feng Zhenghao chuckled at this and turned to Feng Xiaoyan. "Go ahead and prepare a sumptuous feast." Feng Xiaoyan replied, and, with a somewhat peculiar expression, turned to leave. For some reason, she felt that both Xiao Xianshi and Nezha appeared quite famished. Were it not for their esteemed identities, one might get the impression they were attempting to swindle food and drink. As Feng Xiaoyan departed, Feng Zhenghao followed his son out of the office. In that moment, only Xiao Chen and Nezha remained. The two sat on the sofa, each munching on an apple. Nezha, finishing first, turned to Xiao Chen and asked, "Why do they always call me the third prince and refer to me as a deity of the 3 altars?" As a demon child, he had always been perceived as a mischievous brat by his kin. The sudden address as a divine being left him feeling somewhat uneasy. That is a matter for the future. It is of no use to discuss it now. Xiao Chen discarded his finished apple onto the table, refraining from providing Nezha with an extensive explanation, primarily because he was uncertain of the trajectory of the demon child's story. It might take 4 more years for the 3rd volume to emerge, and even then, the progression towards the canonization might not be guaranteed. Nezha looked at him, puzzled, and curiously inquired, "Do you know what lies ahead for me?" "I do not," Xiao Chen decisively refuted. "I am merely speculating." Yet, Nezha clearly did not believe this, regarding him with a gaze full of suspicion. "Say what you will, but I am indifferent. My fate rests solely in my own hands." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is the essence of the demon pill." Demon pill? Nezha's spirit was lifted, and he eagerly inquired, "Who is the demon pill?" Alas, the words had slipped. Xiao Chen's lips twitched as he quickly adopted a demeanor of ignorance, focusing his gaze inward. The Nezha before him was merely 2 years old, still a year away from transcending tribulation, blissfully unaware of his identity as the demon pill. Having prematurely completed Shun Gongbao's task, Xiao Chen feared that he might inadvertently bring ruin to the realm of the demon child. Chapter 17. Attending the grand ceremony of the heavenly masters, Wind Zhenghao could not sleep. Regarding the slip about the demon pill, Xiao Chen remained tight-lipped despite Nezha's relentless inquiries. It was not until Wind Zhenghao and the others returned that the matter faded away. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen had silently resolved that if he were to venture into the realm of the demon pill, he would certainly lend his aid to Nezha. He was unconvinced that the celestial beings could overpower a mere sinister longevity peach. Even in the face of the entire Chan sect, his treasured sword would not be without its advantages. However, on the condition that he must elevate his cultivation and acquire the means of immortality. He proactively suggested at the dining table that he wished to participate in the grand ceremony of the heavenly masters. Upon hearing this proposal, Wind Zhenghao's expression turned serious, and he fell into a contemplative silence. If Xiao Chen were to partake in the grand ceremony, the entire realm of extraordinary beings would be aware of the deities descending to the mortal realm. Consequently, various sects would inevitably flock to the event. His discreet intentions of seeking the immortal arts would likely be thwarted. After a moment of reflection, he tactfully remarked, "The immortal master may not be aware, but this grand ceremony hosted by the heavenly masters holds ulterior motives. Zhang Chulan, who was previously chastised by the third prince, possesses the 8 unique techniques, much like myself. The cultivation method he inherits is Qi body source flow. Furthermore, his grandfather, Zhang Zhiwei, has significant ties to the heavenly masters. Thus, the grand ceremony is, in essence, an attempt to recruit Zhang Chulan under their wing for protection. If the immortal master attends, the younger generation will undoubtedly be unable to contend with you. It is likely that they will lose their opportunity, derailing the heavenly master's plans." Upon hearing Wind Zhenghao's words, Xiao Chen cast him a mere glance, instantly discerning his underlying apprehensions. It was merely a fear that he would publicly summon the deities during the grand ceremony, thus making the knowledge of it widespread. Yet, his resolve was firm. No mere words from Wind Zhenghao could sway him. Moreover, even if he were to emerge victorious, what then? Would the venerable master Zhang Zhiwei dare to turn against him on the spot? Should it come to that, he would simply invite Zhang Daoling down and engage in a heartfelt conversation with this exceptional figure. Proceed as you wish. There is no need to concern yourself with anything else. Xiao Chen merely instructed, then fell silent. Wind Zhenghao, seeing his unwavering stance, harbored intentions to intervene but dared not continue speaking. Fearing that excessive words might incite Xiao Chen's displeasure, Wind Zhenghao finished his meal and departed. Indeed, Zhenghao would certainly handle the matter appropriately. He responded respectfully, yet his mind became increasingly tumultuous. Before the lavish spread of delicacies, he found his appetite waning. As his thoughts were consumed by the implications of Xiao Chen's methods becoming public, and how to contend with the families and sects thereafter. However, Wind Zhenghao was not the only one burdened with worry at that moment. In the conference room of the Tongtong headquarters, a group of directors gathered once more. It was simply the situation at hand. Huang bore inside lightly, stating, "Although we did not witness Nezha in action, the force with which he kicked the shuttlecock is entirely uncharacteristic of a child of 3 or 4. He possesses considerable strength. Furthermore, Wind Zhenghao spoke to him with utmost caution and respect. Most importantly, this Nezha appears to be rather unfamiliar with our world. When introducing us, Wind Zhenghao even referred to the term court. Upon hearing this analysis, Bai Yulong expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking, "So your trip yielded no results? Not only did you fail to bring Xiao Chen back, but you also could not ascertain whether Nezha is indeed a celestial being?" In response to his reproach, Su Ying cast a discontented glance at him before turning to the solemn Zhao Fengxiu, saying, "For some reason, it seems that Xiao Chen and Nezha harbor significant animosity towards us." However, no sooner had she spoken than Bai Yulong interjected with a cold snort, "Isn't that quite normal? Our employees caused quite a ruckus at their place, and some even returned with bruises. One is currently hospitalized." As he spoke, Bai Yulong subtly glanced at Su Si, prompting the others to direct their attention towards him. "Mr. Bai, you cannot place the blame solely on me." Su Si promptly retorted, "Chu Lan's beating was quite unjust. He merely uttered a couple of words, and that Nezha took offense and mercilessly pummeled him. Yet, Feng Baobao mentioned that she played shuttlecock with Nezha, and they seemed to enjoy themselves immensely." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengxiu's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he exclaimed, "Oh, Is that so? Why did I not hear this before? Su Si, sensing the keen interest in Zhao Fengshu's eyes, guessed his thoughts instantly. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, he steeled himself and replied, I simply did not have the chance to mention it. Zhao Fengshu adjusted his glasses, a cunning smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I see. However, it is not too late to discuss it now. Since Bao Bao was able to play with Nezha, why not send her back for another visit? She can use the excuse of playing shuttlecock to gather information about him. Considering Feng Bao Bao's nature, he added, you should accompany Bao Bao on this matter. With this, Su Si realized that further objections were futile and resignedly agreed. Very well, I shall accompany Bao Bao tomorrow. Yet, in his heart, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he had managed to gloss over the matter concerning Zhang Chulan. Otherwise, if scrutinized, all of them would face accountability from the company. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Chulan was an employee under his command. Creating such a significant mess would leave no one unscathed. With this thought in mind, Su Si could hardly resist the urge to immediately pull out his phone to inquire about the cost of extracting all the teeth from a foolish university student, intending to teach Zhang Chulan a lesson to prevent any further reckless remarks in the future. Once this affair was settled, the group began discussing the upcoming Luo Tian Grand Ceremony, a competition that significantly impacted the entire realm of the extraordinary. The company placed great importance on it, fearing that a single misstep could lead to chaos. At that moment, Bai Yulong suddenly spoke up. Do you think Xiao Chen might also participate? His words instantly rendered the group silent. Their current objective was to suppress the news of the celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, lest some ambitious individuals catch wind of it and start stirring trouble. However, if Xiao Chen were indeed to participate in the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony, this matter would be impossible to conceal. Xiao Si, when you go with Bao Bao tomorrow, make sure to inquire about this matter, suggested Zhao Fengshu. But as he spoke, Zhao paused and added, no? The first thing we need to do is ask Xiao Chen if he intends to take part in the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. Su Si understood the gravity of the situation and promptly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, I know what to do. Upon hearing Su Si's response, Zhao Fengshu nodded slightly, yet still felt a twinge of unease. Scanning the room, he found no other board members available to accompany them. Bai Yulong, however, quickly discerned his thoughts and said, count me in for tomorrow. Chapter 18. The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise. The following morning, the amusement park, which was supposed to open at 8 o'clock, commenced operations an entire hour early due to a single remark from Wind Zhenghao. Nezha sat atop the Ferris wheel, gazing at the bustling city below, his face alight with joy. Look, that building is so tall. And over there, that one is even taller, Nezha exclaimed, excitedly pointing at the distant skyscrapers. Those are modern buildings, Xiao Chen, still half asleep, murmured before slipping back into a drowsy state. With the intention of not wasting any time for fun, Nezha, who was set to return at dusk, roused everyone at 5 o'clock. This left Xiao Chen, who had only just gone to bed in the wee hours of the morning, devoid of any enthusiasm for play. On the other hand, Wind Zhenghao, brimming with energy, chuckled and said, Third Prince, be careful up there. It's high, don't fall. Hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. You old fool. Your concerns are more fragile than your own vitality. You're Nezha, for heaven's sake, do you really fear a fall? Annoyed by the interruption, Nezha waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh, I know. I want to fall. Why are you so chatty, just like my father? Upon hearing these words, Wind Zhenghao displayed no sign of displeasure, maintaining a beaming smile. After taking 2 full rounds on the Ferris wheel, Nezha grew weary and promptly sought out more exhilarating attractions. Xiao Chen surveyed the surroundings and pointed toward a distant roller coaster, suggesting, That ride seems promising. You should experience it. Upon hearing this, Nezha dashed toward it with unrestrained enthusiasm. Feng Xiaoyan and Feng Xingtong, the sibling duo, hurriedly followed in his wake. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to join them, he suddenly heard a voice calling from afar. Ah, everyone, you've arrived quite early. Turning to look, he saw Su Si, Feng Bao Bao, and the bandaged Zhang Chulan approaching together. As for Bai Yulong, after much deliberation, Zhao Fengshu ultimately decided against allowing him to come along. After all, he belonged to the hawkish faction and could sometimes be overly aggressive. Should he further irritate Xiao Chen and Nezha, the company would likely find itself irreparably estranged from the two. Upon noticing Su Si and the others approaching, Wind Zhenghao's brows furrowed slightly, and he spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Gentlemen, this amusement park has been reserved exclusively for today. If you wish to enjoy the attractions, I kindly ask that you return tomorrow. Hearing Wind Zhenghao's directive, Su Si nonchalantly stepped forward, saying, Director Feng, You misunderstand. We are here to see Xiao Xianshi. Without waiting for a reply, he turned to Xiao Chen, adding, Xiao Xianshi, we are already aware of yesterday's events, and I hope you will not hold it against us. Chulan here tends to be rather reckless with his words, often uttering things that provoke annoyance. As soon as I woke up this morning, I hurriedly brought him along to apologize to you and the third prince. As soon as he finished speaking, the bandaged Zhang Chulan hastily approached. His expression one of sincere contrition. Xiao Xianshi, please forgive my indiscretion. Do not let my folly trouble you. Xiao Chen cast a brief glance at him and replied coolly, It is futile to speak to me. I did not strike you. Yet, his words sparked a glimmer of realization in Su Si and Zhang Chulan. Both were anxious to locate Nezha to extract some information. They immediately seized the opportunity, saying, in that case, I shall personally seek out the third prince to offer my apologies. Zhang Chulan then began looking around, inquiring, but I wonder, where has the third prince gone? Wind Zhenghao, sensing their intent to approach Nezha, grew wary and was about to interject. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen pointed toward the roller coaster, saying, He is over there enjoying himself. Zhang Chulan and Su Si exchanged glances, and Zhang Chulan promptly exclaimed, Thank you, Xiao Xianshi. Turning to Feng Baobao, he added, Baobao, let us proceed. All right, Feng Baobao replied, and together they headed toward the roller coaster. Wind Zhenghao observed their retreating figures, his brows knitting together in concern. Unable to fathom why Xiao Chen would disclose Nezha's whereabouts to them. With his intellect, he should have discerned the intent of these three individuals. However, Wind Zhenghao remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Chen had deliberately sent Zhang Chulan and his companions. Were they seeking to extract information from Nezha? They had indeed received a rather lenient beating. If Nezha were to acquiesce to their desires, Xiao Chen would willingly write his own name in reverse. At this moment, Su Si, who remained at the original spot, was unaware of Xiao Chen's mischievous intentions. He gazed at the two with satisfaction, secretly lamenting their surprisingly smooth progress. He then turned to Xiao Chen and inquired, Master Xiao, are you familiar with the Luo Tian Grand Ritual? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen, confused by Su Si's meaning, responded, I only learned about it yesterday. Why do you ask? Su Si bluntly stated, Do you wish to participate? He had contemplated the best way to elicit information and believed that being straightforward would be more effective than beating around the bush, which might provoke annoyance and lead to misunderstandings about the company's intentions. After all, Xiao Chen had never been particularly amicable towards the company. Moreover, the cunning Wind Zhenghao was present, and his subtle machinations could not escape notice. Upon hearing Su Si's inquiry, Xiao Chen snorted disdainfully. Whether I participate or not seems to be a personal matter. Does the company wish to control this as well? Noticing Xiao Chen's rising antagonism, Su Si felt a wave of frustration. He could not fathom what the company had done to warrant such disdain from Xiao Chen. Yet, for the sake of fulfilling Zhao Fengshu's instructions, he steeled himself and replied, It is not about control, merely a matter of curiosity. Additionally, I have some advice to offer you, Master Xiao. Advice? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. Su Si, seeing this, wasted no time and said directly, If you choose not to participate, all will be well. However, if you wish to join in the festivities, I must candidly say that your presence could very well incite chaos in the realm of the extraordinary. Remarkably, Wind Zhenghao did not intervene, for the company's standpoint aligned with his own. Although the motivations differed, the desired outcome was the same. Neither party wished for Xiao Chen to partake in the Luo Tian Grand Ritual. Observing Su Si's serious demeanor, Xiao Chen merely shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, I fear it may be even worse. If I were to publicly summon deities, the extraordinary beings would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. They would swarm to me, and I could effortlessly command them to bow before me. Oh, I am suddenly reminded of the phrase uttered by Zhang Jiao. The heavens have perished, and Huang Tian shall rise. In the year of the rat, all is auspicious. The last two statements caused Su Si's complexion to change drastically, as if every word struck his heart like a hammer. Was Xiao Chen truly insane? How dare he publicly declare his intent to emulate the celestial general, Zhang Jiao? Chapter 19. Zhang Chulan. Oh no, I'm rapidly becoming a specter. The words heaven has perished, and the yellow sky shall rise send a chill of sweat cascading down Su Si's back. Master Xiao, you must be jesting. He managed to force a strained smile, chuckling awkwardly. If anyone else had uttered such a statement, Su Si, with his roguish demeanor, would have undoubtedly responded with ridicule and scorn. Did they not consider the current state of society? How could someone audaciously mimic the great Zhang Jiao and boldly proclaim the rise of the yellow sky? Yet, the presence of Xiao Chen instilled a profound sense of dread in him. A person capable of summoning deities would not merely act at will. but could essentially wield immense power. Especially in the realm of the extraordinary, such an individual could very well ascend to the throne. Should he publicly summon deities at the grand ritual, the majority of noble families and sects would undoubtedly rally behind him. Among the 10 influential figures he could envision, 2 were already certain: Wang Ai of the Wang family and LCI of the L family. These 2 wield considerable influence in the extraordinary realm. If they were to take the lead, numerous others would surely follow suit. At that point, Xiao Chen could truly transform into a reincarnation of Zhang Jiao. At this moment, upon witnessing Su Si's alarmed expression, Xiao Chen suddenly smiled and reassured him, "Do not worry, I have no interest in such matters. However, I will certainly participate in the grand ritual." Upon hearing this, both Su Si and Wind Zhenghao felt a weight settle in their hearts. They couldn't fathom why someone of Xiao Chen's caliber would insist on attending such a frivolous competition. Any discerning observer could see that this was merely a trap set for Zhang Chulan. Even if those extraordinary beings attended, it would solely be out of respect for the old master. They would hardly exert themselves. Thus, the notion of seeking satisfaction at the grand ritual was utterly nonsensical. "Master Xiao, is there any condition that could persuade you not to attend the grand ritual?" Su Si inquired earnestly. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No, this was not a lie. Indeed, there were no conditions. His intention to participate in the grand ritual was solely to engage in a thrilling battle and elevate his cultivation. The company and Wind Zhenghao's attempts to deter him were merely efforts to prevent the exposure of his summoning capabilities. Consequently, their interests were bound to clash. Even if he were to divulge his intentions, the company and Wind Zhenghao would never consent to orchestrating an equally grand tournament. Thus, the matter remained unresolved. However, both Su Si and Wind Zhenghao simultaneously contemplated a solution. Since they could not prevent Xiao Chen, they might as well approach the old master and implore him to cancel the grand ritual. Wasn't the goal to capture Zhang Chulan? They could simply do so directly. With the backing of the company and the Heavenly Society, even the Wang and L families would have to think twice before opposing them. Yet, this course of action would inevitably compromise their personal interests. Wind Zhenghao would fare better, facing only the displeasure of a few. In a bid to ensure that Xiao Chen remains, and to keep his methods hidden from outsiders, he deemed all actions worthwhile. However, Su Si found himself in a predicament. If Zhang Chulan were to return to the Heavenly Master's residence, the enigma surrounding Feng Baobao's origins would likely remain forever unsolved. Last night, on his deathbed, Su Xiang had revealed everything. Zhang Chulan had learned that Feng Baobao was the last talisman of survival left by his grandfather, Zhang Huai, before his demise. Initially, the group had deliberated on how to use the grand ritual to extract the secrets of Zhang Huai and the truth about Feng Baobao from Zhang Zhiwei. Yet, Xiao Chen's words had completely disrupted their plans. Caught between the turmoil of Feng Baobao and the alien world, Su Si felt utterly torn and indecisive. His father's dying wish echoed in his ears, urging the brothers to take good care of Baobao. After a lengthy pause, he extinguished the cigarette in his hand and spoke softly. "Since Master Xiao insists on this course, then please proceed as you wish." Ignoring Wind Zhenghao's astonished gaze, he picked up his phone and called Zhang Chulan. He had been eager to attend to his father's funeral arrangements, which had prompted his early arrival. Now that he had found the answer, there was no need for him to linger any longer. However, he pondered how he would explain this to Zhao Fanxiu. As he awaited an answer, he grew increasingly puzzled by the prolonged silence on the line. What could that fellow be doing? Meanwhile, Sister Baobao. "Help! Zhang Chulan." His bandages askew, transformed into a streak of lightning, fleeing at an extraordinary speed. Nezha, filled with fury, pursued him relentlessly. It was only after Zhang Chulan vanished from sight that he came to a halt, seething with anger, declaring, "Next time, I bring the wind-fire wheels. Let us see how you escape." He then turned sharply to Feng Baobao, stating, "You better bring him along next time. I won't spare your face either." Seeing Nezha genuinely enraged, Feng Baobao scratched her head, her eyes wide with frantic nodding. Yet, deep down, she was perplexed. Just moments ago, they had been conversing amiably. But upon Zhang Chulan praising Nezha for being beloved by the people, he suddenly became irate. Little did they know that the demon Nezha had long been ostracized by the citizens of Chintang Pass. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chulan, his words, meant as a compliment, struck a nerve, sounding like a deliberate mockery to Nezha. Furthermore, Nezha had already held a grudge against Zhang Chulan, who had disrupted his leisure time by incessantly asking questions. Eventually, this built-up frustration led Nezha to explode once more. On the other side, while Su Si was on the phone, he suddenly witnessed a flash of lightning dart past him. It vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving him momentarily stunned, unable to react. It was only when Wind Zhenghao, with an odd expression, remarked, "Wasn't he that just Chuan?" that he snapped back to reality. Susi was suddenly jolted back to reality. And he shouted, "Baby, let us go?" Without waiting for Feng Baobao, he swiftly dashed outside. Not far away, a cloud of dust rose, revealing Feng Baobao striding purposefully towards the amusement park entrance. Observing the trio leave in succession, Xiao Chen paid them no mind and turned to search for Nezha. Wind Zhenghao, however, trailed behind with a conflicted expression, contemplating whether to personally visit Longhu Mountain to discuss matters with Zhang Zhiwei. Yet, he soon dismissed the thought. Xiao Chen had clearly expressed his eagerness to participate in the upcoming competition. If he were to interfere, it would surely invite his ire. Moreover, it could potentially bring calamity upon the Heavenly Society. Better to let the company handle negotiations with the old celestial master. Resolute in his decision, Wind Zhenghao ceased further contemplation and prepared to cheer up Nezha. Just then, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was his secretary. "What is it?" Wind Zhenghao inquired. "Mr. Feng, the Celestial Master's office has sent word, requesting your presence tomorrow to discuss matters concerning the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony." Wind Zhenghao furrowed his brow at this news, uncertain what issues had arisen at the Celestial Master's end. "All right, I understand." After hanging up, he gave it little thought and hurried after Xiao Chen. Chapter 20. 3 meetings in 2 days, the near exhaustion of Zhao Fengxiu. As dusk fell, Xiao Chen bid farewell to the reluctant Nezha, feeling as if the entire world had quieted. At that moment, he was reminded of the age-old adage, inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is difficult. Had he not insisted, Nezha would have undoubtedly lingered longer. "Xiao Master, perhaps you are being a tad hasty? It wouldn't hurt to let the third prince enjoy a meal before he departs." Wind Zhenghao lamented as he watched Nezha leave. Xiao Chen shot him a glance. "Eat? If you wait any longer, the third prince will surely take all of you." With that, he disregarded Wind Zhenghao's astonished expression and stepped into the car. Inside, Feng Xingtong and Feng Xiaoyan greeted Xiao Chen as he entered, though their eyes betrayed their exhaustion. After a long day, Nezha had hardly paused since lunch. The siblings had been bustling about, completely transformed into caretakers. Yet, one must understand that the mischievous Nezha was akin to a troublesome child. When he played, he did so with unbridled creativity, pushing the limits to the extreme. The pirate ship, for instance, had been spun a full 360 degrees, nearly leading to disaster. The drop tower was even more chaotic, as Nezha stood on his seat without fastening his safety belt, experiencing a fall while his soul seemed to soar above. But the most exhilarating ride was undoubtedly the speed coaster. While others merely circled around, Nezha approached it with reckless abandon, with a foot on the accelerator. He veered off the track, speeding wildly as if he were courting danger itself. Wherever it passes, there are only 2 possible outcomes. Either the obstacles are shattered into pieces, or the racing car is destroyed. The unfortunate 10 vehicles, never once contemplating that one day they would meet such a fragmented demise. If the cars possessed souls and were to learn of this fate, they would likely rot away in the factory. Nevertheless, this little demon has finally been dispatched. The siblings breathed a heavy sigh of relief, fortunate to have survived another day. If they continued to engage in such antics with Nezha, that evening's meal would surely require a feast for the entire village. At this moment, Wind Zhenghao also entered the vehicle, taking his place in the passenger seat. Upon seeing that everyone was present, Feng Xiaoyan promptly started the car, departing from this nightmare. She silently vowed never to visit any amusement park again. "Master," Wind Zhenghao remarked. Turning back, "I intend to visit the Tianxia mansion tomorrow to discuss matters regarding the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. Would you care to accompany me?" Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, merely contemplated briefly before discerning the truth. It was likely that Wind Zhenghao's visit was to notify everyone about the matter concerning the Tantian talisman. As one of the 10 elders, Lu Jin, would be present. "I shall not go," Xiao Chen decisively replied. He held no interest in Longhu Mountain or the Tantian talisman. His attendance at the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony was solely due to the anticipated gathering of many young masters for the competition. With approximately a month remaining until the event, he deemed it more prudent to seek out the whereabouts of Quanzhong and enhance his experience. Wind Zhenghao, upon hearing this response, felt a sense of relief. He was genuinely concerned about what chaos Xiao Chen might incite should he attend. After all, this master was not one to abide by the rules. Any unforeseen incident would surely summon celestial beings. Should that happen, the truth would inevitably be revealed. Though he was aware that this matter could not remain concealed for long, there was still a month before the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony commenced. He hoped to leverage this buffer period to perhaps attain a stroke of celestial fortune. At the very least, He wished to leave a profound impression on Xiao Chen, which might benefit him in the future when favorable opportunities arose. Moreover, there was a more significant reason for his reluctance for Xiao Chen to attend. Today, upon hearing those words, Su Si would undoubtedly report back to the company. Once Zhao Fengshu learned of this, he would surely implement countermeasures. Xiao Chen's group would not dare to take any action lightly. The most probable course of action would align with his suspicions, to privately persuade Zhang Zhiwei to cancel the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. If that were the case, Xiao Chen's summoning of celestial beings would be obscured to the greatest extent, alleviating his worries about the myriad complications that would arise from exposure. As for Xiao Chen, he was acutely aware of Wind Zhenghao's intentions. However, he found little reason to expend mental energy on such matters. As long as he maintained the initiative and possessed sufficient strength, he was untroubled. Regardless of the schemes and plots these individuals may devise, in Xiao Chen's eyes, they are merely jesters. As the vehicle proceeded, they soon arrived at the opulent rich man's hotel. This evening's banquet was, as always, lavish. Xiao Chen, unreserved, took his place at the head of the table and began to indulge in the feast. Meanwhile, the company found itself once again convened, with an air of anxiety that rendered them unable to eat. What attitude should we adopt towards Xiao Chen now? Zhao Fengshu squinted, his expression eerily calm, concealing his true thoughts. In fact, even Zhao Fengshu felt a tumult of confusion within himself. After hearing Su Si's account, he felt a weight upon his mind. He was even plagued by the unsettling notion that Xiao Chen's mental state was rather unhinged. After all, who in a time of peace would dare to emulate Zhang Jiao? Such actions could only incite internal strife. Yet, what was most alarming was that if Xiao Chen truly had the audacity to act thus, many prominent families and sects within the realm of extraordinary beings would undoubtedly rally behind him. For them, the pursuit of immortality supersedes all else. They would not hesitate to rebel, even at great cost. One must not underestimate their humanity. The 8 extraordinary techniques serve as a prime example. The chaos that ensued over the contention for these 8 methods, which were deemed incapable of granting immortality, led to the catastrophic Xiao Chen rebellion. Should any genuine method of transcendence emerge, the consequences would be dire. The assembled individuals also recognized the gravity of this issue. Thus, when faced with Zhao Fengshu's inquiry, they fell into a profound silence. Only Bai Yulong appeared as if he wished to speak. However, after a moment of contemplation, he sealed his lips. Zhao Fengshu, perceiving this, immediately prompted, "Old Bai, what do you think?" With his name called, Bai Yulong dispensed with hesitation, his demeanor grave as he articulated, "There are 2 approaches. First, we could cancel the upcoming Luo Tian Grand Ceremony, but that would merely address the symptoms, not the root cause. We remain unaware of Xiao Chen's true intentions. He might seize the opportunity to orchestrate further disturbances. As for the second option," at this point, he fell silent. Yet the glint of ferocity in his eyes conveyed his meaning unmistakably to the others. Zhao Fengshu sighed softly. "Let us not entertain the second option. After Chu Lan's conversation with that Nezha today, we have essentially extracted all pertinent information, which aligns perfectly with the Nezha of the investiture of the gods. Should we proceed with action and falter, the repercussions would be unimaginable." He paused, his tone gravitating towards resignation. "Currently, the first approach appears to be the more prudent choice. Regardless of Xiao Chen's intentions, we must stabilize the situation first. We can address the rest later." In the final words, Zhao Fengshu expressed a sense of helplessness. He was at a loss as to where Xiao Chen had emerged from. For his sake, the entire company was on the brink of chaos. In just 2 days, 3 board meetings had been convened specifically regarding him. Since the company's inception, he had never encountered such a formidable dilemma. Chapter 21. Zhang Zhiwei was bewildered. Are there truly immortals? In the pavilion nestled on the back mountain of the Celestial Master's residence, several elders gathered, their expressions fraught with panic as they beheld the furious Lu Jin. At that moment, he was inscribing symbols in the air, causing the entire pavilion to tremble violently. Despite the pleas of those around him, he refused to cease his actions, ultimately reducing the structure to ruins with his formidable power. Wind Zhenghao and the other elders either sat upon the ground or gazed gravely at Lu Jin, bewildered by his erratic behavior. In stark contrast, the venerable celestial master Zhang Zhiwei stood steadfastly at the rear, unperturbed by the destruction of his pavilion. After all, Lu Jin was affluent, and the old structure was in dire need of replacement. The design and materials, however, warranted meticulous consideration. Yet, as Zhang Zhiwei recalled Lu Jin's earlier remarks, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The audacity of Lu Jin to propose the celestial tome as a prize for the grand competition posed a daunting challenge for his young disciple. He pondered the current state of Zhang Chulan's cultivation, hoping that mastering thunder techniques had brought him closer to proficiency. As the onlookers regained their composure, they dared not utter another word, fearing that a misplaced comment might provoke Lu Jin's wrath once more. Nonetheless, their thoughts lingered on the celestial tome, particularly for Wang Ai, who fleetingly entertained the notion of having his great-grandson Wang Bing vie for first place. However, this thought was ephemeral. Although he believed his great-grandson was as capable as any other, he deemed it unnecessary to risk everything for a mere tome. To him, the life of his great-grandson held far greater value than any prize. The mere thought of his great-grandson being harmed, even slightly, brought him immense distress. At that moment, Wind Zhenghao's thoughts diverged from the group's. His perspective had transcended the confines of the 8 extraordinary techniques. Instead, he was preoccupied with the whereabouts of Xiao Chen. Oddly enough, why had the company's representatives not yet arrived? Did they truly intend to refrain from intervening in the grand ritual orchestrated by the Celestial Master? This notion unsettled him. Yet he had no intention of approaching Zhang Zhiwei to suggest canceling the ceremony. After a night of deep contemplation, he had resolved to refrain from any actions that might provoke animosity from Xiao Chen, even if his methods were to be unveiled. Just as the group began their descent down the mountain, a young acolyte suddenly rushed towards them. "Master, the company's Mr. Huang Boren and Mr. Susi have arrived and wish to see you." Upon hearing the acolyte's report, Zhang Zhiwei's brow furrowed with curiosity. What business did the company have at this hour? Nevertheless, he replied, "Please escort them to the main hall. I shall join them shortly." The acolyte complied and swiftly departed. Zhang Zhiwei turned to the others and smiled, saying, "Gentlemen, I shall take my leave for the moment." A few individuals raised their hands in greeting, exchanging pleasantries. Yet, none noticed that at this moment, Feng Zhenghao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. Have they already arrived? Next, it hinged on Huang Boren's ability to persuade the old master. With this thought, he felt no urgency to depart, opting instead to linger at the Taoist master's residence, awaiting news. Regardless of the outcome, he wished to be informed at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, within the front hall of the Taoist master's abode, as Zhang Zhiwei entered, he was met by Huang Boren, whose expression bore a grave demeanor. "Old master, I have something of great significance to discuss. Let us find a quieter place," Huang Boren insisted. Observing his serious countenance, Zhang Zhiwei could not help but feel perplexed. What could have transpired to warrant such solemnity from a board member? Nonetheless, he recognized that this was not the appropriate venue for conversation, and promptly acquiesced. "Very well. Please follow me." He then turned to lead the way. Huang Boren and Su Si silently followed behind as they proceeded towards the back of the courtyard. Upon reaching Zhang Zhiwei's chamber, he specifically instructed his 9th disciple, Rongshan, to ensure that no one approached without his permission. Upon receiving the order, Rongshan immediately departed to stand guard at the door. Once everything was settled, Zhang Zhiwei firmly closed the door and could not restrain his curiosity, asking, "Director Huang, what on earth has happened?" Huang Boren rose from his seat, his tone laden with gravity. "Old master, I implore you to keep what I am about to disclose confidential. What I am about to reveal will shake the very foundations of the otherworldly realm and redefine this world." Upon hearing this, even the seasoned Zhang Zhiwei could not suppress his astonishment, his mouth slightly agape. He genuinely struggled to fathom what event could elicit such seriousness from the company. Could it be that the apocalypse is upon us? "Rest assured, I shall not speak of it," Zhang Zhiwei solemnly pledged. Satisfied, Huang Boren slowly began, "Old master, just 2 days ago, this world has indeed witnessed the emergence of a deity." His words struck like thunder, leaving Zhang Zhiwei momentarily stunned. His eyes widened, pupils constricting, revealing an expression of utter incredulity. Even his breath quickened, becoming labored. "A deity?" Zhang Zhiwei uttered in disbelief. Huang Boren nodded gravely. "Indeed, it is a deity. The one who has appeared is none other than the illustrious Nezha, the 3rd prince, known from the investiture of the gods." Upon hearing this, every word resonated heavily within Zhang Zhiwei's heart, and his expression grew increasingly peculiar. For a brief moment, he pondered whether Huang Boren had lost his sanity. While it was true that there were ascended predecessors in the otherworldly realm, such as Bodhidharma from Shaolin and Daoji from Lingyin Temple, in addition to the Taoist figure of Quanzhen Zelzu, there is also the esteemed Zhang Daoling of the Heavenly Master's Hall. However, these individuals have existed for several centuries, at the very least. Although historical records affirm that they indeed attained immortality, such claims are merely the traditions handed down by various sections. The veracity of their transcendence remains uncertain, and the prospect of witnessing a living immortal in contemporary times is even more implausible. Yet, Huang Boren's demeanor is one of utmost seriousness, articulating his thoughts with remarkable conviction. A demeanor that hardly suggests madness. At that moment, Zhang Zhiwei's expression was nothing short of captivating. He first exhibited surprise, followed by confusion, then a state of bewilderment, culminating in a look of utter astonishment. Should the masters of Sichuan opera witness this, they would undoubtedly applaud in admiration. Even an Oscar-winning actor would find himself on his knees, relinquishing his golden statuette. For it is a rare feat for an ordinary individual to convey such a plethora of emotions in a mere instant. Old master? Huang Boren gently called out to the dazed Zhang Zhiwei. Huh? Oh, what is it? Zhang Zhiwei appeared somewhat flustered, clearly still grappling with the reality before him. Observing this, Huang Boren chose not to intrude further, patiently awaiting Zhang's return to lucidity. Behind them, Su Si could hardly contain his amusement, not to mock the venerable master, but rather recalling Zhao Fangshu's reaction upon first learning of the appearance of immortals. It was remarkably akin to Zhang Zhiwei's current state. In the hushed confines of the room, Zhang Zhiwei sat in contemplation for what felt like an eternity. After a full half-minute, he turned to Huang Boren. His expression tinged with a hint of distress as he inquired, Director Huang, have you truly confirmed the existence of immortals? It was evident that at this juncture, Zhang Zhiwei remained incredulous about the notion of deities descending to the mortal realm. It has been confirmed, Huang Boren replied, pleased to see Zhang finally reacting. He proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events. Upon learning that Xiao Chen had summoned the immortal at the Tianxia Society, and that Wind Zhenghao was already aware of this, Zhang's brow furrowed as he gazed towards the outside. Why had Wind Zhenghao chosen not to disclose this information? However, upon a moment's reflection, he deduced the likely motive. Wind Zhenghao was evidently intent on cultivating a rapport with Xiao Chen in hopes of acquiring the secrets to immortality, thereby enabling the Feng family to ascend to the ranks of a prestigious immortal clan. As Huang Boren concluded his narrative, Zhang Zhiwei stroked his beard, lost in deep contemplation. After several seconds of silence, he finally spoke. According to your account, this Nezha, aside from his lineage, shares similarities with the third prince from the investiture of the gods. Yet, in terms of appearance and the aura he exudes, he does not conform to the descriptions, does he? Indeed, Huang Boren affirmed with a nod. This Nezha appears to be merely 3 or 4 years of age, and his temperament reflects this youthful disposition. Furthermore, during Zhang Chulin's conversation with him, he mentioned several figures from the investiture of the gods, yet Nezha seemed entirely unfamiliar with them. Most importantly, this incarnation of Nezha is not at all as described in the texts. Instead, he exudes a formidable aura of demonic energy. Yet, paradoxically, his strength is unparalleled. Even a skilled individual from our company, known as Feng Baobao, is utterly incapable of besting him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei furrowed his brows deeply. Expressing his confusion, I still do not comprehend. If this Nezha summoned by Xiao Chen diverges so significantly from the portrayal in the literature, why does the company insist that he must be a celestial being, especially considering the demonic energy you mentioned? If he were truly the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl, such a phenomenon would be inconceivable. In response to Zhang Zhiwei's skepticism, Huang Boren found no fault in his reasoning, recalling his own initial thoughts upon witnessing Nezha playing with a shuttlecock. The venerable master may not be aware, Huang Boren sighed softly, but even now, we cannot assert with absolute certainty. However, one must understand that proving such matters entails consequences beyond our capacity to bear. If this individual truly is a celestial being, and we inadvertently offend him, it would spell disaster for the company. Huang Boren ceased his discourse at this juncture. Yet Zhang Zhiwei grasped his implication, his expression becoming oddly contemplative. So, you seek my assistance to verify him? Huang Boren, sensing the shift, responded with a wry smile. If it were possible, that would indeed be ideal. After all, this situation is of great significance. It seems only you, venerable master, can ascertain the truth. Realizing that Huang Boren was attempting to ensnare him, Zhang Zhiwei could not help but raise an eyebrow, lapsing into silence once more. This company truly lacks humanity. You fear offending a celestial being, yet wish for me to do so? Do you presume I have familial ties with deities? Should this individual genuinely be Nezha and I inadvertently provoke him, what would become of my celestial office? Mr. Huang, I must deliberate on this matter. However, as soon as he spoke, Huang Boren hastily interjected, Venerable Master, there is no time for contemplation. Xiao Chen has already stated his intention to participate in the upcoming Luo Tian Grand Ritual. Consider, if he truly summons a celestial being, what chance would the others have of winning? Moreover, the news of a deity descending to the mortal realm would become widely known. The ramifications of this Even without my elaboration, you surely comprehend. Zhang Zhiwei's brows knitted tightly as he discerned the underlying message, unable to suppress his internal musings. Oh, so you were awaiting my arrival. It appears that in hosting a Luo Tian Grand ritual to retrieve my little disciple, I have unwittingly invited monumental trouble. Your company is indeed devoid of humanity, truly a pack of hounds. It is hardly surprising that Zhang Zhiwei expressed his grievances. Huang Boran's maneuvering was particularly cunning. Zhang Zhiwei was left with two choices. Either descend the mountain to seek verification from Xiao Chen regarding the authenticity of his celestial summoning, or allow the Luo Tian Grand ritual to collapse entirely. This is not a mere summoning of the celestial master. It is evident that they regard this venerable figure as a great fool. Yet the dilemma remains. He is compelled to make a choice. Setting aside the implications of this affair on the grand ritual, the mere knowledge that a deity has descended to earth and caused chaos is enough for Zhang Zhiwei to take action. As a participant in the Jiaxin rebellion, he is acutely aware of the potential repercussions. While others may remain silent, the Wang and L families will undoubtedly create an uproar. Most importantly, the audacity of Xiao Chen to proclaim in front of the company that the heavens have perished and the yellow sky must be established reveals that this young man is far from a compliant character. Very well. I shall accompany you down the mountain to meet this Xiao Chen. Zhang Zhiwei sighed after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing his agreement, Huang Boran's face radiated joy. The old celestial master cares deeply for the world. Such a magnanimous spirit commands our utmost respect. However, Zhang Zhiwei remained unfazed by this flattery, responding coolly, "Enough. I am not as great as you claim. It is merely that this world has enjoyed peace for a mere few decades, and it cannot withstand further turmoil. Should a true deity descend, it would drive not only the extraordinary, but even the ordinary people to madness." Noticing he had flattered the wrong horse, Huang Boran felt no embarrassment, but instead wore a worried expression as he asked, "Old celestial master, if you truly discover that Nezha is a deity, what then of the grand ritual?" Before he could finish, Zhang Zhiwei waved his hand dismissively. "If he is indeed a deity, then let the grand ritual be forgotten. I cannot allow my selfish desires to disrupt the peace of the entire world." Yet, he paused, his tone shifting. "But have you considered how to address the matters that follow? Furthermore, what is Xiao Chen's true intent in insisting on attending the grand ritual? Is he merely seeking to join in the revelry, or is he aiming to elevate his own status through it?" A torrent of questions left Huang Boran wearing a mask of anguish. Discontented with the celestial master's remarks, "We are still in the dark," he admitted. "Even General Zhao merely suggests we can conceal the truth for one more day. If it spreads, we must stabilize the situation as much as possible before chaos ensues." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei nodded in understanding. Indeed, if Xiao Chen can truly summon a deity, no matter his mischief, no one would be able to contain him, including himself. Even if he were to ascend to the heavens, it would be impossible to contend with a deity. Chapter 23, Zhang Zhiwei. Meeting Xiao Chen is akin to meeting the emperor. After a lengthy discussion of 2 hours, Huang Boran and Zhang Zhiwei finally exited the room. As they entered the front hall, the assembled crowd turned their gaze towards them, particularly Wind Zhenghao, whose look towards Zhang Zhiwei was laden with significance. Simultaneously, Zhang Zhiwei returned a deep glance, and in that moment, both men comprehended each other's intentions. They were all engaged in discussions regarding the descent of deities to the mortal realm. At that moment, Wang Ai, with a cheerful expression, inquired, "Mr. Huang, your unexpected visit today must bear some instructions, does it not?" His curiosity was piqued by the company director's interest in Zhang Zhiwei, wondering what secrets lay between them. However, Huang Boran merely chuckled, maintaining his amiable demeanor, and replied, "Dear Wang, how could I possibly have any directives? With the grand ceremony of Luo Tian approaching, the company is quite concerned about this matter. Thus, I was specifically sent to see if there is any way I might assist." Hearing his light-hearted banter, Wang Ai's smile remained, yet internally he scoffed. Who would believe you? If it were truly about the ceremony, why the need for stealth? Surely, there is no good news. Yet, he soon found himself perplexed, pondering what significant issue could prompt the company to seek Zhang Zhiwei's counsel. With this thought, he turned to glance at LVCI. Noticing his gaze, LVCI met his eyes and subtly shook his head, clearly indicating his ignorance of the situation. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Zhiwei had caught sight of their discreet exchange, but chose to disregard it, his mind occupied with thoughts of Xiao Chen. "Ladies and gentlemen, since the arrangements for the Luo Tian ceremony are settled, I must return to my duties, as many details require my personal oversight." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, understanding it was a polite dismissal. Yet, They were left wondering why Zhang Zhiwei appeared somewhat anxious. Nonetheless, he did not wish to elaborate, and naturally, no one dared to inquire further. Mu Yu from the Jianghu Tavern was the first to rise, bowing to Zhang Zhiwei. I shall take my leave. Not to disturb the esteemed master any longer. Wang Ai and LVCI, seeing this, felt it inappropriate to linger and also stood to depart. Only Wind Zhenghao remained seated, motionless, well aware that even if he left, the master would undoubtedly insist on his stay. Thus, he decided to wait patiently. Indeed, after the other 10 had gradually taken their leave, Zhang Zhiwei immediately turned his attention to Wind Zhenghao. Zhenghao, I have heard from Mr. Huang about the situation. Is Master Xiao still with you? Master Xiao has not departed, Wind Zhenghao responded. Zhang Zhiwei nodded slightly, yet the title Master Xiao intrigued him. As an extraordinary individual and one of the 10, Wind Zhenghao referred to Xiao Chen with great respect, indicating the veracity of the celestial descent narrative. After all, Wind Zhenghao was astute enough to understand that one would not pay homage without just cause. With this in mind, the old Taoist expressed his desire to meet this Master Xiao, if possible. Zhang Zhiwei spoke candidly, articulating his thoughts without any circumlocution. Upon hearing these words, Wind Zhenghao exhibited a look of discomfort, as if caught in a dilemma. What troubles you? Zhang Zhiwei inquired upon noticing his silence. Wind Zhenghao rose to pay his respects and replied, Master, it is not so much a matter of difficulty, but rather that Master Xiao possesses an eccentric temperament and does not appreciate being disturbed. How about this? I shall make a call to ascertain his stance. If Master Xiao consents, I will escort you forthwith. What do you think? Given the gravity of his words, Zhang Zhiwei could only nod in agreement, though an unusual sensation stirred within him. Why did meeting this Xiao Chen feel akin to an audience with royalty, necessitating prior notification? Unbeknownst to Wind Zhenghao, his actions had already cast him in the role of a eunuch in Zhang Zhiwei's eyes. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number in Zhang Zhiwei's presence. Before long, the call connected, and Feng Shan's voice resonated on the line. What is it, father? Where is Master Xiao? He is right here, engrossed in a game. Since the call was on speakerphone, the others could not help but exchange peculiar glances at Feng Shan's words. This Master Xiao certainly seemed to have leisure to spare. Put the call on speaker. I have matters to discuss with Master Xiao, Wind Zhenghao instructed. After a brief acknowledgement, Feng Shan activated the speakerphone, and Xiao Chen's voice emerged. What is it? With a tone of utmost respect, Wind Zhenghao responded, Master Xiao. The venerable master of the Celestial Hall wishes to meet with you. Engaged in playing Genshin Impact, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow at this revelation. This old fellow wishes to see me? It appears he is already aware of my ability to summon deities. But why has he descended the mountain to seek me? Surely he does not aspire to immortality as well. With a heart full of curiosity, Xiao Chen replied, Understood, let him come. He then called out, Genshin, activate. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was abruptly terminated. The expressions of those in the front hall turned peculiar as they exchanged glances, particularly Zhang Zhiwei, who felt that this Xiao Chen bore no semblance of a celestial master. Those of high status often exhibited odd behaviors. Wind Zhenghao scratched his head and chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. Zhang Zhiwei, in turn, feigned a look of realization and nodded in agreement. Returning to simplicity, a heart of innocence. It seems that Master Zhao's cultivation is indeed profound. Upon hearing this, Wind Zhenghao felt a surge of respect. He had never anticipated that the flattery he received from the venerable master could be so sophisticated. It appears that I must take the opportunity to learn more in the future. Master, since Master Xiao has agreed, shall we take our leave? Wind Zhenghao suggested. Noting the time was getting late, Zhang Zhiwei pondered briefly before responding, I have a few matters to attend to here. I will return shortly. As he spoke, he turned and departed. Approximately 10 minutes later, upon his return, he was accompanied by Zhang Lingyu. All right, let us be on our way, Wind Zhenghao remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Lingyu before looking at Zhang Zhiwei. Well, my good fellow, are you bringing along a disciple in pursuit of celestial encounters? However, he refrained from voicing any objections. After all, one more person was inconsequential. If this stirred dissatisfaction in Xiao Chen, it would only delight him further. Despite his outward appearance of magnanimity, the moment Xiao Chen had consented, his heart had surged with tumultuous emotions. After all, the prestige of the Celestial Master's residence was incomparable to what he had in the world of martial arts. If Zhang Zhiwei succeeded in swaying him, he would indeed have nowhere to lament his misfortune. Nevertheless, Wind Zhenghao concealed his true feelings so adeptly that even Zhang Zhiwei failed to perceive them. Together with Huang Boren and Su Si, the group set forth with great momentum, descending the mountain. Chapter 24. The company's underhanded schemes. I shall not partake in beef. After a day immersed in Genshin impact, Xiao Chen prepared to venture into the nightlife following dinner. This was not his own desire, but rather an invitation extended by Feng Xiaoyun. Unable to refuse such earnest hospitality, he decided to accompany her out of curiosity. After all, spending a fortune on Genshin had left him feeling rather empty. Yet, he could not help but reflect that, whether in the virtual realm or in reality, possessing wealth indeed bestows power upon individuals. Just as they were about to depart, Wind Zhenghao unexpectedly returned with Zhang Zhiwei, as well as Huang Boren and Su Si. Xiao Xianshi, are you heading out? Wind Zhenghao inquired upon spotting Xiao Chen at the entrance. Indeed, I wish to witness the splendor of the night, Xiao Chen replied, gazing into the distant night sky and the shimmering city lights, filled with contemplation. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, secretly acknowledging that Xiao Chen truly embodied the essence of a celestial being mingling with mortals. It was not until Wind Zhenghao noticed the daughter standing behind Xiao Chen that he instantly understood their intentions. If you're going to the nightclub, just say so. No need to make it sound so noble, he thought to himself. He then turned to Zhang Zhiwei, saying, Old Celestial Master, this is Xiao Chen, the esteemed Celestial Master. Zhang Zhiwei, who had been appraising Xiao Chen, smiled and nodded, saying, Xiao Xianshi, I am honored to meet you. As his words faded, Wind Zhenghao turned back to Xiao Chen, adding, Xiao Xianshi, this is the old Celestial Master I mentioned over the phone, Zhang Zhiwei. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. I have encountered Zhang Tianxia. After they exchanged pleasantries, silence enveloped the group. Wind Zhenghao was aware that this was not a suitable place for conversation, so he tentatively suggested, Xiao Xianshi, why don't we step inside and chat for a while? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen realized that their visit to the nightclub was likely off the table for the night. Coincidentally, he was also eager to discern the urgent matter that Zhang Zhiwei wished to discuss with him, and how Huang Boren and Su Si had become involved in this affair. The individuals from the company, are they truly intent on monitoring their own? Xiao Chen gazed at the two men, his expression growing somber as he inquired, Gentlemen, your presence here suggests you have matters to discuss? Upon observing Xiao Chen's displeasure, Huang Boren and Su Si exchanged glances, each reflecting the resignation in the other's eyes. It was evident that Xiao Chen harbored a distinct aversion towards the company. Master Xiao, Huang Boren chuckled awkwardly. We accompanied the old celestial master on his journey here. He subtly gestured towards Zhang Zhiwei, only to discover that this usually affable old celestial master had chosen to ignore them entirely. In truth, it was not entirely unjustifiable for Zhang Zhiwei to disregard the two. Their descent from the mountain was somewhat coerced. He had intended to host the Luo Tian Grand ritual to safeguard his disciple, Zhang Chulan. However, Huang Boren's words had nearly thwarted his efforts. As a Taoist, Zhang Zhiwei refrained from delivering a reprimanding slap in that moment, which could be considered a testament to his remarkable temperament. Now, witnessing Xiao Chen's disdain towards them, he felt no inclination to advocate on their behalf. Yet, being the old celestial master, he was not so petty. While he harbored some grievances, they were not exclusively due to this incident. His descent from the mountain was primarily to ascertain the true nature of Xiao Chen. Should he side with the company and incite animosity, he would undoubtedly be expelled, rendering his journey futile. Thus, he resolved to adopt an attitude of indifference, allowing Huang Boren and Su Si to drift away like leaves in the wind. At that moment, observing Zhang Zhiwei's silence, Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Even the old celestial master had moments of nonchalance. Gentlemen, I agreed to meet with Master Zhang, not the two of you. The night has grown late. It would be prudent for you to return. After all, the darkness of the night can be perilous. As he concluded, Xiao Chen's tone had undeniably darkened. Huang Boren and Su Si felt a tightening in their chests, their faces reflecting a profound sense of dejection. Since Master Xiao does not welcome us, we shall take our leave, Huang Boren stated, casting a lingering glance at Zhang Zhiwei, subtly reminding him not to forget the purpose of their visit. Zhang Zhiwei stroked his beard in acknowledgement. With this, the two turned to depart. Wind Zhenghao, who had remained silent until now, gestured for them to enter, saying, Master Xiao, Old Celestial Master, let us proceed inside to converse. Upon receiving nods from the two, he led the way up to the second-floor study of the villa. Gentlemen, this room is quiet, and we shall not be disturbed. Wind Zhenghao opened the door, standing at the threshold without any intention of entering himself. The two did not hesitate, stepping inside and closing the door behind them. As Wind Zhenghao gazed at the firmly shut door, a sense of disappointment washed over him. Clearly, Xiao Chen did not regard him as one of his own. Simultaneously, he began to reflect earnestly on his own conduct, wondering if he had erred in some way. For he could not shake the feeling that a significant chasm lay between himself and Xiao Chen. Could it be that Xiao Chen has already discerned Wind Zhenghao's intention to prevent him from participating in the Luo Tian Grand Ritual? This thought tightened Wind Zhenghao's heart. Simultaneously, memories surged in his mind of what Xiao Chen once said, that he was a person of many virtues, yet overly astute in his scheming. In that instant, Wind Zhenghao felt a sudden clarity, comprehending the true essence of those words. It appears I must indeed alter my attitude towards Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, in the study, Xiao Chen and Zhang Zhiwei sat facing each other. Master Zhang, may I inquire why you summoned me? Zhang Zhiwei did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before slowly asking, Xiao Xianshi, I have heard from Director Huang that you possess the ability to summon deities. Is this true? To this, Xiao Chen did not conceal the truth, readily nodding in affirmation. Indeed, I can summon them. Although Zhang Zhiwei was already aware, hearing the confirmation from Xiao Chen's own lips still astonished him. After a few seconds of internal tumult, he managed to regain his composure and spoke again. Might I have the fortune to witness a deity with my own eyes? Upon hearing his desire to meet a deity, Xiao Chen lightly tapped the table, regarding him with a half-smile, and remarked, Master Zhang, you traveled great distances to seek me. Solely for this? Zhang Zhiwei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. While his desire to see a deity was genuine, his primary aim was to gauge the authenticity of Xiao Chen's claims to determine whether the Luo Tian Grand Ritual should proceed. However, he could sense that Xiao Chen had perceived some underlying intentions. After a brief hesitation, he decided to forego further circumlocution and stated directly, Xiao Xianshi, to be candid, I have come to ascertain whether you can truly summon deities. This concerns whether my Taoist temple can continue hosting the Luo Tian Grand Ritual. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's brow furrowed tightly. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly deduced the underlying reason. Was it the company again? Were they concerned that I might summon a deity in public, thereby disrupting the entire realm of supernatural beings? These individuals are truly intent on keeping a close watch on me. It seems I should have a conversation with Xiao Fangshu tomorrow. Chapter 25. Xiao Chen's Promises. I can summon the ancestors of the Zhengyi sect. Xiao Chen regarded Zhang Zhiwei, his calm demeanor concealing his thoughts. Zhang Zhiwei, understanding the gravity of the situation, chose not to interrupt, patiently awaiting Xiao Chen's words. After a full half-minute had passed, Xiao Chen finally spoke. Master Zhang, you wish to meet a deity, but now is not the appropriate time. Zhang Zhiwei was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting confusion as he asked, why? Is it inconvenient? Xiao Chen shook his head and began to elaborate. Summoning a deity is not as simple as it seems. It is akin to playing a game. I possess the necessary skills. Why don't we do this? You return and proceed with the Luo Tian Grand Ritual as planned. I, too, shall participate. Once the Grand Assembly concludes, I will summon a deity for you to observe. How does that sound? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Zhiwei instantly comprehended Xiao Chen's intention. After all this time, he simply wished to partake in the grand event of the Luo Tian Dajiao. Zhang Zhiwei's expression revealed his predicament, and he did not readily acquiesce. Simultaneously, he felt a profound bewilderment as to why Xiao Chen was so insistent on attending this Luo Tian Dajiao. What allure did this event hold for Master Xiao? Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, offered a serene smile and articulated the carefully prepared explanation. Such a magnificent gathering allows one to appreciate the strengths of various schools, which would greatly enhance my understanding of celestial techniques. Upon hearing this rationale, Zhang Zhiwei suddenly felt as though he were being duped by a charlatan. After all, isn't mastery dependent on oneself? How could observing others' techniques contribute to personal growth? Most significantly, since he had already cultivated celestial arts, what relevance did the practices of ordinary mortals hold? Little did he know that the assistance Xiao Chen referred to was solely about engaging in combat with the contestants. He was indeed determined to challenge Zhang Zhiwei, but one cannot abandon the harvest, can they? If he were to summon Nezha directly and defeat Zhang Zhiwei, his cultivation would undoubtedly surge. However, such an act would also spread like wildfire. When it came time to confront others thereafter, they would likely surrender without a fight. Even if a few madmen dared to challenge him, it would hardly quench his thirst for advancement. Thus, he planned to first reap the benefits of the Luo Tian Dajiao, and then, depending on the circumstances, consider challenging Zhang Zhiwei. Regrettably, Zhang Zhiwei was oblivious to Xiao Chen's true thoughts. Otherwise, he could only imagine the expression that would grace his face. At this moment, after hearing Xiao Chen's words, he let out a slight sigh and said, Master Xiao, forgive my bluntness. If you were to publicly summon deities to battle at the Luo Tian Dajiao, I fear the event itself would be rendered impossible. The implications of such an occurrence on the realm of extraordinary beings are far too significant. the descent of deities would undoubtedly upend the entire world. In response to this statement, Xiao Chen smiled and replied, if I wished for the masses to know of the deity's descent, even if the Tianxia mansion were to forego hosting this Luo Tian Dajiao, I could still achieve that. Thus, the disclosure of divine matters is entirely independent of the Luo Tian Dajiao and rests solely in my hands. This declaration served not only to clarify the facts, but also carried an implicit threat. If Zhang Zhiwei were to heed the counsel of the company and cancel the Luo Tian Dajiao, then it would be better for everyone to overturn the table, for I, Xiao Chen, would truly summon the deities before the public eye. Zhang Zhiwei naturally discerned the underlying meaning of his words and promptly stroked his beard with a smile, saying, should Master Xiao insist upon this course of action, there is little I can do. The Tianxia mansion merely seeks to secure its existence amidst the chaos. His words were not mere formalities. They reflected his genuine thoughts. Although Zhang Zhiwei was concerned for the world, he recognized the necessity of operating within his capabilities. If Xiao Chen could indeed summon deities, what could he do to impede such a momentous event? Did he truly believe that his esteemed position could rival that of an ancient deity? Furthermore, regarding the grand ritual of Luo Tian, he resolutely abandoned any intention of holding it, lest chaos descend upon the world, originating from within his esteemed Tianxia mansion. As for the future, whatever transpires is of no consequence to him. He can no longer intervene. Upon witnessing his resolute demeanor, Xiao Chen felt a pang of discomfort in his head. With the grand ritual of Luo Tian not being held, would he then have to visit each sect to challenge them? Although this was indeed a course of action, it would be exceedingly laborious. Yet, with both parties entrenched in a stalemate, yielding was not an option for him. Very well, if that is your stance, there is no need for further discussion. Starting tomorrow, I shall visit each sect in turn to observe their techniques. Xiao Chen transformed into a brash rogue, exuding an air of one intent on conquering the world. Surprisingly, Zhang Zhiwei did not contest this notion. Rather, he nodded in strong agreement, stating that it was indeed a viable approach. Hearing this, a slight twitch formed at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. Truly, you are worthy of being a Taoist. When it comes to being single-minded, you are even more ruthless than I. At that moment, a thought flickered in Xiao Chen's mind, prompting him to shake his head and sigh. What a pity. This remark drew a puzzled glance from Zhang Zhiwei, who listened as Xiao Chen continued. I had originally intended to invite your esteemed ancestor, Zhang Daoling, to descend after the grand ritual of Luo Tian to impart teachings to you. Since the old master is unappreciative, let it be. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Zhiwei's previously calm demeanor was abruptly shaken, and he stared at Xiao Chen in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he incredulously asked, You say you can summon the ancestral master? Observing Zhang Zhiwei's astonished reaction, Xiao Chen felt a sense of satisfaction within, yet maintained a facade of tranquility, responding with certainty, indeed. Although this reply consisted of mere 2 words, it resonated like thunder, exploding in Zhang Zhiwei's ears. He sprang to his feet, his pupils contracting sharply, his breath becoming rapid as he raised his voice. You truly can summon the ancestral master. It is well known that Zhang Daoling is not only the founding master of the Jingyi sect, but also a legendary figure within Taoism. According to legend, Zhang Daoling received teachings from the Supreme Old Lord, attained immortality, and possessed unparalleled divine powers. For centuries, disciples of the Jingyi sect have revered him as a deity. To them, this ancestor has become a matter of faith. Yet now, Xiao Chen boldly claims that he can summon this venerable figure. Witnessing Zhang Zhiwei's fervent excitement, Xiao Chen calmly gestured for him to take a seat, advising, remain composed. If I can further advance in my understanding of the techniques, even the 3 pure ones could be invited to your Tianxia mansion. Such a statement was indeed one that could astound. Zhang Zhiwei, who instinctively moved to sit, felt as if scalded, abruptly rising once more. A pair of eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Xiao Chen with a mixture of suspicion and disbelief. You, young man, are not attempting to spin fanciful tales, are you? The mere descent of the ancestral celestial master is already astonishing enough. Now, with such audacity, you dare to claim you could summon even the 3 pure ones. If I continue this conversation, will you be inviting the Jade Emperor next? Chapter 26, A Fortuitous Mistake. Summoning by Wu Chang. Before meeting Xiao Chen, Zhang Zhiwei had a straightforward intention, to ascertain the truth of his capabilities, to determine if he could indeed summon deities. Should he succeed, he would promptly cancel the grand ritual of the heavenly court and withdraw from the affairs of the otherworldly realm, seeking refuge in the impending chaos. Conversely, if he could not, he would merely stretch his legs and continue devising plans concerning Zhang Chulan. Yet, Xiao Chen's mere words threw him into utter disarray. As a celestial master of the Zhengyi sect, to claim he had no desire to meet Zhang Daoling would be a blatant falsehood. However, if he were to acquiesce, it would necessitate complying with Xiao Chen's wishes to hold the grand ritual of the heavenly court. At that juncture, summoning a true immortal publicly would incite chaos, and the celestial master's estate would bear the brunt of the blame. Even if he were to truly encounter the ancestral celestial master, he would find it impossible to face him. Of course, all of this hinged on whether Xiao Chen could genuinely summon the celestial beings. Xiao Xianshi, you have presented me with quite the conundrum, Zhang Zhiwei lamented, quickly regaining his composure after the initial shock. Xiao Chen, noticing his wavering resolve, chuckled and said, Master Zhang, your concerns mirror those of the company. It is merely the public witnessing my summoning of deities. How about this? During the grand ritual, I shall not summon any gods. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Zhiwei's eyes as he replied, Oh? So you mean to say that aside from summoning deities, you can also summon others? Xiao Chen smiled nonchalantly, declaring with pride, With my sword aimed at the heavens, I can summon true immortals. With my feet firmly on the ground, I can command the spirits of the underworld. Moreover, amidst this vast expanse, there are also demons and divine cauldrons to assist. In the realms of the 3 worlds and 6 paths, nothing is beyond my reach. They shall heed my call. Is this truly your celestial art? Zhang Zhiwei exclaimed in disbelief. Throughout history, he had never encountered such brazen techniques. So, you intend to exert no effort yourself and merely seek others to do your bidding? Yet, Xiao Chen's words genuinely astonished him. He could not fathom how this young man could summon all manner of spirits, demons, and gods with the mere body of a mortal. Could it be that Xiao Chen truly possessed celestial arts? Unlike Wind Zhenghao, who might question if it was one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, Zhang Zhiwei held the title of Celestial Master, which granted him insight into their origins. Thus, he was certain that Xiao Chen's abilities bore no relation to the 8 extraordinary techniques. Xiao Xianshi's prowess is indeed breathtaking. Zhang Zhiwei sighed, then continued, Yet, as the saying goes, seeing is believing. Master Xiao unexpectedly expressed a willingness to reveal the capabilities of this celestial technique. Might I, the elder, witness it with my own eyes? Though his tone remained serene, the underlying skepticism in his words was unmistakable. Initially, Xiao Chen's boasts were extravagant, filled with grandiose claims. He spoke of summoning the ancestral master Zhang Daoling of the Zhengyi sect and invoked the myriad beings of the 3 realms and 6 paths. Yet, after such lengthy discourse, there was naught but empty rhetoric, leaving one to wonder if the young man was merely indulging in idle bravado. Had I, the century-old celestial master, descended from the mountain merely to listen to your bluster? Perceiving the moment was ripe, Xiao Chen understood that without demonstrating his prowess, he could not quell Zhang Zhiwei's doubts. He promptly raised his sword and intoned, Step upon the Yin Pass, heed the command of the underworld. I summon Zhang Jingqing, the 64th celestial master of the celestial master's abode, to arrive swiftly. Upon hearing this incantation, Zhang Zhiwei stood frozen, astonished. He had not anticipated that Xiao Chen would summon his master so abruptly. At that instant, he felt a chilling aura emanating from beneath his feet. A bone-chilling cold that stirred an inexplicable sense of dread in his heart, as if a terrifying presence had suddenly manifested within the room. He hastily glanced around, yet perceived nothing out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, Wind Zhenghao and his 2 children, within the villa, also sensed a sudden drop in temperature. Particularly, Wind Zhenghao and Feng Xingtong, both adept at summoning spirits, discerned that this chilling presence was indeed Yin energy. Wind Zhenghao quickly realized that such potent Yin energy could only mean that Xiao Chen had summoned a spectral envoy from the underworld. Had Master Xiao and Zhang Zhiwei's conversation soured? His heart sank as he contemplated the closed door, his mind racing with thoughts on how to proceed should a conflict arise between the 2. Should he stand by and observe quietly or assist Xiao Chen in confronting the elder master? However, during his contemplation, an awkward situation unfolded within the study. Instead of the summoned Zhang Jingqing, a tall, slender man clad in white, with a long tongue and a pallid complexion, appeared. A tall hat adorned his head, emblazoned with the words wealth at first sight. His visage was marked by a broad smile as he surveyed the 2 occupants of the room. Zhang Zhiwei's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at this sight. As a practitioner of the Tao, he immediately recognized the spectral figure before him. It was none other than the White Impermanence, Xie Bian, one of the 10 eminent Yin generals of the underworld. But were these not mere legends? How could Xiao Chen have truly summoned him? Zhang Zhiwei's expression shifted dramatically, his wide eyes betraying a look of terror. The smile of the white impermanence sent shivers down the spine of this seasoned elder, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Yet, just as he was engulfed in shock, the gaze of the white impermanence shifted from him to rest upon Xiao Chen. As soon as he spoke, a shrill and piercing voice echoed. Zhang Jingqing has long since been reincarnated and is no longer in the underworld. If you wish to seek him, you must find another way. With that, the figure flicked the morning staff in his hand and gradually vanished from sight. However, just before disappearing, Xiao Chen hastily rose and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Seventh Master. Yet, internally, he was taken aback. He had merely intended to summon Zhang Jingqing to quell Zhang Zhiwei, and instead, he received an unexpected surprise. The fact that the white impermanence had personally come to inform him of Zhang Jingqing's reincarnation was astonishing. Most importantly, while the visit from the white impermanence was inconsequential, it almost drained him entirely. One must understand that his cultivation was still only in its teenage years. Inviting a messenger from the underworld demanded considerable chi energy. To have an commander appear directly without being utterly exhausted was a testament to the strength of the Xiao family's ancestors in the afterlife. After all, unlike Nezha, who was intrinsically bound to him and required no energy expenditure to summon. Yet, to prevent Zhang Zhiwei from noticing any signs of weakness, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He was acutely aware that vulnerabilities must never be revealed before others. At that moment, Zhang Zhiwei was deeply shaken upon seeing the white impermanence. Entirely oblivious to Xiao Chen's peculiarities, his mind was preoccupied with a grave dilemma. Should he cancel the grand ritual of Luo Tian, or proceed as planned to welcome the heavenly master? In the tranquil study, heavy breaths filled the silence. Zhang Zhiwei stood frozen, gazing at Xiao Chen in utter astonishment. His mind was consumed by the visage of the white impermanence. Although the figure had already departed, he remained in a daze. Xiao Chen, suppressing his internal weakness, maintained a silent gaze with Zhang Zhiwei. A full minute elapsed before any movement occurred. Was that the white impermanence you mentioned earlier? Zhang Zhiwei rasped, feigning ignorance, clearly still in shock and struggling to regain his composure. Indeed, that was one of the 10 great commanders of the underworld, Xiao Chen answered calmly, providing a definitive response. Zhang Zhiwei slightly parted his lips, his astonished gaze turning exceedingly complex. He realized that the appearance of the white impermanence had indeed confirmed that Xiao Chen possessed the ability to summon deities. Such an extraordinary capability was not only awe-inspiring, but also deeply unsettling. He became acutely aware that this world had been irrevocably redefined. What the future held was beyond his judgment, and he felt powerless to intervene. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly recalled Xiao Chen's earlier statement about being able to summon the heavenly master to impart teachings. This revelation struck his heart like a heavy blow. Should the grand ritual of Luo Tian proceed as usual? Yet, this thought was but a fleeting moment. Zhang Zhiwei forcibly calmed the tempest within him, striving to organize his chaotic thoughts. After a full minute, he let out a soft sigh and spoke. Master Xiao, the matter of the grand ritual of Luo Tian is no longer within my authority to decide. I believe you are aware that the descent of deities is a monumental event, not just for the realm of the extraordinary, but for the entire world. The company will certainly not approve of it. His words clearly indicated that the primary obstacle to hosting the grand ritual of Luo Tian was not Zhang Zhiwei himself, but the company. This was not due to a lack of integrity on his part. He would willingly sacrifice the company to meet his ancestor, Zhang Daoling. However, upon encountering the Yin God, Bai Wuchang, he understood that there was no longer anyone capable of balancing the presence of Xiao Chen. Even he, the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, could not achieve this. The emergence of Xiao Chen would undoubtedly alter the very fabric of existence, an inevitability that no one could thwart. In Taoist belief, this is regarded as the will of heaven. Since the will of heaven is thus, why should one act against it? The world operates under the law of causality, and humanity is no exception. Heaven has its decrees, and humans possess their fates. All things in the universe are bound by this principle. Those of frail destiny find it difficult to accomplish great deeds, for even a lifetime of scheming is destined to yield nothing. Conversely, those favored by fate, even when faced with peril, will invariably turn calamity into safety. An unintentional act may possess the power to transform the entire world. Clearly, Xiao Chen belongs to the latter category, and the weight of his destiny transcends Zhang Zhiwei's imagination. Thus, he uttered those words. Of course, Zhang Zhiwei was no saint, nor was he devoid of personal desires. After all, he truly wished to meet the venerable Zhang Daoling. However, the cost of hosting this grand ritual of Luo Tian was indeed quite steep. One could not allow the centuries-old Taoist headquarters to become a site of chaos merely for the sake of meeting an ancestor. Therefore, he shifted the responsibility onto the company, contemplating the possibility of relocating the venue. Xiao Chen, though not discerning the depths of this reasoning, grasped the most rudimentary implication. Zhang Zhiwei was essentially conveying that if he could persuade the company, then the grand ritual of Luo Tian could indeed proceed as planned. Very well. I shall personally approach the company tomorrow regarding this matter, Xiao Chen declared, nonchalantly seating himself in a chair. Coincidentally, he had already intended to visit the company the following day to meet Zhao Fengxiu, and he would take this opportunity to address the issue. As for Zhao Fengxiu's potential disagreement, he was genuinely curious to see if dismantling the company might provoke any relevant authorities. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Zhiwei silently mourned for the company for 3 seconds before responding. Since Master Xiao has made a decision, I shall refrain from further troubling you. I will remain here for the next few days, awaiting news from you. Upon his farewell, Xiao Chen gave a slight nod and remarked, by tomorrow at the latest, there shall surely be news. Noting the unpleasant tone in his voice, Zhang Zhiwei's lips involuntarily twitched. Such words hardly conveyed a sense of negotiation. Should I perhaps visit the company tomorrow? Yet, upon further reflection, he decided against wading through this murky water. He was uncertain of his own Tianxia mansion's future and had little inclination to concern himself with the company's fate. Moreover, even if he wished to intervene, he would be powerless to do so, should he truly provoke Xiao Chen. Summoning Zhang Daoling to confront him would lead to utter humiliation. Better to kneel and pay respects to the ancestors instead. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, Zhang Zhiwei performed a respectful bow and then turned to leave. As he opened the door, Wind Zhenghao, who had been waiting at the entrance, smiled and inquired, "Is the venerable master departing?" Zhang Zhiwei regarded him with a meaningful glance and replied with a smile, "Indeed, I have discussed everything necessary with Master Xiao. Feng will take care of matters." As he spoke, Zhang Zhiwei winked at Wind Zhenghao, subtly signaling something. Wind Zhenghao, taken aback momentarily, quickly grasped that Zhang Zhiwei had something to discuss with him. However, as he had not overheard the conversation between the two within, he was unaware of the venerable master's sudden intent. What if it pertains to Xiao Chen? A flicker of hesitation crossed Wind Zhenghao's expression as he glanced past Zhang Zhiwei toward Xiao Chen, who seemed engrossed in meditation, offering them no attention. He then nodded and said, "Very well, venerable master, allow me to escort you." Hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei smiled and acknowledged, "Your assistance is much appreciated, Feng." Turning back briefly to glance at Xiao Chen, who remained seated with closed eyes, he chose not to disturb him and proceeded outside. Wind Zhenghao stood at the doorway, respectfully stating, "Master Xiao, I shall return shortly." He then gently closed the door and followed closely behind Zhang Zhiwei. The two made their way out of the villa and arrived at the entrance, where a business vehicle awaited them. Upon closer inspection, Wind Zhenghao was startled to find Huang Boren, who had long since departed, seated inside. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that Zhang Zhiwei likely summoned him to discuss matters concerning the Luo Tian Jiao. However, his perspective on this issue had shifted dramatically. Previously, he had sought to obstruct it, fearing that Xiao Chen's departure from the Tianxia Society would deprive him of celestial fortune. Now, he yearned to leave a favorable impression on Xiao Chen, demonstrating through his actions that the Tianxia Society was his most loyal supporter. Regardless of the circumstances, even if it meant opposing the world, he would steadfastly stand by Xiao Chen's side. Only in this manner could the Feng family hope to ascend to the ranks of the immortal sex. Thus, a resolution had formed within Wind Zhenghao's heart. Even if Zhang Zhiwei intended to withdraw from the Luo Tian Jiao, he would personally fund its organization and ensure its success. Chapter 28. Wind Zhenghao's counsel. You cannot hinder Master Xiao. With a resolute heart, Wind Zhenghao silently followed Zhang Zhiwei into the luxury vehicle. As soon as they boarded, the eager Huang Boren in the passenger seat could not contain his curiosity. "Old master, what news do you bring?" Su Si, seated in the driver's seat, also exhibited an anxious expression. Zhang Zhiwei stroked his beard and sighed softly. "I just encountered Bai Wuchang." This revelation caused Huang Boren and Su Si to widen their eyes in astonishment, their faces reflecting shock. Could it be the ominous energy from earlier? Huang Boren exclaimed, his expression riddled with uncertainty. Although he and Su Si were in the vehicle, they could still sense the terrifying aura emanating from the villa. Even the tranquil earth seemed to stir with fierce winds, and what was most unsettling was that these gusts carried a faint sound of wailing, reminiscent of the mournful cries of hellish spirits. Indeed, Zhang Zhiwei nodded slightly and turned to Wind Zhenghao. "President Feng, have you seen anything else?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Huang Boren and Su Si turned their gaze toward him. Wind Zhenghao glanced at the three men and pondered momentarily before responding. A few days ago, Master Xiao summoned a ghostly envoy, jesting that I should capture souls. Recalling that scene, he couldn't help but smile wryly. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew heavy as the three exchanged solemn glances. Old Master, does this mean that it is indeed true that Xiao Chen can summon deities? Su Si asked gravely. Zhang Zhiwei did not respond verbally, but nodded emphatically. Huang Boran and Su Si exchanged a glance, their expressions becoming increasingly complex. Now that even Zhang Zhiwei had acknowledged Xiao Chen's ability to summon gods, the reality of the situation was undeniable. The identity of that Nezha figure was no longer in question. However, it was precisely this confirmation that rendered the forthcoming events even more foreboding. A multitude of concerns swiftly emerged. From where did Xiao Chen acquire such methods? What were his intentions? Would he truly exploit his abilities to create chaos in the realm of the extraordinary? How would future extraordinary beings react upon learning of the existence of deities? This cascade of inquiries left the two men feeling suffocated. Reflecting on Xiao Chen's approach to the company, they even entertained thoughts of resigning. After all, Xiao Chen's presence had transcended the company's control. In the face of deities, what significance would the company hold? It was evident who would wield power in the forthcoming realm of the extraordinary. Yet, at that moment, Wind Zhenghao, observing the astonishment on Huang Boran's face, felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Despite the Tianxia Group's valuation of 300 billion and his own status as one of the 10 leaders in the realm of the extraordinary, he could not shake off this feeling. However, due to its relatively short establishment period and lack of profound heritage, it is not to say that the company has not opened its eyes to the situation, but they have certainly not taken it seriously. He could even sense that with the emergence of Zhang Chulan, those possessing the 8 extraordinary skills would inevitably become the target of renewed scrutiny. In such a tumultuous era, the company would never allow the dissemination of such knowledge. The most dignified outcome would be to ensure that the 8 extraordinary skills would cease with their generation, forbidding any continuation of the legacy. Although this has yet to come to pass, Wind Zhenghao has already contemplated this eventuality and prepared himself to comply before Xiao Chen's arrival. Even if he felt a sense of injustice in his heart, he was left with no choice. After all, his strength was not sufficient. Yet now, observing their trepidation while discussing Xiao Chen, Wind Zhenghao felt an indescribable satisfaction. He could not help but secretly marvel at the advantages of possessing absolute power. With my singular strength, I can dictate the world, unbothered by the opinions of others. Even if I were to create a rift in the heavens, I could stand atop the firmament and laugh heartily. With this thought, even at the age of 50, he felt his blood surge with fervor, and his resolve to seek the path of immortality grew ever more steadfast. At that moment, Zhang Zhiwei, sensing the fluctuations in his emotions, turned to him and inquired, "Feng Chang, have you thought of something?" Wind Zhenghao quickly returned to his senses, suppressing the excitement within, and replied with a chuckle, "What does the esteemed master refer to?" Zhang Zhiwei, noticing his distracted demeanor, hesitated slightly and asked, "For instance, have you met Xiao Chen or any other deities?" "I have not encountered them," Wind Zhenghao replied candidly, then fell silent. The others in the vehicle also noticed that he seemed reluctant to divulge too much information about Xiao Chen. Zhang Zhiwei chose not to dwell on the matter, shifting his attention to Huang Boran. "By the way, Director Huang, regarding the matter of the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony." Before he could finish, Huang Boran interjected with a definitive answer, "Esteemed master, the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony cannot proceed." Hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei nodded slightly, his expression turning grave as he remarked, "Director Huang, you may not be aware, but during my conversation with Xiao Chen, this topic was also brought up. I sought to ascertain his true intentions for participating in the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. He informed me that it was to witness the strengths of various schools and observe their respective techniques to enhance his own cultivation. He even specifically told me that if this ceremony were not to take place, he would personally visit each sect to seek their teachings." Upon reaching this juncture, Zhang Zhiwei refrained from continuing, as the implications were already abundantly clear. "If your company wishes to prevent me from hosting the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony, then you will need to devise a means to stop Xiao Chen yourselves. After all, I have conveyed all that needs to be said. The remaining matters are beyond my control." Indeed, upon hearing this, both Huang Boran and Su Si's expressions shifted dramatically. Did he truly say that? Huang Boran asked, astonished. Zhang Zhiwei nodded, affirming each word. This statement immediately overwhelmed Huang Boran. How could Xiao Chen be so troublesome? Was this grand ceremony truly unavoidable? No. He must return to the company at once to inform Zhao Fangxiu. "Master, You must endure the trouble and accompany me back to convey this personally to General Zhao. Hearing Huang Boren's words, Zhang Zhiwei nonchalantly nodded, realizing that this trip was indeed inevitable. Moreover, going now was preferable to waiting until tomorrow. Seeing his agreement, Huang Boren turned to Feng Zhenghao. However, before he could speak, Feng Zhenghao interjected. Chairman Huang, I apologize, but I must attend to matters with Master Xiao. So I will not accompany you. Regarding the grand ceremony, I have a piece of advice for the company. Upon hearing this, Huang Boren was momentarily taken aback. As Feng Zhenghao continued, the issue at hand does not fundamentally rest on the grand ceremony itself, even if Master does not host it. Master Xiao would undoubtedly orchestrate an event of his own, perhaps a martial arts competition or, more directly, a gathering of celestial fates. What then shall the company do? In my humble opinion, it is better to be lenient than restrictive. If the company truly wishes to avoid a chaotic era, it should focus its gaze on those extraordinary individuals. If they remain composed, the world will too. Of course, this includes the company itself. Chapter 29. Feng Zhenghao. Please keep your distance from the company. I fear Master Xiao may misunderstand. After delivering his remarks, Feng Zhenghao disregarded Huang Boren's reaction and promptly exited the vehicle. His decisive actions clearly delineated a boundary with the company. Keep your distance from me. I fear Master Xiao may misconstrue. Huang Boren understood his implication but felt a twinge of indignation. This Feng Zhenghao truly was one to insult the chef after filling his belly, having just secured a position of favor. He turned and laid his cards on the table with the company. Only after witnessing Feng Zhenghao enter the villa did Huang Boren retract his gaze, casting a rather helpless glance at Zhang Zhiwei. Master, Feng is merely exhibiting human nature, Zhang Zhiwei remarked dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet his words held truth. In fact, he believed that Feng Zhenghao was quite courteous. He did not exploit Xiao Chen's favoritism to flaunt power over others and even offered the company a suggestion. Had he belonged to the Wang or Lu families, he might have been flaunting his status with arrogance, even refusing to acknowledge the company. After all, they were on the cusp of transcending to immortality. Who would waste words on mortals? Huang Boren understood this reality all too well, letting out a resigned sigh as he turned to Su Si and said, "Let us return to the company." Upon hearing this, Su Si immediately started the vehicle, heading towards the headquarters. Meanwhile, Feng Zhenghao returned to his study and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." After receiving Xiao Chen's permission, he opened the door and stepped inside. "Has the person been sent off?" Xiao Chen slightly raised his eyelids and casually inquired. Feng Zhenghao, with a slight bow, responded. "Aside from the old celestial master, there is also the company's director, Huang Boren. Naturally, he would not conceal this matter." Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction at his demeanor and asked, "What did they say?" Even without his inquiry, he could surmise the general content of their discussion. It was likely centered around the concerns of the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony and how he intended to address the matter. Nonetheless, he was eager to hear if there were other issues at hand. Feng Zhenghao recounted the conversation truthfully, nearly aligning with Xiao Chen's expectations. However, in the end, Feng Zhenghao adopted a hesitant expression. Observing this, Xiao Chen gently urged, "If there is something to say, please do." "Yes," Feng Zhenghao respectfully acknowledged and then expressed his thoughts. "Xiao Xianshi, are you truly participating in the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony to enhance your celestial arts?" Yet, fearing to raise Xiao Chen's suspicions, he quickly added, "I do not wish to pry into your celestial arts. I sincerely wish to assist you in resolving this matter." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Assist me? Do elaborate." Feng Zhenghao, no longer withholding, promptly stated, "Xiao Xianshi, if you genuinely wish to witness the strengths of various schools to enhance your celestial arts, you need not rely solely on the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. Although my Tianxia Association may not possess the same prestige as the Celestial Master's Office, if we were to host a martial arts tournament, many extraordinary individuals would undoubtedly participate. At that time, I would present the Feng family's inheritance, the binding spirit and summoning, as rewards. I believe it would be equally impressive as the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. What had prompted Feng Zhenghao to suddenly change his stance? Hadn't he previously sought to dissuade him from attending the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony? Now, he not only agreed but also proposed to assist in organizing a martial arts tournament, offering one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, binding spirit and summoning, as a prize. In truth, Xiao Chen had long perceived Feng Zhenghao's subtle intentions, but chose not to confront them. His prior admonitions also served as a warning. Unfortunately, it seemed the other party had not grasped the message and continued to act in opposition. leading Xiao Chen to contemplate leaving the Tianxia Association after the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. Yet, unexpectedly, Wind Zhenghao had suddenly experienced an epiphany today. Seeing him attain such awareness brought Xiao Chen genuine relief. However, he did not acquiesce outright, responding with a serene smile. Your idea is commendable, but this matter is best suited for the Celestial Master's office. As the leader of the Jingyi faction, the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony they host remains far grander. Although Xiao Chen's words were couched in politeness, Wind Zhenghao could discern the underlying implication, suggesting that the Tianxia Association's prestige would likely fail to attract a significant number of attendees, particularly those truly capable individuals. Without further ado, should Wind Zhenghao host this martial arts tournament, it is certain that the Taoist sect will abstain from participation. They are inherently disinterested in worldly affairs and would not permit their disciples to attend and seek the limelight. Consequently, Zhang Lingyu and Wang Yi, among others, would undoubtedly refrain from attending. Additionally, Zhu Guqing from the Zhuge family would similarly avoid mingling in the crowd. The Jia family, specializing in the manipulation of objects, might extend their courtesy, yet whether Jia Zhongliang, who can command 12 celestial slashing knives, would grace the event with his presence remains uncertain. The company, for safety's sake, would likely dispatch representatives, but whether they would participate in the competition or merely observe is not guaranteed. As such, the notable participants of the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony would largely be absent. Those who do attend are likely to be wanderers or disciples from various families. While they may not be devoid of skill, they certainly fall short in comparison to Zhang Lingyu and his peers. Moreover, it is crucial to note that this Luo Tian Grand Ceremony could potentially trigger an all-out assault. Apart from one of the two heroes, Ding Tianan, it can be said that the majority of the formidable experts are expected to be in attendance. Engaging in life and death battles with such individuals is what Xiao Chen values most. However, Wind Zhenghao remains oblivious to the underlying reasons, mistakenly believing that Xiao Chen is merely disinterested in the grand tournament hosted under the auspices of the Tianxia Society. He cannot help but feel a tremor of apprehension and says, Xiao Xianshi, aside from summoning spirits and commanding generals, I can also offer other rewards, such as substantial monetary prizes or even shares in the Tianxia group. His words are not mere rhetoric. He genuinely harbors such thoughts. Yet, his intentions are not so straightforward. By offering shares, who could possibly defeat Xiao Chen given his prowess? Ultimately, would not all shares of the Tianxia group end up in his possession? At that point, Xiao Chen would become a stakeholder in the Tianxia Society, irrevocably binding Feng's family to him. At this juncture, Xiao Chen regarded him with a meaningful glance and waved his hand, saying, Enough, let us not speak of this matter any further. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the headquarters of the Keteotong Company. It is time to meet Zhao Fangxiu. Wind Zhenghao was taken aback, his heart racing. What could Xiao Xianshi mean by this? Was he simply intending to intimidate, or did he wish to dismantle the company directly? Though he yearned to inquire further, he saw Xiao Chen rise, yawning with fatigue, and declare, That will be all for today. I am weary. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. With those words, he left the study and returned to his room, leaving Wind Zhenghao alone to ponder Xiao Chen's intentions. Chapter 30. The Luo Tian Grand Ceremony is confirmed. The company enters Level 1 alert. That night, the moonlight cascaded upon the earth, yet was obscured by the neon lights of the city. The Keteotong Company building was ablaze with illumination. The heads of various regions stood at the entrance of the conference room, engaging in casual conversation. It was quite late, and none could fathom the purpose behind Chairman Zhao's summons. Gao Lian, the head of the Northeast region, voiced his confusion, yet his gaze subtly drifted towards Ren Fei. As the head of the Central China region, she possessed one of the most profound backgrounds among her peers. Whenever there was a whisper of change within the company, she was invariably the first to receive the news. Ren Fei, aware of Gao Lian's scrutiny, promptly shook her head, saying, Don't look at me. I too am in the dark about this matter. Despite her words, her mind was already racing with thoughts. Could it be related to that mysterious Xiao Chen? Who exactly was this individual, capable of prompting Chairman Zhao to convene 4 board meetings within the span of 3 days? This time, even the heads of all major regions had been urgently summoned. Just as her mind was swirling with questions, Liao Zhong from the South China region grinned and said, Xiao Fei, why not share a hint with us? The others turned their gazes towards her, their eyes pleading for information. Seeing their eager expressions, Ren Fei could only shake her head in resignation. Please don't pressure me. Su Si, the newly appointed regional head, knows more than I do. You might as well ask him when he comes out. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. Hao Yi, the head of the Southwest region, chuckled and remarked, Though I haven't interacted much with Xiao Si, I can tell he is quite astute. While I'm not sure what has transpired, the atmosphere suggests a significant event is unfolding. Without the consent of those inside, Xiao Si won't divulge a single detail. The rest nodded in agreement, especially Rin Fei, who resonated deeply with his sentiment. Since her first entry into the conference room to deliver documents to Zhao Fengxiu, she had specifically sought out Su Si for information. Yet he merely shrugged and evaded her inquiries, leaving her with no useful insights, only a whirlwind of speculation. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open abruptly. The engaged chatter ceased as everyone turned their attention to see Su Si stepping out with a playful remark. How go? Speaking ill of others behind their backs could jeopardize our camaraderie. Realizing Su Si had overheard his previous comment, Hao Yi sheepishly scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. I have this minor flaw of always speaking my mind. Su Si merely smiled in response and then addressed the group. All right. I know you're all eager to discover what is happening. Please, come in. Chairman Zhao has an announcement to make. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the gathered individuals sparkled with anticipation, and they hastily made their way into the conference room. Upon entering the room, I was taken aback to see not only the company directors, but also the esteemed Master Zhang Zhiwei seated at the conference table. The presence of such a remarkable figure from the realm of otherworldly beings raised numerous questions. What could have transpired to warrant such an assembly? The regional leaders, though silent, settled into their respective seats. Once Su Si had taken his place, Zhao Fengxiu turned his gaze towards the assembly, gradually articulating, before I divulge the matter at hand, I must request your cooperation. With that, he glanced at Zhang Zhiwei, who nodded in acknowledgement and approached the newcomers. Seizing the moment, Zhao Fengxiu addressed the perplexed audience once more, stating, Fear not. I have merely requested the master to impose a restriction upon you all, to prevent any inadvertent leaks of information. Rest assured, this restriction will likely be short-lived and will not cause you any inconvenience or harm. As his words faded, Zhang Zhiwei approached the first individual, raising his hand to manifest a golden light, which entered the body of Dou Lu, the head of the East China region. In an instant, Dou Li's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief, for within this restriction lay information pertaining to Xiao Chen. Is this true, Mr. Zhao? Dou Lu stammered, his voice thick with incredulity. Zhao Fengxiu adjusted his glasses, responding with gravity, It is indeed true. The remaining leaders, still untouched by the restriction, appeared utterly bewildered until Zhang Zhiwei had completed his circuit, imposing the restriction upon each of them. In that moment, the regional heads were overwhelmed, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Eyes wide open as if witnessing a ghost, Zhao Fengxiu then resumed speaking. Now that you are all informed, I shall discuss the matter of the Luo Tian Grand Rite. According to Xiao Chen, his participation is driven by a desire to perfect his celestial techniques. In light of this, the company has resolved to discreetly recruit skilled practitioners from various factions to engage in a contest with him, all while placing the same restrictions upon these individuals. This approach will not only obscure the occurrence of celestial beings, but also fulfill Xiao Chen's wish to compete with the best. As for the venue, it will be located in a derelict stronghold within the North China region. In the coming days, Su Si will lead a team to restore the site and implement all necessary measures. I urge each of you to bring along your temporary staff and ensure proper precautionary measures are in place. At this juncture, his gaze sharpened, his tone growing more intense. However, remember this. Under no circumstances is anyone permitted to disclose even a whisper regarding celestial beings. Not your temporary staff, nor your family members are to speak of it. Should I discover any breaches of this confidentiality, the punishment will be death. In conclusion, Zhao Fengxiu's words were imbued with an unmistakable authority and lethal intent, instantly casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere in the conference room. Everyone present could discern that this time, Zhao Fengxiu was genuinely intent on bloodshed. Yet, amid the palpable tension, Director Su Ying suddenly interjected, saying, Do not bear too much burden. This is merely for precautionary measures. As long as you remain silent, nothing will occur. Should any information leak in the future, the restrictions imposed upon you will also vanish. However, as soon as her words fell, Zhao Fengxiu seized the moment, his tone grave as he stated, Until the information is disclosed, every employee within the company must maintain a state of heightened alertness, ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances arising from a potential leak. If questioned by subordinates, inform them that it is for the sake of preventing all contingencies. We will also ensure that this information is disseminated. Chapter 31. Xiao Chen, my affairs require no decision from your company. On the morning of the chosen day, after having breakfast, Xiao Chen arrived at the entrance of the villa. Wind Zhenghao, having prepared the vehicle in advance, personally took on the role of chauffeur, driving Xiao Chen towards the headquarters of the company. Master Xiao, Feng Jinghao began. I received word this morning that the company has decided to hold the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony, but the location has been changed to a certain abandoned stronghold. Although the event is still under the aegis of the Tianxia Mansion, all arrangements for the competition have now been taken over by the company. Furthermore, there is an intriguing development. The company's public rationale for the sudden venue change is to ensure the prevention of any contingencies. Seated in the back, Xiao Chen's expression turned contemplative upon hearing this news. He was not surprised that Feng Jinghao was privy to such information. It would indeed be peculiar if a colossal organization like the Tianxia Society lacked such intelligence capabilities. Zhao Fengxiu, it seemed, was rather intriguing. Xiao Chen scoffed lightly, opting to remain silent while contemplating Feng Jinghao's words. The series of maneuvers undertaken by the company undeniably suggested a compromise, yet it fell short of being thorough. They were still making efforts to conceal the fact that they could summon deities, placing the blame on all contingencies. Of course, while it may seem like scapegoating, it was not entirely unjustified, as historically, the contingencies had indeed caused considerable uproar. However, these matters held little concern for Xiao Chen. His sole interest lay in the company's alteration of the venue for the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony, setting aside the possibility that this action might embolden the contingencies to wreak havoc at the Tianxia Mansion. The mere fact that he could not gain experience points from them was enough for Xiao Chen to resolutely object. Therefore, he had already devised a plan on how to discuss this with Zhao Fengxiu. As Feng Jinghao drove, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Chen's sardonic smile in the rearview mirror, which stirred a sense of confusion within him. It was peculiar. Had not the company already agreed to host the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony? How does Master Xiao appear to be still dissatisfied? Feng Jinghao drove quietly. Yet his mind was preoccupied with discerning Xiao Chen's thoughts, anxious to avoid saying something amiss once they arrived at the company, thereby inadvertently causing harm despite good intentions. However, throughout the journey, he remained perplexed by the underlying reasons. Upon reaching the company entrance, he cautiously inquired, Master Xiao, is there anything you need me to do shortly? Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before slowly responding, when I bring down the company building later, you must remember to flee swiftly. Having uttered this, Xiao Chen opened the door and exited the vehicle, leaving Feng Jinghao in a state of bewilderment. Was Master Xiao here today to demolish the company? This notion sent his heart racing to his throat. With a celestial being protecting him, Xiao Chen naturally feared no retribution from the company or the formidable entity behind it. Yet, Feng Jinghao could not withstand such repercussions. Even with Xiao Chen's protection, it merely ensured the Feng family's safety. The vast enterprise he had painstakingly built over a lifetime was bound to face dire consequences. Of course, should he succeed in obtaining celestial methods, he would be indifferent to the family fortune. However, the pressing matter remained. Xiao Chen had yet to provide a definitive answer regarding his willingness to include the Feng family in his plans. This thought left Feng Jinghao feeling uncertain, fearing that if Xiao Chen truly severed ties with the company, he might also abandon the Feng family. At that point, he would lose everything, facing utter devastation. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself, opened the door, and followed suit. He had resolved to engage in a high-stakes gamble. Even if he ultimately lost, he could simply concede and start anew. In a more tragic scenario, the entire Feng family might have to relinquish their ancestral skills and surrender their traditional methods of summoning spirits. Although they might never rise again, at least they would not face complete ruin. Nonetheless, this was the worst-case scenario. Should he win the gamble, the Feng family would ascend to great heights, commanding winds and rains at will. At that moment, not only would the various sects of the otherworld pale in comparison, but even the corporate giants would be of little concern. In essence, by taking this step, he would be straddling the line between paradise and perdition. Life or death would ultimately rest upon Xiao Chen's decisions. Meanwhile, upon reaching the company entrance and noticing Feng Jinghao following him, Xiao Chen smiled and remarked, "Are you truly intent on entering with me?" Feng Jinghao, with unwavering determination, replied, "Regardless of what the future holds, the Feng family will stand with Mr. Xiao through thick and thin." Xiao Chen nodded slightly and stepped into the company building. Yet internally, he began to contemplate. It seemed Feng Jinghao possessed a certain audacity. However, he pondered whether he would dare to sign a blood oath. Feng Jinghao resolutely followed behind, yet secretly he was puzzled. Was Master Xiao deliberately allowing him to accompany him as a test of his resolve? As he pondered what the company would test him on, a sudden shock coursed through him, and he faintly grasped the answer. Yet, this revelation was indeed somewhat terrifying, and he dared not delve deeper into it. His heart was thrown into utter disarray. His mind raced, contemplating how he would choose if the subsequent events unfolded as he suspected. Meanwhile, News of Xiao Chen's arrival swiftly reached the upper echelons of the company. Huang Boren, upon receiving the information, hurriedly took the elevator to the first floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he spotted Xiao Chen striding in with Wind Zhenghao. Master Xiao, what brings you to the company? Huang Boren greeted him with a broad smile, his expression brimming with obsequiousness. I am here to see General Zhao and discuss a matter, Xiao Chen stated directly, without any preamble. However, Huang Boren, noticing the sternness on his face, sensed the ominous intent behind his visit and hesitated. Is your visit regarding the Luo Tian Grand Ritual? If that is the case, there is no need to meet with General Zhao. We held a meeting last night and decided that the ritual will proceed as usual, and you are welcome to attend. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. From what you imply, my participation in this ritual requires the company's approval? His words caught Huang Boren off guard, his smile faltering as he appeared at a loss. He could not fathom why Xiao Chen harbored such animosity towards the company. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, Xiao Chen interjected, "Step aside and take me to General Zhao at once. If you don't, this building may soon echo with commotion." Feeling the weight of the threat in his tone, Huang Boren's heart tightened, and he reluctantly replied, "Master Xiao, it is not that I refuse to take you, but General Zhao is occupied today and is not in the company. How about this? You return for now, and when General Zhao arrives, I will personally accompany him to meet you." However, before he could finish, Xiao Chen scoffed and brushed past him, heading straight for the elevator. Wind Zhenghao quickly followed suit, pressing the elevator button. The two entered the elevator one after the other, leaving Huang Boren standing in a state of panic. Master Xiao, wait. As the elevator doors were about to close, Huang Boren rushed over, preventing them from shutting. I truly am not deceiving you. General Zhao is indeed absent. If you urgently need to see him, I can take you to his office and call him back. Without waiting for Xiao Chen's response, he hurriedly stepped into the elevator. Observing Huang Boren's flustered demeanor, Xiao Chen maintained his calm exterior, yet inwardly, he began to harbor doubts. What was it about Huang Boren that made him appear as though he had something to conceal from him? Seeing the other's intent to conceal, he realized that questioning would yield no fruitful results, and thus opted for silence. Conversely, Wind Zhenghao, as if he had divined Xiao Chen's thoughts, inquired with a smile. General Zhao seems to have worked diligently, busy with matters since early morning. And judging by General Huang's demeanor, it appears these matters are quite significant. Perceiving the subtle probing in Feng's words, Huang Boren chuckled ambiguously. As you know, Mr. Feng, in this company, General Zhao is indispensable. Whenever there is any matter, he must attend to it. It is rather embarrassing to admit, but we directors are merely figureheads, running errands. Observing General Zhao, despite his age, still toiling for the company, we feel quite powerless. As he continued, it appeared he was on the verge of an emotional outburst. Wind Zhenghao quickly interjected with a smile, I understand. In such a vast company, there are bound to be myriad affairs. Not to mention, this company was founded by General Zhao himself. So he undoubtedly wishes to ensure everything is done to perfection. Huang Boren felt quite relieved by this, mistakenly believing Wind Zhenghao was softening his stance in support of him. However, unexpectedly, Feng shifted his tone, yet, at times, certain trivial matters ought to be set aside. Master Xiao is quite busy and cannot always spare time for visitors. Upon hearing this, the gratitude Huang had felt vanished instantly. With his intellect, he easily discerned the sarcasm in those words, clearly implying that they failed to grasp the importance of the situation, even daring to slight the presence of Xiao Chen. In an instant, he mentally cursed Wind Zhenghao repeatedly. How utterly insidious. Is it your intent to demean us in such a roundabout manner? What, Mr. Feng? Do you treat Xiao Chen as if he were a sovereign to be served? Despite the resentment brewing within, he dared not express it and could only force a smile. What you say is true, but we cannot place all the blame on General Zhao, can we? Had Master Xiao informed us of his visit in advance, we would have certainly prepared a grand welcome. With a celestial presence among us, how could we not show our respect? Although Huang's tone was flattering, his words bore a sharp edge, clearly suggesting that the company was not solely theirs and that they should not expect everything to cater to their whims. Xiao Chen, perceiving the underlying grievance in his remarks, merely cast a glance and chose to disregard it. Instead, Wind Zhenghao chuckled lightly. That was indeed my oversight. Master Xiao mentioned to me last night that he would be visiting the company today. I had intended to convey this matter to you, but after escorting the old master, I completely forgot. Upon hearing this, Huang Boren's eyes widened in disbelief. Were you not in the car with him last night? Who were you separated from? After several exchanges, Huang Boren realized that his verbal sparring was no match for Wind Zhenghao. He excels in navigating murky waters, yet when it comes to a battle of wits, He must concede that no one compares to Wind Zhenghao in swiftness. With a resigned gesture, he remarked, "Feng, do not overthink. I merely felt I had slighted Master Xiao, which prompted my remarks. In a moment, you two should rest in General Zhao's office, and I shall promptly contact him to return." Upon witnessing his capitulation, Wind Zhenghao ceased his pursuit, merely nodding with a smile. However, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. I can assure you, based on Huang Boren's expression, that Zhao Fengshu is indeed within the company. But why is he avoiding Master Xiao? Could it be that Zhao Fengshu is embroiled in some clandestine scheme? Fearful of our discovery? With this thought, he turned his gaze towards Xiao Chen, only to find that their eyes met in a fleeting moment of mutual understanding. Yet, Wind Zhenghao subtly shook his head, revealing his frustration. It was futile. Huang Boren was far too astute to extract any useful information from him. It seems prudent to adopt a more cautious approach regarding the company in the future. Xiao Chen comprehended Wind Zhenghao's unspoken message and subtly nodded in agreement. Harboring his own doubts about Zhao Fengshu's intentions, lost in thought, Huang Boren pressed the button for the 7th floor. With a chime, the elevator door slid open. The three exited in succession, following Huang Boren to Zhao Fengshu's office. "Gentlemen, please step inside," Huang Boren politely stated as he opened the door. Xiao Chen entered first, confirming that the room was indeed empty. Once he and Wind Zhenghao were seated, Huang Boren spoke, "I will contact General Zhao. Please wait a moment." Upon receiving a nod from Xiao Chen, Huang Boren turned and exited. The moment he stepped out, Wind Zhenghao remarked, "Master Xiao, I suspect Zhao Fengshu is somewhere in this building. Should I summon spirits to investigate what they are up to?" Xiao Chen, stroking his chin, pondered for a moment before replying, "No need. If I am not mistaken, Zhang Zhiwei is likely involved as well. With your abilities, sending spirits would surely alert them. Whatever their intentions, let them come forth. Any clandestine plotting will inevitably reveal its true nature." His statement was not one of arrogance, but rather a reflection of his unwavering confidence. With Nezha as an ally, he felt invincible. Furthermore, with his current strength, he could summon various spirits and monsters. Although he could not yet call upon deities, his existing prowess was sufficient to dominate the human realm. Thus, he remained unconcerned about their machinations. His goal was to steer events in accordance with his desires, even if it meant disrupting the entire human world. After all, he was certain he possessed the means to quell any upheaval. Wind Zhenghao discerned the air of arrogance in Xiao Chen's words. However, he found nothing inappropriate about it, as the latter's prowess was undeniable. If he were to summon deities himself, he might even exceed Xiao Chen in pride. Since Master Xiao had made a decision, Zhenghao felt reassured. With a decisive sound, he ceased further conversation, and the two settled on the sofa, awaiting Zhao Fengshu's arrival in silence. 10 minutes later, the office door swung open, revealing Zhao Fengshu, whose hair was streaked with gray and whose figure was somewhat portly. He entered with a genial smile, apologizing. "I am truly sorry for the delay. Pressing matters held me back." Chapter 33, The Constraints of Morality? Xiao Chen upends the table. Upon entering, Zhao Fengshu immediately expressed his regrets, his gaze landing on Xiao Chen. Although he had seen the latter's photograph, witnessing him in person compelled him to scrutinize further. Internally, he was perplexed, pondering the origins of this young man. In truth, Wind Zhenghao's suspicions were correct. Zhao Fengshu was indeed present within the company. His absence was due to discussions with Zhang Zhiwei regarding the list of participants for the upcoming competition. Despite having acquiesced to hosting the grand ritual of Luo Tian, the selection of attendees was at the company's discretion. Xiao Chen sought to witness the various methodologies employed by different factions, so it was only logical to invite individuals who could be managed, including the company's own employees. In essence, this company-sponsored grand ritual was merely a predetermined contest. Zhang Chulan would also participate as usual. Regardless of the outcome, he would ultimately gain entry into the Celestial Master's abode, thereby providing an explanation for Zhang Zhiwei's side. Moreover, Zhao Fengshu had mobilized all available resources to gather information on Xiao Chen. However, to his astonishment, the feedback he received was utterly blank. It was as if this young man had never been registered in the Dragon Country. There were no details regarding his age or family, making him seem to have materialized out of thin air. Upon learning this, Zhao Fengshu was not only shocked, but also felt his heart plummet. The company's influence was intertwined with the Dragon Country, yet he had found nothing despite employing every means at his disposal. His intention in investigating Xiao Chen was to delve into the latter's familial background, hoping to uncover any potential vulnerabilities. More directly, he aimed to identify Xiao Chen's relatives for covert surveillance, to prevent this young man from potentially embarking on any rebellious acts that could cause upheaval. This way, the company would possess leverage, ensuring they were not rendered powerless. However, all his calculations had come to naught, and the blank slate of Xiao Chen's information sent a chill through him. A formidable individual devoid of parents or family was indeed terrifying beyond measure. This signifies that the company is utterly at a loss regarding him. Should he truly realize his ominous proclamation, "The heavens have perished, the yellow heaven shall rise," it would indeed herald an unimaginable catastrophe. Yet, at the same time, it left Zhao Fangshu perplexed. How could such a living being as Xiao Chen elude the watchful eyes of the Dragon Kingdom for over a decade? Was he some celestial being who had suddenly descended to the mortal realm? However, as Zhao Fangshu pondered these mysteries, Xiao Chen calmly stated, "Since you are so busy, Mr. Zhao, let us speak candidly. From this moment forth, the company shall cease all machinations against me. Likewise, I shall not make things difficult for you. As for the grand ritual of Luo Tian, the location remains unchanged, still at Longhu. These two requests are quite straightforward, are they not?" Upon hearing his intentions, Zhao Fangshu's previously amiable expression gradually turned grave. "Master Xiao, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. The company has never plotted against you. Our persistent interest in you is solely due to your astonishing ability to summon deities." Zhao Fangshu sighed slightly, reflecting, "To be honest, upon learning that deities truly exist, even I felt a moment of temptation. You are aware of the 8 extraordinary techniques, are you not? In comparison to your abilities, they are utterly insignificant. However, you must understand that these 8 techniques once incited a tremendous upheaval in the world of extraordinary beings, commonly referred to as the Jiaxin Rebellion. During that turmoil, nearly half of the extraordinary forces were embroiled, and to say that the bodies lay strewn across the ground would not be an exaggeration." Pausing for effect, he glanced at Wind Zhenghao and added, "This is something I believe you, Feng, can relate to deeply. After all, your grandfather, Feng Tianyang, was one of the leaders during that rebellion." Wind Zhenghao, upon hearing mention of his family's history, nodded with a sense of solemnity. "Indeed, according to my father, my grandfather suffered greatly because of those abilities. He was even captured and tortured, yet he never revealed the identities of his captors, likely fearing that we, his descendants, would seek vengeance." With his confirmation, Zhao Fangshu seized the opportunity to continue. "Thus, Master Xiao, should your abilities be exposed, the ensuing chaos in the extraordinary realm would surpass the Jiaxin Rebellion. At that point, it is likely that everyone, save for those with the temperament of the old Master Tian, would seek you out." He added, "What you mentioned regarding our targeting you is not entirely accurate. We have always kept a close watch on the 8 extraordinary techniques. The essence of our company is to stabilize the extraordinary realm and prevent a recurrence of the Jiaxin Rebellion." Zhao Fangshu concluded with a tone steeped in melancholy. His words were heartfelt, for in that moment, he comprehended that the company no longer possessed any means to restrain Xiao Chen. Thus, one can only play the emotional card, hoping the other party does not stir up any trouble. Yet, it is evident that Xiao Chen is no ordinary person. Observing the troubled expression on Zhao Fangshu's face, he suddenly let out a derisive laugh and said, "Stabilizing the realm of the extraordinary? Mr. Zhao, if you truly wish to lay your heart bare, then speak some genuine truths. Is the company genuinely concerned that my presence might incite chaos in the extraordinary realm? I think not. In your hearts, you must secretly wish for the demise of all these extraordinary beings. What you truly fear is that my methods may disrupt the world of ordinary people. Moreover, you claim my emergence could provoke turmoil greater than the Jiaxin Rebellion?" At this, Xiao Chen scoffed disdainfully, stating, "Your company is filled with intelligent individuals. Do you think those extraordinary beings are fools? Knowing that I can summon deities, would they dare covet my abilities? What you fear is that those extraordinary beings will revere me, allowing me to dominate." Every word Xiao Chen uttered struck Zhao Fangshu's heart like a hammer, causing his expression to shift dramatically. For what Xiao Chen articulated was indeed the company's most pressing concern. As for the emotional appeal he had just made, it was merely a fade intended to bind the other party with moral constraints. Little did he expect that this seemingly 16-year-old youth possessed such profound insight, effortlessly discerning the company's lifeline. After delivering his remarks, Xiao Chen gradually rose from the sofa, his demeanor shifting from initial gentleness to a growing gravity. "Mr. Zhao, since you are unwilling to converse, I shall not waste my breath. What I previously stated was not a proposal for discussion, but a notification for you. Should any matter go unaddressed, let us resolve it with force." Chapter 34. The Garments of the Departed, a complete breakdown of negotiations. Zhao Fangshu gazed at Xiao Chen, whose expression had turned ominous, and instinctively took a step back, his heart quaking. To be frank, He genuinely feared that Xiao Chen, should he feel provoked, might eliminate him without hesitation. He realized that this young man was a chaotic force, seemingly indifferent to laws and regulations. Any slight displeasure would prompt him to unleash a violent wrath. How could such a temperament possibly command the methods of deities? And why would those deities be summoned by him? Regrettably, Xiao Chen remained oblivious to Zhao Fengshu's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have scoffed in derision. What nonsense of temperament! I have yet to take any action, and you are already scheming behind my back. It is either moral constraints or various unfounded accusations. You speak of maintaining the greater good, fearing that my methods may disrupt the realm. To put it plainly, you are merely concerned about your vested interests and the stability of your positions. Yet you feign righteousness, as if you harbor the world in your heart. Moreover, why should I be compelled to consider the greater good you speak of? In my eyes, transcending to immortality is the grand scheme. Therefore, spare me the absurdity of your pretense and cease your ostentatious displays. At this moment, Zhao Fengshu, having silently criticized within, swiftly regained his composure. Behind his glasses, his gaze met Xiao Chen's once more, and he said, Master Xiao, the interactions between individuals should be founded on mutual respect. Our company holds you in high regard for bringing forth an immortal, allowing the mythological figures from our illustrious history to manifest in the present. In turn, we implore you to respect our company. If you wish to dominate solely through force, I fear no one will genuinely acquiesce to your demands. Xiao Chen, already in a foul mood, was infuriated by Zhao's attempt to impart wisdom, prompting an incredulous laugh. Respect? If I were to declare now that I cannot summon an immortal, would you still be standing here conversing amicably with me? I suspect you would resort to coercive tactics, subduing me and subsequently imprisoning me in a hidden fortress. Ultimately, it is because you know you cannot contend with me that you utter such ludicrous words. You enjoy philosophical discourse, do you? Very well. I shall embrace the ideals of the sages in our conversation. Confucius spoke of benevolence and propriety. Mengzi advocated for winning hearts through virtue, and I say, to hell with that. With a chant, Xiao Chen summoned the spirits, declaring, let the path to the yellow springs be paved, and the souls be clad in the garments of the deceased. Suddenly, a chilling mist filled the once sunlit room. An aura of frost erupted forth. In the void, a long robe adorned with plum blossom patterns materialized with startling abruptness. This unexpected turn of events left Zhao Fengshu's scalp tingling, his hair standing on end. His eyes widened beneath the lenses, revealing an expression of utter terror. A chill coursed through him, reaching for the heavens. He could scarcely believe that Xiao Chen had truly dared to take action against him. Before he could utter a word, the azure robe enveloped him entirely. In an instant, Zhao Fengshu felt a bone-chilling cold emanating from the garment, piercing deep into his heart and lungs. A powerful binding force constricted around his corpulent form, causing his face to flush crimson, rendering him speechless. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Wind Zhenghao, having just grasped the situation, shuddered at the sight of Zhao Fengshu ensnared. Mr. Xiao truly has taken action. Moreover, in the company, against Zhao Fengshu. Does he genuinely intend to bring about the company's ruin? Observing this scene, Wind Zhenghao's thoughts raced chaotically. He could not have anticipated that his greatest fear would materialize with such swiftness. Should Zhao Fengshu perish, the entire realm of extraordinary beings would surely erupt in chaos. Furthermore, he, who had accompanied Xiao Chen, would undoubtedly be viewed as an accomplice. At that juncture, the Tianxia group would face annihilation from the forces behind the company. The Feng family, too, would likely become fugitives. President Zhao. At that moment, a sudden exclamation echoed from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, the office door swung open, and several figures rushed in. Xiao Chen's indifferent gaze swept across the room, revealing Bai Yulong, one of the company's directors, accompanied by temporary workers from various regions. Additionally, there was Zhang Zhiwei from the Tianxia mansion. The presence of the temporary workers was due to the company's summons, intended for task assignments. However, to their surprise, Zhao Fengshu abruptly left mid-sentence. Just a few minutes later, an exceedingly cold aura emanated from Zhao Fengshu's office. The group instantly sensed the gravity of the situation and hurried inside. Quite the assembly, Xiao Chen remarked icily, a sinister smile gracing his lips. The expressions of those who rushed into the room were filled with horror and disbelief. Upon seeing the bound Zhao Fengshu and Xiao Chen, who still held his sword poised, fear gripped their hearts. They had never anticipated that Xiao Chen would dare to attack Zhao Fengshu within the company. Xiao Chen, release Director Zhao. Bai Yulong, regaining his composure, shouted angrily, his eyes glinting with barely concealed malice. The temporary workers from the 7 districts, with the exception of Feng Baobao, assumed a defensive stance, preparing for confrontation. Yet, their eyes reflected more confusion than resolve, for they did not recognize Xiao Chen nor knew his background. Due to the need for secrecy regarding the celestial being's descent, Zhao Fengshu had not divulged the truth to them. His purpose in calling them was merely to arrange security matters for the perimeter of the Luo Tian Grand venue. The only ones privy to the truth, Feng Baobao and Zhang Chulan, were unable to reveal anything due to imposed restrictions. Even if they could, they would remain silent. Otherwise, they would face the company's wrath before the secret of immortality could even be exposed. Upon hearing Bai Yolong's warning, Xiao Chen let out a cold snort. What are you to challenge me? However, before he could finish, Wind Zhenghao, positioned behind him, suddenly unleashed a binding technique. A thick, dark aura enveloped him as he fixed a menacing gaze upon Bai Yolong and the others, exuding an unmistakable intent to unleash a massacre should they dare to act. He showed no fear, even in the face of the old Tianxia. Wind Zhenghao's actions startled everyone in the room, including Xiao Chen, who was taken aback. He had indeed hoped to use this opportunity to compel Wind Zhenghao to pledge loyalty, but he had not anticipated such eagerness from him. Wind Zhenghao, what do you intend to do? Bai Yolong questioned, a flicker of panic crossing his features, his voice a blend of anger and threat, warning Wind Zhenghao that should he make a move, there would be dire consequences to reckon with. With a calm demeanor, Wind Zhenghao addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, whosoever dares to lay a hand on Master Xiao today shall become my adversary. The moment those words were uttered, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The atmosphere within the room became palpably tense, reaching an apex of anxiety. Chapter 35. The Trigger of Battle, Solo Combat with the Temp Workers. Wind Zhenghao's declaration plunged the already strained ambience into an icy stillness. Bai Yolong's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Wind Zhenghao would disregard the consequences and unhesitatingly stand against Xiao Chen. Was this man oblivious to the implications of his words? Or did he genuinely not care about the fate of the gathering? The temporary workers, unaware of the underlying tensions, wore expressions of astonishment. Xiao Zhiwei from the East China region adjusted his glasses, his gaze darting between Xiao Chen and Wind Zhenghao. Who exactly was this young man named Xiao Chen? Why did Bai Yolong's tone carry such an air of caution? Wind Zhenghao was recklessly choosing to defend him. The title of Master Xiao was indeed intriguing. At that moment, not only was he pondering this, but also He Guaner from Central China, Lao Meng from Northwest China, and Wang Zhenxiu from Southwest China were similarly engulfed in doubt. Additionally, Chu Qin Duo from South China appeared somewhat dazed, her expression blank. Due to her childhood experiences, she, like Feng Baobao, bore certain character flaws. She paid little attention to others' matters, consumed by her own. Meanwhile, Gao Yushan from Northeast China was unable to attend the gathering due to specific circumstances. Only Feng Baobao, privy to the details, stood aside with an attitude of compliance. Having been instructed by Zhang Chulan prior to her arrival, if the company were to clash with Xiao Chen in the future, she was to heed the directives of her superiors. However, that merely entailed following orders, should a confrontation with Xiao Chen arise. It was only to feign engagement without earnest intent. Thus, Feng Baobao was already prepared to accept an Oscar for her performance. Simultaneously, upon witnessing Wind Zhenghao voluntarily pledge his allegiance, Xiao Chen resolved to cease the stalemate. With a swift motion, he hurled the flushed Zhao Fengshu towards Bai Yolong. Xiao Zhiwei reacted promptly, stepping forward to catch him. Yet, the moment he made contact with Zhao Fengshu's body, his expression shifted alarmingly. He sensed a powerful wave of malevolent energy infiltrating him. Was it the garment? Xiao Zhiwei's heart sank. He immediately summoned his internal qi, invoking a protective shield to ward off the encroaching darkness. Caution! Those without protective abilities should refrain from touching that garment. After securely catching Zhao Fengshu, Xiao Zhiwei promptly alerted the others. After casting a glance at Zhao Fengshu, who had fainted, I swiftly placed my hand on his back, continuously channeling energy to him in an effort to dispel the malevolent spirits within him. The others, including He Guan, regarded the spectral attire with trepidation. Even without Xiao Zhiwei's words, they could perceive the intense aura of negativity emanating from the azure robe that hovered in the air. They had felt its presence distinctly even from outside the door. However, their curiosity was piqued by the nature of this eerie object. It resembled an ancient gown worn by women, yet bore multiple jagged cuts, stained with congealed blood, creating a profoundly unsettling impression. It appeared as though a vengeful spirit had just crawled forth from the depths of hell. In truth, their instincts were correct. This garment, known as Shen Liao, belonged to a person who had met a tragic death, bound by an unyielding obsession and lacking a place to rest. The spirit ultimately attached itself to the clothing. The Yuyang Zazu had chronicled the existence of such garments, identifying them as the attire of malevolent spirits. Thus, the azure robe before them was indeed a manifestation of evil. At that moment, Bai Yulong, upon witnessing Zhao Fengshu's release, suddenly commanded, "Seize them." With this utterance, the temp workers, who had been poised for action, swiftly charged towards Xiao Chen and Wind Zhenghao. Zhang Zhiwei remained at the threshold, unmoved, his gaze complex as it lingered on the two. Wind Zhenghao, perceiving this, raised his hand and summoned a ghostly entity, ready to strike. However, before he could act, Xiao Chen interjected, "Allow me to confront them." Though he appeared calm, excitement surged within him. The earlier abduction of Zhao Fengshu had compelled the company to intervene. Thus he had hoped to amass experience points for himself. Now, seeing the temp workers emerge, he was determined not to allow Wind Zhenghao to thwart his ambitions. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Heguan abruptly raised his left hand, revealing a black tube coiled around his wrist, and fired an energy projectile aimed at Xiao Chen. With a loud bang, the projectile shot forth with the speed of a bullet. "Qianyuan honey angling, heed my command. Protect." Xiao Chen chanted a spell, and in an instant, a 7-foot red silk appeared before him, enveloping him in protection. The energy projectile launched by Heguan was instantaneously neutralized. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Zizai and the others were momentarily stunned, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Clearly, they were taken aback by Xiao Chen's prowess, unable to comprehend how he could summon such a force to engage in battle with merely a spoken incantation. Most notably, the moment the red silk materialized, it radiated a formidable power that caused a tremor in their hearts. Little did they know, Xiao Chen had not summoned a tangible entity. It was merely an illusion of the hunty angling. Had he truly called forth the hunty angling, the battle would have been swiftly concluded. At that moment, Bai Yulong noticed the dazed temporary workers and immediately called out in a deep voice, "Do not mind his tactics. Focus all efforts on capturing Xiao Chen." Hearing his urging, the temporary workers snapped back to reality and resumed their actions. However, due to the confined space, they found it exceedingly challenging to maneuver freely. They could only prepare for close combat with Xiao Chen, moving with the utmost caution. Consequently, Lao Ming, as a beastmaster, was rendered nearly powerless. His abilities depended on controlling animals through qi in battle, yet the current situation was evidently unsuitable. Of course, he possessed an even more astonishing tactic, controlling the bacteria within a person's body. Yet, knowing that Xiao Chen was shielded by a protective red silk, he realized he could not approach and could only wait for an opportune moment from the back. The remaining individuals, however, exhibited impressive close combat skills. With the exception of the lackadaisical Feng Baobao, the others, including Xiao Zizai, swiftly approached Xiao Chen. The golden-haired Wang Zhenxiu was the first to reach the red silk. With his right hand raised in a sword-like gesture near his mouth, he unleashed a surge of intense flames. This was the introductory technique of the fire sect, ignition. By igniting his true qi, he achieved the effect of expelling flames. Yet, the Mingtian silk merely quivered lightly, extinguishing the oncoming flames entirely. Wang Zhenxiu, seeing this, did not lose heart. He had never anticipated that this move would decisively subdue the enemy. Instead, it was merely a feint. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zizai raised his hand and delivered a golden palm strike. This was the exclusive palm technique of the Shaolin from Buddhism, the Great Compassionate Palm. Chapter 36. The Manifestation of Buddha's Light, the Vajra King. Xiao Zizai, showing no mercy, executed a powerful Great Compassionate Palm. The floor shattered and upheaved wherever he passed. And the angle of his attack was particularly cunning, striking from the rear right of Xiao Chen, an area unprotected by the Mingtian silk. A Buddhist technique, you say? Xiao Chen slightly shifted his gaze, letting out a cold laugh, and promptly raised his sword-like finger once more. 9 houses, 6 petals, Luo Tian Mountain. The Abanro flower crossing the Vajra. He declared, "Honored Arhat." In an instant, a golden light burst forth from the rear right position of Xiao Chen. Then, a profound and solemn voice suddenly resonated. "Vajra King, heed the declaration." As the words fell, a golden Buddha materialized, gazing at the approaching Great Compassionate Palm. It slowly chanted a Buddhist mantra, Amitba. Each syllable seemed imbued with boundless magic, vibrating throughout the entire space. The room was filled with unparalleled majesty, and everyone sensed a formidable Buddhist power weighing heavily upon them. This sensation, while not burdensome, stirred within their hearts an endless wave of remorse. All the malevolent deeds from their past surged forth, intertwining with their consciousness like a haunting specter. Meanwhile, the palm print that was poised to draw near dissipated in an instant. At that moment, Xiao's eyes stood transfixed before the figure of the Buddha, his entire being rendered speechless. Even his body trembled uncontrollably, as one hailing from a Buddhist background. The mere mention of the four characters Vajra King stirred within him an unprecedented tempest. This was none other than one of the 34 Vajra Kings, the revered Vajra Arhat, a significant protector deity in Buddhism and one of the holders of the Vajra. Could it be that Xiao Chen merely uttered a few words to summon this illustrious Vajra King? Yet, the golden figure of the Buddha existed only for a fleeting moment. After shattering the palm print, it vanished without a trace. Xiao Chen, discreetly inhaling deeply, realized that although he had only summoned an incarnation of the Vajra King, it had indeed consumed a considerable amount of his vital energy. It seemed that these celestial beings were not easily summoned after all. Nevertheless, the appearance of the Vajra King abruptly brought the imminent battle to a standstill. Everyone gaped at Xiao Chen as if they had seen a ghost. What manner of anomaly was this young man? Had he truly called forth the Buddha? Why did the instant the Buddha appeared make us feel as though we were burdened by boundless sin, and that radiant light seemed to beckon our redemption? Just as they were engulfed in astonishment, the previously unconscious Zhao Fengshu finally awoke. Cough, cough. After a fit of intense coughing, Zhao Fengshu, with a slightly pale complexion, opened his eyes. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, a flash of anger mixed with a hint of fear flickered in his gaze. At that moment, all eyes turned to him. Supporting him, Bai Yulong hastily inquired, "Mr. Zhao, are you all right?" "I am fine." Zhao Fengshu shook his head, forcing himself to regain composure. His eyes swept across the chaotic office and the temporary workers encircling Xiao Chen, and he swiftly grasped the situation. "What are you doing? Who permitted you to act?" Zhao Fengshu's expression darkened as he admonished in a low voice. The temporary workers, upon hearing this, looked towards Bai Yulong. Zhao Fengshu followed their gaze, casting an irate look at Bai Yulong. "This is sheer madness." After a sharp rebuke, he pushed Bai Yulong aside and stood up unaided, directing his gaze at Xiao Chen. "You too. Even if negotiations falter, there is no need for direct confrontation, is there? Do you truly wish to upheave this realm of extraordinary beings?" Hearing his reproach, Xiao Chen's expression soured, and he retorted coldly, "What does upheaval have to do with me? Moreover, are these matters not of your own making? You cannot genuinely believe that manipulating events during the grand ritual can conceal anything, can you?" At these words, Zhao Fengshu's countenance shifted dramatically. The temporary workers nearby displayed expressions of intrigue. The reason these individuals can serve as temporary workers can be succinctly summarized in one phrase: they are all troubled youths. Moreover, these troubled youths possess remarkably astute minds. Having witnessed Xiao Chen's prowess, coupled with the recent exchange of dialogue, they began to surmise a most astonishing possibility. This was none other than the notion that the individual before them, Xiao Chen, could summon deities. After all, the recent appearance of the Buddha still lingered vividly in their memories. Particularly, the overwhelming aura of the Buddha at that moment was nothing short of terrifying. Furthermore, they discerned that it was merely an incarnation. Were the true essence to descend, they would likely be transformed into spirits. Naturally, aside from their first-hand experience, Wind Zhenghao's demeanor also piqued their curiosity. The esteemed Xiao Xianshi, one of the 10 masters and the president of the Tianxia Society, had referred to a mere youth as Xianshi. It is worth noting that they were not ordinary individuals, but rather extraordinary beings. For Wind Zhenghao to address him in such a manner implied that he had indeed witnessed something extraordinary. As this realization dawned upon them, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces, and they exchanged glances, each perceiving the incredible possibility reflected in one another's eyes. Zhao Fengshu sensed the shift in their demeanor and spoke in a low, commanding tone. "Enough. No one is permitted to speak of today as events." He then turned to Zhang Zhiwei, saying, "Old master, I fear these individuals may require your assistance." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei nodded slightly, but soon responded, "Zhao, is this truly necessary?" At this, Zhao Fengshu's expression stiffened, comprehending the implications of Zhang's words. Given Xiao Chen's current display, it was unequivocally clear that this young man was not one to remain compliant. Just as he stated, even if the company were to intervene forcefully in the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony, it would hold no significance whatsoever. The crux of the matter did not lie within the grand ceremony itself, but rather with Xiao Chen, should he truly wish to publicly manifest the means of divine intervention. Even the company's utmost efforts would be futile in halting it. In truth, Zhao Fengshu was well aware of this reality. However, the company required a buffer period. Before the revelation of the divine descent, they needed to ensure complete preparedness to prevent the situation from spilling into the realm of ordinary people. More critically, The established powers and ambitious families in the realm of extraordinary beings needed to devise strategies to cope with this. Otherwise, should they all, akin to Feng Zhenghao, bend the knee to Xiao Chen, the company's position would undoubtedly be undermined. Yet, the most dire consequence would be the emergence of a true sovereign in the extraordinary realm. Compounding matters, the company possessed no means to counterbalance Xiao Chen. Old master, I implore you to take action. Zhao Fengshu hoarsely uttered a command, then turned to the group of temporary workers. You all should follow the old celestial master, and you too, old Bai. Go and inform them of what they ought to be cautious about in the future. Chapter 37. Shall Nezha demolish the building? Zhao Fengshu was at his wit's end. His voice was strained as he attempted to send everyone away, wishing to speak with Xiao Chen in private. In doing so, he had effectively conceded. Unable to reason with him verbally, nor triumph through confrontation, faced with Xiao Chen's obstinacy, he felt utterly despondent. Bai Yulong and the others discerned his intent, yet they hesitated, fearing that if they left, Xiao Chen might turn his malice upon Zhao Fengshu. At that moment, Xiao Chen's voice resonated ominously. Who permitted your departure? The instant those words escaped his lips, the palpable tension in the air returned, and all eyes turned to him in alarm. Zhao Fengshu's heart sank, and with a grave expression, he replied, Xiao Xianshi, this is ultimately the company headquarters. If this escalates further, it could lead to dire consequences. Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of spirit, let alone Zhao Fengshu himself. Witnessing Xiao Chen's aggressive demeanor ignited a fiery anger within him, even prompting thoughts of mutual destruction. Since the situation could no longer be contained, perhaps it would be better to let it spiral into chaos. Should Xiao Chen dare to unleash havoc, the Dragon Kingdom would surely become inhospitable for him. Summoning deities indeed instills trepidation, yet it should not serve as a means for unchecked tyranny. Should the disturbance breach the realm of ordinary people, it would be akin to tearing the very fabric of the heavens. However, Zhao Fengshu underestimated Xiao Chen. Had he been one to shy away from confrontation, he would never have instigated such turmoil, nor would he have aspired to join the Tianxia Society. He would have simply remained at the company. Upon hearing Zhao Fengshu's veiled threat, Xiao Chen responded with a disdainful laugh. I am genuinely curious to see just how bad it can get. With that, he raised his sword and began to chant an incantation. I summon the Prince of Demons, command. As the final word echoed, an overwhelming tide of demonic energy surged forth. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was struck with dread and braced themselves for what was to come. Bai Yulong, quick-witted and agile, seized Zhao Fengshu and retreated hastily, exclaiming, This lunatic is truly insane. Yet, upon hearing this, Zhao Fengshu could not help but inwardly reproach. You are well aware of his madness, so why provoke him? If I were to be slain by him, surely someone would rise to confront him. Now, however, the company is perched precariously upon the flames of chaos, with no means of retreat. Nevertheless, he would never voice such sentiments aloud. He understood that Bai Yulong's intervention was motivated by a desire to uphold the company's dignity and to avenge himself. Yet, one must recognize that Xiao Chen was not someone they could provoke. Hadn't that old celestial master merely stood by, feigning ignorance? In that moment, as the demonic energy began to dissipate, the Prince of Demons, Nezha, materialized before them all. Zhang Zhiwei, who had remained silent, regarded him with a gaze filled with suspicion. Even the temporary workers who had encountered Nezha for the first time cast uncertain glances in his direction, due to Xiao Chen's invocation. Referring to him as the Prince of the Demon Pill, they were unaware that the figure before them was, in fact, Nezha. Observing his mischievous demeanor, adorned with a devilish grin, a sense of unease enveloped the crowd, as if their hearts were being twisted in discomfort. However, the malevolent energy that had just erupted made it clear that this diminutive figure was not to be trifled with. At that moment, Nezha first cast a curious glance at the assembled crowd, then turned back to Xiao Chen with a cheerful smile, saying, Did you miss me so soon? Or is there something entertaining afoot? Before Xiao Chen could respond, Feng Zhenghao respectfully interjected, Prince, I hope you have been well. Nezha turned to Feng Zhenghao, exclaiming, It's little Feng. This address elicited no displeasure from Feng Zhenghao. Instead, he beamed with delight. At this juncture, Xiao Chen interrupted their pleasantries, inquiring, Nezha, can you demolish buildings? Upon hearing this, Nezha grinned widely, and, with a slightly sinister smile, declared to the company personnel, Step back. This is my domain. Understanding the implication, Xiao Chen shared a knowing look with Feng Zhenghao. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he turned and leapt from the 7th floor window. Feng Zhenghao, comprehending the cue, followed suit, jumping through the window and enveloping himself and Xiao Chen in a swirling mass of dark energy, ensuring a safe landing on the ground below. However, the moment they touched down, a thunderous crash resonated from above. Suddenly, a massive stone hurtled downward, crashing onto the ground 100 meters away. Meanwhile, within the confines of the 7th floor room, Nezha raised his foot, surveying the wall he had just kicked through, and chuckled. The quality of this building is rather impressive. Upon hearing this, the company personnel felt their lips twitch uncontrollably, as Nezha's words struck them as a blatant mockery. Standing at the office entrance, Zhao Fengshu's expression was a tumultuous blend of shock and rage. Witnessing Nezha's arrogant demeanor made him grit his teeth in frustration. This was the headquarters building, the very face of the company. How could Xiao Chen have the audacity to invite Nezha to destroy it? This was not mere demolition. It was a slap in the face to the company. Should word of this incident spread, the company's reputation would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow, rendering it a laughingstock within the entire community of extraordinary beings. Yet, he dared not act, fearful that provoking Nezha further might escalate the situation from demolishing buildings to demolishing people. Nevertheless, his inaction did not imply that Bai Yulong lacked his own schemes. At this moment, he turned to Zhang Zhiwei beside him, observing that the latter remained unmoved, and could not help but inquire, "Oh, esteemed master, do you not intend to intervene and merely spectate this farce?" Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Nezha soared into the air, delivering 2 fierce kicks. The once 80-square-meter office instantaneously transformed into an expansive, unbounded hall. The entire wall was shattered to pieces under his might. Zhang Zhiwei squinted his eyes, watching the exuberant demolition by the third prince, and replied nonchalantly, "There's no rush." Upon hearing this response, Bai Yulong stood frozen in astonishment, pointing incredulously at the now-vanished wall and exclaiming, "No rush. If he continues this way, the building will collapse." Zhang Zhiwei cast him a sidelong glance, maintaining his indifferent tone. "But it hasn't collapsed yet." This single statement left not only Bai Yulong, but also Zhao Fengshu nearly choking on their own breath. "You truly are an esteemed master," they thought, incredulous that he remained so composed in such a dire situation. However, both understood that Zhang Zhiwei simply wished to remain uninvolved. His demeanor conveyed a distinct attitude of indifference, embodying the notion of a steadfast friend who would not perish alongside a doomed companion. In truth, Zhang Zhiwei genuinely felt this way. It was not that he chose to ignore the chaos. Rather, he felt utterly powerless in the face of it. The moment Nezha appeared, the malevolent energy he exuded left him profoundly shaken. He was but a mere mortal. Did they truly regard him as a celestial being? With Nezha's prowess, even summoning the esteemed Zhang Daoling from the celestial master's abode would be futile. Chapter 38. The company surrenders? No, it is truly cowed. Nezha unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches, and within mere moments, the entire room lay in tatters, with drafts swirling through the wreckage. The temporary workers, who had been present in the room, hastily retreated to the doorway, joining Zhao Fengshu and Bai Yulong in a shared gaze of disbelief. In these times, no one was foolish. Aware that Nezha was not to be trifled with, none of the temporary workers dared to intervene. Even Qin Duo, who was typically obedient, had retreated to a corner, tilting her head away. It was only when Nezha delivered a kick that shattered the load-bearing wall that the entire building began to tremble violently. At this juncture, Zhao Fengshu could no longer remain seated. He immediately called out to Nezha, "Third prince, cease your actions." This utterance instantly captured Nezha's attention. Turning to face them, he noticed they had all congregated at the doorway and grinned mischievously, saying, "Cease? Certainly. Just come over and play with me for a while, and I shall stop." Observing the malicious grin on his face, the crowd could not help but take a step back. Sensing their retreat, Nezha lifted his leg and struck the already cracked load-bearing wall. Boom! The wall, unable to bear the strain, finally crumbled into oblivion. The entire structure suddenly shook violently, emitting creaking groans as if it were on the verge of collapse. Zhao Fengshu and the others, unsteady due to the tremors, struggled to maintain their balance. In stark contrast, Nezha stood firmly in place, beckoning them with a playful gesture, saying, "Who among you will come first?" Faced with his provocation, the group exchanged glances, yet none were willing to step forward. After all, who would willingly engage with such a tempestuous little demon when they had nothing but leisure to spare? Particularly for Feng Baobao, certain unpleasant memories were abruptly stirred. She instantly donned a look of sagacity, silently retreating behind the others while taking a deep breath, readying her energy for any sudden onslaught. However, this time, Nezha was not interested in a mere game. He sought to toy with them. Noticing the silence, he stomped his right foot onto the ground, causing it to fracture violently. "Since you are all so modest, I shall take the initiative to entertain myself." With that, He leapt forward with the force of a cannonball, charging straight at the crowd. Witnessing this scene, the temporary workers' expressions shifted dramatically as they hurriedly dispersed while employing their skills to fend him off. Zhang Zhiwei, too, finally took the situation seriously, grabbing by Yulong and Zhao Fengxiu and swiftly retreating. By the time Nezha reached them, the crowd had already scattered in all directions. Yet their flight only fueled Nezha's excitement. Intensifying his playful intent, his gaze swept across the area, momentarily resting on Chen Duo, for he adhered to the principle of not striking women. His fervor then shifted to He Guaner. You, with your robust physique, must possess considerable strength, he declared, charging directly at He Guaner. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and unleashed a kick. So swift was his movement that He Guaner had no time to react, hastily crossing his arms in front of his chest to absorb the blow. In an instant, he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing through several walls before finally coming to rest amid the rubble. This chaos wreaked havoc on the entire 7th floor, and with one of the load-bearing walls destroyed, the building trembled once more. Cracks began to appear in the ceiling above, signaling the imminent collapse of the upper floors. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the building, employees of Qidu Tong scrambled to escape. The heads of various departments took on the role of security, orderly guiding the crowd to safety. Nevertheless, their eyes remained fixated on the 7th floor, all too aware of the arrival of Xiao Chen. The unfolding scene made it evident that something had gone awry in negotiations with Zhao Fengxiu, leading to this violent confrontation. Yet, was this individual not excessively audacious? If this tumult continued, the very company building might be reduced to ruins. Regarding the matter of Zhao Fengxiu not descending, they harbored a desire to investigate. However, due to the ominous signs of the building's impending collapse, they hesitated to delve deeper. Yet, they were not overly concerned. Not to mention that Zhao Fengxiu was accompanied by several temporary workers. Even Zhang Zhiwei from the Tianxia mansion was by his side. Should any misfortune truly occur, it was unlikely that there would be any unexpected consequences. Just as their worries mounted, a sudden flash of golden light erupted. Astonished, the crowd turned to behold Zhang Zhiwei, each hand grasping one of Bai Yulong and Zhao Fengxiu, appearing before them. President Zhao, the old master. Upon seeing the trio, several district heads rushed forward. However, upon noticing the grim expressions on the faces of the two directors, those who had intended to inquire fell silent, standing aside in quietude. Zhao Fengxiu gazed at the 7th floor, his sharp eyes ablaze with fury. Nevertheless, he forcefully subdued his temper and spoke in a low tone. Have you seen Xiao Chen? Hearing this, the crowd shook their heads in unison. Zhao Fengxiu retracted his gaze and scanned the surroundings. After failing to locate Xiao Chen, he exhaled heavily and commanded, "Search. Before the company building meets its end, he must be found." Upon hearing this, the district heads responded affirmatively and promptly turned to lead their employees in a widespread search. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, accompanied by Wind Zhenghao, arrived at a large tree 300 meters away. The two gazed at the distant building, the sound of crumbling stones echoing in their ears. Isn't Zhao Fengxiu going to intervene with Nezha causing such a ruckus? Surely he isn't genuinely intimidated? Xiao Chen muttered in disappointment. He was still awaiting an opportunity to harvest experience points and enhance his cultivation. Yet, after waiting for some time, there was no sign of activity from the system. Beside him, Wind Zhenghao couldn't help but twitch his lips, harboring private doubts. Bai Yulong was rather hawkish, perhaps tending towards extremism in his actions. Yet, Zhao Fengxiu had always been steady. Even if Nezha truly demolished the building, he would not resort to force against him. Despite his earlier assertive words, hinting at the power behind the company, it equally indicated that, beyond that, he genuinely lacked any further trump cards. It was evident how deeply he regarded Xiao Chen with apprehension. Given the events Xiao Chen had instigated today, had it been anyone else, Zhao Fengxiu would have already unleashed all his resources to subdue them. Yet now, with the company building in ruins, there was an eerie silence. The district heads merely focused on evacuating personnel to prevent casualties. This illustrated that Xiao Chen's emergence had fundamentally altered the dynamics of the extraordinary realm. Chapter 39. How could the temporary workers be so timid? Ding. Combat experience accumulation has reached the threshold, rewarding 2 years of cultivation. Upon hearing the prompt echoing in his mind, Xiao Chen displayed a satisfied expression. However, he pondered whether the duration of this reward was rather insufficient. His current cultivation, when summed up, amounted to merely 22 years of effort. Aside from the initial 5 years, the remaining increments were merely 2 years and 1 year each. At this rate, when would he ever be able to summon a true master? It is noteworthy that the entities he could currently summon were mere specters or demons. such as the garments of the deceased or entities akin to Yin officials. He could only summon a mere essence of a formidable figure, such as the Vajra King. Even that required a considerable expenditure of his chi. Were it not for Nezha being a gift from the system, requiring no cost for summoning, he would have been utterly incapable of calling upon such a being. After all, this individual was the reincarnation of a demonic orb, differentiated from the primordial pearl. Should the demonic nature manifest, even a true immortal would need to evade its wrath, resorting to the use of the Qianquan circle to suppress it. However, as he was lost in thought, a sudden and violent explosion erupted from the 7th floor. A fiery blaze, accompanied by debris and thick smoke, surged forth from within the building, causing the employees fleeing below to cry out in alarm. Zhao Fengshu and Zhang Zhiwei anxiously gazed upward. "Dear master," Zhao Fengshu turned to Zhang Zhiwei, hesitating to speak, evidently wishing to persuade him to assist in quelling the chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zhiwei was enveloped in golden light and leaped towards the 7th floor. Following the vanished wall, he entered the now desolate office. Yet, as he surveyed the scene, he found it devoid of any human presence. Just then, another explosion resonated from the depths of the 7th floor. Zhang Zhiwei looked up to behold Nezha's foot firmly planted on Old Meng's face, sending him flying. After crashing through several walls, he became embedded in a thick partition. At this moment, the disheveled Xiao Zizai and Heguaner stumbled out, their faces covered in dust. The two exchanged a glance at Old Meng before dashing off in opposite directions. As Xiao Zizai ran, he extended his right hand forward, unleashing a formidable pull from his palm. This was the dragon-absorbing water technique, a combination of the Buddhist methods of the flower-picking finger and the dragon claw hand. It could draw enemies within a certain radius into his grasp. However, this maneuver was not directed at Nezha, but aimed at the distant Old Meng. In an instant, he pulled Old Meng from the wall. "Go," Xiao Zizai uttered decisively, without a hint of hesitation, as he prepared to leap through the window, cradling Old Meng. Through his entanglement with Nezha, he had come to a profound realization. Even if all the temporary workers banded together, they would still be no match for the third prince of the demonic orb. If this continued, they would either be slain by the prince or buried beneath the ruins of this crumbling building. Yet Nezha, reveling in the thrill, would certainly not let them escape so easily. As the trio of Xiao Zizai prepared to escape through the window, a sudden surge of strength propelled them forward. With a resounding crash, the floor collapsed, and Nezha burst forth like a cannonball. Xiao Zizai, poised to leap towards the window, felt an overwhelming force strike his chest. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he found Nezha's mocking expression directed at him. Thinking of leaving? Not so easily. With that, Nezha unleashed a punch that sent both him and the elderly Meng flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The lagging Heguan remained rooted in place, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. At that moment, the seal on his right wrist had vanished, not by his own doing, but shattered by Nezha's powerful strike. Although this allowed him to unleash his full strength, it paled in comparison to the formidable might of the third prince, rendering his power almost infantile. This conclusion was drawn after a brief clash with Nezha, resulting in a fractured left arm, which throbbed with pain, leaving him uncertain of its recovery. Nezha's gaze shifted to the dazed Heguan, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "You possess quite the strength. How about we exchange a punch?" Upon hearing this, Heguan instinctively took a step back. He, who had the potential to become Yanghua, did not wish to lose his only functioning right hand. Ultimately, he conceded. "Enough of this. My strength is no match for yours." He stepped aside, conceding the path. "You seek to demolish the building. I shan't hinder you." Finding Heguan's reluctance to engage rather dull, Nezha scoffed. "You lot have no ambition whatsoever. Here I am, showing you mercy, and yet you dare not face me." This statement ignited a tempest within Heguan. "We truly appreciate your kindness. Goodness, you have shown restraint. Perhaps you should visit Wang Zhenghao. You've left his face utterly disfigured. And that girl, Feng Baobao, is in a state of despair, running around with her head cradled. Little Chen Duo, though, displayed her poison arts. Yet you simply consumed her like a high-protein meal, urging her to unleash even more. What is this, a buffet for you?" At that moment, Heguan felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Despite being the ones beaten, the third prince exhibited an air of dissatisfaction. Coincidentally, he spotted Zhang Zhiwei in the distance, standing idly, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Desperate to escape Nezha's clutches, he cast aside all notions of morality and exclaimed, "Third prince, are you not in search of someone to fight? Look over there." His prowess was widely acknowledged in the realm of extraordinary beings. However, before he could finish his words, a golden rope materialized, suddenly ensnaring his waist. Immediately, A formidable force surged forth, propelling him directly out of the office. He was flung against the wall, disappearing into the outside world. As he passed by Zhang Zhiwei, he cast a deliberate glance in his direction. There stood the old master, his face darkened, glaring daggers with eyes that seemed to promise retribution. The expression implied that had it not been for his quick reflexes, that young rascal would have triumphed. Despite this unfortunate outcome, Haiguan felt a surge of joy within. Compared to being hurled from the 7th floor, he truly wished to avoid confronting that little demon king again. Yet, Zhang Zhiwei's actions caught the attention of Nezha, who immediately fixed his gaze upon him and proclaimed, "Old man, your strength appears commendable. Why don't we have a spar?" Zhang Zhiwei thought, this is it. He is coming for me. His heart raced, yet he managed to don a benevolent smile, replying, "I am but a mere passerby, with modest abilities. How could I dare to show off before you?" As he spoke, his eyes darted away, seeking the distant figure of Xiao Chen perched atop a great tree, casting a pleading look for assistance. Chapter 40. Is this child 3 years old? More fierce than a century-old master. Xiao Chen, channeling his energy, gazed intently at the distant building. With his extraordinary vision, he clearly perceived Zhang Zhiwei's desperate plea. What on earth was this old man thinking, voluntarily walking into a beating? Yet, amidst his contemplation, he began to weigh his options. Should he allow Nezha to engage in a bout with Zhang Zhiwei? But reconsidering, he thought better of it. If a serious confrontation ensued, the commotion would be immense. If Nezha, unable to control his strength, were to subdue the old master, his plans for harvesting would surely be thwarted. With that in mind, he hastily sent a thought message to Nezha, instructing him not to lay a hand on Zhang Zhiwei. This thought transmission was a unique mode of communication between Xiao Chen and those he summoned. Meanwhile, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Nezha could not help but pout, grumbling. What a nuisance. Just when I finally encounter someone formidable, I'm not allowed to fight. With that, his gaze swept the area, searching for anyone else who might be worthy of a spar. The first figure to catch his eye was Feng Baobao, who had not made a move but pretended to be gravely injured. She lay on the ground, mouth agape, displaying an exaggerated expression of agony. To an unknowing observer, it might seem she had sustained severe injuries. In reality, due to their familiarity, Nezha refrained from even approaching her. The only mark upon her cheek was a scratch inadvertently inflicted during his previous altercation with Old Meng. Whether it was a deliberate act on her part to appear wounded remained uncertain. Nezha's gaze then drifted past Feng Baobao to the corner, where Chen Duo sat curled up, having retreated into a shell upon witnessing his poison being turned against him. Upon noticing Nezha's gaze upon her, she immediately buried her head between her legs, refraining from making any movement. After all, the snake curse she had just planted had already been consumed, and she certainly did not wish for Nezha to extract the curse from within her. However, Nezha displayed little interest in her. His eyes wandered again and landed on Wang Zhenghao, who was nursing his bruised face and sore jaw. Simultaneously, Wang Zhenghao felt the weight of Nezha's stare and, in a sudden panic, dove into a pile of rubble. How absurd. His meager skills were utterly ineffective against this little demon king, particularly his creation, the love chicken killing technique. Originally derived from the diamond arm pounding fist, a single blow could unleash tremendous force. Yet, deeming it too violent, he had modified it to use only a fraction of that power, sending gentle vibrations through the enemy's body to stimulate their glands, inducing a pleasurable sensation. Little did he anticipate that upon using this technique on Nezha, it would invigorate him to the point of frenzy. He transformed into a whirlwind of chaos, and Wang Zhenghao found himself at the receiving end of that fury. For what felt like an eternity on the 7th floor, he was relentlessly pursued and pummeled. To make matters worse, Nezha aimed specifically at his face. As a result, his visage was now swollen like a pig's head, and aside from the pain, he had lost all feeling. Now, once again under scrutiny, Wang Zhenghao felt a surge of panic and hastily buried himself among the stones, fervently hoping that Nezha would not seek him out again. Observing Wang Zhenxiao's cowardice, Nezha shook his head and shifted his focus to Xiao Zizai and Old Meng, who lay on the ground, utterly defeated, showing no intention of rising. Seeing them all too frightened to retaliate, Nezha furrowed his brow and exclaimed in frustration, "You lot are truly dull." At his words, the temporarily employed workers, who had already been tormented to the brink of despair, felt a surge of indignation. "To think we bore your entertainment, we genuinely apologize, you scoundrel. Do you truly consider us your playthings? After being beaten to a pulp, must we still appear as though we are relishing the experience?" Even Xiao Zizai, with his morbid inclinations for inflicting suffering on others, found himself on the verge of tears. His passion lay in tormenting others, not in being subjected to such cruelty himself. After an encounter with Nezha, he felt as if he were on the brink of revealing hidden attributes. In that moment, the beleaguered individuals, suffering an existential crisis, began to feign death and lie still. As temporary workers within the company, they were indeed engaged in dubious undertakings, each possessing formidable abilities. Their character flaws, to varying degrees, rendered them difficult to constrain by societal norms. Consequently, they existed as a rather peculiar cohort within the company, exhibiting their own distinct personalities even in the presence of the higher-ups. However, today, a mere child, no more than 3 or 4 years old, has managed to subdue them completely, even in their utmost effort. They were truly beaten to the point of losing all semblance of anger. Yet, what is most infuriating is that this little rascal dares to claim he wasn't satisfied. Is he not implying that they are unworthy even of being mere playthings? Just as they stood in stunned silence, Nezha spoke once more. Since you refuse to spar with me, then forget about this dilapidated building. With that, he leaped into the air and kicked the ceiling. In an instant, accompanied by a violent tremor and a thunderous crash, 2 floors above the 7th were sent soaring into the sky. The massive floors were propelled over 100 meters high. Witnessing this scene, everyone, including Zhang Zhiwei, was left frozen in place. It was at this moment that they truly comprehended the terrifying power Nezha possessed. This was not merely a matter of shattering it or using energy to destroy the floors. No, he had employed brute strength to sever the 2 floors cleanly in half, kicking them away. Was this truly a 3-year-old? He was more ferocious than a celestial master who had lived for a century. Meanwhile, the crowd below, upon witnessing the soaring floors, was thrown into utter chaos. As ordinary employees, they instinctively shielded Zhao Fengshu and Bai Yulong, retreating to safety. Other ordinary employees, under the protection of their extraordinary counterparts, swiftly distanced themselves from the site. Boom! In the moment the 2 floors crashed down, debris flew everywhere, and steel rods scattered wildly. Even the ground trembled slightly. Standing at a distance, Zhao Fengshu stood dazed, gazing blankly at the cloud of dust rising into the sky. At the sight of the building being demolished, he felt a sharp pang in his heart. At that moment, his thoughts were no longer focused on how to stop Nezha. Instead, he was frantically considering what excuse he could concoct to placate the situation. After all, such a significant incident would undoubtedly attract the attention of various forces within the extraordinary realm, leading to inquiries. If he did not find a reasonable explanation to silence the crowd, the tale of divine beings descending would soon spread far and wide. Just as he struggled to gather his thoughts, another thunderous sound erupted. Nezha, from the 7th floor, had begun to indiscriminately wreak havoc. Chapter 41, Zhao Fengshu. O Celestial Master, please take the blame for me. Boom, boom, boom. A series of resounding crashes emanated from within the corporate building. Starting from the 6th floor, the glass began to shatter, mixed with falling debris from great heights. Fortunately, the company employees had already evacuated, preventing any casualties. At this moment, Zhao Fengshu, watching the building continuously fracture, felt utterly despondent. At that moment, several figures leaped from the 7th floor, revealing a group of fleeing temporary workers alongside Zhang Zhiwei. As they landed, they hastily ran towards Zhao Fengshu. Upon their arrival, Bai Yulong eagerly inquired, "Why are only you all here? Where is that mischievous child?" Hearing this, the injured temporary workers cast him a resentful glance. "What do you mean, only us? Do you wish for our building to share the same fate? For someone of your stature, you certainly lack common sense." At this juncture, Haiguaner, suppressing the pain in his left arm, spoke with lingering trepidation, "We couldn't stop that little monster. He is an absolute fiend." Bai Yulong frowned, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction, as if he had more to say. However, Zhao Fengshu raised his hand to halt him, addressing the group. "You have all performed admirably. As for this building, let it be demolished." With that, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Zhiwei, his eyes glimmering behind his spectacles. Zhang Zhiwei, noticing Zhao Fengshu's intense gaze, felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, sensing he was about to be ensnared. He simply averted his head, feigning ignorance. Yet, undeterred by Zhang's silence, Zhao Fengshu initiated a conversation. "Old master, if this company building is to be razed, what excuse should I concoct to placate those well-meaning individuals?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei furrowed his brow, casting an odd glance in Zhao's direction. He had an inkling that Zhao Fengshu's inquiry stemmed from a lack of foresight. In truth, this was indeed the case. Upon seeing Zhang Zhiwei, Zhao Fengshu suddenly conceived a plan to publicly declare that the old master was displeased with the change of the Luo Tian Grand Ritual's location and, in a fit of rage, ordered the demolition of the company building. This would provide a valid excuse for the building's destruction while also allowing the Luo Tian Grand Ritual's venue to be reinstated at Longhu. Indeed, Zhao Fengshu had once again capitulated. Just as Wind Zhenghao had surmised, despite his earlier bravado, he dared not escalate the situation. Once ordinary people became involved, one could only imagine the repercussions for a chairman so well connected. The entire realm of the extraordinary would face a purge. Do not presume such a scenario to be implausible. The upper echelons have always treated the extraordinary with caution and control. The existence of the extraordinary realm is shrouded in secrecy to prevent those endowed with supernatural abilities from inciting fear and unrest among ordinary citizens. Thus, within the extraordinary realm, there exists an unwritten rule. No extraordinary being may act in the presence of ordinary people. This red line is one even the most reckless of those with supernatural tendencies would not dare to cross. However, for the extraordinary, this serves as the most conciliatory measure. Despite their connections, they are often derisively referred to as half-official by their peers. Ultimately, they are merely a group of disgruntled laborers. The realm of the extraordinary exists in a nebulous zone between the ordinary and the supernatural, primarily serving as a buffer. It ensures that the world of the common folk remains untainted by otherworldly forces. However, should this delicate equilibrium be disrupted, the consequence would be the wrath of the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, who would annihilate the realm of the extraordinary. Even if they cannot eliminate Xiao Chen, the other extraordinary beings would undoubtedly face dire fates. The rationale is straightforward. They will not permit the emergence of an emperor within the realm of the extraordinary. If one were to arise, they would deploy all means necessary to eradicate any unsettling elements, reducing him to a mere figurehead. In the end, the entire realm of the extraordinary would be left with only Xiao Chen. After all, in comparison to the 14 billion ordinary citizens, a mere few thousand extraordinary beings hold negligible significance. Therefore, by all means, Zhao Fengshu must suppress this matter. It is not that he favors the realm of the extraordinary. He simply does not wish for Xiao Chen alone to implicate countless lives. Thus, he must devise a plausible explanation to deceive everyone. The current Zhang Zhiwei is the perfect scapegoat. In the entire realm of the extraordinary, few dare to dismantle corporate edifices. Yet, the old celestial master is undoubtedly among them. Furthermore, with the relocation of the Luo Tian Grand Rite, it conveniently allows the outside world to misconstrue that the old celestial master is dissatisfied with this situation. Thus, it is perfectly fitting for him to bear this blame. With this in mind, Zhao Fengshu's gaze towards Zhang Zhiwei grew increasingly fervent. However, Zhang Zhiwei was no fool. He could easily discern Zhao's intentions. His expression darkened as he retorted, "Zhao, I am of no use in this matter. It has nothing to do with me." Zhao Fengshu, upon hearing this, chuckled and stepped forward with a sycophantic demeanor, saying, "Old celestial master, let us have a word in private." Seeing Zhao's shamelessness and ingratiating smile, Zhang Zhiwei let out a heavy sigh of resignation and followed him. Once they reached a secluded spot, Zhao Fengshu spoke candidly, "Old celestial master, with Xiao Chen's monumental blunder, I cannot shoulder this burden alone. You are aware of the repercussions this could have on the realm of the extraordinary if it reaches the higher-ups. Do you truly wish to witness the entire realm undergo a reckoning? The divine will descend. Once word spreads, those extraordinary beings will begin to idolize Xiao Chen, and the upper echelons will certainly not remain indifferent." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the stakes involved. Yet, to be the scapegoat? Zhang Zhiwei was vehemently opposed. After boasting for a century, how could he now be subjected to such indignity? Had his century of cultivation been for naught? However, he was also a proud individual and felt it inappropriate to refuse outright. Thus, he responded tactfully, "Zhao, it is not that I am unwilling to agree. The situation has escalated to such an extent that, even if we manage to deceive outsiders, how can we possibly fool those in higher authority?" Upon noticing his hesitation, Zhao Fengshu chuckled and assured him, "Fear not, venerable master. There remains room for maneuver in this affair. Although it is quite troublesome at this juncture, I can only exert my utmost effort. I sincerely hope that together we can assist the realm of the extraordinary in overcoming this crisis." Chapter 42. Ultimately, it is the venerable master who bears the burden. Zhang Zhiwei fell silent upon hearing Zhao Fengshu's words. To be frank, he had no desire to shoulder this blame. Though it appeared impressive to have demolished the corporate building, it was akin to leaving a permanent stain on one's record. While he and the company shared an unspoken understanding of the situation, how would the forces behind the company perceive the Celestial Master's residence? Although they might refrain from taking drastic measures against it, one could never tell what might transpire in the future. Zhao Fengshu, growing increasingly impatient due to the lack of response, finally urged, "Venerable Master, do not hesitate any longer. Even if I were to report the truth to the higher-ups, do you truly believe they would choose to conceal it as I would, trivializing the matter? I can assure you, they would quietly eliminate all of us. After all, compared to the divine beings, we are but mere ants. The upper echelons are not fools. Rather than confront the celestial beings, they would naturally choose to crush the easier targets, the ants." Upon hearing this, the corners of Zhang Zhiwei's mouth twitched involuntarily. He never anticipated that this esteemed celestial master, revered in the realm of the extraordinary, would one day be reduced to the status of an insect. "Zhao Fengshu, you certainly have a way of driving the knife deep into the heart." "Sigh, it is what it is." Zhang Zhiwei sighed heavily and chose to acquiesce. Seeing him relent, Zhao Fengshu's eyes brightened, and he quickly reassured, "Venerable Master, do not fret too much. I will not let you bear the burden alone. While I may not be able to assist you much on the extraordinary front, I do possess certain privileges in terms of funding. Once this matter settles, I will assist in repairing the Celestial Master's residence. Or, if you find the back mountain too desolate, how about I construct a few additional buildings for you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "Spare me that. With that money, you might as well build an entirely new edifice." No sooner had he spoken than a distant building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Zhao Fengshu was startled, his heart racing as he gazed at the dust-laden ruins. Gritting his teeth and muttering, "This fellow has left me with not a single floor." Just then, Su Si hurried over, exclaiming, "President Zhao, we have located Xiao Chen." At this revelation, Zhao Fengshu immediately perked up, urging, "Quick, take me to him." However, he paused and turned to Zhang Zhiwei, confirming once more, "Venerable Master. So we have an agreement on this matter?" Zhang Zhiwei, with a grim expression, nodded stiffly. Receiving an affirmative response, Zhao Fengshu finally felt at ease and hastily departed. Little did he know, however, that Zhang Zhiwei, with his right hand concealed in his sleeve, had long since clenched his fist. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, a notification chimed. Ding. Combat experience accumulation has reached the required threshold. A reward of 1 year's cultivation has been granted. As the system's final message echoed in his mind, Xiao Chen found a serene quietude enveloping his thoughts. The commotion caused by Nezha had only granted him an increase of 3 years in cultivation, a meager return that left him somewhat dissatisfied. Nonetheless, he had observed everything unfold and recognized that the temporary worker had been too timid to take action. It appeared that in order to enhance his cultivation further, he would need to harvest some benefits at the Luo Tian Grand Rite. With a resolve forming in his heart, Xiao Chen began to contemplate the matters concerning the Grand Rite once more. Just then, Wind Zhenghao leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Xiao Xianshi, Zhao Fengshu is approaching." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen followed Feng's gaze and spotted Zhao Fengshu jogging towards him with remarkable urgency. The 100-meter distance was covered in a mere 20 seconds, leaving Xiao Chen rather astonished. Given Zhao's considerable weight of 200 pounds, such speed was impressive. Truly, Zhao was a master of the empty palm technique, capable of sending a soda can flying, and he remained a figure of hidden prowess. However, as Xiao Chen indulged in these musings, Zhao Fengshu arrived, breathless and exclaiming, "Stop! Stop!" His labored breaths were accompanied by Su Si, who was patting his back to ease his discomfort. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the now-ruined building, and remarked, "I was quite eager to continue. Do you believe there is still a building left to worry about?" At these words, Zhao Fengshu nearly choked on his breath. Almost collapsing from the exertion, he instinctively raised his palm as if to unleash his practiced techniques upon Xiao Chen, but ultimately transformed the gesture into an accusatory finger, exclaiming, "This is utterly reckless. Do you realize the consequences of such actions?" Seeing Zhao's frantic demeanor, Xiao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. However, before he could respond, a voice rang out from a distance, Nezha's voice. "Consequences? What consequences?" Upon hearing this, both Zhao Fengshu and Su Si shuddered, their gazes wary as they turned towards the source of the sound. Nezha approached, hands tucked into his pants, striding forward with an air of defiance and indignation. Realizing that the little ancestor had not departed, Su Si's mind raced as he quickly donned a beaming smile and said, "Please do not misunderstand. What Zhao meant to convey was his concern that the building's collapse might harm you." Hearing this, Zhao Fengshu shot an indignant look at Su Si, retorting, "Did I ask you to explain? Do I not possess a mouth of my own?" Su Si responded with a grin, "That's why you are the leader. You even managed to project authority while conceding." Yet he understood Zhao Fengshu's desire to appear strong, not wanting to lose face in front of Xiao Chen. At this moment, the true essence of a qualified employee is vividly manifested. Zhao spoke correctly. I admit my tongue was too quick. Susi actively cooperated, wearing a face of contrition and forced smiles. Zhao Fengshu snorted in annoyance, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, the act was completed. Prolonging it would only lead to complications. Just then, Nezha approached, glancing at the two performing antics, and scoffed, with such meager debris. Do they think they can harm me? He raised his left hand, dusting off non-existent specks from his right shoulder, and with a dismissive blow, remarked, why is everyone here so fragile? Those few I just struck fled at the first few blows. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengshu's forehead instantly darkened with frustration. He found himself deeply questioning Nezha's identity, wondering if this lad was not the reincarnation of some celestial being. After all, he had demolished a building, assaulted individuals, and still had the audacity to taunt. If only I could locate the southern heavenly gate, I would surely report you to the Jade Emperor, a dignified celestial being, yet so brazenly bullying mortals. However, Zhao Fengshu dared not voice these thoughts, fearing that a single misstep might provoke this little demon further. His modest resources could hardly withstand such calamity. Xiao Chen, witnessing Zhao Fengshu's discomfiture, could hardly suppress his grin. Seizing the moment, he inquired, Zhao, what about the grand ceremony? But before he could finish, Zhao Fengshu, with a stern expression, interjected, I need to construct a building. I have no time for this matter. The venue will remain as previously decided, atop Longhu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart soared with delight. If he had only agreed sooner, he wouldn't have had to sacrifice an entire building for it. Chapter 43, Nezha's forced departure, the heavenly path intervenes? Seeing Zhao Fengshu relent, Xiao Chen chose not to linger further. He swiftly took his leave, accompanied by the unsatisfied Nezha and Wind Zhenghao. Remarkably, Zhao Fengshu did not call them back for further chatter. After all, there was only this one company building left, and it was already beyond repair. He feared that any further words might incite Nezha to wreak more havoc. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on Xiao Chen and Nezha. Even as they drove away, he stood lost in thought. Susi, understanding the situation, refrained from interrupting and simply stood by. After about a minute, he finally spoke, Sir, go summon everyone for a meeting, especially those temporary workers. No one is to leave until the old master has lifted the restrictions. Susi responded and quickly departed. However, as he left, he cast one last glance at the ruins of the building, silently lamenting, the building is gone, yet we still hold a meeting. Truly, leaders possess an expansive mindset. In the business vehicle, Xiao Chen occupied the passenger seat, listening to Nezha in the back seat incessantly inquiring, what is that conference you mentioned earlier? Is it enjoyable? Will there be a multitude of attendees? Could you take me along? Upon hearing this barrage of questions, Xiao Chen turned his head to glance back and replied, Sure, when the conference takes place, I shall summon you. Nezha's eyes glinted with cunning as he discerned the underlying intention, realizing that Xiao Chen was contemplating sending him back. However, having made the effort to come, he was reluctant to depart so soon and hastily exclaimed, No way. I want to stay here and wait for the conference to commence. Besides, Xiao Feng mentioned taking me out to the sea, saying it would be quite entertaining. He then cast a look at Wind Zhenghao, signaling with his eyes, Right, Xiao Feng? Yes, Wind Zhenghao responded hesitantly while driving. Yet, he could not recollect having agreed to such a plan. Clearly, Nezha sought to remain and draw him into a predicament. But such a trivial ruse was no match for Xiao Chen, who shot a glance at Wind Zhenghao and remarked, You certainly have the audacity to agree. Are you not afraid he'll dredge up a dragon from the sea and leave you in dire straits? Upon hearing this, Wind Zhenghao could not help but chuckle wryly and shake his head. Xiao Xianshi, please do not frighten me. If the third prince truly pulls a dragon from the ocean, I would be in grave trouble indeed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Nezha scoffed, What is so frightening about a dragon? If I encounter one, I shall treat you to a grand dragon feast. At this proclamation, Wind Zhenghao tensed, swallowing hard, evidently intrigued by the prospect of tasting dragon delicacies. Simultaneously, he discerned a hint of insight from Nezha's words. It appeared that the third prince had yet to encounter Wang Bing. Thus, it could be inferred that the individual summoned by Xiao Xianshi was the untried Nezha. Xiao Chen, too, recognized the inconsistency in Nezha's statement. Yet he chose not to conceal anything further. Regardless of which timeline Nezha belonged to, it sufficed that outsiders recognized him as Nezha, unable to resist. He turned back to jest, while searching for a dragon here is out of the question, you might just unearth a SpongeBob SquarePants. Nezha paused in surprise, his face awash with confusion. What is a SpongeBob SquarePants? What kind of creature is that? A monster? Xiao Chen suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, nodding earnestly, indeed, quite monstrous. It is one of the 3 forbidden zones, a creature from the Silent Sea. Upon hearing this, not only was Nezha left bewildered, but even Wind Zhenghao was taken aback. Wasn't SpongeBob SquarePants a cartoon? When did it become one of the 3 forbidden zones? What, then, were the other 2? Wind Zhenghao, oblivious to the online antics of netizens, found himself pondering in perplexity. Could it be that the SpongeBob SquarePants Xiao Xianxia referred to was not from that animated series? However, this notion flickered only briefly in his mind. He remained steadfast in his belief that Xiao Chen's words were merely a jest aimed at amusing a child. However, Nezha was utterly convinced, his curiosity prompting a barrage of questions. Where is this Silent Sea you mentioned? And what of the creature known as SpongeBob? Is it formidable? Why don't we venture there first, and then return to attend the Grand Assembly? Observing Nezha's earnestness, Xiao Chen hastily coughed twice, responding ambiguously, that place is far too distant. We shall discuss it another time. But what of you? Do you wish to linger here a few more days? Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when Nezha suddenly furrowed his brow, as if sensing something amiss, and glanced around in confusion. Strange. I can hear my mother calling me. Before he could finish his sentence, his form began to waver and then vanished entirely from sight. Xiao Chen, taken aback, clearly sensed that Nezha had been summoned back by an inexorable force. This was a circumstance he had never encountered before. Beside him, Wind Zhenghao wore an expression of perplexity. Inquiring, Xiao Xianxia, what has befallen the 3rd prince? Uncertain of the situation, Xiao Chen could only offer a vague response. Did you not hear him? His mother beckons him for a meal. Wind Zhenghao retorted, your fabrications flow as easily as breath. Were it not for the knowledge of your genuine ability to summon deities, one might mistake you for a charlatan. Nevertheless, Wind Zhenghao understood that Xiao Chen was unwilling to elaborate, and thus he refrained from pressing the matter further, instead redirecting the conversation. Xiao Xianxia, should I keep an eye on the Luo Tian Grand Rite? Although Zhao Fengxiu has consented, I suspect he will not remain tranquil. This Luo Tian Grand Rite is an open affair for the entire realm of extraordinary beings, and as one of the 10 elders, I possess the authority to oversee the assembly. The regulations for this event were even crafted by the collective deliberations of the elders. In those days, as a younger elder, my voice held little weight. I merely nodded in agreement to the elder generation's dictates. However, the circumstances have shifted dramatically. Xiao Chen has dismantled his corporate edifice for the sake of this grand rite, underscoring his profound commitment to the event. Thus, he could no longer afford to be indifferent. It was imperative that he exert every effort to ensure that the Luo Tian Grand Rite met Xiao Chen's expectations. His conviction was not born of arrogance, previously reticent. Zhang Zhiwei's first-hand encounter with Nezha had undeniably augmented his influence with the Grand Master. After all, both the company and Zhang Zhiwei now regarded him as Xiao Chen's representative. No need. Let everything unfold naturally, Xiao Chen replied coolly. Yet his mind was preoccupied with pondering the reasons behind Nezha's abrupt disappearance, particularly the emergence of that irreversible force. Could there have been a malfunction within the system? Yet, in the depths of his intuition, he seemed to grasp something elusive. The greatest possibility is that the heavenly Tao of the demon sphere has intervened. Nezha, compelled to return, is likely tasked with fulfilling an exceedingly vital temporal juncture. Chapter 44. The Otherworldly Realm in Turmoil, Undercurrents Stirring. With the departure of Xiao Chen and others, activity surged within the company. Zhao Fengxiu gathered the group and proceeded to a high-end hotel where he rented a temporary conference room. The meeting, however, extended for a full 8 hours, concluding only in the deep of night. Poor Zhang Zhiwei, at the venerable age of 100, endured until the very end. The focal point of the entire conference remained Xiao Chen and Nezha. Meanwhile, the otherworldly realm was already in a frenzy. All major factions had become aware of the destruction of the company building. Speculation ran rampant as they pondered who would dare to act with such audacity, even demolishing a corporate edifice. Despite the efforts of various factions to unearth information, they were met with naught but silence. The employees who escaped during the building's collapse were strictly monitored by Zhao Fengxiu, leaving these factions with no means to ascertain the specifics of the incident. In the Lu family mansion, one of the 10 prominent families, the elder posed a question. Who do you think is responsible for this audacious act? The charming Lu Linglong asked, her face a picture of astonishment. Seated on a bench, Lu Jin, his expression grave, replied slowly, I cannot say who it is, but it must be someone not easily provoked, not even by the company. Upon hearing this, Lu Linglong felt a surge of disbelief and pressed, Why do you say that? Grandfather, have you discerned something? Lu Jin, Observing his innocent great-granddaughter, chuckled softly, "Is it not evident? Such a monumental event has transpired, yet the company has remained utterly silent. While Zhao Fengshu is known for his amicable demeanor, that is contingent upon the circumstances. Should someone breach his bottom line, this old fellow would be far more terrifying than a ghost." As Lu Linglong processed her grandfather's explanation, a realization dawned upon her. Grandfather? Could it be that, before she could utter the name, Lu Jin interjected firmly, "This is not a matter for our Lu family to involve ourselves in. Do not entertain such thoughts. Furthermore, inform your brother to refrain from wandering aimlessly for the time being." After giving his instructions, he donned his coat and rose to leave. Noticing his intention to depart, Lu Linglong could not help but inquire, "Grandfather, where are you headed?" "To the company." Lu Linglong was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as she recalled his earlier statement about the Lu family's non-involvement. "But you just said we should not interfere in this matter." Lu Jin cast a glance at his great-granddaughter. "I never implied I would inquire about this incident. I am merely going to discuss matters pertaining to the grand ritual." With that, he adjusted his coat and made his way outside, fully aware that Zhang Zhiwei was currently at the company. What Lu Linglong had just conjectured was indeed the handiwork of the old celestial master who had demolished the company building. Yet, he could not fathom why this celestial master had suddenly turned against the company. Was it perhaps related to the Luo Tian Jiao? It must be noted that his contribution of the Tongtian Lu was not solely to vent the celestial master's ire or to see Wang Ai and LCI suffer. Furthermore, he had secretly devised a trap aimed at Xuanqing, intending to use the Tongtian Lu as bait to lure them out and ensnare them all. Due to some long-standing grievances, his hatred for Xuanqing ran deep. Thus, he approached the company, fearing that the Luo Tian Jiao might encounter unforeseen events that would jeopardize his meticulously crafted scheme. One of the 10 masters, the Wang family. "Lao, do you think this could truly be the doing of Zhang Zhiwei?" Wang Ai inquired, astonished, while holding the phone. On the other end, the voice of LCI, one of the 10 masters, came through. "I fear the matter is not so simple. I have dispatched people to inquire. Yet no information has surfaced." Hearing this, Wang Ai furrowed his brow and replied, "I find the same situation here. The company is exceedingly secretive about this matter. Consequently, I even contacted Mu Yu from the Jianghu Xiaozhan, and even he reported that he had no leads on who was responsible. As a centuries-old organization specializing in intelligence gathering, the company had managed to elude scrutiny. It appears there is indeed something fishy going on." Upon hearing this, LCI fell silent for a moment before slowly advising, "Fatty, heed my counsel, do not involve yourself in this company affair. Our objective is solely to thwart Zhang Chulan from triumphing at the Luo Tian Jiao, thereby preventing him from entering the Celestial Master's manor. Only then can we seize the 8 extraordinary skills and the source of his chi body." Wang Ai listened to Elsie's counsel but offered no response. However, his gaze fixated on the direction of the company, flickering with intensity. For reasons unknown, he felt an intuition that behind this incident lay a secret of monumental proportions, one that rivaled the chaos of the Jia Shun rebellion. Otherwise, given Zhao Fengshu's temperament, the company building would not have been in ruins for hours without a word, hiding away in a hotel to convene. On the other end of the line, seeing Wang Ai's silence, LCI, being childhood friends, quickly surmised each other's thoughts. Wang Ai was becoming increasingly restless. Though he harbored immense curiosity regarding the situation, he had already resolved within himself. Regardless of what secrets lay hidden behind this, if it pertained to the company, it was best left untouched. Despite the L family's centuries of existence, their influence paled in comparison to the formidable power of a company that had only been established for a few decades. After all, the identity of the one pulling the strings behind the scenes had already become an open secret within the realm of extraordinary beings. At 2 o'clock in the morning, within a dimly lit room. On the surface, she is the president of the Tianxia Society, but in reality, she is also a descendant of one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, the dual-handed master, Chu Tong, holding a specialized communication talisman. A calculating smile graces her lips as she remarks, "How intriguing. Has Nezha truly demolished the company building? I had intended to seek an opportune moment to approach this Xiao Chen. Yet, it appears his temperament is rather unyielding." From the other end of the talisman, a deep voice resonated. "If you wish to remain among the living, I would advise against such actions. Of course, I am not suggesting you entirely forsake this opportunity. The company has resolved that the Luo Tian Grand Ritual will continue to be held at Longhu Mountain. Have you not yearned to send someone to engage with Feng Baobao? This serves as a perfect occasion to pay a visit to Xiao Chen. However, it would be prudent for you to remain in the shadows, lest you attract undue suspicion." Upon hearing this, Chu Tong lightly tapped the table, contemplating before slowly responding, I understand what must be done. That is reassuring, came the reply from the other party, who continued, due to recent restrictions imposed by the company, I will be unable to contact you for a while. Chu Tong offered no further remarks, merely acknowledging with a faint response before concluding the call. As she sat in her chair, her gaze gradually deepened in intensity. Deities, you say? The secrets surrounding this Xiao Chen are far more astonishing than those of Feng Baobao. Chapter 45. Lu Jin caught in the crossfire. The true nature begins to emerge. The destruction of the company building stirred ripples both overt and covert within the realm of the extraordinary. Nearly all beings of the extraordinary community fixated their attention upon the company. Yet, after an extensive wait, no actions were observed. It was not until the following morning that the company issued a public statement concerning the Luo Tian Grand Ritual. The previously proposed new venue was rescinded, and the event would indeed take place at Longhu Mountain. Notably, there was no mention of the building's destruction. Just as confusion reigned, a rumor began to circulate. It was said that the venerable master Zhang Zhiwei, dissatisfied with the company's abrupt venue change, had intervened in the affairs of the Luo Tian Grand Ritual, inciting chaos within the company. Some even recounted how the old master unleashed the 5 thunderbolts, a cataclysmic thunderstorm that felt akin to the apocalypse. Upon hearing this rumor, the crowd was astounded. They had never anticipated that this typically gentle centenarian possessed such a fiery temperament. However, it did not take long for others to unearth tales from Zhang Zhiwei's youth. Allegedly, in his younger days, he was remarkably gifted, a powerhouse surpassing his peers. It was said that defeating anyone was merely a matter of a single slap. Furthermore, there were accounts of an incident at a family banquet of the Lu family, where a young Lu Jin was said to have been brought to tears by a single slap from Zhang Zhiwei. As more tales were revealed, the people began to realize that this extraordinary old master had once been quite a handful in his youth. At this moment, within a lavish room, Lu Jin glared at Zhang Zhiwei, inquiring, Old master, did you truly disclose this matter? Zhang Zhiwei, stroking his beard, met Lu Jin's piercing gaze and chuckled. Ah, old Lu. You didn't come all the way to the company just for this, did you? Noting Zhang's evasiveness, Lu Jin retorted with annoyance. I am not so petty as to seek you out over such trivialities. Yet, despite his words, his expression betrayed a deeper concern. However, Lu Jin chose not to dwell on the issue, recognizing the truth therein. Pursuing it further would only lead to his own embarrassment. Old master, did you truly take action regarding the company building? To be candid, although current indications pointed to Zhang Zhiwei's involvement, Lu Jin sensed an underlying complexity. Given Zhang's character, it seemed implausible that he would instigate such upheaval merely over the venue for the Luo Tian Grand Rite. Wouldn't that render his century of cultivation futile? Zhang Zhiwei was aware that this flimsy excuse would not hold water with Lu Jin. Nevertheless, he had already devised a strategy to address it. And there are other matters as well? Lu Jin could not help but inquire. Zhang Zhiwei nodded slightly, stating, You are aware of the purpose behind my hosting the Luo Tian Grand Rite. However, the company insisted on intervening, leaving me with no choice but to act. Lu Jin regarded him with skepticism, yet after a prolonged observation, he detected no signs of deceit, thus reluctantly conceding, Then, that is satisfactory. I have come regarding the Luo Tian Grand Rite, fearing my celestial talisman might go to waste. Zhang Zhiwei chuckled, assuring him, Rest assured, your concerns shall not be in vain. Lu Jin nodded slightly, yet continued to ponder the veracity of Zhang Zhiwei's earlier statements. He harbored a lingering suspicion that Zhang was concealing something significant. However, as Zhang remained tight-lipped, Lu Jin could only express concern. What is the company's stance? Are they merely seeking financial compensation? His inquiry stemmed from a genuine desire to assist the old master. Zhang Zhiwei understood his intent and graciously replied, That is unnecessary. I simply cannot descend the mountain at will anymore. Oh, Lu Jin exclaimed in surprise. Has the company confined you to the mountain? Zhang Zhiwei nodded in affirmation. Lu Jin furrowed his brow, then sighed softly after a moment, remarking, This outcome is not without merit. After all, there is little of value down here. You might find solace atop the mountain. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Zhiwei found himself in a state of bemusement. Wasn't the pursuit of tranquility the goal? Henceforth, Zhao Fanshu would no longer be able to pin the blame on him. Even this time, he felt superfluous. Why not simply enjoy the serene view of the ancestral Master S statue on the mountain rather than rush down to witness some divine being? Nevertheless, he could only suppress these thoughts within, unable to voice them to anyone, for they truly sullied his Taoist heart. Old Lu, I shall be returning to the mountain shortly. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Upon hearing Zhang Zhiwei's inquiry, Lu Jin gently shook his head and replied, "No, just this matter." He continued, "Since you are heading back to the mountain, I shall accompany you. After all, the grand ritual is just around the corner, and I must go sooner or later." Zhang Zhiwei, upon hearing this, did not elaborate further but merely nodded in agreement. The two then shifted their conversation to other topics until Do Lu from the East China region arrived to escort them back to Longhu Mountain. Meanwhile, Zhao Fengxu was also engrossed in his tasks. The time until the grand ritual was rapidly dwindling, and he needed to ensure that all arrangements were meticulously in place. Particularly, he had to prepare for the potential public summoning of deities by Xiao Chen during the grand ritual. Since he could not thwart it, he aimed to stabilize the situation to the utmost degree of certainty. Hence, the entire company was mobilized. Leaders from various regions seldom collaborated on tasks, and even the temporary workers set aside their ongoing duties to join in. However, while the company buzzed with activity, in a warehouse located on the outskirts, a congregation of notorious figures from the sinister sect of the otherworld, the Quanxing, had gathered. Among the 40 to 50 individuals, a glance revealed prominent members of the sect. Notable figures included the 4 madmen of Quanxing, the corpse demon Tu Junfeng, the master artisan Yuan Tao, along with his apprentice, and the elder prominent figure, the fierce Ling Xiao Luqin, among others. At this moment, their gazes were fixated on a youth of approximately 14 or 15 years standing at the entrance. "Esteemed ones, I trust you are all aware of the news. The location of the grand ritual has once again been set at Longhu Mountain. Therefore, our plans may proceed as intended," the youth said with a cheerful smile directed towards the assembly. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback by how a mere boy could command a gathering of notorious villains. However, upon learning his identity, such astonishment would dissipate. For he was none other than Gong Qing, the current successor of the Quanxing sect, and a young acolyte known as Xiao Qingzi from the Master's residence. Chapter 46. The Commencement of the Grand Ritual. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of the grand ritual arrived. During this interval, Xiao Chen had rarely found a moment's peace. Each day, under the guidance of Feng Xian and Feng Xingtong, he roamed about, reveling in merriment and neglecting the world. Every single day unfolds with remarkable fulfillment. Had he not maintained his integrity and resisted the alluring temptations of Feng Xian, he might have succumbed to a life of mundane meals. However, Feng Zhenghao harbors considerable grievances towards his daughter, lamenting her lack of diligence and ambition. After spending considerable time with Xiao Chen, she has yet to capture his heart. Likewise, Feng Xian expresses her dissatisfaction with her father, who seems overly concerned about her idleness at home. First, there was Zhang Chulan, and now Xiao Chen. It appears that whenever a promising young man enters the scene, her father is eager to push her towards him. Is it truly the case that he wishes to squander his only daughter? If all else fails, perhaps he should wait a couple of years until her younger sister, Feng Yaya, has matured, and then seek another suitor. At this moment, before the gates of the Celestial Master's residence, the commencement of the Grand Dao ceremony has attracted an influx of visitors. Yet today is notably different. Among these visitors, there are a greater number of outsiders. Accompanied by Feng Xian and Feng Xingtong, Xiao Chen strolls uphill. "Xiao Gu, you must seize the spotlight in this competition," Feng Xingtong remarks, their relationship having grown more familiar over the days. In the absence of his father, Feng Zhenghao, he opts to address Xiao Chen as Xiao Gu instead of the more formal Xiao Xianshi. In truth, Feng Zhenghao is aware of this shift, but chooses not to comment. He finds joy in the closeness his son shares with Xiao Chen, caring little for the notion of stealing the limelight. He merely wishes to engage with the adept of the younger generation. Xiao Chen surveys the bustling scene with a cheerful demeanor and responds, "With your prowess, it seems there are no rivals left in the realm of outsiders. Why then concern yourself with these young masters?" "Not at all," Xiao Chen replies, deliberately choosing his words. To become a master requires not only talent, but also a diverse array of skills. Among them, there may exist individuals possessing abilities akin to my own. As the saying goes, in a group of 3, one can always find a teacher. Whether in cultivation or in the pursuit of immortality, one must maintain a humble heart for learning. Coupled with a mere 10% effort, one can achieve significant progress. Upon hearing this, the siblings exchange puzzled glances. Is he implying that they should strive for knowledge? However, in an instant, they dismiss this notion, for it is difficult to believe that such wisdom comes from Xiao Chen, who spends his days indulging in revelry and his nights in nightlife. Yet, Feng Xingtong, still bewildered, poses the question, 10% effort? What then constitutes the remaining 90%? Xiao Chen, smiling, replies, "Talent, of course. Do you truly believe that mere study can lead to immortality?" With a roll of his eyes, he continues forward, leaving Feng Xingtong standing there, astonished and bewildered by the winds of confusion. As the trio approached the grand entrance of the Celestial Master's residence, they chanced upon the venerable Celestial Master himself, engaged in a photo op with a distinguished leader. Beside them stood several extraordinary individuals, awaiting their turn to greet the esteemed elder. A glance from Xiao Chen revealed a few familiar faces, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao, who had recently endured considerable tribulation at their hands. Yet, it was the Taoist priest flanking them, none other than the impoverished Wang Daozhong, who caught his attention. Standing next to the Celestial Master was none other than the enchanting Zhang Lingyu. At that moment, Zhang Zhiwei also spotted Xiao Chen, his gaze momentarily fixated upon him. The surrounding onlookers, noticing the Celestial Master's reaction, followed his line of sight. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao trembled visibly, promptly turning to flee into the depths of the Celestial Master's abode. Their actions, combined with the Celestial Master's keen interest, left Wang Yi and Zhang Lingyu bewildered. Unacquainted with Xiao Chen and oblivious to his prowess, their curiosity was piqued. What was it about this youth that elicited such fear from Zhang Chulan, who possessed a Qi body lineage? Even the Celestial Master seemed notably concerned upon his arrival. Master, who is that? Zhang Lingyu could no longer suppress her curiosity and inquired. Zhang Zhiwei diverted his gaze, responding nonchalantly, nothing of consequence, before shifting the topic to Wang Yi. With a smile, how is your Grandmaster faring? Upon hearing the Celestial Master's words, Wang Yi performed a respectful bow. Thank you for your concern, he is quite well. As their conversation unfolded, Xiao Chen approached, offering a courteous smile. Celestial Master, I hope you are in good health. Zhang Zhiwei could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Thanks to you. I have been confined to the mountains. What else could I expect? It had been some time since he last encountered Xiao Chen, who, in a bid to avoid drawing attention, refrained from publicly addressing him as Xiao Xianshi, opting instead for a straightforward name. Xiao Chen, fully aware of the underlying reasons, was unfazed and simply replied, Celestial Master, our previous agreement still stands. With that, he led the Feng siblings directly toward the Celestial Master's residence. Wang Yi and Zhang Lingyu exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the nature of the agreement between Zhang Zhiwei and this young man. To their surprise, Zhang Zhiwei's expression grew increasingly complex. The pact he had with Xiao Chen entailed inviting the founding master of the Celestial Master's residence, Zhang Daoling, post-competition. Yet, the current atmosphere felt as tense as a startled bird. For now, the personnel at Longhu Mountain outnumbered those of the Celestial Master's residence by several folds. This was all to guard against the possibility of Xiao Chen summoning divine beings and inciting chaos. Yet here was this audacious youth, publicly proclaiming his intention to uphold their agreement. Isn't this simply a trap for oneself? Contemplating this, he couldn't help but glance sideways. There, not far away, Su San and Su Si were gazing at him with vigilant eyes, clearly having overheard what Xiao Chen had said to him. However, Zhang Zhiwei paid them no mind. For the sake of the world, he had already taken the blame. If the old Taoist were to meet the ancestral master, would they dare to obstruct him? Then they mustn't blame the old Taoist. He might truly descend the mountain to inspect the new corporate building. At that moment, Zhang Lingyu, with a face full of curiosity, inquired, Master, who was that person just now? Zhang Zhiwei cast a glance at his young disciple, but refrained from answering her question, merely stating, Lingyu, should you encounter Xiao Chen in the arena, remember to surrender early. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingyu was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend why her master would utter such words. The competition had yet to commence, and he was already advising her to concede. Chapter 47, Arrival at the Arena. Jia Zhongliang comes to demand a person. Xiao Chen, accompanied by the Feng siblings, made their way to the precipice at the back mountain. At this moment, a young Taoist stood before the cliff, smiling as he said, Esteemed guests, the only path to the arena is this narrow one behind me. If you lack other means, please proceed from here. With that, he slightly turned to indicate several iron chains connecting across the chasm. Clearly, this was a test for the visitors. Feng Xiaoyan, feeling underestimated, furrowed her brow and remarked with discontent, Does the illustrious Tianxia mansion resort to such trivialities? With that, she leaped gracefully, employing her innate ability of temporal and spatial traversal. In an instant, she vanished from sight, only to reappear on the opposite side, her expression one of disdain as she cast a provocative glance at the young Taoist. Only upon witnessing his astonished expression did a satisfied smile grace her lips. Sister, really, is this worth getting upset over? Feng Xingtong remarked, as dark energy enveloped him. a manifestation of his family's prowess in summoning spirits. In a flash, a mass of black energy lifted him, allowing him to float through the air and swiftly cross the chasm, landing on the other side. The siblings had both traversed the precipice, leaving Xiao Chen alone at the original spot. It wasn't that they disregarded him. They simply felt it unnecessary. After all, he was capable of summoning deities. What need had he for their assistance? Yet, unbeknownst to them, aside from his summoning abilities, Xiao Chen was quite lacking in other skills. Although he harbored intentions to learn some celestial techniques, he had yet to realize them. Watching the siblings cross the chasm, he couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Would it be too much to ask for a bit of courtesy? Who knows? I might have acquiesced. However, given the circumstances, he could hardly shamelessly call them back to assist him. After all, Master Xiao still had a semblance of dignity to uphold. Fortunately, with 22 years of cultivation and a sturdy iron chain connecting him, he swiftly devised a solution. Although he lacked any profound techniques to propel his body across, he was still adept at basic qi manipulation. He channeled his qi to the soles of his feet, firmly stepping onto the iron chain to stabilize his stance. With his hands clasped behind him, he ambled leisurely toward the opposite shore. The siblings from the Feng family observed this with a sense of bewilderment. They had anticipated that Xiao Chen would employ some extraordinary method to traverse the chasm. At the very least, they expected him to float gracefully through the air. Yet, they were taken aback to see him walk upon the iron chain. While he appeared calm and composed, it seemed somewhat incongruous for someone referred to as the Xiao Immortal to cross in such a manner. Nonetheless, the siblings kept their thoughts to themselves, refraining from voicing their opinions. Once Xiao Chen approached them, Feng Xingtong could not help but flatter him, exclaiming, "Brother Xiao, you truly exude elegance. Your light steps on the iron chain resemble the carefree demeanor of a celestial being." Hearing her words, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, suppressing the tremors in his legs as he feigned nonchalance. It was only at this moment that he realized he had a fear of heights. His legs had trembled slightly while crossing the chasm. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure, thus avoiding embarrassment. The Feng siblings, oblivious to his internal struggle, followed closely behind as they made their way toward the competition venue. Before long, the trio arrived at the bustling entrance of the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. The area was already teeming with people, filled not only with competitors, but also a multitude of onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. This rare grand event had indeed drawn numerous extraordinary individuals to attend. At that moment, Feng Xian remarked, "Brother Xiao, my father mentioned that once we reach the arena, I should inform him of our arrival." As Wind Zhenghao was one of the 10 prominent figures, his involvement in various matters of the competition was necessary, which is why he had not accompanied them, but had arrived early to meet Zhang Zhiwei. "Go ahead," Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. After watching Feng Xian depart, he and Feng Xingtong proceeded toward the crowd, their eyes scanning the surroundings. They soon spotted many renowned young talents gathered there, including Zhuge Qing from the Zhuge Wuhou faction, Jia Jingyu's brother Jia Zhengliang, the prodigious Huada sect's Xiao Huashenhong Bin, and the brothers Deng Yukai and Deng Youfu from the northeast's Ma Xianer lineage. Also present were Lu Linglong from the Lu family and members of the Lu family team, among others. It could be said that nearly all the competitors who had appeared in history were now before them. Just then, Jia Zhengliang approached them. After casting a glance at Xiao Chen, he inquired of Feng Xingtong, "Where's my brother? He has not been in contact with the family since he joined your Tianxia Association." Feng Xingtong, upon realizing that he was here to seek someone, awkwardly scratched his head and remarked, "Is that so? It must be Brother Yu, who is rather preoccupied with affairs at the Tianxia Association. I shall inform him to reach out to home once I return." Although he spoke thus, in truth, it had been quite some time since he last saw Jia Jingyu, and he was aware that his father, Wind Zhenghao, had imprisoned him. However, the precise location of his confinement remained a mystery. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhengliang displayed a look of skepticism and spoke in a low voice, "No need for that. After the competition concludes, I shall personally accompany you to the Tianxia Association to see my brother." Noticing the somewhat ominous tone in his words, a flicker of panic crossed Feng Xingtong's eyes. Yet he maintained a smile, replying, "That would be splendid. My father would be most welcoming if he knew." Jia Zhengliang, however, regarded him with a penetrating gaze before retrieving his phone and turning to depart. "Hello, Mom. I have met with the representatives of the Tianxia Association," I inquired, "and they informed me that my brother is doing well there, just too busy to contact you." "All right, I understand. Once the competition concludes, I will accompany them back to see him." Watching Jia Zhengliang's retreating figure, Feng Xingtong exhaled deeply, secretly resolving to inform his father about this matter promptly. While the Tianxia Association was not particularly fearful of the Jia family's disturbances, The act of confinement ultimately placed the Feng family at a disadvantage. Should the situation escalate, it could tarnish the reputation of the Tianxia Association. At that moment, Xiao Chen glanced at Feng Xingtong and remarked nonchalantly, "Your father truly engages in some senseless endeavors." Without waiting for a response, he strode towards the crowd. Feng Xingtong's heart tightened upon hearing those words. Was he reproaching his father? But for what reason? He gazed at Xiao Chen's departing figure, utterly perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, he had misconstrued Xiao Chen's intent. The comment was aimed at Wind Zhenghao, with the purpose of concealing his dealings with the divine. Xiao Chen merely wished to express that Wind Zhenghao overthought matters, without any intention of direct criticism. However, Feng Xingtong completely misinterpreted this, thinking he must inform his father of the situation to avoid inciting Xiao Chen's ire and driving him away from the Feng family. Chapter 48. The King Divines. The omen is transformation. Xiao Chen arrived amidst the crowd, his gaze wandering. Observing the familiar faces, he lamented that none of them recognized him. At that moment, Feng Xingtong approached him, surveying the assembly and stating, "Brother Xiao, you do not recognize these individuals, do you? Allow me to introduce you." He then commenced introducing several of the more formidable young talents, starting with Zhuge Qing from the Wuhou Chimen. Although Xiao Chen was already well acquainted with them, he refrained from interrupting Feng Xingtong, simply listening as he introduced each person in turn. Just then, a voice interrupted him. "Starry eyes, let it go. With your meager intelligence skills, how dare you flaunt them here?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen and Feng Xingtong turned to look back. They spotted a portly figure, bespectacled and approaching them. Xiao Chen instantly recognized him as the information gatherer, Songlong. "Ah, it's you, Fat Dragon." Feng Xingtong's spirits dampened slightly upon seeing him. Scratching his head, he remarked, "Brother Xiao, if we're talking about intelligence skills, I must admit that I am indeed outmatched by this fat fellow." Seeing his humble demeanor, Songlong wore a proud expression, yet his gaze was firmly fixed on Xiao Chen. "I say, Starry Eyes, who might this be?" Feng Xingtong's eyes brightened at the inquiry. Realizing an opportunity to boast, he chuckled, "Heh, fatty, it seems your intelligence skills aren't as impressive as you think. This gentleman beside me is none other than Brother Xiao, who was recently invited by my father to join the Tianxia Club. He is here representing our Tianxia Club to participate in the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony." This was a statement Feng Zhenghao had explicitly instructed the Feng siblings to convey. Songlong's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he turned his gaze toward Xiao Chen. He was well aware that Feng Xingtong's father was Feng Zhenghao, one of the 10 renowned figures. The fact that this young man had been summoned by Feng Zhenghao himself left him utterly astonished. He could not fathom the extent of this youth's capabilities. "Hello, I am Songlong." After introductions were exchanged, Songlong chuckled and, with a conversational intent, inquired, "To be part of the Tianxia Club, you must possess remarkable skills, no? Would you mind if I interviewed you a bit to gather some information?" Before Xiao Chen could respond, Feng Xingtong interjected, "Fatty, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. If you wish to understand Brother Zhao's abilities, you shall witness them at the competition." Noticing Feng Xingtong's cautious demeanor, Songlong's curiosity intensified. "Starry Eyes, is there really a need for such wariness? Is this esteemed gentleman your Feng family's secret weapon?" Feng Xingtong smiled mysteriously. "As I said, you will understand after the competition." Seeing that he was unwilling to divulge any information, Songlong rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction and remarked, "Suit yourself." However, his gaze shifted back to Xiao Chen. "Brother, I have information on others. Would you care to take a look? I won't hide it from you." Contending for the championship in this Luo Tian Grand Ceremony is no simple feat. Not to mention Zhang Lingyu from the Celestial Master's Mansion and Zhuge Qing from the Zhuge family. There are many other formidable competitors in this tournament. With his words laced with cunning, both Xiao Chen and Feng Xingtong understood that he was attempting to exchange information. It seemed he mistakenly believed that the Tianxia Club was also eyeing the coveted Tantian scroll. However, Feng Zhenghao had explicitly instructed that unless Xiao Chen revealed his abilities himself, they were not permitted to disclose anything to outsiders. Upon noticing that Songlong was relentless, Feng Xingtong promptly positioned himself in front of Xiao Chen and said, "Enough. My rotund friend, are you not merely seeking to gather information? Allow me to introduce you to a notable figure." Songlong, intrigued by this proclamation, inquired, "Who?" "Zhang Chulan." Upon hearing this name, Songlong's eyes sparkled with interest. "Indeed, that is a celebrity. Where is he? Quickly, take me to meet him." As Feng Xingtong observed Songlong's newfound focus away from Xiao Chen, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon turning around, he discovered that Xiao Chen had mysteriously vanished. Alarmed, he scanned the vicinity and eventually spotted Xiao Chen conversing with a Taoist priest. "You are Wang Yi, are you not? I noticed you have been watching me closely." Do we know each other? Xiao Chen queried, gazing at Wang Yi with curiosity. Although he was aware of the other's identity and capabilities, it was puzzling that Wang Yi should recognize him. Yet, inexplicably, Wang Yi had been fixated on him since his arrival. You are familiar with my name. Which comes as a surprise, Wang Yi remarked cryptically, his gaze still scrutinizing Xiao Chen. The more Wang Yi observed him, the greater Xiao Chen's confusion became. Could it be that this fellow has deduced something through the mystical arts of Feng, Ho Chi Minh? Why then, is he not fixated on Zhang Chulan, but remains intent on me? I happened to overhear your name while you were conversing with the Grandmaster. Xiao Chen provided a plausible explanation. Wang Yi nodded slightly, seemingly taken aback. You possess remarkable memory, Xiao Donor, he replied, then continued. Yet, I wonder what your true intention in attending this grand event is. Seeing Wang Yi's direct inquiry, Xiao Chen felt even more convinced of his suspicions. After a brief contemplation, he slowly replied, to make friends through martial arts. However, Wang Yi's expression suddenly turned serious as he countered, Xiao Donor, I am asking about your genuine purpose. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips as he retorted, out of sheer boredom, I came to give you all a beating. Wang Yi. Your response is rather impolite. Wang Yi's lips twitched, and he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Xiao Donor, I assure you, I am not jesting. To be candid, I consulted the divinations on Wudong Mountain before my arrival. Although the divination only consists of a single character, it heralds a cataclysmic transformation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a surge of curiosity and inquired, oh, what is the character? Revolution. Wang Yi pronounced the word with weight, continuing. This hexagram signifies Li beneath and Dui above. Li represents fire, and Dui symbolizes marshland. Fire ascends while water descends. The encounter of these two opposing forces inevitably triggers a momentous upheaval. At this juncture, Wang Yi suddenly regarded Xiao Chen with grave seriousness, his tone heavy. Xiao Benefactor, your participation in this grand celestial rite will undoubtedly provoke an unimaginable turmoil in the realm of extraordinary beings. Chapter 49. Xiao Chen's indignation towards Wang Yi. Another meddler appears. Xiao Chen, observing Wang Yi's solemn demeanor, asked coolly, are you suggesting that I withdraw from this competition? Wang Yi candidly replied, if that were possible, it would be most agreeable. Hearing this, Xiao Chen scoffed. Wang Yi truly fancied himself a savior. Very well, since you insist, he conceded. Wang Yi's heart leapt with joy at this concession. However, before he could exhale in relief, Xiao Chen's tone turned somber. As long as someone can defeat me, I shall naturally withdraw from this contest. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had been jested with, yet he felt no anger. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, I anticipated as much. Those burdened with significant fates are often driven by ulterior motives, causing disturbances. It is indeed troublesome. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. It was he who had intruded, meddling unnecessarily, yet it seemed as if he were the one at fault. If one genuinely cared for the world, they would not confine themselves to a single nation. Many countries beyond are embroiled in conflict. Why not extend a hand of solace there? Wang Yi, we are but strangers. My actions are not for you to govern. It is paramount for individuals to possess self-awareness and to understand their boundaries. If you wish to meddle, yet find it bothersome, I advise you to return to Wudong Mountain and content yourself with being a leisurely Taoist. A cold smile graced Xiao Chen's face as he retorted. Truth be told, he could not abide Wang Yi's meddlesome disposition. If he were to intervene in Zhang Chulan's affairs due to shared mastery of the 8 extraordinary techniques, that would be understandable. Yet, how his participation in the competition could impact the realm of extraordinary beings was of no concern to Wang Yi. Furthermore, Wang Yi's seemingly languid speech, laced with a hint of arrogance, only intensified Xiao Chen's displeasure. All were equally gifted. What pride was there to boast about? Wang Yi, feeling the brunt of Xiao Chen's displeasure and sensing an inclination towards confrontation, scratched his head, his expression troubled. You possess an immense amount of hostility. Do you truly wish to disrupt the entire world for your own selfish desires? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chen's expression darkened considerably. With a profound gaze fixed upon Wang Yi, he spoke slowly. You, my friend, are not as admirable as you presume, always placing yourself upon a moral pedestal. Do you truly believe that all the truths of this world reside solely within you? Tread carefully. Meddling in affairs that do not concern you may lead to your own downfall. His tone, almost menacing, caused Wang Yi to furrow his brows. Just as he was about to respond, Feng Xingtong interrupted with a call, Xiao Go? As Feng Xingtong approached, he noticed Xiao Chen's grim countenance, which tightened his heart and left him questioning Wang Yi. Who is this Taoist? What has he done to provoke Xiao Go? While he pondered, Xiao Chen continued, Wang Yi, my fellow Taoist, our paths do not align. I reiterate, if you wish to hinder me, you must demonstrate genuine skill. With that, he ignored Wang Yi and turned to depart. Feng Xingtong, having heard this exchange, cast a lingering glance at Wang Yi before hastily following Xiao Chen. Left alone, Wang Yi watched Xiao Chen's retreating figure and sighed softly. It seems this divination may indeed come to pass. With that thought, he scanned the crowd and soon spotted Zhang Chulan. Fixing his gaze upon him, a contemplative expression surfaced on his face. After a brief moment, he inhaled deeply and murmured to himself, as for Zhang Chulan, I shall momentarily set that aside. The pressing matter at hand is to swiftly eliminate Xiao Chen. Recalling the scene of his earlier divination, he remembered how he had merely sought to glimpse the trajectory of the upcoming celestial ceremony. Yet, merely obtaining a vague outline nearly cost him his life. Nevertheless, within that outline lay a sliver of information. After this celestial ceremony, Xiao Chen would undoubtedly upheave the entire realm of extraordinary beings. Moreover, this influence would only continue to expand, affecting the world at large. What exactly would transpire? And how Xiao Chen would instigate such upheaval remained a mystery to him. He dared not attempt further divination to uncover the cause of this chaos, lest he seal his own fate. Thus, he had come specifically to avert this turmoil. He had even mentioned this to Zhang Zhiwei upon encountering him before the Tianxia mansion. However, the old master's response had left him perplexed. He had only offered vague reassurances before hastily departing, as if deliberately evading the subject. Did the old master already possess knowledge of something? Wang Yi stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a cacophony erupted in the distance. The old master has arrived, and along with him, the other 10 elders. Old master, the waiting extraordinary beings greeted him with fervor, with reverence in their eyes. They gazed upon the esteemed figures seldom seen in their daily lives. At this moment, Zhang Zhiwei gently pushed his wheelchair-bound disciple, Tian Jinzong, responding with a smile. Behind him followed 4 distinguished individuals, Lu Jin, Wang Ai, LCI, and Feng Zhenghao. The group proceeded directly to an elevated wooden platform. Zhang Zhiwei, beaming at the assembly, spoke with vigor and a resonant voice. Esteemed guests, I appreciate your patience. I shall refrain from lengthy discourse and promptly outline the rules and procedures of the competition. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers fell silent, attentively listening as Zhang Zhiwei continued. This competition is divided into 2 phases, the preliminary round and the combat round. The first round consists of a 4 versus 1 elimination format, wherein 4 participants will compete, with only the victor advancing. Each contestant will draw a slip of paper from a box to determine their groupings at random. As he spoke, a young Taoist, cradling the box with both hands, stood at the forefront of the platform. The participants instinctively formed a long queue to draw their numbers. The heavenly stems dictated their order of entry, and each type of animal had 4 corresponding slips. Those who drew the same animal would compete together. When it was Xiao Chen's turn to draw, Zhang Zhiwei's gaze remained fixed upon him. Sensing the old master's scrutiny, Xiao Chen met his gaze for a brief moment, noting the complexity of emotions etched upon Zhang Zhiwei's face. However, he chose to dismiss it. There was no turning back now. He reached into the box and retrieved a slip of paper, turning to leave. Once in a tranquil spot, he unfolded the note. A vermilion bird. It appeared that there were no formidable opponents in this bracket. Just then, Feng Xingtong, who had just completed his draw, rushed over and inquired, Xiao Ge, which match did you draw? Xiao Chen remained silent, merely extending the paper for Feng to see. Upon recognizing it as the vermilion bird, Feng visibly relaxed and remarked, Thank goodness, I drew C, green turtle. We are not in the same match. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to concede immediately. Chapter 50, A Trial of Skills, One Move to Defeat. Observing Feng Xingtong's expression of relief, Xiao Chen chuckled softly. Even if you were to face me, what could you possibly do? I would surely incapacitate you before you even entered the arena, sparing you the embarrassment of being beaten afterward. At this jest, Feng Xingtong's lips twitched, managing a few awkward laughs. Just then, Feng Zhenghao approached, smiling as he asked, Master Xiao, which match are you in? The first match, Vermilion Bird. Xiao Chen replied, handing over the slip. Feng Zhenghao examined it and chuckled. You were almost in the same match as Sha Yan. She is the Azure Dragon in Group A and has gone to prepare. You should head over as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced towards the entrance of the arena, noticing that both participants and spectators had begun to enter in succession. Let us go, he said. Xiao Chen uttered a brief remark before making his way towards the arena. Feng Zhenghao and his son, Feng Xingtong, lagged a step behind. Seizing the moment, Feng Xingtong succinctly recounted the events that had transpired during this interval, subtly hinting at the dissatisfaction Xiao Chen exhibited when Jia Zhongliang sought out his elder brother. Upon hearing his son's words, Feng Zhenghao felt a tightening in his chest, as a whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. He could not comprehend what he had done wrong to incite Xiao Chen's displeasure. However, it did not take long for him to reach an understanding. It must have stemmed from his decision to confine Jia Jingyu, in an attempt to conceal the matter of summoning the divine before Xiao Chen. He surmised that Xiao Chen's discontent was likely not genuine, but merely a casual remark. After all, he had indeed harbored such intentions at that time. Yet now, he was indifferent to whether Xiao Chen's methods were laid bare before the public eye. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that Xiao Chen would not hold any grievances regarding this affair. It must be said that Feng Zhenghao's mind worked rapidly. He had become adept at discerning Xiao Chen's thoughts with remarkable accuracy. Such an exhibition was hardly surprising, given that all of Feng Zhenghao's focus was now devoted to Xiao Chen. He had, in essence, relegated all other matters to the back of his mind, preoccupied solely with how to endear himself to Xiao Chen, hoping to ensure the latter's continued presence in the Tianxia Society. The issue concerning Wang Yi, however, caused Feng Zhenghao to furrow his brow, and he felt a considerable discontent brewing within. What could this Taoist from which family have possibly said to displease Master Xiao? He felt compelled to inquire with Xiao Chen, but the latter had already entered the arena. Ultimately, he had to relinquish the idea, planning to ask after the competition concluded. Xingtong, see if you can find out who that Taoist is, Feng Zhenghao instructed, falling silent thereafter. Feng Xingtong understood his father's implication, clearly sensing the burgeoning dissatisfaction towards Wang Yi. Understood, father, he replied, and the father and son proceeded to the spectator stands, gazing down at the arena below. At that moment, 3 contestants stood upon the stage. Among them, 2 individuals of differing heights were engaged in a hushed discussion, but their demeanor suggested they were merely inconspicuous passers-by, lacking any remarkable qualities. Conversely, it was the man in a suit, adorned with spectacles, not far away, who captured Feng Zhenghao's attention. Is that Deng Youfu? Noting his father's tone laced with surprise, Feng Xingtong could not help but inquire, Father, who is this Deng Youfu? Feng Zhenghao's brow furrowed slightly, his tone taking on a more serious note as he replied, he is from the lineage of the Northeast Maxianer, the grandson of Shi Hua from the 10 Lords Pass. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingtong displayed an expression of astonishment. Though he had never personally witnessed the disciples of the Northeast Maxianer lineage or their methods, as someone skilled in information gathering, he was nonetheless aware of some details. The methods of this sect bear a striking resemblance to those of Xiao Chen, both involving the invocation of spirits. However, unlike Xiao Chen, who can summon his true form, they merely call upon the spirits to possess their bodies. Intriguingly, the Feng family possesses the ability to bind and command spirits, a talent derived from the lineage of the horse-driving immortals. Yet, summoning spirits should pose no significant threat to Xiao Chen, should it? Feng Xingtong, puzzled by his father's evident tension, voiced his confusion. Nevertheless, Feng Zhenghao refrained from addressing his inquiry directly, instead adopting a grave countenance and admonishing, how many times must I remind you to refer to Xiao Xianshi with the proper respect? Upon hearing his father's reprimand, Feng Xingtong scratched his head, wearing an expression of acknowledgement. Observing this, Feng Zhenghao's demeanor softened as he elaborated, I am not concerned, rather. I did not anticipate encountering a member of the horse-driving immortals in this inaugural grand competition. Although they summon spirits, they must not be underestimated. They are seasoned practitioners with extensive experience. Should Xiao Xianshi possess the ability to bind and command spirits, victory would be straightforward. However, if it comes to a direct confrontation, it may not be so simple. At that moment, Xiao Chen, having arrived fashionably late, stepped into the arena. Simultaneously, the officiating Taoist proclaimed with a booming voice, Group A. Zhuke, the match commences, wishing all competitors abundant martial fortune. As his words resonated, 2 competitors, designated as passerby A, sprang into action. They both charged towards Xiao Chen in unison. This fellow is rather leisurely. Let us eliminate you first, bellowed a burly man wielding a staff, his aggressive demeanor evident. Beside him, a lean figure brandishing 2 curved blades echoed, you little brat, dawdling around and posing as a profound master. Let us see what you can do. Their attack on Xiao Chen was not a mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated strategy. Prior to Xiao Chen's arrival, they had conspired to team up and target a seemingly easy opponent. Although Deng Youfu did not engage, one of the assailants recognized him as a disciple of the northeastern horse-driving immortals, prompting them to refrain from attacking him and instead focus on the relatively unknown and younger Xiao Chen, intending to dispatch him swiftly before turning their attention to Deng Youfu. Little did they realize, they had unwittingly drawn the jackpot. As the two charged toward him, Xiao Chen regarded them with a calm smile, remarking, "You seem rather eager." He then raised his sword finger and intoned with authority, "Qian Yuan Hun Tianling, heed my command, bind." With that, he swept his sword finger across his chest. In an instant, the air trembled, revealing a 7-foot-long red silk. The two assailants, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the Hun Tianling, were momentarily stunned. Before they could react, the silk struck like a serpent, swiftly ensnaring them. In the blink of an eye, they were bound securely and thrown to the ground. No matter how fiercely the two struggled, they could scarcely move an inch. However, what terrified them most was that the binding silk was slowly tightening, digging into their flesh. Even their bones seemed on the verge of breaking, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through them. Lying on the ground, their faces contorted with fear. They looked at Xiao Chen, who stood a few meters away, their expressions pleading for mercy. Chapter 51. Deng Youfu invokes the deity, Liu Sheng of Changbai Mountain. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Everyone gazed in astonishment, uncertainty etched on their faces, at the two bound individuals within the confines of the arena. They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Given the distance, they had not heard Xiao Chen recite the incantation. They merely witnessed a 7-foot crimson silk materializing in the air, after which the two were ensnared on the ground. Was that a magical artifact? It must be. Who would have thought that this young man was also a master craftsman? Goodness, this is truly remarkable. It is my first encounter with a craftsman. Could it be? Are craftsmen this formidable? The burly man wielding a staff. I recognize him. He is Li Jiong from the 8 Trigram sect, possessing considerable strength. Come on. You know nothing about craftsmen. Relying solely on brute force cannot triumph over them. In the audience, spectators speculated on Xiao Chen's methods, providing the most rational explanations based on their inherent understanding. Yet, within the arena, Deng Youfu stood frozen in disbelief, while the audience struggled to grasp the situation. He had listened intently. Prior to his action, Xiao Chen had clearly recited what appeared to be an incantation, which summoned the 7-foot crimson silk. His technique bore a striking resemblance to the invocation of deities practiced by their sect. Most importantly, he distinctly heard Xiao Chen refer to this red silk as the Hunshan silk. Wasn't he that the magical artifact of Nezha, the deity from the investiture of the gods? How could he summon it? But in an instant, Deng Youfu considered another possibility. Perhaps this red silk was not the legendary Huntian silk belonging to Nezha. Instead, the young man had chosen to bestow it with a name of similar grandeur to elevate his own stature. However, just as he pondered this in disbelief, Xiao Chen glanced at the two pleading on the ground and raised his sword-like finger, commanding, "Return." With that utterance, the Huntian silk vanished without a trace. The two, who had already endured immense pain from the constriction, suddenly felt their bodies relax, exhaling in relief. Yet, within their hearts lingered a profound dread. In that moment of being ensnared by the red silk, they had believed they were on the brink of suffocation. The binding force of that silk was overwhelmingly formidable, plunging them into despair. Little did they realize that Xiao Chen had merely summoned a projection of the silk, not its true form. The power he wielded was but a mere fraction of its potential. If they truly exerted themselves, both of them would likely have been twisted into a pulp by the mystical red silk. "We concede," shouted the burly man, still trembling with trepidation. He quickly rose alongside the slender figure, stumbling as they hurried towards the exit of the arena. Xiao Chen, however, paid them no heed. His gaze, brimming with a fierce fighting spirit, was fixed on the distant figure of Deng Youfu. In fact, from the moment he entered, he had recognized his opponent, and a wave of joy surged within him. He had anticipated that this competition would lack formidable contenders and end rather monotonously. Yet, he never expected to encounter Deng Youfu, a practitioner from the lineage of the Northeast Ma Xian, especially considering the fact that Deng had managed to invite Lu Kuanxing from Changbai Mountain, which filled him with quiet excitement. That individual was a serpent deity with millennia of cultivation. His prowess was beyond question, excluding the constraints of the celestial spirit body. In terms of sheer strength, only Zhang Zhiwei in the entire realm of extraordinary beings could rival him. Come forth. Do not say, "I do not grant you the opportunity." Whatever skills you possess, reveal them directly, Xiao Chen declared to Deng Youfu, his voice vibrant with anticipation. In the audience, Wind Zhenghao sensed his soaring battle intent and could not help but feel perplexed. Why did it seem as though Master Xiao was quite familiar with Deng Youfu? Had he perhaps ventured to the northeast, and encountered the Maxian lineage? However, upon casting his gaze towards Deng Youfu's serious countenance, he swiftly dismissed this notion. If they truly knew each other, Deng would not display such a grave expression. Indeed, Deng Youfu, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, was equally perplexed. It seemed as if the youth before him possessed a deep understanding of his identity. Yet, he had no time to ponder this matter further. The red silk, regardless of its authenticity as the mysterious heaven silk, was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to combat. His judgment stemmed from the overwhelming sense of pressure he felt the moment the red silk appeared. In that instant, he comprehended that he could not possibly withstand the binding force of the silk through his own strength. Moreover, there was a more pressing concern. The abilities exhibited by this young man bore a striking resemblance to those of the Maxian lineage. Both employed certain means to summon external entities to aid them in battle. However, thus far, his opponent had only utilized a single artifact. Therefore, he could not ascertain whether the other party could summon additional beings to assist him. If he were to overestimate his own capabilities and rely solely on his strength, given the speed of his opponent as summons, he would have no time to invoke a celestial spirit. With this thought in mind, he decided to abandon any pretense. He clasped his palms together, adopting a hoarse stance, and solemnly intoned, "I, Deng Youfu, third-generation descendant of the Deng family, summon Lord Lu." As his words fell, Deng Youfu's head began to shake violently, and a thick black mist began to rise from beneath his feet, presenting an eerie spectacle. The crowd outside gazed in astonishment, their heads craning for a better view. At that moment, Wind Zhenghao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he cast a meaningful glance at Deng Youfu. Is this the process of summoning a deity from the lineage of the Outmaxian? Although he was familiar with the techniques of this sect and knew its disciples, his understanding stemmed from the binding and commanding of spirits. He had never truly witnessed a disciple of the Outmaxian invoking a deity. However, this was to be expected. Since the emergence of the Feng family, Guan Shihua had strictly prohibited the Outmaxian from venturing beyond the borders, intending to prevent their spirit-binding practices from capturing any deities. At that moment, upon witnessing Deng Youfu's invocation, Xiao Chen's gaze flickered with excitement. The powerful aura emanating from the swirling black mist ignited a fervor within him. Suddenly, Deng Youfu roared, "I summon Master Lu to manifest." As his voice echoed, a surge of overwhelming black energy erupted, enveloping his figure. A thunderous sound followed, unleashing a formidable force that swept outward. Even the spectators outside felt the residual power, their cheeks stinging and hair flying as an icy, bone-chilling sensation pervaded their bodies, prompting gasps of astonishment. Yet, amidst this chaotic energy, Xiao Chen reveled in the dark mist, becoming increasingly exhilarated. As Deng Youfu stepped forth from the black fog, the surrounding darkness dissipated, yet tendrils of black mist continued to rise from him, enveloping the entire arena in a frigid aura. Chapter 52. The Dragon Wave Spirit Snake appears. The Azure Snake of Tsungbiqing. Emerging from the black mist, Deng Youfu's pupils transformed into slitted snake-like eyes, fixated intently on Xiao Chen not far away. His facial features had undergone a dramatic transformation, resembling that of a serpent's head. Prominent fangs jutted from his mouth, and his tongue morphed into a snake's flickering appendage, constantly darting in and out. "Now you know, it's futile." Deng Youfu's voice had entirely changed. "If you could fully harness the power I have lent you, would I need to intervene personally?" Upon hearing this voice, the onlookers outside felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts, coupled with the terrifying black energy enveloping them. Many weaker practitioners could not suppress their shivers. "How cold! This is utterly terrifying. This cannot merely be called qi. It must be referred to as demonic energy," exclaimed a spectator. "Look at the black energy surrounding him. I suspect even those unfamiliar with qi can see it clearly." In just a few moments of astonishment, it became evident that the presence of Lu Kuanxing was undeniably formidable, his demonic energy so dense that even ordinary people could perceive it. Yet, in the face of such a fearsome entity, Xiao Chen appeared more invigorated than ever. "Esteemed elder, your aura is truly formidable." With a broad smile and spirited determination, Xiao Chen remarked. The possessed Deng Youfu, exhaling the remnants of his incantation, chuckled and replied, "You, young one, possess quite the audacity upon encountering me. You have not been rendered foolish." His words were not mere flattery, but rather the truth. It was evident that many of the onlookers had been left in a state of shock. While some managed to retain their composure, their faces were nonetheless marked by fear. Few, like Xiao Chen, exhibited not only a lack of trepidation, but also an eagerness to engage in a grand confrontation. "What is this?" Xiao Chen grinned mischievously, saying, I am acquainted with many spirits like yourself. How about I summon one to engage with you? This proclamation momentarily stunned Lu Kuanxing, who then expressed curiosity. Oh, how intriguing. You too can invoke spirits? With a beckoning gesture, he added, come, allow me to see whom you can summon. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a knowing smile as he declared, I shall not hold back. With that, he raised his sword finger and intoned with resounding clarity, Azure Dragon. From the waves, manifest the spiritual serpent. With the celestial arts of the 9 heavens, break the thunderous sound. Serpent of the purple bamboo forest, heed my command. Vanquish the foe. Upon hearing this peculiar incantation, not only were the spectators left dumbfounded, but even Lu Kuanxing appeared bewildered. As a serpent demon, he instantly recognized the entity Xiao Chen intended to summon, the azure serpent from the legend of the white snake. The azure dragon was indeed the initial site of this serpent's cultivation, while the purple bamboo forest was the final sanctuary where she was taken under the guidance of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. The 9 heavens' profound arts were her principal teachings. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this was merely a legend. Even among their serpent lineage, it was regarded as a whimsical tale, akin to the revered 3 pure ones of Taoism, acknowledged in faith, yet recognized as mythical figures. How could this young man boldly invoke an ancestor of our serpent clan? Just as he was enveloped in confusion, a brilliant azure light suddenly illuminated the air, followed by a melodious and ethereal voice. Sin Beeching, at your service. As the words resonated, a graceful figure emerged, descending gently from the sky. In an instant, this apparition captivated the attention of all present. Even Lu Kuanxing gaped in astonishment. His gaze fixed upward. The woman was adorned in elegant azure robes, her left hand gracefully caressing her flowing skirt while her right hand was poised delicately. Her movements exuded poise and elegance. With a heart-shaped face and exquisite features, her alluring eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, were enchanting yet not overly seductive. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of youthful innocence in her every smile and frown. Undoubtedly, this enchanting woman fulfilled the fantasies of every man present. The onlookers, particularly the men, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This woman is simply too beautiful. Good heavens, why must I behold such a stunning creature? How shall I ever find a wife now? Mother, I have encountered a celestial being. Yet simultaneously, the voices of many women could be heard, angrily chastising their husbands or boyfriends. To be fair, it is hardly surprising that the men reacted in such a manner upon seeing the enchanting green serpent. Even Lu Kuanxing, who had lived for a millennium, had never encountered a creature as exquisite as this little female serpent. However, Lu Kuanxing felt no stirrings of desire towards her. Perhaps the onlookers were captivated solely by her beauty, but within Lu Kuanxing's heart arose a terrifying sense of oppression, a pure, unadulterated bloodline suppression. It is crucial to understand that in the realm of humans, he was undoubtedly the most powerful serpent demon, possessing the highest bloodline. A millennium of cultivation had transformed him, evolving from a mere serpent towards the path of a Jiao. Should he continue to cultivate for another 1,000 years, he would undoubtedly transform from serpent to Jiao, becoming the strongest among the serpent immortals of this age. Yet, the presence before him made his very soul tremble. The aura of bloodline suppression, the essence of an authoritative being, incessantly reminded him that this entity was far beyond the mere Jiao. Upon this realization, cold sweat poured from Lu Kuanxing's brow, and he trembled as he sank to his knees. The green serpent before the king was left in a daze. Could this truly be the legendary ancestor? Such a notion was beyond the comprehension of the serpent clan. It is no exaggeration to say that it was akin to Zhang Zhiwei encountering the 3 pure ones. One must not dismiss this as fantastical. According to legend, the green serpent had cultivated under the auspices of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Even within their lineage, she was held in the highest esteem, revered as an ancestral figure worthy of veneration. Yet now, this young man had summoned the ancestor of the serpent immortals. Lu Kuanxing's actions left the audience utterly astounded. The malevolent aura he radiated upon his arrival was palpable to all present. Yet, such a formidable serpent immortal bowed in reverence to a suddenly appearing woman? Could it be that he was merely succumbing to her beauty? Alas, Lu Kuanxing remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him. Otherwise, he would surely retort, am I being cowardly? Am I truly captivated by the beauty of the green serpent? This is my ancestor. In the pantheon of mythology, she possesses strength that rivals even that of the nascent soul and golden core stages. When the Leifeng Pagoda suppressed another ancestor, by Suzhen, a host of deities was summoned to assist in its destruction. With such might and such a background, how could I possibly compete? Answer me. Alas, You have been practicing in the realm of immortal beings for a millennium, while the likes of little Qing has only trained for 8 centuries. What is there to fear? I am but a humble serpent demon in this solitary world. How can I possibly compare my cultivation with that of the ancestors in the mythological pantheon? They can transform into a flood dragon after merely 500 years. Can I do the same? Speak. Chapter 53. The Bewildered Deng Youfu. Even the celestial beings cannot shield him any longer. The emergence of the green serpent cast an overwhelming silence over the assembly. At that moment, all present clearly discerned the means by which Xiao Chen had invoked the spirit. Yet, this realization only deepened their confusion. Except for the Feng father and son. Everyone else expressed understanding, albeit with a lack of comprehension. How could a few incantations summon such a magnificent celestial being? This technique surpassed even the ritualistic invocation of spirits by shamans. Most strikingly, the ancient serpent immortal Luo Tian, upon witnessing this, fell prostrate to the ground. At that moment, Luo Tian was overwhelmed with despair, his plight pitiful beyond words. Due to the suppression of his bloodline, he could only tremble and kneel, not daring to raise his head. Little Qing then descended, her lively eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly filled with curiosity about this world. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Luo Tian. Feeling her stare, Luo Tian shuddered involuntarily, trembling even more fervently, and quickly clasped his hands in greeting. I humbly welcome the ancestral green serpent. Yet, in his heart, he cursed Deng Youfu, the one who had summoned him, mercilessly. Did you summon me to engage in battle? You intend for me to acknowledge my ancestry, do you? You wish for me to duel with Sun Biqing? Why not have your grandmother Guan Shihua summon our ancestor to challenge Sun Wukong instead? Dealing with someone like you is truly exhausting. However, while berating Deng Youfu, he was equally astonished by Xiao Chen's prowess. Where did this youth learn such skills? Capable of summoning the legendary green serpent? Could he perhaps also summon deities? Just as he pondered in silent astonishment, the curious green serpent suddenly inquired. I observe your cultivation spans a millennium, and you possess the power of belief within you. Why, then, have you not yet transformed into a flood dragon? Little Qing's question was not intended as mockery. She was genuinely perplexed. In her world, a serpent could transform into a flood dragon after 500 years of cultivation. Independent of strength, but rather determined by fate. Any serpent that survives for 500 years and successfully navigates the tribulation is destined for transformation. Moreover, the black serpent before her bore the power of belief offered by humans. In her realm, after a millennium, it would have surely developed horns. On the brink of becoming a dragon. Yet, upon hearing her words, Luo Tian nearly felt his heart shatter, lamenting inwardly, this realm has led me astray. Suppressing the sorrow within, he spoke with utmost reverence. As a humble descendant, how could I dare to compare my meager talents with those of my esteemed ancestors? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing's elegant features twisted slightly, clearly still unable to comprehend his sentiments. Nonetheless, she chose not to pursue the matter further. The purpose of Xiao Chen summoning her divine form was not to engage in philosophical discourse with the black serpent, but rather to engage in combat. Alas, though I may appear to be taking advantage of you, I am bound by obligations that I cannot refuse. Let us proceed. Upon hearing these words, Luo Tian felt an ominous premonition. Here he was, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly calling out for his ancestors, yet he was still expected to fight. Was this to ensure that I would be captured and turned into a serpent stew? However, before he could voice his concerns, Xiao Qing had already made the first move. With a graceful flick of her jade hand, a beam of azure light erupted forth from her palm. Subsequently, an immense force surged forth, coalescing into a formidable azure serpent, its gaping maw revealing menacing fangs. Even the scales that adorned its body shimmered with a chilling brilliance. Luo Tian was taken aback, hastily gathering dark energy before him to defend himself. Yet, the moment the azure serpent collided with his defenses, he felt an overwhelming force that was insurmountable. The dark energy he had amassed dissipated instantly, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the thick wooden barriers of the arena. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the barriers splintered, embedding his body within. At that moment, Luo Tian, who was still clinging to him, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Had he not reacted swiftly moments earlier and summoned all his strength to defend himself, he would have surely been gravely injured, if not killed, by that blow. Yet, he was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that his millennium of cultivation would be rendered so powerless before the azure serpent. He had previously believed that, even if he could not win, he could at least withstand a couple of exchanges. However, after experiencing that casual strike, the disparity between them became painfully clear, an insurmountable chasm. In that instant, he could not help but recall Xiao Qing's earlier words, an overwhelming urge to weep welling up within him. After a millennium of refining his essence, he realized he had achieved nothing but solitude. Before the celestial azure serpent, he felt utterly infantile. With such a gap in their strengths, he feared that even if he transformed into a dragon, he would still be unable to contend with her. Yet, as Lu Kuanxing's emotions swirled chaotically, Xiao Qing spoke again. Why do you not reveal your true form to battle me? Do you perhaps look down upon me? Her words nearly brought him to tears. At that moment, he even felt a morbid impulse to end his own life. You are indeed an ancestor. How could I possibly hold you in disdain? I am unworthy, let alone my true form. Even if my own ancestor were to appear, you would surely devour them as mere delicacies. Seeing that he did not respond, Xiao Qing had no intention of halting her assault. She raised her hand once more, preparing to strike. Lu Kuanxing, horrified, felt a chill run down his spine and dared not linger for even a moment longer. In an instant, a plume of black smoke erupted from within Deng Youfu, swiftly enveloping him. It seized hold of Deng Youfu and ascended into the sky with remarkable speed. With a flick of its wrist, it hurled him into the audience, while it itself made a hasty retreat towards the Changbai Mountains. Yet, before departing, it conveyed a thought message to Deng Youfu, saying, Youfu, you better wait for me. Just see how I deal with you when I return. Hearing Lu Kuanxing's message, Deng Youfu, who had been thrown into the audience, displayed a bewildered expression. Lu Dage, what has happened? However, Lu Kuanxing offered no response to his inquiry. Merely 2 breaths later, he had vanished beyond the horizon, leaving Deng Youfu in a state of confusion, utterly at a loss. At that moment, Xiao Qing, observing the fleeing Lu Kuanxing, murmured to herself, to possess a spirit's essence and inhabit a human body, while receiving worship. That is indeed a splendid approach. I shall attempt it upon my return. Despite her cultivation in the purple bamboo grove beneath Guanin's seat, she had yet to transform into a dragon. The final step remained an insurmountable obstacle, causing her considerable distress. Upon witnessing Lu Kuanxing, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, as her thoughts flowed freely. Perhaps with the added strength of human devotion, she might indeed take that last step. However, as she pondered, Xiao Chen took a step forward, clasped his hands, and said, Thank you, Sister Qingxian, for your assistance. It is much appreciated. The green serpent turned back with a gentle smile and replied, No need for such formalities. I must express my gratitude to you. This visit has granted me immense fortune. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what opportunities the green serpent referred to. Yet, Xiao Qing did not elaborate, merely nodding in acknowledgement before vanishing from sight. Chapter 54. Zhang Zhiwei Suspicions. Is Xiao Chen more powerful than the heavenly Tao? The extraordinary beings in the audience gazed in astonishment at the abruptly concluded battle. While they were already aware that Xiao Chen had summoned a formidable presence, they could scarcely fathom the extent of that power. Just upon his appearance, he had instilled such fear in the millennia-old serpent immortal that it knelt in submission. Ultimately, a single palm strike had sent Lu Kuanxing fleeing in disarray. Where on earth did Xiao Chen find such a terrifying powerhouse? Even the divine beings worshipped by the lineage of the exorcist could not withstand him. However, the most profound shock was undoubtedly felt by Deng Youfu. At that moment, he stared blankly at Xiao Chen in the arena, overwhelmed by an indescribable astonishment. Outsiders might be oblivious to Lu Kuanxing's strength, but he, having served for many years, was acutely aware. As a member of the exorcist lineage's martial hall, Lu Xian's combat prowess was certainly among the elite of all divine beings. Not to mention, Lu Kuanxing was a serpent immortal who had cultivated for a millennium. Yet, the outcome was that he dared not retaliate in the presence of that blue-clad woman, and his tone upon leaving was laden with terror. Who, then, was that blue-clad woman? Why does Master Lu harbor such dread? Unbeknownst to him, someone has already begun to discern the truth. Wind Zhenghao, standing in the audience, gazed intently, his eyes glimmering with insight. The azure glow from that previous strike had coalesced into a serpentine form. Just as he pondered this, Feng Xingtong, beside him, exclaimed in astonishment, Father, could it be that the esteemed Master Xiao summoned earlier is indeed that individual? Upon hearing this, Feng Zhenghao cast a sidelong glance at his son and cautioned in a hushed tone, It suffices that you are aware, refrain from voicing it. At present, he was not so much concerned about the exposure of Xiao Chen's prowess, but rather wished to avoid unnecessary turmoil. Even if the matter of a celestial being descending were to be revealed, it should come from another's lips, not from the Feng family. Although Xiao Chen currently aligned himself with them, the Feng family would not be the first to unveil such a chaotic revelation, lest they find themselves in a precarious position. After all, should circumstances shift and Xiao Chen depart, they could be left to contend with unforeseen troubles. Human nature is inscrutable, and caution is prudent. Meanwhile, as Wind Zhenghao was deep in contemplation, Xiao Chen, having observed the departure of the petite azure figure, nonchalantly brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire. He then lifted his gaze towards the still-dazed Taoist in the audience. "Reverend, may we declare the results now?" This statement not only jolted the officiating Taoist back to reality, but also roused the spectators from their stupor. Is this a jest? Who is the true practitioner here? Who was that woman? Some questioned whether anyone recognized her. Fools, what does it matter if you know her? No matter how formidable she is. She was merely summoned by that young man below. Xiao Chen found it peculiar that no information regarding him could be found on the abnormal individual's website. Some inquisitive individuals had already produced their phones to conduct searches. Yet, they discovered that neither the abnormal individual's site nor dedicated databases contained any details about Xiao Chen. Even those with connections began to reach out to the Universal Communications Company for inquiries, only to be met with ignorance. After all, the company was intent on concealing Xiao Chen's existence and would not divulge any information. Moreover, even if they wished to speak, they were at a loss for words, knowing little beyond his ability to summon divine beings. Winner, the Vermilion Bird, Xiao Chen. At that moment, the officiating Taoist announced the result in a booming voice. Xiao Chen, with a flourish of his sleeve, elegantly turned to depart. The first match concluded, overall, on a note of perfection. The only regret lay in the absence of system rewards and the enhancement of his cultivation. Yet, this could hardly be blamed on others. He had only himself to hold accountable for his excessive force. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated that the Azure Serpent could exert such formidable pressure upon Luo Tian. Initially, he had intended to invite Wang Bing to join him. However, upon considering that the latter was a genuine dragon, he feared that it might paralyze Luo Tian with fright. Thus, he settled for the lesser option of summoning the green snake. Yet, he never anticipated that in the end, it would all be in vain. Nonetheless, this experience prompted him to reassess his strategy for the subsequent battles. When surveying the contestants of the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony, it became evident that, barring any inherent advantages, Luo Tian distinctly excelled in terms of strength. While the remaining competitors were formidable in their own right, the disparity in power compared to Luo Tian was pronounced. Hence, if he wished to capitalize on the situation, a more delicate approach was necessary. The formidable deities and demons were to be disregarded. Perhaps he might consider summoning some lost souls or wandering spirits instead. After all, their strength was relatively meager, making it easy for him to conjure them, while also ensuring that his adversaries could withstand the confrontation. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chen had already formulated a plan. However, just as he exited the arena, he heard the voice of Zhang Zhiwei. "Xiao Xianshi, congratulations on your victorious debut." Xiao Chen looked up to see Zhang Zhiwei, his expression benevolent, gazing at him. Accompanying him was the company chairman, Zhao Fengxiu, who also bore a warm smile. "Old master, Director Zhao, are you here out of concern for me?" Xiao Chen inquired, his tone nonchalant. He was well aware of their motives. Zhao Fengxiu's presence indeed surprised him. The portly director had abandoned his company affairs to personally oversee the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony, likely to prevent any disturbances. Zhao Fengxiu, being astute, immediately discerned the underlying implication in Xiao Chen's words and chuckled. "Do not misunderstand, Xiao Xianshi. I merely came to partake in the festivities. It is rare for the realm of extraordinary beings to host such a grand tournament. Should I miss it, I fear I may never witness something like it again in my lifetime." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen scoffed lightly. Were it not for his familiarity with history, he might have been fooled by such disingenuous rhetoric. It was well known that, in the original timeline, even when it was clear that the full essence would cause chaos at Longhu Mountain, Zhao Fengxiu had never made an appearance. His claims of merely wanting to join the fun were, indeed, nothing but empty words. "Very well, enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave," Xiao Chen said, disinterested in prolonging the conversation. However, at that moment, Zhang Zhiwei raised his hand to stop him. Curiosity etched across his face. "Xiao Xianshi, the one you summoned earlier was the green snake?" This matter bore no need for concealment, so Xiao Chen candidly confirmed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fengxiu exchanged glances, both revealing astonishment and disbelief in their eyes. The green snake? Is there truly such a being among the deities? Is this not merely a fictional character from ancient tales? How could Xiao Chen have actually manifested it? Suddenly, a startling realization dawned upon Zhang Zhiwei. He began to wonder if Xiao Chen's abilities were not as mystical as they appeared, and that perhaps he had not genuinely summoned any deity at all. Instead, he materializes the legendary figures he knows in the form of energy. The stronger the character, the mightier their manifested power. Yet, this possibility seems more absurd to him than summoning a true immortal. The idea that one could casually condense an immortal using qi is more astonishing than the heavenly path itself. In Chapter 55, the notion of summoning deities or creating beings drives Zhao Fengxiu to madness. Zhang Zhiwei is genuinely startled by his own conjecture, feeling a profound absurdity. He perceives that his thoughts are far too fanciful. How could the multitude of deities and legendary figures possibly be materialized by someone through qi? Moreover, even if such a miraculous technique existed, what terrifying cultivation would be required to summon such powerful immortals? Although Xiao Chen's methods are enigmatic, it is evident that his cultivation is not particularly high. Thus, he swiftly dismisses such unrealistic notions. However, soon he finds himself inwardly perplexed. How could Xiao Chen summon even the mythological figures fabricated by ancient storytellers? Or perhaps the earlier green serpent was not the one from Madame White Snake. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he can no longer contain his curiosity and asks, Xiao Xianshi, are you familiar with the book Madame White Snake? Xiao Chen gazes at the curious old celestial master, realizing he seeks to delve deeper into the background of the green serpent. Amused, he thinks, surely, even a 3-year-old child knows of this mythological novel? There's no need for you to pry, old master. That was indeed the green serpent. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's affirmative response, Zhang Zhiwei is momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhao Fengxiu, still grappling with the situation, wonders why the old master posed that question. Hasn't Xiao Chen already confirmed that the figure was the green serpent? Why repeat the inquiry? And with such a look of shock, old master, what are you suggesting? Zhao Fengxiu inquires, eager to discern if Zhang Zhiwei has uncovered something more. However, Zhang Zhiwei slowly shakes his head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate, though his gaze towards Xiao Chen grows increasingly profound. Initially, he believed that Xiao Chen's ability was solely to summon legendary immortals. Yet, after witnessing this event, he realizes that even fictional characters can be summoned. While it's plausible that those myriad deities are mere fabrications of ancient times, it is crucial to acknowledge that they have been genuinely worshipped by the mortal realm for millennia. Even if they were to manifest, it would be astonishing yet reasonably accepted. However, the emergence of the green serpent alters the entire significance. This implies that Xiao Chen's already incomprehensible abilities have become even more enigmatic. At that moment, a voice suddenly resounds, Xiao Xianshi. As the words fall, the three of them turn to look. Wind Zhenghao approached with his son, a beaming smile adorning his face. As they drew near, he greeted Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fengxiu, though the order of these salutations was rather intriguing. Among the three in the realm of the extraordinary, both seniority and status dictated that Zhang Zhiwei should take precedence. Yet, Wind Zhenghao chose to acknowledge Xiao Chen first from a distance, before turning to Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fengxiu. This gesture unmistakably conveyed to the two that Xiao Chen held the foremost position in Wind Zhenghao's esteem. Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fengxiu discerned this subtlety, yet chose not to dwell on it, for it was evident that Wind Zhenghao could summon even celestial beings. They had no grounds for envy. Let us explore other arenas, Xiao Chen remarked, casting a glance at the Wind father-son duo. He then bid farewell to Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fengxiu, turning away with purpose. Given that this was merely the first match and well before noon, a whole day stretched ahead, leaving them uncertain as to how to spend their time. They decided to observe other competitions as a means of passing the hours. As the trio departed, Zhao Fengxiu, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired once more, Old Master, did your earlier question to Xiao Chen reveal something significant? Upon his persistent questioning, Zhang Zhiwei pondered for a moment before responding slowly. I just find Xiao Chen's methods exceedingly extraordinary. Zhao Fengxiu, finding the response somewhat vague, furrowed his brow. Are you referring to the celestial being's descent? Seeing the misunderstanding, Zhang Zhiwei clarified, Mr. Zhao, do you truly believe that the green serpent we encountered earlier really existed? After uttering this, Zhang Zhiwei chose not to elaborate further. Zhao Fengxiu lowered his head in contemplation, mulling over the implications of that statement. Gradually, his expression morphed into one of increasing peculiarity, first showing confusion, then shock, and ultimately disbelief. Old Master, could it be? If your suspicions hold true, then Xiao Chen's abilities defy all logic. Hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei offered a wry smile. Do you still think that mere logic can elucidate Xiao Chen's capabilities? He shook his head and departed, leaving Zhao Fengxiu standing in astonishment, engulfed in incredulity. Previously, he had struggled to comprehend this notion, partly due to his lack of deep understanding of qi as he was not one of the extraordinary. and partly because he had conflated the green serpent with beings of celestial origin. However, upon receiving Zhang Zhiwei's hint, he finally grasped the truth that the green serpent was entirely derived from the tail of the white snake. Moreover, it diverged significantly from the white snake legend itself. After all, the white snake does have some historical basis. For instance, the Tang dynasty's Bo Yizhi Li Huang recounts the extraordinary experiences of a scholar and a woman clad in white during the Song dynasty. The true event of the giant serpent in Luoyang from the Tang era, combined with the narrative from Bo Yizhi Li Huang, gave rise to the travelogue of the Three Towers of Westlake. It can be said that these two works laid the foundation for the embryonic form of the legend of the white snake. By the Ming dynasty, Feng Minglong further enriched this tale in Jing Shitong Yan. Throughout this evolution, the narrative has predominantly revolved around the white snake, while the green snake has undergone numerous transformations. In the earliest versions, the green snake was merely a green fish spirit. In the operatic rendition of the legend of the white snake, the green snake was even portrayed as a male figure. When she aspired to become a partner of the white snake, the latter refused, resulting in a fierce confrontation between the two serpents. Ultimately, the green snake was vanquished and became a maid, following closely behind. This illustrates how a character, whose very origins and gender are shrouded in controversy, could hardly have existed in reality. Yet, Xiao Chen has seemingly materialized such a figure. This is akin to the imagined extraterrestrials or characters from anime, drawn from the ethereal realms of the second dimension into the tangible world of the third dimension. Such a phenomenon is utterly unrealistic. The extent of Xiao Chen's capabilities transcends mere summoning. It is an act of creation. He transforms the fantastical into the real, much like the story of Ma Liang. The magic brush, evoking feelings of both absurdity and wonder. Yet, it has indeed manifested before their very eyes. Zhao Fengxiu, who grasped the crux of the matter, was struck as if by lightning. He realized he had underestimated the terrifying prowess of Xiao Chen. If everything were as he imagined, could this fellow even materialize figures like Nuwa or Pangu? Chapter 56, LCI and Wang AI Strike, suspected ninth marvelous skill? Upon arriving at the competition grounds, Xiao Chen remained oblivious to the profound impact his summoned green snake had on Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fengxiu. At that moment, he was watching the fierce battle of Feng Shayan in the arena. As one of his own, he felt compelled to offer his support. However, Feng Shayan's opponents were rather feeble. Although the three recognized her identity as the young lady of the Heavenly Society and coordinated their efforts to ambush her, their disparity in strength rendered their plans futile. Utilizing her innate abilities, Feng Shayan effortlessly traversed space, leaving them in a daze. Eventually, growing bored, she began to unleash her own creation, the 100-step divine fist. This technique, developed in tandem with her spatial manipulation, made it impossible for the three contestants to predict the intricate angles from which her strikes would emerge. Within mere moments, they were left battered and bruised, surrendering without hesitation. How dull, Feng Shayan remarked dismissively, her demeanor icy, just as she was about to turn away when she spotted her father and Xiao Chen in the audience. Has Master Xiao arrived? The gaze of Feng Shayan lingered on Xiao Chen for a brief moment before she smiled and signaled, then departed from the arena. This single gesture sent ripples of excitement through the male spectators. Is this truly the young lady of the Tianxia Association? How strikingly handsome. What an exquisite presence. She reminds me of a wild cat, awaiting my taming. You fool. A wild cat. Aren't you afraid of being shredded into shreds? Oh my. She smiled at me. Surely. She was captivated by my striking appearance. Bah. How shameless. Shayan was clearly smiling at me. Amidst the clamor from the audience, Wind Zhenghao wore a serene smile, seemingly quite pleased with his daughter's allure and the attention she drew from the men. However, Feng Xingtong scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he remarked, I never expected my sister to be this popular. Xiao Chen glanced at him and chuckled, compared to your sister. These fellows likely aspire to be the son-in-law of the Tianxia Association. Truly, we are of the same world, sharing the same dreams. As he spoke, he cast a casual glance at Wind Zhenghao, who, upon hearing this, found his smile abruptly falter, leaving a look of silent exasperation in his eyes. Conversely, Feng Xingtong, appearing confused, inquired, what dream? Noting his son's lack of understanding, Wind Zhenghao cleared his throat softly and replied, why should a child concern himself with such matters? He then disregarded his bewildered son and turned to Xiao Chen, Master Xiao, let us proceed. The upcoming match is highly anticipated and should prove quite intriguing. Xiao Chen nodded, aware that the match Wind Zhenghao referred to was with Zhang Chulan, a prominent inheritor of the Qi body lineage who had recently garnered much attention. However, He was unaware that after his duel with Deng Youfu, the crowd had swiftly shifted their focus onto him, marveling at his astonishing summoning technique with great intrigue. Even among the 10 elders, Wang Ai and LCI displayed surprise upon receiving the news. "Oh, such extraordinary methods exist within this grand ritual?" LCI remarked, astonished at the report from his subordinate, especially upon learning that the green-clad woman Xiao Chen had summoned could compel the celestial being Deng Youfu had invited to kneel in submission, only to escape swiftly after a single exchange. What astonished them most was that the being was not merely a spirit, but the true essence itself. Having lived for a century, they were once acquaintances with Guan Shihua in their youth. Wang Ai had even fervently pursued her during his younger days, considering her the light of his heart. Thus, he was quite familiar with the methods of the northeastern practitioners, who typically summoned spirits to engage in combat. Never had he heard of anyone managing to summon the true entity. "Well, what are your thoughts?" Wang Ai's eyes sparkled, and his complexion flushed, revealing a hint of excitement. Upon witnessing this expression, LCI immediately grasped his intentions. "Are you suggesting that Xiao Chen's abilities are akin to the 8 extraordinary arts?" "Quite possibly," Wang Ai asserted with unwavering conviction. "We both understand the essence of these 8 extraordinary arts. These 8 techniques are akin to 8 advanced manifestations. For instance, the Tongtian Talisman, while still rooted in the core principles of talismanic arts, unleashes methods and applications that astonish all talisman sections. As you observed recently, Old Lu regarded the major sects as invaluable talismans, capable of manifesting energy even in the void. Their power not only remains undiminished, but is, in fact, even more formidable. If we follow this line of reasoning, it is highly plausible that the techniques displayed by Xiao Chen represent an advanced version of the northeastern Ma Xian lineage's spirit invocation." Upon hearing Wang Ai's remarks, LCI, too, fell into contemplation. Indeed, as he mentioned, this technique appears to have evolved from the Ma Xian tradition. However, the notion of summoning the true essence seems rather far-fetched. Consider the spirit binding and commanding technique, which originally countered the Ma Xian lineage. Yet, with Xiao Chen's emergence, this paradigm has been entirely upended. After all, spirit binding can only ensnare spirits, not beings possessing a physical form. "What do you mean, fatty?" LCI inquired with a hint of intrigue. A sly smile crept across Wang Ai's lips, revealing his cunning intent. "This grand ritual of Luo Tian has proven to be exceptionally rewarding. I did not anticipate that besides the Qi body lineage, there would be further surprises." Although he did not answer directly, his words unmistakably conveyed his desire to acquire this technique. LC's brow furrowed slightly, expressing concern. However, this young man is associated with the Tianxia Society, and it is said that Wind Zhenghao has humbled himself in his presence. Attempting to confront him may not be so straightforward. Yet, before he could finish, Wang Ai disdainfully scoffed. "Nonsense about the Tianxia Society. I know full well what the Feng family is made of. A bunch of spineless individuals, utterly inconsequential." His disdainful tone was palpable. LCI refrained from commenting, aware of certain secrets from the past. Feng Tianyang, the patriarch of the Feng family, once knelt before Wang Ai to save his life, thus ensuring the safety of his descendants. Otherwise, Wind Zhenghao would not only struggle to establish the Tianxia Society, but might also live a life akin to other inheritors of the 8 extraordinary arts, perpetually evading danger. The survival of their bloodline would even be uncertain. Let us make initial contact and observe Wind Zhenghao's reaction. LCI preferred a more cautious approach, refraining from overly aggressive expressions. Wang Ai had no objections, merely instructing his subordinate, "Go, summon that Xiao Chen to me." Chapter 57. Zhang Chulan's deviousness and Xiao Chen's cunning wit. In the arena of the White Tiger, the pretentious Zhang Chulan was indeed putting on quite a show. At that moment, he pointed to the heavens, boldly proclaiming his intention to overthrow the sky itself. In response to his melodramatic declarations, both competitors and spectators alike were left in a state of astonishment. Even Wind Zhenghao revealed a hint of admiration, astonished by Zhang Chulan's ambitious aspirations. It appeared that the matters concerning his grandfather, Zhang Zhiwei, had profoundly influenced him. It seemed he had come with a vendetta in mind, driven by their shared legacy as heirs of the 8 extraordinary techniques. Yet, only Xiao Chen, upon witnessing Zhang Chulan's commanding demeanor, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had he not been privy to the intentions behind the actions of Buyabilian, he might have fallen victim to Zhang Chulan's ruse. One must concede that the latter's performance was indeed masterful. Zhang Chulan's 3 adversaries found themselves ensnared in his theatrics. Eager to prove themselves against the heir of the Qi body source, they abandoned their alliance and engaged in fierce combat amongst themselves. Ultimately, one emerged victorious, and Zhang Chulan, maintaining his facade, graciously invited the winner to rest. However, what followed was utterly shameless. He seized the opportunity to strike while his opponent recuperated. Zhang Chulan, how could you be so brazen? To think you are a descendant of the Qi body source. The audience erupted in outrage, hurling objects at the departing Zhang Chulan. Thus, he ascended to the infamous throne of shamelessness. The Feng siblings in the stands gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. This Zhang Chulan was capable of such audacity. I find myself somewhat admiring him, Feng Xingtong remarked with a dry laugh, his tone tinged with astonishment. However, no sooner had he spoken than Feng Xiaoyan delivered a sharp smack to the back of his head, retorting, "What nonsense! If you dare emulate him, I will personally see to your downfall." Upon hearing his sister's threat, Feng Xingtong rubbed his neck and promptly subdued his rebellious spirit. Feng Xiaoyan then turned to her father with palpable disdain, stating, "Father, did you see that? This is the sort of person you once wished to summon." Her words were laced with an implicit meaning, suggesting that she was grateful for not heeding his advice to pursue a relationship with Zhang Chulan. Otherwise, not only would she be embarrassed to show her face in public, but the entire Tianxia Association would also suffer disgrace. In conclusion, she cast a lingering glance at Xiao Chen, expressing her preference for him over Zhang Chulan, who paled in comparison. Since his arrival, not only had the company's attitude towards the Tianxia Association changed dramatically, but even Zhang Zhiwei and Wind Zhenghao now spoke with a certain deference. Especially after the first match, many extraordinary individuals began to associate Xiao Chen with the Tianxia Association in their discussions. Many among them exhibited a desire to join. It can be said that, due to Xiao Chen, the reputation of today's society is soaring within the realm of the extraordinary. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Wind Zhenghao laughed heartily, dismissing their concerns with a wave of his hand. "You all perceive matters too narrowly. Have you never contemplated why Zhang Chulan behaves in such a manner? Frankly, seeing his current expression makes me rather fond of him." His remarks instantly left the Feng siblings in a state of bewilderment. "Father, are you implying that Zhang Chulan is deliberately feigning shamelessness in front of the public?" In response to his son Feng Xingtong's inquiry, Wind Zhenghao subdued his laughter, adopting a serious demeanor. "Feigning? I doubt it. Perhaps this is merely one facet of his character." This answer only deepened the confusion on the faces of the Feng siblings, leaving them more puzzled than before, unsure of what their father truly meant. Observing the reaction of his children, Wind Zhenghao sighed inwardly. Although Xingtong and Xiaoyan were quite intelligent, they appeared somewhat clumsy in the presence of Zhang Chulan. Compared to the younger Xiao Chen, they seemed even more out of their depth. Through their time together, the wisdom exhibited by Xiao Chen consistently astonished him. At times, even he found it challenging to discern Xiao Chen's thoughts, often being led by them. Though he was the one with desires and thus at a disadvantage, there were pits he knew existed that he had to grit his teeth and leap into, such as the company's recent oath of allegiance. Yet, the acuity displayed by Xiao Chen was indeed remarkable. His eyes seemed to penetrate all facades, accurately discerning the thoughts of others. Often, he could gauge a person's intentions from a mere phrase or gesture. This formidable judgment was entirely at odds with his age. To Wind Zhenghao, it felt akin to the cunning strategist Sima Yi, whose depths were unfathomable. If Xiao Chen's age truly mirrored his youthful appearance, being merely 16 or 17, it would be utterly terrifying. An apt idiom to describe this would be exceedingly wise, bordering on the supernatural. At that moment, Xiao Chen sensed Wind Zhenghao's gaze and subtly turned to meet his eyes. Upon noticing the hint of astonishment within those profound eyes, he couldn't help but inquire, "Why do you regard me in such a manner, President Feng?" Wind Zhenghao snapped back to reality, adjusting his glasses to mask his surprise, and replied with a smile, "It's nothing. I simply noticed your keen interest in Zhang Chulan and was curious about your thoughts on him." Xiao Chen gazed deeply at Wind Zhenghao, clearly catching a flicker of unease in his eyes, realizing that his true thoughts lay beyond this matter. However, he did not pursue the matter further, merely continuing the conversation by saying, "Zhang Chulan, is it? A remarkably astute individual. He consistently analyzes the prevailing circumstances with precision and knows how to conduct himself to better safeguard his interests. Moreover, he adeptly exploits every opportunity to achieve his objectives. Such individuals do not elicit my disdain, yet I cannot say I hold them in high regard." At this juncture, he cast a deliberate glance at Wind Zhenghao, who, in turn, noticed Xiao Chen's gaze. Instantly, a tremor ran through his heart, comprehending that this remark was also directed at him. He promptly inclined his body slightly and smiled, remarking, "Xiao Xianshi possesses keen insight. After only a few encounters, he has discerned Zhang Chulan thoroughly. Zhenghao is in admiration. In response to Feng Zhenghao's compliment, Xiao Chen simply nodded with indifference, choosing not to reply. Just then, two individuals clad in suits approached with purpose. As they drew near, one of them addressed Xiao Chen directly, stating, "You are Xiao Chen, correct? Wang Lao requests your presence." Although the statement appeared to be an invitation, the tone was decidedly authoritative. Xiao Chen's expression darkened instantly, his gaze turning icy as he regarded the two men, coldly uttering a single word, "Leave." Chapter 58. Feng Zhenghao harbors malicious intent. The Wang family seeks their own destruction. Leave. Xiao Chen's countenance was grim as he spat out the word. He offered no courtesy to Wang AI's subordinates, fully aware of their intentions, despite their failure to articulate Wang AI's motives. It was evident that this old schemer sought to exploit him. Such a scenario had been anticipated even before his arrival at the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. After all, given Wang AI and Lu Xi's dispositions, it would have been truly odd if they had no ulterior motives upon witnessing his abilities. Yet, he had not anticipated that they would show their eagerness to summon him on the very first day. Truly, it was akin to dancing atop the head of the King of Hell, a path leading to their own demise. Wang AI's subordinates were taken aback by Xiao Chen's acidic retort, receiving no respect whatsoever from him. Not only did he outright reject them, but he had also insulted them. "Kid, I advise you to be more sensible." Yet before he could finish his sentence, a surge of dark energy enveloped him, seizing his neck. The assailant was none other than Feng Zhenghao, his expression ominously dark, filled with rage as he declared, "Did you not hear Xiao Xianshi instructing you to leave? Return and inform Wang AI that Xiao Xianshi is an esteemed guest of my Tianxia Society. Whatever his intentions may be, he must abandon them forthwith. Otherwise, my Tianxia Society shall not rest until we have settled accounts with the Wang family." With that, he violently flung the suited man aside. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, who looked on in alarm. What was happening? The president had personally intervened. Who were those two? What had provoked such fury from the president? I have seen them before. They appear to be subordinates of Wang AI. What? From the Wang family. One of the four great families. The audience erupted in astonishment, a cacophony of disbelief filling the air. They could hardly fathom that the Tianxia Association would dare to openly challenge the royal family. The four prominent families of the extraordinary realm, be it the Gao, Lu, L, or Wang families, had existed for centuries, deeply entrenched with profound heritage. Even companies backed by the Dragon Kingdom would hesitate to provoke them lightly. Although the Tianxia Association boasted considerable power, it had only been established for a few decades, rendering it rather insignificant in comparison to such colossal entities. Meanwhile, the man in the suit, having been thrown out, shattered several benches before crashing heavily to the ground. His companions gazed in shock at the scene, their expressions particularly incredulous as they looked towards Feng Zhenghao. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Zhenghao's grandfather, Feng Tianyang, had once groveled before the Wang family to preserve his life. Yet, they were acutely aware that the diminutive Tianxia Association was utterly unqualified to act arrogantly before the Wang family. For a shrewd individual like Feng Zhenghao to confront the Wang family publicly over a mere boy seemed utterly mad. Was he driven to such insanity in pursuit of Xiao Chen's methods? "Feng Zhenghao, do you even comprehend what you are doing?" Another suited man demanded furiously, his expression contorted in rage. But before he could finish, Feng Shaiyuan scoffed, "Who do you think you are to dare utter my father's name?" With that, she unleashed the 100 steps divine fist, striking him squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, the man staggered backward, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his face collapsing under the force. Seemingly unsatisfied, Feng Shaiyuan prepared to strike again, eager to punish the two men further. Yet, just as she was about to act, Feng Zhenghao interjected, "Shaiyuan, stand down." "Father?" Feng Shaiyuan looked at him in confusion, unable to grasp his reasoning for halting her. Feng Zhenghao offered no explanation, merely shaking his head slightly before turning to Xiao Chen. "Xiao Master, regarding the Wang family," he paused, hesitating as he sensed the murderous intent behind Xiao Chen's curt dismissal. It was evident that Xiao Chen harbored intentions of violence towards Wang AI. What perplexed him was why such an invitation from Wang AI had elicited such a fierce reaction. Was it merely due to the unpleasant tone of the two who had arrived? Quickly dismissing this notion, he recognized that while Xiao Chen had a fiery temperament, he would not overreact to something so trivial. Surely, he must have anticipated something more significant. Yet, Feng Zhenghao found himself unable to grasp the crux of the matter, leaving him in a state of confusion. In response to the inquiry regarding his attitude towards the Wang family, there was a hint of hesitation. Xiao Chen cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "If the Wang family continues to entangle me, then their existence becomes unnecessary." With that, Xiao Chen departed without further ado. Feng Xingtong watched this unfold, initially glancing at his father. After catching Feng Zhenghao's nod, he hastily followed suit. "Xiao Gu, wait for me." Observing the retreating figures of the two, Feng Zhenghao's expression turned grave. Although Xiao Chen's tone had been rather calm, his words conveyed an unwavering resolve. It seemed he had indeed developed murderous intent towards the Wang family. "Xiaoyan, go find the old master and Zhao Fengshu, and tell them to meet Wang Ai." Feng Zhenghao instructed, then advanced towards the two men in suits, who were still sprawled on the ground, lamenting in pain. Ignoring their plight, he spoke coldly, "Get up. I will accompany you to see Wang Ai." Xiao Chen's previous words had been sufficiently clear, essentially directing him to confront Wang Ai and issue a warning. However, he was troubled by the underlying reasons, which remained elusive to him. Upon hearing that Feng Zhenghao intended to personally meet Wang Ai, the two men on the ground exchanged alarmed glances. One of them, suppressing his agony, said, "All right, you can come with us to see Wang Lao, but his temper, as you might know, is quite formidable. He will not rest easy without seeing Xiao Chen." Upon hearing this veiled threat, Feng Zhenghao shot him a piercing glare and replied coolly, "What? Does Wang Lao greatly desire to meet Master Xiao?" No sooner had he spoken than the other man slowly rose, snorting in anger, not just him, but also Zhang Chulan. At this revelation, Feng Zhenghao suddenly grasped the situation. He finally understood why Wang Ai sought out Xiao Chen. This old man intended to usurp Master Zhao's abilities. Damn it, how dare he disturb the status quo? Realizing the crux of the matter, Feng Zhenghao's expression darkened considerably. A lethal intensity flickered in his gaze. Yet, he felt a surge of astonishment within. He had not anticipated that Xiao Chen could discern Wang Ai's motives with merely a glance. As previously stated, Xiao Chen's uncanny ability to see through matters with such swiftness was indeed terrifying. Just an invitation from the other party had led him to such profound conclusions. Chapter 59, The Secrets of the Past, the Feng Family and the Wang Family. Having surmised Wang Ai's intentions, Feng Zhenghao understood how to navigate the ensuing matters. Under the guidance of the two suited men, they made their way to a small courtyard within the Taoist master's residence. As soon as they entered, one of the suited men stumbled forward to the entrance and respectfully announced, "Sir, Xiao Chen did not come, but Feng Zhenghao has arrived." As the last word fell, the room remained silent for a moment. Approximately 10 seconds later, an elderly and authoritative voice resonated, "Let him in." Upon hearing Wang Ai's command, the man in the suit turned to Feng Zhenghao and said, "You may enter." As he spoke, he stepped aside to create a path. Feng Zhenghao cast a glance at him, then gazed at the firmly shut door, a cold snort escaping his lips. This Wang Ai truly possessed an impressive demeanor. He then stepped forward, opened the door, and entered. Upon entering the room, he discovered that only Wang Ai and his great-grandson, Wang Heir, were present. Wang Ai sat regally in a chair, a smile on his lips that lacked warmth, fixating his gaze upon Feng Zhenghao. Closing the door behind him, Feng Zhenghao turned to the two and inquired, "Wang Lao, may I ask what brings you to seek Master Xiao?" Master Xiao? At the mention of this title, LCI momentarily paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She was acutely aware of the type of person Feng Zhenghao was. Though he often spoke with a veneer of politeness, beneath it lay the unmistakable scent of a merchant. He only exhibited deference to those he deemed useful. To those without value, he remained indifferent. Yet, when he uttered the name Master Xiao, his tone was imbued with reverence, devoid of any mercantile air. This indicated a profound respect for Xiao Chen that resonated from the depths of his heart. In an instant, Wang Ai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. For someone of such stature as the president of the Tianxia Association to display such deference, it was evident that Xiao Chen possessed remarkable significance. Contemplating this, he gazed deeply at Feng Zhenghao and chuckled, "Xiao Feng, we merely wish to meet this Xiao Chen. There are no ulterior motives. We recently heard that he has invited a celestial being to descend in his true form. To be honest, at my age, it is my first encounter with such a rare spectacle, which piqued my interest." Upon hearing Wang Ai's remarks, Feng Zhenghao could not help but snicker inwardly. This old fellow was indeed quite shrewd. The moment he saw me, he swiftly changed his tune. "How unfortunate," Feng Zhenghao replied with a slight smile. "Master Xiao is currently preoccupied with pressing matters and cannot attend. Furthermore, he prefers not to be disturbed. Therefore, I kindly ask you, Wang Lao, to refrain from intruding in the future. Otherwise, should you provoke Master Xiao, it would be difficult for everyone involved." This statement left Wang Ai utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the usually subservient Feng Zhenghao would speak with such audacity today. Difficult for everyone? This was clearly a veiled threat. It also served as a warning. Do not touch Xiao Chen, or you will be at odds with the Tianxia Association. Yet, he could not fathom what kind of enchantment Xiao Chen possessed. It is astonishing that the usually tactful Feng Zhenghao would dare to offend the Wang family, all in order to exhibit such a resolute stance. Yet, Wang Ai comprehended that if he did not employ some strategy soon, he would truly face a rift with Feng, who was fiercely protective of Xiao Chen. Evidently, the Tianxia Association has thrived remarkably over the past 2 years, to the extent that even the president, Feng, has learned to wield power to intimidate others. Wang Ai squinted, repeatedly sneering. In response to his sarcastic remarks, Feng Zhenghao maintained a placid expression, refusing to engage in argument. With Xiao Chen's backing, he had no fear of confronting the old man, Wang Ai. Moreover, his statement bore truth. The current Tianxia Association was indeed markedly different from its former self. Unexpectedly, Wang Ai's gaze suddenly sharpened, and with a shift in tone, he ominously declared, "However, Feng Zhenghao, while others may stand arrogantly before my Wang family, your Feng family is an exception. Have you ever pondered why the other inheritors of the 8 extraordinary skills lead such tumultuous lives? The Zhang Zhiwei family has been pursued relentlessly throughout their existence. Yet, the Feng family, also bearers of the 8 extraordinary skills, lives in the open without fear." As he reached the climax of his speech, Wang Ai raised his cane, angrily pointing at Feng Zhenghao and demanding answers. Faced with such an assertive inquiry, Feng Zhenghao was momentarily taken aback, revealing a look of disbelief. Wang Ai seemed pleased with his reaction. After a cold laugh, he continued, "Let me enlighten you. The reason your Feng family has remained unscathed is due to my father's protection of you in years past." This revelation left Feng Zhenghao utterly astonished, his expression one of sheer disbelief. He had never anticipated that his family's ancestors harbored such a secret. Yet, relying solely on Wang Ai's assertions, he was not inclined to accept it without question, and thus retorted, "You speak nonsense. What gives your Wang family the right to protect us, the Feng family?" Upon witnessing his skepticism, Wang Ai merely scoffed, choosing not to respond. At that moment, Wang Bing, who had been silent, suddenly rose, casting a disdainful glance at Feng Zhenghao. Confused, Feng Zhenghao looked toward him, only to hear Wang Ai's voice. "Do you wish to know the reason? My dear grandson, show him." Following his grandfather's words, Wang Bing, with an air of cold amusement, addressed the bewildered Feng Zhenghao. "Indeed, grandfather." As he spoke, a dark mist began to emanate from him. Upon witnessing this, Feng Zhenghao was thrown into a state of shock. Just one glance was enough for him to recognize that the technique Wang Bing was employing was none other than their family's binding spirits and summoning generals. How could you wield my Feng family's binding spirits and summoning generals?" Feng Zhenghao questioned, his tone a tumult of astonishment, confusion, and rage. Observing his agitation, Wang Ai merely laughed derisively, unperturbed. "Is there still a need to inquire? The one who taught my Wang family the binding spirits and summoning generals was your very own grandfather." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhenghao's countenance shifted, revealing an expression of utter disbelief. However, this time, before he could inquire further, Wang Ai continued, "Originally, I intended to keep this secret, but now, I feel compelled to share it with you." With a calm demeanor, Wang Ai recounted how Feng Zhenghao's grandfather, Feng Tianyang, had knelt in supplication, and why he willingly surrendered the methods of spirit confinement and dispatch, as well as the betrayal of the 36 thieves by revealing their names. Upon hearing these revelations, Feng Zhenghao was momentarily stunned, his expression one of utter shock. Yet, within him surged a tempest of wrath, igniting a desire for vengeance. He had never anticipated such a connection between his grandfather and the Wang family. Reflecting on a past remark by Xiao Chen, he recalled being advised to investigate who had wronged the Feng family back then. Chapter 60. Zhenghao's Kneel, the annihilation of the Wang family. Externally, Feng Zhenghao feigned astonishment. Yet his mind replayed Xiao Chen's words. He had intended to look into the enemies of the Feng family, but recent events had consumed his time. Little did he expect that Wang Ai would unwittingly place himself in the line of fire, disparaging his grandfather in such a manner. To save his own life, Feng Tianyang had repeatedly bowed and begged for mercy before Wang Ai's father, even willingly contributing the methods of spirit confinement, ensuring that future generations would not inherit the complete knowledge of these methods. This was to guarantee that the Wang family would always hold the Feng family in subjugation. Upon hearing these words, Feng Zhenghao's anger swelled immensely. However, What he found most intolerable was Wang Ai's exceedingly contemptuous tone, as if the Feng family were mere ants before the Wang family, easily extinguishable with a mere flick of a finger. Despite the fury boiling within him, Wind Zhenghao chose to exercise restraint. This was not due to any fear of confronting the Wang family. Rather, with Xiao Chen's presence in the world, the Wang family was insignificant in comparison. What truly troubled him was Wang Ai's final statement. His grandfather had not only surrendered the methods of spirit confinement for his life, but had also divulged the names of the 36 thieves. If this information were to become public, the reputation of the Feng family would undoubtedly suffer greatly, and those sects and families implicated would harbor deep resentment. It is crucial to remember that the leak of the 36 thieves' names had incited the disastrous Xiao Chen rebellion. All those involved had faced dire consequences. Thus, if Wang Ai's claims were indeed accurate, the very roots of this turmoil could be traced back to his grandfather's actions. Such a grievous sin was a burden even with Xiao Chen as his ally. Although Xiao Chen possessed the strength to suppress the fallout for the Feng family, securing their stability in the realm of extraordinary beings would remain an elusive hope. After all, it was Xiao Chen who wielded the power, not Wind Zhenghao. Those who have lost loved ones or disciples within their sects and families may not pose any threat to the world while Xiao Chen is present. However, once he departs, they will undoubtedly seek to create turmoil for the Heavenly Association at the very first opportunity. Thus, it is imperative that he exercises restraint temporarily, ensuring that the Wang family, privy to this matter, remains silent until they divulge nothing. Yet, Wang Ai was oblivious to Wind Zhenghao's thoughts. Observing his stunned demeanor, she continued with a smile. Do you comprehend now, President Feng? The glory you bask in today was earned through the relentless efforts of your grandfather, Feng Tianyang, through countless tribulations. It was also acquired by trading the information of your companions. The Wang family has shielded you. As she concluded, Wang Ai cast a disdainful and indifferent gaze toward him. Suddenly, Wind Zhenghao, who had remained silent, knelt before Wang Ai. This unexpected action left everyone present astonished. President Feng, what are you doing? Old lady, I am truly ashamed. Wind Zhenghao bowed his head to the ground, exclaiming, I never anticipated that I was ungratefully bestowed with the Wang family's kindness. Instead, I reveled in my status, believing that as one of the 10 lords, I could stand shoulder to shoulder with my predecessors. Now I realize how ignorant and arrogant I have been. Upon hearing this, Wang Ai and Lu Ci exchanged glances, puzzled by the motives behind Wind Zhenghao's words. Wang Ai then coldly scoffed, Wind Zhenghao, spare me your theatrics. To speak frankly, I have never held you in high regard. Yet before she could finish, Wind Zhenghao, with his head lowered, interjected, It is understandable that you harbor disdain for me. Reflecting upon my earlier foolishness before my predecessors, I wish I could find a hole to hide in. This bow is not merely for you, but to express my gratitude for the immense favor bestowed upon the Feng lineage. Wang Ai was taken aback, not expecting Wind Zhenghao to genuinely acknowledge her earlier remarks. At that moment, Wind Zhenghao continued, From this day forth, I, Wind Zhenghao, shall dutifully follow the esteemed Wang Ai. The Heavenly Association will exert every effort to support the Wang family's endeavors. Witnessing his sincerity, Wang Ai, who had been momentarily taken aback, gradually regained her composure. Her formerly indifferent demeanor transformed into a smile. President Feng, what is the meaning of this? There's no need for such formality, she said as she bent down to assist him. Continuing, I merely wish to reminisce about the past. Why must you go to such lengths? Wind Zhenghao, seeing that this old figure had been momentarily placated by his words and was now offering him assistance, assumed an expression of surprise and said, Old Master Wang, your earlier reprimand was indeed warranted. Otherwise, I would still be oblivious to the immense debt the Feng family owes to the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Wang Ai chuckled heartily, his eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction as he remarked, all right, those are matters of the past. We have plenty of time ahead. However, as he spoke, his tone shifted, and he added, but for the present, what I truly wish to know is the situation regarding that Xiao Chen. Noticing the revival of old topics, Wind Zhenghao lowered his head, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He then raised his gaze to Wang Ai, displaying a respectful demeanor as he spoke. The abilities of that Master Xiao are indeed astonishing. To be candid with you, Master Wang, the beings summoned by Master Xiao are not mere spirits, but divine entities. As these words escaped his lips, Wang Ai's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even Wang Bing, standing nearby, could not suppress his exclamation, divine entities? How is that possible? Observing the incredulous expressions of the grandfather and grandson, Wind Zhenghao continued patiently. I would not dare to deceive you both. All of this is what I witnessed with my own eyes. When Master Xiao arrived at our Tianxia Association, he met with me privately. Merely reciting a spell, he summoned the Yin soldiers. He even mentioned that these soldiers could be bound to enhance my strength. Furthermore, he claimed he could summon other divine beings as well. However, this aspect has yet to be realized, so I refrain from making any bold assertions. Yet, the mere fact that he can summon Yin soldiers has left me utterly astounded. Upon hearing this account, the Wang family exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief. Particularly in Wang Bing's eyes, a glimmer of greed shone through. Nevertheless, Wang Ai harbored some suspicions and hesitantly inquired, "Are you certain that what he summoned were Yin soldiers?" "Absolutely." Wind Zhenghao replied without a hint of hesitation, his tone resolute. "You are well aware, Master, that while my Feng family may lack in other areas, we can never mistake the essence of Yin spirits. The moment those soldiers appeared, I knew it was genuine. The malevolent energy they exuded was overwhelming. It was my first encounter with such terrifying souls." Chapter 61. Madness. Wang Bing, filled with fervor, exclaimed, "Do you truly mean everything you just said?" The words of Wind Zhenghao ignited a fervent excitement within him. He understood that the technique he wielded for spirit binding was not merely the Feng family's simplistic mastery over spirits. It was the art of devouring spirits. By capturing and consuming the spiritual entities, he could permanently convert a portion of their power into his own cultivation. Although the strength gained from this process was minimal, if the spirit was inherently powerful, the implications were vastly different. What thrilled him the most was Wind Zhenghao's assertion that Xiao Chen could summon the deities of the underworld. Did this not imply that if he mastered this technique, he could potentially devour divine beings? Even if he refrained from consuming those divine entities, the spirits of the underworld were boundless. This is nothing short of divine intervention, deliberately placing Xiao Chen before him to serve as a tool for his ascent to greatness. With the assistance of the netherworld spirits and the soul-binding techniques, this is truly a match made in heaven. Once he seizes Xiao Chen's abilities, he is convinced he will become invincible in the world. What nonsense is the celestial master's manner or the illustrious Zhang Zhiwei? They shall all bow before him. Indeed, at that time, the entire world will revere him. In this moment, Wang Bing seems to envision himself standing at the pinnacle of the world, and, as a result, he becomes exceedingly exhilarated. Truly, I am the protagonist of this realm. Everything that exists in this world has come into being for my arrival. Xiao Chen is merely a slave in this world, existing to please me. The more Wang Bing contemplates, the more his excitement grows, causing his expression to become somewhat deranged. Wang Ai and Wind Zhenghao, standing nearby, are taken aback by his demeanor, unsure what has ignited such elation within Wang Bing. "Grandson, what is wrong with you?" Wang Ai inquires with concern. However, Wang Bing pays him no heed, his expression turning somewhat grotesque as he fixates on Wind Zhenghao, commanding in tone, "Wind Zhenghao, go immediately and bring Xiao Chen to me. Make him obediently relinquish the technique to summon the spirits." Upon hearing this, Wind Zhenghao stands frozen, utterly astonished. He never expected that Wang Ai's great-grandson would be so foolish. He had already stated that the spirits summoned by Xiao Chen were immensely powerful. Yet, here was Wang Bing, exhibiting an excessively arrogant demeanor, demanding that Xiao Chen willingly hand over his abilities. To be frank, he had thought it would require considerable effort to bring down the Wang family. However, witnessing Wang Bing's reaction, he finds solace with such a display. He fears that upon encountering Xiao Chen, Wang Bing would be swiftly eliminated. There is no need for him to take any risks, nor to meddle further. At this moment, he even feels that his earlier act of kneeling was unnecessary. Had he known Wang Bing was this foolish, he could have simply gone with the flow. However, now that things have reached this point, he cannot immediately acquiesce to Wang Bing's request. For if Xiao Chen, with his intellect, were to perceive his intentions of retaliating against the Wang family, it would be tantamount to a fool's errand. To offend Xiao Chen merely to extinguish the Wang family would indeed be foolish. "Young Master Wang, please do not be overly agitated." Regaining his composure, Wind Zhenghao promptly advises, "Let alone whether you can master Xiao Chen's techniques. Even if I were to summon him, he would never willingly part with his abilities. Furthermore, aside from summoning spirits, he can also call upon other extraordinary beings. You and old Master Wang must have heard some tales regarding the battle with Deng Youfu. The entity he summoned was his true form, not a mere shade." However, in the face of Wind Zhenghao's persuasion, Wang Bing immediately snorted dismissively, "Enough of your prattle. Just go and fetch him. The rest will be handled by my Wang family. I refuse to believe that a few mere beasts can turn the tide." Seeing his blatant arrogance, Feng Zhenghao was truly at a loss for words. He could not fathom how, although Wang AI was not particularly astute, he was by no means foolish. Yet, how could his great-grandson behave like a complete fool, the individual they had invited? Even if he were a celestial being who had cultivated for a millennium, had fled in a panic after a single strike. On what grounds did the Wang family believe they could subdue Xiao Chen? Fortunately, Wang AI maintained a degree of rationality and did not allow his great-grandson to act recklessly. He immediately advised, "My dear grandson, let us heed President Feng's words and observe the situation for now. Your great-grandfather understands your thoughts, but there is no need for haste. After all, the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony has only just begun, and Xiao Chen cannot escape. We shall watch a few of his matches and ascertain his methods before taking action. There is no rush." Upon hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wang Bing frowned, visibly displeased. Yet, he ultimately complied, merely giving Feng Zhenghao a cold snort before refraining from further argument. Wang AI, relieved to see his great-grandson settle down, sighed deeply. Had this little ancestor continued his antics, he feared he might have succumbed to compassion and acquiesced. However, he then turned to Feng Zhenghao and remarked, "It seems you are quite familiar with Xiao Chen." Noting the implication behind his words, Feng Zhenghao chuckled, "To be honest, old sir, Master Xiao has been with me for some time. During this period, I have been by his side, hoping to discern his remarkable abilities. Unfortunately, he possesses a rather peculiar temperament and is fiercely protective of his skills. To this day, I have yet to extract any information from him." Hearing this, Wang AI scrutinized him closely, lost in contemplation. What was Feng Zhenghao truly trying to convey? Was he suggesting that I refrain from provoking Xiao Chen for the time being? In response to Wang AI's unvoiced query, Feng Zhenghao smiled and said, "As you rightly pointed out, old sir, patience is essential. If we were to escalate matters and create a ruckus, it would benefit no one. After all, you are somewhat aware of Master Zhao's capabilities. Thus, to acquire his skills, we must proceed slowly." However, before he could finish, Wang Bing interjected sarcastically, "Slowly? How long must we wait? Are you suggesting that if you cannot extract information in a year, I must wait a year?" Feng Zhenghao, undeterred by his dissatisfaction, continued to smile, "Do not worry. Young master, it won't take that long. Perhaps this Luo Tian Grand Ceremony will serve as an opportunity." Upon hearing this, both Wang grandfather and grandson's eyes lit up. Wang Bing could not contain his eagerness and pressed, "What do you mean?" A glint of cunning flashed in Feng Zhenghao's eyes, yet he maintained a smile on his face. Well, one must always utilize their methods. In this grand competition, he inevitably must take action, and with careful observation, we can discern some subtle hints. While we may not fully grasp his methods, we should at least identify his weaknesses. Once we understand both ourselves and our adversary, we shall devise a means of restraint. Even if he possesses remarkable powers, he will ultimately be constrained by us. Chapter 62. Zhang Zhiwei's Divine Assistance. Wang AI falls deeper. Within the confines of the house, the Wang family, comprising a grandfather and grandson, fell into silence upon hearing Feng Zhenghao's words. Yet, it was evident from their flickering gazes that they were genuinely intrigued. After all, the ability to summon the spirits of the underworld is incredibly enticing for the Wang family, who comprehend the art of spirit consumption. Even Wang AI yearned for his great-grandson to harness this power for strength. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." A sly smile curled upon Wang AI's lips. Witnessing his compliance, Feng Zhenghao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Wang AI had already stepped into the first trap he had laid for the Wang family. From this point onward, there was no need for any further actions on his part. He merely needed to allow Wang AI to follow this line of thought. In due course, Xiao Chen would undoubtedly erupt in fury, bringing catastrophic retribution upon the Wang family. However, at that moment, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the voices of Zhao Fengshu and Zhang Zhiwei. "Miss Feng, President Feng summoned us for what purpose?" In response to Zhang Zhiwei's inquiry, Feng Xian replied, "I am uncertain. My father merely instructed me to bring you and Director Zhao here." Then Zhao Fengshu's voice interjected, "What on earth are they up to?" A simple statement, yet laden with concern. Although Feng Xian had said nothing explicit, Zhao Fengshu and Zhang Zhiwei had already begun to surmise the reason. It seemed that Wang AI, upon witnessing Xiao Chen's prowess, had harbored ulterior motives. To avoid escalating the situation, Feng Zhenghao had summoned them in hopes of containing Wang AI. In truth, just 10 minutes prior, this had indeed been his intention. "President Feng, why have you called them here?" Within the room, Wang AI cast an irritated glance at Feng Zhenghao upon hearing the voices of Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fengshu. In the face of his displeasure, Feng Zhenghao offered an apologetic smile. "Old Master Wang, please do not misunderstand. I summoned these two because they are familiar with Master Xiao's affairs. If you were to privately seek out Master Xiao and they were to discover it, they would surely hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, Wang Ai furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Feng Zhenghao. "Oh, so they have already witnessed Xiao Chen's abilities?" To this, Feng Zhenghao candidly affirmed, "Indeed, they have." Upon hearing this, Wang Ai's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Truth be told, he had remained skeptical when Feng Zhenghao first mentioned Xiao Chen's ability to summon spirits. However, now that it was revealed that Zhao Fangxiu and Zhang Zhiwei had also witnessed such feats, his curiosity was piqued. It is quite timely to seek their verification and ascertain whether Feng Zhenghao harbors any secrets. After all, while he covets Xiao Chen's methods, he is also aware that the young man is no simple adversary after the encounter with Deng Youfu. Should those methods indeed prove excessively potent, he would not wish to invite calamity upon the Wang family. As he pondered, a voice echoed from outside. "Old Wang, are you there?" Upon hearing the call of the old master, Wang Ai exchanged a knowing glance with his great-grandson. Wang Bing promptly understood and moved to open the door. Leaning on his cane, Wang Ai adopted a demeanor far removed from his earlier cunning, greeting the two with a beaming smile. "What wind has blown the old master and director Zhao here?" At that moment, he stood at the threshold, gazing at the two. Feng Zhenghao took a step back, following suit. Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fangxiu, upon witnessing this, first cast an inquiring glance at Feng Zhenghao. The lack of information from him left them utterly perplexed. Zhang Zhiwei then turned his gaze to Wang Ai, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Strange, just moments ago, Miss Feng mentioned that you had summoned us." With this remark, he deftly shifted the focus back to Feng Zhenghao. Wang Ai appeared momentarily taken aback, displaying a look of confusion. "I did not mention such a thing." He then turned to Feng Zhenghao, inquiring, "Chairman Feng, what is the meaning of this?" Feng Zhenghao let out a hearty laugh, taking a few steps forward to position himself between the two parties. "Gentlemen, it seems my daughter may not have conveyed the matter clearly." He then directed his gaze towards Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fangxiu, explaining, "Old Master Wang summoned me to inquire about Master Xiao. In a moment of lapse, I inadvertently divulged the matter of inviting the Yin spirit. Aware of his misstep, he had requested Xian to summon the two of you to deliberate on how to proceed." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fangxiu darkened. Both seasoned individuals quickly discerned the underlying implications of Feng Zhenghao's words. Just as they had surmised, Wang Ai harbored ulterior motives, seeking to exploit Xiao Chen's abilities. Yet, they were baffled as to how Wang Ai had maneuvered to elicit the truth from Feng Zhenghao. Wang Ai, upon hearing Feng Zhenghao's words, furrowed his brow slightly. He was no fool and certainly recognized that Feng Zhenghao's statement, while seemingly self-effacing, effectively shifted the blame onto him. However, he chose not to dwell on this. Instead, he savored the reactions of Zhao Fangxiu and Zhang Zhiwei. Their expressions turned grave upon learning that Xiao Chen could summon the Yin spirit, suggesting that Feng Zhenghao's words bore truth. "Old Master, Director Zhao," Wang Ai said with a smile, "do not overthink this. My curiosity is merely piqued. After all, in all my years, this is my first encounter with someone capable of summoning a celestial being. Moreover, Chairman Feng just mentioned that this Xiao Chen can also summon the Yin spirit. This truly astonishes me, an old man. One cannot help but wonder what the Yin spirit truly resembles." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Fangxiu and Zhang Zhiwei exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of peculiarity. Immortal beings? Yin spirits? Could it be that Feng Zhenghao had not disclosed the matter of the celestial beings descending to Wang Ai? Perhaps he only chose to share certain fragments of the tale? With this thought in mind, both men turned their gazes toward Feng Zhenghao. At that moment, Feng Zhenghao subtly signaled to them with a glance. Their eyes met, and Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fangxiu instantly grasped his meaning. So it was this matter. Zhang Zhiwei stroked his beard and promptly took over the conversation. However, it was precisely this utterance that caused the Wang family, both grandfather and grandson, to light up with intrigue and turn their attention toward him. Zhang Zhiwei continued, "Since President Feng has spoken, there is no longer anything to conceal. I trust you are aware of my recent descent from the mountain. It was indeed to witness the prowess of Xiao Chen that I made the journey. Fortunately, I had the rare fortune of encountering a Yin spirit." Upon hearing Zhang Zhiwei's testimony, the Wang family trembled with excitement. Wang Ai, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired eagerly, "Oh, might the esteemed Taoist enlighten us as to which Yin spirit it was?" In light of his probing question, Zhang Zhiwei did not withhold the truth. Articulating each word with clarity, it was none other than Bai Wuchang, one of the 10 great Yin generals. Chapter 63. Feng Jinghao's fright. How does he know everything? By Wu Chang. What nonsense is this? Zhang Zhiwei's words prompted exclamations of astonishment from the Wang family. While they were already aware that Xiao Chen could summon spirits, the revelation that it was by Wu Chang still left them in disbelief. Observing their reaction, Zhang Zhiwei cast a glance at Feng Zhenghao, clearly inquiring what exactly had been communicated to them. If this confusion persisted, Wang AI might soon deduce the truth behind the celestial visitation. Realizing Zhang Zhiwei's gaze, Feng Zhenghao understood that their objective had been achieved, and it was unnecessary for Wang AI to learn any further details. He then stepped forward, turning his back to Zhang Zhiwei and the others, and addressed Wang AI. "Old man, do you believe now?" As he spoke, his eyes conveyed a warning, indicating that further probing was ill-advised. Otherwise, their clandestine plans would be laid bare. Wang AI understood Feng Zhenghao's subtle hint and recognized that Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fengshu were astute individuals. He promptly concealed his astonishment, reflecting, "I am indeed a narrow-minded old man. I never anticipated that such celestial abilities existed in this world." After this exclamation, he refrained from further inquiries. Witnessing this, Feng Zhenghao could not help but smirk inwardly. At this juncture, he deemed his plan to be half successful. This interference not only assuaged Wang AI's concerns, but also ensured that Zhang Zhiwei and Zhao Fengshu remained oblivious to any discrepancies. The next step was to return and inform Xiao Chen, requesting his intervention against the Wang family. At that moment, the previously silent Zhao Fengshu turned to the Wang family and remarked, "Esteemed guests, Xiao Chen's methods are indeed astonishing. Therefore, I implore you to maintain discretion to avoid any further complications. The recent emergence of the 8 extraordinary techniques has already caused enough turmoil for the company. Should any additional issues arise due to Xiao Chen's actions, do not blame the company for its lack of mercy." As he concluded, Zhao Fengshu's tone was notably somber, laden with a warning, fearing that the Wang family might indiscriminately disseminate this information. However, Wang AI misinterpreted Zhao Fengshu's caution as a fear that their family might incite another calamity akin to the Jiaxin rebellion. Seizing this opportunity, Wang AI intended to leverage both the incident and the 8 extraordinary techniques to exert pressure on him. How audacious of Zhao Fengshu to openly protect Zhang Chulan. Yet, it made sense since the young man had already joined the company. Zhao Fengshu's allegiance to the Tianxia mansion was thus understandable. Had this been in the past, he would have displayed a displeased demeanor, harboring resentment. But now, he had clandestinely allied with Feng Zhenghao, preparing to seize Xiao Chen's capabilities. Who would concern themselves with Zhang Chulan's chi source now? Even if they intended to take action, it would be when the Wang family truly feared no one. Rest assured, Director Zhao, my curiosity is purely innocent. Wang AI feigned a harmless smile, appearing disingenuous. Zhao Fengshu cast him a meaningful glance before addressing Feng Zhenghao. "Chairman Feng, please come here. I have matters to discuss." With that, Zhao Fengshu turned and exited the courtyard. Feng Zhenghao, bidding farewell to Wang AI, swiftly followed suit. Only Zhang Zhiwei remained in the courtyard, continuing his conversation with Wang AI. Once outside, Feng Zhenghao trailed Zhao Fengshu to a secluded spot. As soon as they halted, Zhao Fengshu, with a serious and somewhat reproachful tone, said, "Chairman Feng, do you find the realm of extraordinary beings too tranquil, or do you have ulterior motives? Do not feign ignorance about inadvertently letting something slip. With your intellect, such a rudimentary mistake would be impossible." Faced with this direct inquiry, Feng Zhenghao remained unperturbed and simply smiled apologetically. "Director Zhao, I was left with no choice. Surely, with your acumen, you must be aware of the Wang family's intentions, even without my disclosure. Yet, you also understand the temperament of Master Xiao. If he were to discover this matter, what consequences do you foresee?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengshu scrutinized him with suspicion, feeling that Feng Zhenghao was concealing something, yet he could not pinpoint the crux of the issue at that moment. In the end, one could only sigh helplessly and say with heartfelt sincerity, "Feng Huichong, today let us speak a few words from the heart. In truth, I have long discerned that your intention in keeping Xiao Chen within the Tianxia Association is to learn that mystical art. Regarding this matter, the company will neither intervene nor possess the capacity to do so. However, what I hope for is that Xiao Chen's affairs can remain as concealed as possible. After all, should it come to the attention of the world, the Feng family will not fare as well as you might imagine." Leaving aside distant concerns, merely the Wang family would never let things rest. If this realm of extraordinary beings is truly thrown into chaos and draws the attention of higher powers, then none shall relish the prospect of peaceful days ahead. As Zhao Fengshu spoke, his tone was earnest, and his face bore a frown of worry. Feng Zhenghao perceived the underlying message within his words, Not only was he warning him of the dire consequences should the revelation of the celestial being come to light, but he was also advising him to refrain from using Xiao Chen as a pawn in any schemes. Otherwise, the Feng family would undoubtedly face repercussions. Yet, Wind Zhenghao absorbed only half of this counsel. He considered employing Xiao Chen against the Wang family, not solely for his own benefit. Even without him, given Wang Ai and Wang Bing's behavior, trouble would inevitably arise. His involvement merely stoked the flames, hastening the unfolding of events. Mr. Zhao, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, our Feng family is solely focused on seeking transcendence. We shall not meddle in other affairs, Wind Zhenghao vowed with solemnity. However, Zhao Fengxiu, despite hearing this, felt a lingering unease in his heart. Yet, having already reached this point in their conversation, he had little choice but to nod and respond. I am truly grateful that Chairman Feng can consider the greater picture. You need not worry about the Wang family. The company has it under surveillance. As for Xiao Chen, I trust you will take care to prevent any incidents. Wind Zhenghao smiled in response. Very well. I shall do my utmost. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two parted ways. Wind Zhenghao hurried onward and soon arrived at the arena, locating Xiao Chen, who was engrossed in the ongoing competition. Have you spoken with the Wang family? Xiao Chen asked, his gaze fixed on the match, not turning his head. I have warned them, Wind Zhenghao replied with a slight bow, though his expression revealed his inner turmoil. Xiao Chen cast a sidelong glance, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke in a frosty tone. What? Do they truly intend to act against me? Wind Zhenghao hesitated, his face betraying uncertainty. Observing his reaction, Xiao Chen suddenly raised an eyebrow, his words laced with intrigue. Could it be that during your visit, you uncovered some secret? Upon hearing this, the previously troubled Wind Zhenghao felt a tightening in his chest. However, before he could articulate a response, Xiao Chen continued, Chairman Feng, you wouldn't have knelt before the Wang family, would you? Wind Zhenghao. Chapter 64. Wind Zhenghao finally knelt in the right direction. Xiao Chen's words were startling, causing Wind Zhenghao to tremble all over. A pair of eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting a mixture of terror and incredulity, stammering. How do you know? Upon hearing these words, the Wind siblings displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Initially, they found Xiao Chen's remarks baffling. After all, he had been present at the competition, observing the events unfold. How could he utter such absurdities? Their father, kneeling before the Wang family? It was utterly preposterous. However, upon witnessing Wind Zhenghao's reaction and his subsequent words, the siblings were rendered speechless. They could not fathom why their father would kneel before the Wang family. More astonishingly, how did Xiao Chen come to know this? Could it be that he had employed some means to secretly monitor their father? Little did they realize that Xiao Chen's assertion was merely a haphazard bluff born from his understanding of the narrative. Yet, he never anticipated that his words would manifest into reality. Feng Huichong, you truly have potential, Xiao Chen remarked coolly, tapping his fingers against the railing. Seeing him in a fit of anger, Wind Zhenghao disregarded the surroundings entirely and knelt down. This action immediately drew the bewildered gazes of those nearby. Even the presence of Zhang Lingyu, a competitor in this match, could not divert their attention. It was noteworthy that Wind Zhenghao was one of the 10 elders and the president of the Tianxia Society, kneeling publicly before a mere youth, an act that left everyone astounded. Especially since this young man had shown brilliantly in the first round, bringing forth the true essence of immortality. Xiao Chen. Good heavens. Am I dreaming? President Feng actually knelt before Xiao Chen. What sort of background does that boy possess to instill such fear in one of the 10 elders? I always knew Xiao Chen was extraordinary, but I never imagined he would be this formidable. At that moment, Wind Zhenghao seemed oblivious to the peculiar stares of those around him. With a frightened demeanor, he lowered his head in contrition, stating, Xiao Xianshi, I confess that I acted out of selfish motives in this matter. But please believe, Zhenghao is utterly loyal to you. I was momentarily blinded by my own ambitions and thought to deceive the Wang family for expediency. Before he could finish, Xiao Chen raised a hand to interrupt, saying, Enough. Since it has been done, there is no need for further justification. I am not concerned about your intentions. What I need to know has yet to be answered. Upon hearing this, Wind Zhenghao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Wang Ai has expressed his desire to usurp your abilities. This is because his descendant, Wang Bing, has not only mastered the Wind family's spirit summoning techniques, but has also inherited the method of devouring spirits. Therefore, he wishes to employ your abilities to summon the underworld's Yin spirits. As he reached this point, he hesitated to continue. Conversely, Xiao Chen, with a bemused expression, inquired, You intend to consume the Yin spirits? Wind Zhenghao remained silent, merely nodding in response. Supporting his head with one hand, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed as he contemplated, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Is it truly interesting to swallow the yin god? I am rather eager to witness whether this Wang possesses such prowess. Upon uttering these words, Wind Zhenghao and the Feng siblings distinctly sensed the palpable aura of menace emanating from Xiao Chen. It was evident that he harbored intentions of retribution against the Wang family. It seemed that Master Xiao was poised to take action. However, to their astonishment, Xiao Chen showed no inclination to rise. He merely cast a glance at Wind Zhenghao and said indifferently, "Please stand. There are so many eyes upon us. What does this signify?" Yet, Wind Zhenghao, upon hearing this, remained kneeling and replied, "Zhenghao acknowledges his transgressions and believes punishment is warranted." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Feng siblings also knelt on the ground. The onlookers, already in a state of shock and intrigue, were once again taken aback by this unprecedented display. Had the Feng family lost their senses? To publicly prostrate before Xiao Chen, they had seemingly discarded all semblance of dignity. Little did they realize that this act of submission stemmed from their genuine fear of Xiao Chen's potential wrath and the threat it posed to their father. "Master Xiao, I beseech you, forgive my father this time." "Master Xiao, my father must be compelled by some grave circumstance to act as he has." Upon hearing the siblings' pleas, Xiao Chen surveyed the three of them with a glance before rising and stating, "I have already expressed that I am not angered. What is the meaning of this? Why must we air our family matters before outsiders?" With a reproachful look at the three, he turned to leave. The Feng family still held value, and he had no desire to sever ties just yet. Thus, after delivering a reprimand, a touch of leniency was still in order. However, upon hearing the term family, the three members of the Feng family exchanged astonished glances, particularly Wind Zhenghao, whose eyes sparkled with barely contained joy. Family? Is Master Xiao implying that he regards the Feng family as his own? At this realization, Wind Zhenghao's heart raced uncontrollably, and his face flushed with excitement. "Father!" Feng Xiaoyan called gently, observing her father's exuberance. Yet, Wind Zhenghao paid her no mind, leaping to his feet and hastily pursuing Xiao Chen. The Feng siblings quickly followed suit. The spectators, bewildered by this sudden shift, could not fathom the Feng family's transformation. Just moments ago, they appeared utterly subservient, yet now, a mere utterance from Xiao Chen seemed to have granted them a windfall akin to winning a lottery. Had the Feng family truly gone mad? Yet, some among the crowd discerned a glimmer of understanding. The Feng family mad? Impossible. Even if the others were deranged, Wind Zhenghao would never succumb to madness. Such actions could only indicate that Xiao Chen had seized control of the Feng family's lifeline or possessed something of great value. The most likely scenario was that it was the display of power exhibited by Xiao Chen that compelled Wind Zhenghao to bow so low in hopes of attaining it. After all, the ability to summon the true form of an immortal is indeed extraordinary. If one were to truly master such a skill, they would be nearly invincible. Meanwhile, Wind Zhenghao, who hastily caught up with Xiao Chen, trailed just a step behind, silently following. Though his demeanor was one of respect, he harbored a deep-seated astonishment within. He had yet to comprehend how Xiao Chen discerned the details of his conversation with Wang Ai, even being fully aware of his prostration on the ground. It appeared that his every move had been under surveillance. Henceforth, he realized he must act with greater caution. However, he felt a twinge of luck regarding this matter. After all, had he not knelt publicly, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Chen had finally regarded the Feng family as kin. Contemplating this, Wind Zhenghao couldn't help but feel a secret delight. Simultaneously, he grasped that Xiao Chen was willing to serve as a steadfast ally for the Feng family. Yet, this realization complicated his emotions. Had he known this would transpire, he would not have entertained such dubious thoughts. With Xiao Chen's protection, even if Wang Ai were to reveal that the list of the 36 thieves had been leaked by his grandfather, Feng Tianyang, what would it matter? At worst, he could simply stay close to Xiao Chen and see who would dare to threaten the Feng family. Chapter 65. Under the Spotlight. Brother Xiao ascends to Master Xiao. Wind Zhenghao's kneel transformed the already celebrated Xiao Chen into an even hotter topic. Many people's initial reaction upon hearing of this incident was skepticism, dismissing it as mere rumor. However, as more people spoke of it, the credibility of the event quickly escalated. Those who had initially disbelieved began to display expressions of incredulity. What nonsense is this? Surely, even if Xiao Chen were formidable, it would not compel the esteemed Wind Zhenghao to kneel before him. Good heavens! What is happening in this world? Has it truly come to this? Yuan Feng, what is your perspective? There must be some intrigue behind this. In an instant, discussions shifted from the outcomes of the competition to focus entirely on Xiao Chen. Even many who had never seen him began to search fervently. eager to witness firsthand the remarkable youth who could make Wind Zhenghao kneel. Yet, from noon until dusk, they could not locate Xiao Chen. It was not until the conclusion of the competition and the commencement of a new round of draws that they finally spotted him at the entrance of the arena. "My goodness, is that not Master Xiao?" Song Long exclaimed dramatically, drawing the attention of the crowd. All the extraordinary individuals present turned their gazes towards Xiao Chen. "Is that truly Xiao Chen? He is rather handsome. Look closely. Is that not Wind Zhenghao's daughter, Wind Xiaoyan, and his son, Wind Xingtong? They seem to be trailing behind him like attendants. Could it be that the rumors circulating today are indeed true? Of course, it is evident. Who would dare to fabricate a rumor about the esteemed 10 elders otherwise?" The much-discussed Xiao Chen, upon hearing the chatter around him, paid it no mind. They stood there, calm and composed, awaiting the commencement of the next round of the competition draw. However, the siblings from the Feng family lingered nearby, their brows furrowed and faces slightly flushed. Heads bowed low. Although they followed Xiao Chen willingly, being young, they felt a sense of embarrassment upon overhearing the discussions around them, especially Wind Xiaoyan, whose proud disposition was evident as she clenched her fists tightly, casting furious glances at those gossiping. It seemed that had Xiao Chen not been present, she might have taken matters into her own hands. "Master Xiao, you've truly stolen the spotlight today," exclaimed the oblivious Song Long, who approached with a broad grin, his tone imbued with admiration. His gaze frequently darted towards the Feng siblings, and though he said nothing overtly, the curiosity was etched across his face, almost as if he were about to directly inquire if their family had indeed knelt before Xiao Chen in public. However, upon catching Wind Xiaoyan's murderous glare, he stifled his question. "Fatty, I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise my sister might really take action," Wind Xingtong warned, spreading his hands in a show of brotherly concern. Yet Song Long merely chuckled, addressing the Feng siblings. "Oh, come on. I merely wish to interview Master Xiao. I mean no harm." His reluctance to depart, coupled with his incessant calling of Xiao Chen master, prompted Wind Xingtong to roll his eyes in exasperation. This gluttonous fool truly seemed to be courting disaster. Casting a glance at his sister, he noticed her face had turned a shade of crimson, teetering on the brink of losing control. Fortunately, Wind Xingtong maintained his composure, promptly retorting to Song Long, "What lineage grants you the audacity to address Xiao Gu as master? By that logic, I must be your uncle." Song Long, taken aback by this remark, quickly retorted, "Nonsense. How could you be my uncle? My calling him master is merely a form of respect. Do you not understand?" Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Linglong and her companions approached, their laughter ringing out in unison. "Oh, Fatty, you've learned to use honorifics now," teased Ji Jinhua, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Honorifics? I believe he truly wishes to claim Xiao Chen as his grandfather," quipped Wang Ergu, dressed in a black and white striped suit. With a merciless jab, as the banter continued between the two, Song Long redirected his ire towards them, indignantly exclaiming, "Are you two looking for trouble as well?" Seeing his genuine anger, Ji Jinhua quickly stepped forward to placate him. "Don't be angry. We were only joking." However, her gaze soon shifted to Xiao Chen, scrutinizing him closely. In truth, it was not just her. The entire Lu family team was fixated on Xiao Chen. Yet, what irked the Feng siblings was the way the eyes of this group, whether intentional or not, often flickered in their direction. "What exactly do you all want?" Wind Xiaoyan finally snapped, her tone laden with palpable disdain. Seeing her displeased expression, the members of the Lu family tightened their faces, hastily diverting their gazes elsewhere, feigning nonchalance. Only Lu Linglong wore a conciliatory smile, raising her hands in a gesture of appeasement, saying, "Sister Xiaoyan, we merely came to see Xiao Chen, with no ulterior motives." However, upon hearing this, Wind Xiaoyan's brows shot up in irritation. "That fatso just said the same thing. Your so-called lack of ulterior motives is indeed quite intriguing." Just as Wind Xiaoyan was about to explode, Xiao Chen, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am someone who values tranquility and prefers not to be disturbed." Although his tone was not forceful, it was clear to all that he was effectively issuing an eviction notice. Consequently, their initial impression of Xiao Chen shifted to one of difficulty in interaction. Yet, at that moment, Wind Xiaoyan cast a glance of gratitude towards Xiao Chen. She understood that he was simply trying to spare her from embarrassment by sending the others away. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have likely engaged in conversation with Lu Linglong and the rest. "Very well, since Brother Xiao does not wish for disturbances, we shall take our leave," Lu Linglong declared with a sweet smile, signaling to the others, who followed her out in succession. Even the one who intended to linger, Songlong, was forcibly pulled away. Xiao Chen watched the retreating figures of the Lu family, his attention particularly fixated on Lu Linglong. She truly exuded the charisma of a leader, commanding the respect of her companions. He then pondered Lu Linglong's prowess. Despite her charming exterior, she was, in truth, a formidable individual. Her awakened abilities were exceedingly brutal, allowing her to manipulate her own blood to attack foes. She could even control her blood to infiltrate her enemies' bodies, wreaking havoc. Of course, to wield such powers, one must first inflict wounds upon oneself to release the blood. While it wasn't exactly a case of harming oneself to defeat the enemy, it certainly required a considerable degree of self-sacrifice. Just as he was lost in contemplation, Zhang Zhiwei approached slowly, accompanied by a Taoist boy. The arrival of the old celestial master finally diverted the crowd's attention from Xiao Chen. Yet, among the throng, a few individuals continued to fixate on him, including Wang Yi. Chapter 66. The next opponent, Zhuge Qing. In the crowd, Wang Yi remained unperturbed by the old celestial master's arrival, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the distant Xiao Chen. Had such a commotion truly erupted in just one day? It appeared that the prophecy was destined to come to fruition. Wang Yi's brow furrowed, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Reflecting on the day's events and the tales circulating about Xiao Chen's battle with Deng Youfu, he felt an unsettling anxiety. Summoning the true essence of celestial beings? Such a technique was indeed astonishing. Surely, it was this very skill that granted Xiao Chen the potential to cause upheaval across the realm, was it not? If we were to encounter each other on the competition stage, could I truly stop him? Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Wang Yi arrived at a conclusion. No. Even with the utilization of the wind after Strange Gate, he would undoubtedly be unable to overcome an immortal who has cultivated for a millennium. Moreover, Xiao Chen did not merely invoke a spirit as those from the northeast lineage of Ma Xian. Instead, he summoned the true essence of an immortal directly. Although the wind after Strange Gate is one of the 8 extraordinary techniques and is also referred to as the method of chaos with formidable capabilities, Wang Yi's own strength was simply insufficient to contend. How vexing. A faint sigh escaped his lips as he felt a twinge of frustration. He had not anticipated that this trivial matter would prove so challenging. No wonder Xiao Chen had initially boasted so arrogantly, challenging him to halt his actions. It turned out he had someone else fighting for him. Meanwhile, as Wang Yi pondered, Zhang Zhiwei stood upon the wooden platform, addressing the gathered crowd. Thank you all for your hard work. The first round of the competition concludes here, with 32 victors emerging. The subsequent contests will proceed in a one-on-one format. The names you draw will determine your next opponent. As Zhang Zhiwei began to elucidate the rules for the next round, the contestants instinctively formed a queue, each drawing lots from a box. Xiao Chen was no exception, standing among the line, his heart brimming with anticipation. Having missed a significant opportunity in the first match due to his inexperience, he regretted squandering a chance to face an immortal who had cultivated for a millennium. Although he had won with flair, he had gleaned no tangible benefits. Thus, he eagerly hoped to draw a formidable opponent this time, aiming to showcase a more intense performance. Though he was uncertain whether such efforts would yield rewards from the system, he recalled that even Nezha had received years of cultivation for merely kicking a shuttlecock, which boded well for his current aspirations. As he contemplated, his turn arrived. After drawing his lot, Xiao Chen swiftly moved aside. Filled with anticipation as he unfolded the slip of paper, he remained blissfully unaware that Zhang Zhiwei's gaze was fixed upon him. Is that Zhuge Qing? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, turning to see the blue-haired Zhuge Qing, who was also squinting back at him. A Zhuge Fox, perhaps? A satisfied smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. Although Zhuge Qing was not among the most elite competitors in this tournament, having him as an opponent promised a thrilling battle. At that moment, the Feng siblings approached after completing their draws. Brother Xiao, who is your opponent? Feng Xingtong inquired eagerly. Zhuge Qing, Xiao Chen replied without reservation, displaying the slip to the siblings. Wow, what kind of luck is that? Gazing at the slip of paper inscribed with the name Zhuge Qing, Feng Xingtong couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, he quickly realized his error and corrected himself. No, it should be said that encountering you is truly unfortunate. His original intention was to convey that Xiao Chen always crossed paths with exceptionally powerful adversaries. However, upon further reflection, he pondered, who could possibly rival Xiao Chen's strength in this grand competition? Even the millennium-old snake Immortal had been frightened away, leaving no formidable opponents among the remaining participants. Do not speak so, Xiao Chen interjected, waving his hand. Since we have met, let us consider it fate. The Feng siblings replied. So fate has brought you together with them, only to eliminate them? What you describe seems more akin to a harbinger of misfortune for them. Unaware of the siblings' thoughts, Xiao Chen inquired, what about your opponents? Upon hearing this, Feng Xingtong beamed with pride. Look, here it is. He unfolded the paper to reveal the name inscribed upon it. Wang Bing. Xiao Chen's brow furrowed, and his expression grew noticeably grave. He distinctly remembered Feng Xingtong's previous encounter with Wang Bing, which had ended in a brutal defeat for him. Had it not been for the referee intervening, he might have been utterly incapacitated. However, Feng Xingtong was oblivious to these details. Seeing Xiao Chen's somewhat serious demeanor, he assumed he was concerned and patted his chest, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, Xiao Ge. I have heard my father speak of the Wang family. I never expected our Feng family to have such a long-standing grievance with them. Meeting them on the arena this time truly feels like divine providence. I shall avenge my great-grandfather." Xiao Chen was taken aback by his reaction. This was a stark deviation from the original timeline. In the past, Feng Xingtong had abducted the immortal Lu Kuanxing from Deng Youfu. And when Wang Bing attempted to seize him, Feng Xingtong had desperately intervened, ultimately rescuing Lu Kuanxing. This had incited Wang Bing's wrath, resulting in a near-fatal beating for Feng Xingtong. Yet now, he entered the arena with a vendetta. Did this imply that the ultimate outcome would also be altered? Xiao Chen was indeed awaiting Wang Bing's arrival. If the narrative were to shift and Feng Xingtong were to triumph, how would he then gauge Wang Bing's demeanor? Let alone devour his soul? Perhaps he should propose an exchange of adversaries? Compared to Zhu Geqing, he was far more inclined to face Wang Bing. The reasoning was simple. Eliminating him would bear no burden. After all, this fellow's character was hardly commendable, and slaying him would benefit the populace. Most importantly, it would incite Wang AI to take action against him, providing the perfect opportunity to annihilate the Wang family altogether. However, while he was deep in thought, Feng Xiaoyan cast a disdainful glance at her own slip of paper, exclaiming, "Why must I draw such a character?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen instinctively glanced at her paper, only to discover the name inscribed upon it was Jia Zhengliang. What in the world? Is this all completely chaotic? Are the two of them really about to engage in a night of a 500 rendezvous? A peculiar expression flitted across Xiao Chen's face as he subtly twitched his lips. However, Feng Xiaoyan seemed oblivious to his reaction and turned to her brother, Feng Xingtong, suggesting, "Why don't we switch roles? Allow me to deal with Wang Bing. What do you think?" Upon hearing his sister's intention to claim the credit, Feng Xingtong hurriedly clutched the paper sign to his chest, shaking his head vehemently. "No. Dear sister, I am the man of the Feng family. It would be unbecoming for you to take the lead in this matter." Observing his antics, Feng Xiaoyan snorted disdainfully but refrained from further comment. Noticing this exchange, Xiao Chen dismissed his own idea of switching the paper sign. It appeared that Feng Xingtong was genuinely eager to confront Wang Bing. Chapter 67. The betting odds of the competition. The greedy by Shirshua's world is crumbling. The following morning, Xiao Chen accompanied the Feng siblings to the competition venue. Upon arrival, they encountered a throng of individuals surrounding by Shirshua from the Lu family, animatedly discussing something. Initially indifferent, Xiao Chen's curiosity piqued as he heard his own name echoing in the air. He approached, and the crowd fell silent upon his arrival. "Oh, young Master Xiao." A stranger greeted him enthusiastically, and soon the surrounding crowd joined in the chorus. The repeated address of young Master Xiao rendered him somewhat bashful. "What is all this commotion about?" Before he could finish, an irate voice from the crowd exclaimed, "It's all because of Bai Shishua, who refuses to let us place bets on you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately grasped the situation. As a gambling enthusiast, Bai Shishua had opened betting odds for this competition, attracting many eager bettors. Initially, the most favored contenders included talents like Zhang Lingyu and Zhu Geqing, all boasting even odds of 1-to-1. However, Zhang Chulin's odds skyrocketed to 100-to-1 after he earned the title of Unshakable Bailan. This peculiar turn of events allowed Ji Jinhua to make a substantial profit. Yet, as a participant, Xiao Chen believed he should also have odds. Why would Bai Shishua refuse to accept bets on him? While he pondered this conundrum, Bai Shishua, hands on her hips, expressed her dissatisfaction. "Listen up, everyone. With young Master Zhao's capabilities, who could possibly defeat him? Did I not mention that while you can place bets, I have set his odds at 1001? Feel free to bet if you wish." Upon hearing this outrageous odds, Xiao Chen's expression stiffened. 1000-to-1? So if one wagered 100 coins, they would only win 1 coin. Bai Shishua certainly knew how to strategize. Yet, recalling that this was a guaranteed victory, he suddenly felt a twinge of gratitude toward her. After all, as she stated, unless he forfeited the match, no one could truly win. Nevertheless, he chose not to place a bet on himself and simply turned to leave. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyan suddenly produced a card and declared with haughty pride, "This ratio is quite satisfactory. I shall wager 10 million. The utterance sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd. Bai Shixue's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a portrait of confusion. Are you truly this ruthless? 10 million? Do you intend to leave me utterly destitute? However, before she could voice her thoughts, the onlookers reacted, each brandishing their bank cards and clamoring, I bet 500,000, 1 million, 3 million, 3 properties in the capital. Seeing the frenzy unfold, Bai Shixue was utterly flustered. In that instant, she contemplated relinquishing the betting. These individuals were utterly shameless. They even dared to seize upon the odds of 001. Had she known, she should have set the stakes lower. Yet, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she cunningly smiled as she surveyed the array of bank cards being thrust her way. I'm sorry, but the betting cap for this round is a mere 100,000. The crowd erupted in boos at her apparent trickery. Xiao Chen shook his head with a smile, silently admiring Bai Shixue's quick thinking. Faced with the inability to manage the situation, she had simply imposed a limit. 100,000. Feng Xian scoffed, retracting her card. With a limit of 100,000, the winnings are hardly worth it. I'm done. As she withdrew her bank card, Bai Shixue exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Had she truly accepted that wager of 10 million, a victory for Xiao Chen would have meant a loss of 1 million. She had opened this betting to profit, never intending to incur a loss. Regret seeped into her thoughts. She should have observed for a day before opening the market. Had she anticipated a dark horse like Xiao Chen, she would never have set such odds. It was as if the outcome was predetermined. When Feng Xingtong noticed his sister's hesitation to bet, he chuckled and produced his bank card. Sister, why are you so fixated on money? It's a sure win. And even a 10,000 bet yields 1,000 in profit. He handed the card to Bai Shixue, declaring, I bet on Xiao Gu, 10,000. Observing her brother's boldness, Feng Xian rolled her eyes and remarked, 1,000? That's hardly enough for my daily expenses. At that, Bai Shixue found herself utterly bewildered. I shall compete with you affluent second-generation heirs. Fine, I accept. Enraged yet resolute, she snatched Feng Xingtong's bank card and proceeded to place the bet. The others exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, but soon began eagerly presenting their cards as well. Bai Shixue, without lifting her gaze, frantically accepted the cards, her hands a blur of motion. In mere moments, the total had swelled to several million. After finishing her tasks, she glanced at the notification from her mobile banking app, plunging into deep despair. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had indeed accepted bets from these individuals. If Xiao Chen were to win, even with odds of merely 0.01, she would be liable for a staggering sum amounting to tens of thousands. This was nearly half of her entire fortune. Most distressing was the fact that, aside from a few wagers placed on other competitors, the vast majority had staked 100,000 on Xiao Chen. This meant that should he emerge victorious, she would lose everything. Why had it come to this? Bai Shixue, on the verge of tears, stared at the tablet in her hands, which displayed the betting page. After a thorough inspection, she discovered that apart from a paltry amount of 10,000 bet on other contenders, the remaining millions were all wagered on Xiao Chen. At that moment, she felt as if the sky was caving in upon her. Just then, Zhi Jinhua approached with a mysterious smile and said, Schwerer, I've heard you've started accepting bets on Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Bai Shixue's expression tightened, and she exclaimed, What are you doing? Zhi Jinhua chuckled and quietly produced her bank card. Let me join in as well, shall we? Seeing her former sister now delighting in her misfortune shattered any semblance of their sisterly bond. Zhi Jinhua, I never imagined you could be so heartless. After her furious outburst, Song Long rushed over, panting, and said, Huar, let us discuss something. I bet 5,000 on Linglong with you yesterday. Can I change it to Xiaoyi? Hearing this, Bai Shixue's lips twitched uncontrollably. Her hand, clutching the tablet, began to tremble violently as she glared daggers at Song Long and growled, Not a chance. Song Long, sensing her fury, quickly changed his demeanor and smiled nervously. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. It doesn't have to be, right? I just borrowed 100,000. You could help me place it all on Xiao Yi to mitigate my losses. Bai Shixue thought to herself, a bunch of brutes. Chapter 68. Deceiving Zhuge with Tales of Legends. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, who had already departed, events were unfolding in his absence. He arrived at the entrance of the arena and gazed at the match schedule posted above. Is it only my turn in the second match? No sooner had he spoken than Zhuge approached from behind, squinting and smiling. What's this? Are you already impatient? Xiao Chen glanced back at him and then returned his gaze to the arena, saying, To battle with a master like you is certainly something to look forward to. Zhuge paused, somewhat perplexed by Xiao Chen's words, and asked, Are you mocking me? It was no wonder he thought so. News of Xiao Chen's prowess had spread throughout the grand event, and it was widely believed that he would undoubtedly be the champion of this tournament, with no one else in contention. This is not merely an instance of blind admiration from the masses. Rather, the enchanting presence of the summoned green serpent is truly astonishing. Even the millennia-old snake immortal was so awed that it knelt in submission, unwilling to engage in combat. One must ponder, among the competitors participating in the grand contest, who could possibly rival such a formidable entity? Xiao Chen, naturally, grasped the nuances in Zhuge Qing's words and, with a slight smile, remarked, "In truth, you are all overly anxious. If I were truly capable of summoning such a powerful immortal at will, I would have long since become invincible. Just yesterday, it was because the snake immortal summoned by Deng Youfu was excessively powerful that I had no choice but to forcibly invite that being. Moving forward in the competition, I cannot expect to summon an immortal of such caliber again." This statement was, of course, a fabrication intended to alleviate the pressure on Zhuge Qing, lest he withdraw from the competition in despair. Simultaneously, it served to confound the subsequent contestants, preventing them from merely conceding defeat after a superficial exchange. However, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Zhuge Qing narrowed his eyes, revealing a profound gaze. Is what you say truly the case? It was evident that he harbored considerable skepticism, suspecting that Xiao Chen was merely attempting to deceive him. Indeed, Xiao Chen responded decisively. Do you think that summoning such a powerful immortal comes without a cost? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. As a member of a distinguished family of mystics, you should understand this concept most acutely. Zhuge Qing nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Xiao Chen's assertion. In this world, not only in the realm of mystical arts, but in every endeavor, one must pay the corresponding price. This principle is what they refer to as the way of heaven. The fact that Xiao Chen could summon such a potent immortal, and that the being appeared in its true form, surely implied a substantial cost. I am quite curious, what exactly did you sacrifice to summon such a formidable immortal? His inquiry stemmed from genuine curiosity. Last night, he had pored over ancient texts for half the night, yet had never encountered such extraordinary methods within the realm of the otherworldly. Whether it be Taoist practices, summoning ancestral spirits, or the conjuring of immortals by spirit mediums, these typically involved spiritual manifestations. He had never heard of anyone successfully summoning an immortal in their corporeal form. Such an ability was simply astonishing. Contemplating this from another angle, if one could indeed communicate with the divine, could it be possible to summon the gods themselves to descend into the mortal realm? Upon hearing his question, Xiao Chen remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. The cost is indeed significant, but it is not convenient for me to disclose. The reluctance to reveal the details primarily stemmed from the fear of inciting disbelief. After all, the price he paid for summoning the green serpent was merely the consumption of some qi. If he were to speak the truth, he feared Zhuge Qing might find it too astounding to accept and flee in haste. However, observing Xiao Chen's demeanor, which suggested an unspoken complexity, Zhuge Qing seemed to grasp something and chuckled softly. If I am not mistaken, it must be a kind of life-burning technique, correct? Xiao Chen, perplexed by the term life-burning technique, looked at him with confusion. Zhuge Qing continued, stating that it was akin to risking one's life to summon a formidable ally for assistance. The power of the individual from yesterday exceeded that of the millennia-old snake immortal by a considerable margin. However, one must ponder the price you paid in years of your own lifespan. Was it a year, 5 years, or perhaps even more? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's lips twitched, as a phrase suddenly echoed in his mind. A great scholar is here to debate for me. Yet, the conjecture you present seems rather dubious. Instead of speculating about years, you might as well declare that I am finished. That would be more accurate. Xiao Chen feigned a look of embarrassment at being so accurately guessed, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. Noticing his acknowledgement, Zhuge Qing's lips curved into a slight smile as he remarked, it was merely a contest. There was no need to go to such extremes. Xiao Chen spread his hands and shrugged, replying, one cannot dismiss it so lightly. Everyone aspires to rise above. Such a rare opportunity must surely be seized to showcase one's abilities. Zhuge Qing chuckled lightly, speaking with an air of indifference. Is it a pursuit of fame and fortune? Yet, I find you do not seem to fit that mold. I have heard that even the esteemed Wind Zhenghao knelt before you in public. What? Are you still afraid that you cannot secure your place in the spotlight? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen realized the young man was attempting to extract information, particularly regarding his connection to the Feng family. You truly do not heed the rumors, Zhuge Qing. Do not lend an ear to the tales spun by others. Would Chairman Feng kneel before a mere junior like me? After denying it, Xiao Chen added with an air of mystery. Let me speak plainly. It was not I whom Chairman Feng knelt before yesterday, but rather his grandfather. At this revelation, Zhuge Qing, who had kept his eyes narrowed, suddenly widened them in disbelief. His grandfather? What does that mean? Observing his bewildered expression, Xiao Chen glanced around cautiously, adopting a defensive posture, and explained, in truth, the one I summoned was the Yin spirit. It is precisely for this reason that Chairman Feng holds me in such high regard. After all, you should be aware of the Feng family's capabilities, yes? Spirit summoning. Zhuge Qing blurted out instinctively. His face then displayed shock as he grasped the significance of the revelation. Xiao Chen's ability to summon Yin spirits, combined with the Feng family's spirit binding, formed an invincible alliance. So that is it, Zhuge Qing exclaimed, his gaze flickering with excitement. Seeing his expression of genuine belief, Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy. Zhuge Qing could never have imagined that all he had uttered was mere folklore. Nevertheless, he had no intention of elaborating further. Zhuge Qing was not foolish. Speaking too much would surely expose his ruse. It was better to leave it at that, and let Zhuge Qing indulge in his own wild imaginings. Very well, I shall make my preparations. Though I cannot summon the one from yesterday for your upcoming match, I assure you, I will not hold back. The Yin spirit I have called upon is no weakling. With that, Xiao Chen strode towards the arena, leaving Zhuge Qing standing there. His expression a complex blend of intrigue as he watched him depart. The Feng family, having acquired Xiao Chen, is likely to soar to new heights. The various spirits remain a mystery. Could it be the black and white impermanence? Perhaps the oxhead and horseface? Or even the 10 kings of hell could be summoned. It seems that soon, my eyes shall be opened to wonders. After a deep sigh of admiration, Zhuge Qing eagerly made his way to the arena, resolutely vowing to give his utmost effort. He was determined to discover the extent of the spirits that Xiao Chen could summon. Chapter 69. Corpse Grievance, River of Forgetfulness. Zhuge Qing was left speechless. As Xiao Chen faced Zhuge Qing, the competitors entered the arena. With a signal from the referee, Xiao Chen leisurely strolled into the arena. Turning around, he spotted Zhuge Qing entering as well. The two exchanged glances, yet neither spoke a word until the Taoist priest at the referee's table called out. The match begins. Immediately, a stir erupted in the audience. Go, Xiao. Little Zhuge Qing won't stand a chance. Xiao, I've staked everything on you. Upon hearing the shouts from the male spectators, Zhuge Qing's female fans erupted in fury, retorting, You wretched men, what nonsense are you shouting? Our Qing could never lose. Exactly. Just watch, Qing will definitely win. At that moment, an incongruous voice broke through. Hey, have you noticed how handsome that Xiao Chen is? One of the girls from Zhuge Qing's fan club gazed dreamily at Xiao Chen, making such a remark. The other girls were immediately incensed, shouting, You little minx. Which side are you on? I'm on the handsome guy's side. How dare you betray Qing? Just wait for me to deal with you. In an instant, the two girls clashed, and chaos ensued in the audience. The two competitors in the arena looked on in astonishment, their expressions one of bemusement. Your fan club certainly has a fiery spirit, Xiao Chen quipped with a smirk. Zhuge Qing's lips twitched, and with a resigned smile, he shook his head and said, Let us not allow them to distract us. Let us begin. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, and he raised his hand to summon the Zhuge family's secret technique. The martial saint's strange gate. Standing within the formation, Xiao Chen felt an immediate sense of foreboding. This ominous feeling was peculiar. Despite nothing having occurred, he sensed danger lurking. It was as if stepping forward would lead to peril. Oh, is this the martial saint's strange gate? Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings warily, marveling at the sensation. Zhuge Qing smiled slightly. Have you already sensed it? Your perception is indeed quite keen. Xiao Chen shrugged. With such obvious signs, how could I not feel it? To which Zhuge Qing simply maintained his smile, remaining silent. Yet within his heart, he had already summoned all his mental acuity, secretly astonished. He had just laid down the intricate formations of the martial sage's mysterious gates, and had yet to unleash his arcane arts. Yet Xiao Chen had already discerned his intentions. One must admit, such extraordinary perceptiveness was indeed somewhat alarming. Noticing his silence and reluctance to proceed, Xiao Chen similarly raised his sword finger and intoned the incantation, guiding lanterns. Return the vengeful spirits. Summon the corpse's grievance. As his voice echoed, a dark, eerie aura enveloped him. In an instant, the air grew thick with an unbearable chill, and the parched grass of the arena began to frost over slowly. Sensing this malevolent energy, Zhuge Qing's brows knitted tightly, and his expression turned grave. The once boisterous audience fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixated on Xiao Chen. Behind him, a malevolent spirit clad in white, hair disheveled, slowly materialized. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, brimming with boundless resentment. As Zhuge Qing locked eyes with it, an icy dread coursed through his veins. A wave of profound terror surged within him, yet what astonished him was that this fear did not stem from the spirit's danger or might, but rather from the deepest recesses of his soul, a primal dread. In simpler terms, the moment the corpse's grievance manifested, it unearthed and magnified his fear. However, as a sorcerer, he possessed numerous means to confront entities of the spectral realm. It was unthinkable that he would be affected by such a spirit. Indeed, he would typically command them to steer clear of him. Yet, unexpectedly, this corpse's grievance not only disregarded him, but also manipulated his very emotions of fear. The crux of the matter lay within his mysterious gates. "Ah, you are no ordinary being," Zhuge Qing remarked, his smile stiffening, his tone betraying a hint of trepidation. This was not born of genuine fear, but rather a consequence of being governed by that emotion. Faced with the martial sage's mysterious gates, summoning mere specters like these may well lead to your immediate exorcism. Xiao Chen jested, particularly as he observed Zhuge Qing, who, despite his evident terror, was straining to maintain control. He couldn't help but find it amusing. It seemed that the corpse he had summoned was indeed perfectly timed. To be candid, the spirit he had called forth bore a rather morbid sense of amusement. A corpse's grievance, originally a soul wrongfully departed, upon its 7th day of wandering, found no one to honor it at home. Consequently, it nurtured resentment, transforming into malevolent energy, refusing to return to the netherworld, and instead remained within its former abode. During this time, it would incessantly unleash its malevolence, influencing the emotions of its living relatives. Only after causing the demise of all its closest kin would the corpse's grievance finally dissipate. In essence, this entity possessed no tangible offensive capabilities. It thrived solely on psychological torment. Beyond instilling fear and sapping the will of those it ensnared, it wielded no other means of attack. Moreover, its self-defense is remarkably feeble. Perhaps an ordinary person would be powerless against it, yet any adept individual could easily reduce it to a state of utter disarray. Fortunately, Zhuge Qing astutely perceived this vulnerability and promptly raised his sword finger, solemnly declaring, "Li character, red serpent." As he spoke, he unleashed a palm strike. A fiery orb erupted from his palm, hurtling towards Xiao Chen with astonishing speed. The searing heat seemed capable of incinerating the very air itself. In response to this sudden assault, Xiao Chen immediately raised his sword finger, chanting resolutely, "One sip returns to the 3 paths. Yin and Yang are separated by 2 banks. The river of forgetfulness approaches, extinguish." With a curling motion of his sword finger, he flicked forward, propelling a drop of blood-yellow liquid into the fray. Upon its collision with the flames, a hissing sound echoed, and the fire was instantly extinguished. Yet, the drop of forgetfulness water surged forward unabated. Zhuge Qing's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily shifted his position to evade. A wave of terror surged within him. Is this truly the river of forgetfulness? How outrageous. Just a single drop has shattered my technique. Although the flames he summoned were not of any extraordinary origin, it is crucial to note that at this moment, Xiao Chen stood within his mystical domain. Moreover, his position was precisely one that was countered by fire. In this interplay of strengths, coupled with the enhancement of the mystical domain, the power of his flames had been exponentially magnified. Yet, the result was that a mere drop of forgetfulness water extinguished them. He could scarcely fathom the terrifying force contained within that seemingly innocuous droplet. Consequently, upon witnessing the approach of that drop, he dared not confront it directly and could only opt for evasion. Chapter 70, Zhuge Qing. Father, do you treat the grand ritual of Luo Tian as a life-and-death arena? Zhuge Qing's form swayed continuously, eluding the pursuing droplets of forgetfulness water. Yet, to his horror, no matter how he altered his position, he could not shake it off. Even more alarming was the vague sense that the droplet behind him possessed an enchanting ability. During his evasions, he found himself repeatedly tempted with the urge to touch it. Fortunately, as a practitioner of the arcane arts, he possessed formidable willpower. Each time the impulse to reach out arose, he managed to halt himself in time. Although he was uncertain of what would transpire should he actually make contact with the forgetfulness water, he could surmise, with a modicum of common sense, that such an encounter would yield no favorable outcome. Indeed, it was likely that, upon touching it, he would be swiftly corroded away. In truth, Zhuge Qing's instincts were profoundly accurate. It is vital to recognize that the river of forgetfulness spans the divide between life and death, whether living or departed souls. None can cross without traversing the bridge of forgetfulness. Beneath its surface lies a multitude of trapped spirits, unable to ascend. Should a living person make contact, they would be instantly drawn into the river, their bones dissolving, transforming into a mere puddle of blood. Only the shattered souls remain, forever unable to reach the shore. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was merely attempting to intimidate him and had no true intention of delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, what would have been summoned would not be merely a drop of water, but rather a torrent capable of submerging a person. Of course, given Xiao Chen's current prowess, he could not conjure such a deluge. However, summoning a bowl of water would be quite feasible. Earth explosion. With a thunderous shout, Zhuge Qing, pursued relentlessly, could no longer contain his fury. In an instant, several stone pillars erupted before him, accompanied by a swirling cloud of dust. He sought to exploit the principle of the 5 elements' mutual restraint, burying water beneath earth. Alas, he had underestimated the potency of this drop of forgetting river water. At the moment the stone pillars ascended, the droplet collided with them. What followed was an astonishing spectacle. The enchanted stone pillars melted away as if they were mere parchment scorched by fire, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Zhuge Qing, having expended energy in his incantation, found his movements hindered for a fraction of a second. It was precisely this brief delay that allowed the forgetting river water to reach his chest. In that fleeting moment, he was engulfed by the icy breath of death. The stench of blood from the droplet invaded his nostrils, and before his eyes lay an endless river. Strangely, he could see the murky, blood-stained riverbed below. Countless shattered bones lay piled beneath, and innumerable restless souls wailed in torment. Each visage of the departed was twisted in agony, their arms outstretched in a desperate attempt to claw their way to the surface. Yet, no matter how fervently they struggled, their spirits could not ascend even a fraction. Instead, they emitted haunting, piercing cries that echoed relentlessly in his ears. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Zhuge Qing was seized by terror, cold sweat instantly drenching his body. The fear that had long plagued him surged anew, magnifying exponentially. Was this truly the forgetting river? Struck by this drop of water, would he too plummet to the riverbed, forever denied the chance to surface? The thought filled him with profound dread. Yet this fear was unlike any other. It was a genuine terror of the unknown. Contemplating the endless suffering that awaited him in death, he even entertained the notion of wishing for immediate annihilation. However, all that he beheld and felt was but a fleeting moment. The water of the forgetting river now hovered mere inches from his chest. As he gazed at the blood-yellow droplet, his pupils constricted violently, his complexion paling instantaneously. Every hair on his body stood on end. In a frenzy, his mind raced, desperately seeking a way to escape this deadlock. A fierce will to survive compelled him to muster every ounce of strength, retreating relentlessly, regardless of his strenuous efforts. Zhuge Qing found himself not only unable to distance himself from the droplet of water hovering before him, but rather becoming increasingly ensnared by it. Was he truly destined for demise? His gaze fixated on the droplet, which was mere finger breadths away, his eyes widened in despair, his heart heavy with desolation. Just then, a gentle breeze caressed his face, and he beheld the silhouette of Xiao Chen, who suddenly materialized before him. With a graceful motion, Xiao Chen extended his right hand, transforming it into a sword-like gesture that delicately tapped the surface of the waters of the river of forgetfulness. Astonishingly, the droplet that had threatened to plunge into his chest was now comfortably balanced upon his fingertip. How exhilarating! I assent it. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, a smirk laced with mockery gracing his lips. Upon witnessing this, Zhuge Qing's expression morphed dramatically. First, he radiated a sense of relief, having narrowly escaped calamity, only to be followed by a furrowed brow that expressed indignation at being the subject of jest. Ultimately, however, all that remained was a resigned sigh as he murmured, "I concede." Though reluctant to voice it, he was acutely aware of the peril that lay ahead. The fear of Xiao Chen conjuring some monstrous entity made him tremble. If he faltered and lost control, his life would be irrevocably forfeit. Yet, what was more disheartening was the realization that death, in itself, was not the most terrifying prospect. After witnessing the eerie sights of the river of forgetfulness, he dreaded the torment that might await him beyond the grave. Observing his capitulation, Xiao Chen smiled nonchalantly. "You have performed admirably, managing to contend with the waters of forgetfulness. Were you to encounter someone of lesser strength, I fear you would not have even had the chance to be rescued." At these words, Zhuge Qing's lips twitched, his face darkening as he retorted, "To treat the grand ritual of Luo Tian as a life-and-death arena, you are indeed ruthless." Xiao Chen chuckled heartily. "What can I say? You all failed to unleash your full potential. Thus, I am compelled to employ certain tactics to awaken your latent abilities." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qing's countenance grew even darker. "Is this what you call humanity? Using such terrifying forces to catalyze my potential? I must admit, you possess a rather amiable disposition. Were it not for the disparity in our strengths, I would genuinely relish the opportunity to help you unlock your potential. While he silently scoffed, the judge, a Taoist priest seated at the officiating table, called out loudly, "Zhuge Qing, are you certain you wish to surrender?" "Indeed, I concede." Zhuge Qing straightened his attire and responded emphatically, "What a jest! If I do not concede now, who knows what ghastly entity I might encounter next? Facing this living nightmare, am I to be the birthday celebrant who hangs themselves, longing for longevity?" The judge regarded Zhuge Qing with a perplexed expression, his face a canvas of confusion. From his vantage point, the encounter did not appear nearly as harrowing as Zhuge Qing portrayed it. He merely witnessed Zhuge Qing being pursued by the droplet for an extended duration before Xiao Chen deftly retrieved it. Thus, he found it utterly incomprehensible that this seemingly innocuous droplet could instill such fear in Zhuge Qing, the most gifted descendant of the Zhuge clan, compelling him to concede in trepidation. However, the participant had already forfeited the match, and as the referee, he naturally had nothing more to say. He promptly announced aloud, "Zhuge Qing versus Xiao Chen. The victor is Xiao Chen." Chapter 71. 3 Years of Cultivation Rewards. Why is there not a single capable contestant? As the match concluded, the audience was left utterly bewildered, completely unsure of what had transpired within the arena. From their perspective, they merely witnessed Xiao Chen summon a wraith, followed by an incantation whispered under his breath, and a flick of his finger that left Zhuge Qing flustered and hastily casting spells. Yet, in an instant, he stood frozen in terror. Subsequently, Xiao Chen swiftly approached him, extended his sword finger, and conceded defeat. This entire sequence of events unfolded in less than a minute, leaving the majority of the spectators unable to comprehend the intricacies involved. What on earth happened? Did Zhuge Qing just concede? Did you see that? It seemed as though a drop of water was pursuing Zhuge Qing. A drop of water? I didn't see it. Perhaps it was a matter of perspective? I think I caught a glimpse, albeit faintly. In an instant, the audience erupted in questions. However, a few individuals had observed the match closely and displayed expressions of astonishment. "Master Lingyu, what do you make of this?" Wang turned to Zhang Lingyu beside him, inquiring with a knowing glance. Zhang Lingyu gazed at Xiao Chen in the arena, contemplating for a moment before slowly responding. "His methods are indeed as extraordinary as the rumors suggest. I have never encountered anything like it. As for the significance of that drop of water, I cannot ascertain its mystery for now. Nevertheless, judging by Zhuge Qing's reaction, it must be perilous. To so easily disrupt the Zhuge family's arcane techniques, it is certainly no ordinary object." Upon hearing this assessment, Wang nodded in agreement, slowly articulating, "Xiao Chen truly manages to surprise with each of his actions." He then looked at Zhang Lingyu. "This grand event, the Luo Tian Daijia, is organized by the Heavenly Master's residence to select the next Heavenly Master. With such an individual creating chaos, I imagine you must find it quite troublesome." Catching the underlying meaning in his words, Zhang Lingyu replied calmly, "Troublesome? I do not perceive it as such. At least my master does not appear troubled. From the very first day Xiao Chen arrived, I sensed something was amiss with my master's demeanor. Over these past few days, he seems to feign disinterest in Xiao Chen, yet his gaze has never truly left him. Moreover, the all-knowing Zhao has been by my master's side, as if they are deliberating something together." Reflecting on his master Zhang Zhiwei's recent actions, a trace of confusion flickered in his eyes, especially recalling the words Xiao Chen had spoken upon encountering his master before the Heavenly Master's residence yesterday. Their agreement still stands. This filled him with immense curiosity. What kind of pact had Xiao Chen made with his master? Although he had inquired privately, his master had only offered vague responses, failing to provide clarity. After hearing Zhang Lingyu's words, Wang Yi too fell into contemplation, his gaze fixated on Xiao Chen in the arena, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Zhang Lingyu was indeed correct. The old celestial teacher appeared indifferent to Xiao Chen's participation in the grand ritual. As a celestial master, he was undoubtedly aware of the consequences of Xiao Chen's involvement. Furthermore, Zhao Fangshu from Tonggong Company had personally come to the competition. Could it be that they already possessed some knowledge? With this thought, Wang Yi furrowed his brow, deciding that it was time to seek out the old celestial teacher to clarify certain matters and to gauge his attitude towards Xiao Chen. Real Master Lingyu, if you were to encounter Xiao Chen, what would your chances of victory be? Upon hearing Wang Yi's sudden inquiry, Zhang Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. Then he pondered seriously for a moment before responding. If he were to summon the one from yesterday, I would stand no chance of victory. However, the specter he just summoned poses little threat. My only current perplexity lies in the nature of that drop of water. Due to the distance, I could not clearly hear the incantation he recited. In fact, it was not just me. All the extraordinary beings in the audience felt the same. Otherwise, there would not have been such prior questions. Wang Yi sighed softly upon hearing this response, It seems even you lack the confidence to decisively defeat this Xiao Chen. If I were to face him, it would likely be even more challenging. At this remark, Zhang Lingyu looked at him with surprise, catching the underlying meaning of his words. What? Do you have a strong desire to defeat this Xiao Chen? Indeed, Wang Yi did not conceal his intentions. His emergence will trigger monumental changes within the realm of extraordinary beings. My presence here is solely to prevent his arrival. However, now it appears. As he spoke, Wang Yi glanced at Xiao Chen, his expression betraying a hint of uncertainty. Zhang Lingyu, hearing these words, displayed a look of astonishment but refrained from probing further. He understood that if Wang Yi was aware of these matters, then so too must his master. Yet, the old man had refrained from intervening, indicating that there must be deeper reasons at play. Most importantly, whenever Xiao Chen was mentioned, his master would caution him to avoid excessive entanglement with this individual, lest he attract future troubles. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingyu had already grasped that Xiao Chen must harbor significant secrets. However, as the two of them conversed, Xiao Chen in the arena reassured the visibly shaken Zhuge Qing, "Do not worry, what you witnessed earlier was merely an illusion. The specter I summoned and that drop of water both possess the ability to inflict mental assaults." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qing's lips twitched slightly as he retorted, "Are you attempting to deceive a ghost here? That drop of water shattered even my spells. How could it possibly be merely a mental assault?" Seeing that the deception could not be sustained, Xiao Chen shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Perhaps it was your own mind playing tricks, leading you to cancel your own spells." He then revealed a mysterious smile and turned to walk away, while the sound of rewards echoing in his mind continued to resonate. Ding! Combat experience accumulation has reached the required threshold. Reward: 3 years of cultivation. Current cultivation: 25 years. Only 3 years of cultivation? Xiao Chen grimaced in disdain, clearly dissatisfied. That single drop of Wangchuan water had cost him considerable effort, yet he was rewarded with a mere trifling of 3 years in cultivation. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Zhuge Qing had only managed to withstand 2 strikes before he was rendered incapable of resistance. Had he not intervened at the last moment, it seemed likely that Zhuge Qing would have been buried at the bottom of the Wangchuan River. Clearly, the intensity was still too high. It needed to be further reduced. Sighing, Xiao Chen's gaze swept across the audience, landing on Wang Yi and Zhang Lingyu, who were seated side by side. These two individuals should provide some amusement, particularly Wang Yi, whose Fengho Chiman was significantly more formidable than the Wuho Chiman. If he were to suppress his own strength a little more, it would surely lead to an exhilarating match. Chapter 72. The crowd is stunned. Xiao Chen is teaching the old master? After the battle concluded, Xiao Chen once again found himself wandering aimlessly. He first took a moment to observe the fierce contest between Feng Xiayun and his opponent, which was quite thrilling. The outcome mirrored historical accounts closely. The two ultimately left each other battered and bruised, with Feng Xiayun narrowly claiming victory. At that moment, Jia Zhengliang, despite having lost, appeared rather jubilant, unbeknownst to him that his moment of glory was fast approaching. With the match concluded, the two were carried away on stretchers for treatment. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen strolled alone to the arena of Feng Xingtong. At that moment, the match between him and Wang Bing had just commenced. They wasted no time in engaging each other, summoning their spirits to clash. However, as the battle progressed, Feng Xingtong sensed something was amiss. Regardless of the type of Yin spirit he released, his opponent not only managed to seize it, but devoured it entirely. Witnessing this scene, Feng Xingtong was thoroughly dismayed. He had diligently practiced the art of spirit summoning since childhood, priding himself on his unwavering dedication, even surpassing his peers in cultivation. Yet, in the face of Wang Bing, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, unable to triumph in battle and incapable of reclaiming his Yin spirits. He could only watch as they were consumed before his very eyes, especially when it came to the final spirit, Lord Wang Zizhong. He was willing to push his body to its limits. Desperately, he employed acupuncture techniques to stimulate his meridians and unleash his latent potential. Ultimately, he was unable to seize the soul of Prince Zhong. Left with no choice, he bore the anguish and, with tear-filled eyes, severed the contract with Prince Zhong. He watched helplessly as the spirit of his esteemed grandfather dissipated into the ether. This act, however, incited the wrath of Wang Bing. In a frenzied assault, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon the already injured Feng Xingtong. Even when his opponent uttered the words of surrender, Wang Bing silenced him with a blow before he could fully speak. The spectators, witnessing this brutality, turned their eyes away in distress, perplexed as to why Feng Xingtong did not concede. At that moment, the referee, Rong Shan, sensed the escalating situation and was about to leap into the fray to intervene. Yet, before he could act, a figure leaped down. The moment Xiao Chen landed, his expression was grim as he charged towards Wang Bing. In but 2 breaths, he closed the distance of several meters. Without uttering a single word, he lifted his left foot and delivered a powerful kick. A resounding thud echoed as Wang Bing, reveling in his violent spree, suddenly felt a fierce force strike his right ribs. His body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Cursing in pain, Wang Bing gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Upon looking up, he found Xiao Chen glaring at him with an aura of murderous intent. A shiver ran through him, awakening a profound fear. This fellow's gaze was utterly ferocious. Wang Bing internally gasped, yet his habitual arrogance soon steadied his nerves, and with anger, he retorted, "What do you mean, brat?" However, Xiao Chen paid no heed to his inquiry and turned his attention to the bloodied Feng Xingtong on the ground. "Xiao Gu!" Feng Xingtong exclaimed with a sense of unwillingness upon seeing Xiao Chen arrive. He had intended to teach Wang Bing a lesson, but instead, he found himself utterly defeated. What troubled him most was that the technique of spirit summoning, which rightfully belonged to the Feng family, had been bested by an outsider. This was a bitter pill for him to swallow. "Rest assured, this fellow is in my hands now," Xiao Chen stated with a calm demeanor. Yet his words brimmed with lethal intent. Over the past month at the Tianxia Society, he had formed a strong bond with Feng Xingtong. This lad was entirely different from his father. Though he possessed a cunning mind, his character was sincere. Given their similar ages, they often found common ground in their pursuits. Indeed, upon entering this world, Feng Xingtong had become Xiao Chen's first true friend. Now, seeing him so brutally beaten by Wang Bing ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Just then, a robust figure approached, Rongshan, the referee of this match. As the 9th disciple of the venerable heavenly master, he held a deep-seated disdain for Wang Bing. Yet, constrained by the circumstances of the event and Wang Bing's status as a competitor, as well as the great-grandson of the esteemed Wang Ai, he found himself in a predicament. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the Tianxia mansion shall bear the responsibility. The competition has concluded. Wang Bing has triumphed over Feng Xingtong, and the victor is Wang Bing. Rongshan first announced the results of the match, then turned his gaze towards Xiao Chen, stating, "Xiao Benefactor, if you have personal grievances, I kindly request that you resolve them privately after leaving the arena." This statement was quite explicit, implying that any conflict during the competition would place everyone in a difficult position. However, once outside this arena, whatever actions Xiao Chen chooses to undertake would no longer concern me or the Tianxia mansion. Though Wang Bing was arrogant, he discerned the underlying message within Rongshan's words. Angered, he shot a fierce glare at Rongshan, then turned to Xiao Chen, scoffing, "Kid, why are you so arrogant? If you wish to fight, come at me. Do you think I fear you?" Despite his bravado, there was a hint of insecurity in Wang Bing. For some inexplicable reason, whenever he looked at Xiao Chen, an inexplicable sense of dread would creep into his heart. Yet, upon hearing his provocation, Xiao Chen was suddenly amused and retorted, "Very well. Then let us have a direct rematch." But scarcely had the words left his lips when Zhang Zhiwei's voice echoed from the entrance. "Gentlemen, there are no provisions for rematches in this Luo Tian Grand Ceremony." As his words lingered, both the 4 individuals within the arena and the spectators outside turned their attention towards Zhang Zhiwei. Rongshan was the first to rush over, exclaiming, "Master." Zhang Zhiwei nodded. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chen, apprehensive that a moment of dissatisfaction might incite him to act violently. Upon seeing Zhang Zhiwei's arrival, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, displaying evident displeasure as he remarked, "Then let us amend the rules to include a rematch." At these words, not only was Rongshan taken aback, but even Zhang Zhiwei paused momentarily. "Amend the rules? How casually you speak." The competition's regulations were established collectively by the 10 elders, including Wang Bing's great-grandfather, Wang Ai. And now, with a mere utterance, you wish to impose an additional rule for a rematch? With such an arrogant demeanor, you truly believe you can dictate terms? Coughing to regain his composure and mask his embarrassment, Zhang Zhiwei slowly replied, "While a rematch is not entirely out of the question, it must be discussed with the other 10 elders, and the earliest decision could only be reached by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, clearly dissatisfied, and declared, "Then expedite the process. I want a response within an hour." This proclamation left not only Rongshan, but also the assembled spectators in a state of astonishment. Was Xiao Chen not being a tad too presumptuous? Was he instructing the venerable Tianxia on how to proceed? Yet the most astonishing aspect was that the venerable Tianxia was indeed contemplating the request. Chapter 73. Xiao Chen's dominant declaration, "I shall fight 15." Xiao Chen's commanding tone left everyone in the arena utterly astounded. All present wore expressions of disbelief, gazing at him in sheer astonishment. They simply could not fathom what had transpired in this world. The esteemed Grand Master of the alien realm was being instructed by a mere lad of 16 or 17. Despite Xiao Chen's formidable prowess, it was inconceivable for someone of Zhang Zhiwei's stature to display such demeanor. Could it be that Xiao Chen harbored a background so formidable that even the venerable Grand Master of the Celestial Master's mansion felt trepidation? As the crowd pondered this enigma, Zhang Zhiwei, standing in place, wore a troubled expression. Altering the competition's regulations was not an arduous task. It merely required a temporary decision from the 10 elders. Currently, among the elders present on the mountain, apart from himself and Wind Zhenghao, there were only Lu Jin, Wang Ai, and LCI. As long as he navigated through the intricacies while securing Wind Zhenghao's agreement, a resolution could be swiftly reached. However, the pressing issue lay in Xiao Chen's menacing demeanor, clearly indicating intentions of eliminating Wang Bing. Should he advocate for an additional match that resulted in Wang Bing's demise at Xiao Chen's hands, the old curmudgeon Wang Ai would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon Longhu Mountain. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of resignation. Why did you, young man, insist on eliminating Wang Bing during the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony? Once outside the arena, wouldn't it be simpler to take action directly? Must you involve my Celestial Master's mansion in this affair? Yet, despite his grievances, Zhang Zhiwei, observing Xiao Chen's expectant gaze, racked his brain for a way to persuade him. Just at that moment, Wang Yi unexpectedly approached from outside the competition arena, stating, "Grand Master, may I have a few words with Xiao Chen?" Zhang Zhiwei was taken aback, casting a puzzled look at the suddenly appearing Wang Yi, unsure of his intentions and interjecting. However, considering that he had no viable suggestions at that moment, he thought it prudent to see whether Wang Yi had any solution to offer. Thus, he nodded slightly and shifted his body to the side. Seeing this, Wang Yi acknowledged the Grand Master with a nod and strode directly toward Xiao Chen. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted from Wang Bing to Wang Yi. Upon the latter's arrival, Xiao Chen inquired with curiosity, "Have you been watching me all this time?" Wang Yi smiled at this remark, first glancing at the disgruntled Wang Bing, before responding, "Do not take offense. I came here specifically for you." Pausing for effect, he continued, "Through these 2 matches, I have discerned certain nuances. It appears you are quite eager for a confrontation." This statement sparked a flicker of surprise in Xiao Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated Wang Yi's keen observation. Despite his belief that he had concealed his intentions well, it had been uncovered. Thus, with Wang Yi having already surmised as much, he felt little need to maintain his facade. Instead, he was intrigued to learn Wang Yi's purpose for coming forth with such a declaration. Wang Yi, witnessing his acknowledgement, smiled faintly and proposed, "Since that is the case, allow me to offer a suggestion. With your prowess, a one-on-one duel seems rather mundane. How about I team up with the esteemed Longhu Mountain to face you instead?" Though Wang Yi's voice was soft, the serene atmosphere of the arena allowed every word to resonate clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. "What? This Taoist is actually teaming up with Longhu Mountain to battle Lord Xiao? Isn't that a bit unfair? Brother, are you suggesting that Lord Xiao is bullying them? Lord Xiao, you can't agree to this. I've staked all 3 of my properties in the capital on you." Amidst the clamor from the audience, Xiao Chen remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yi, evidently intrigued by his proposal. "You and Longhu Mountain joining forces? That is indeed an exciting notion." However, at this juncture, Xiao Chen paused, prompting a frown from Wang Yi, who feared a rejection of the suggestion. Yet, Xiao Chen continued, "Since you've already allied, it would be rather dull with just the 2 of you. Why not include all the competitors in the grand tournament? Let us engage in a spectacular battle." This declaration plunged the arena into silence. The audience, faces painted with shock, erupted into a frenzy. Is this madness? Even excluding those eliminated today, there are still over 16 competitors. This is it. My properties in the capital are surely at stake. Lord Xiao, we must remain composed. Do not gamble recklessly. Wait, are you suggesting a 1-against-15 showdown? How audacious. No wonder they call him Lord Xiao. He's incredible. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire arena ignited with fervor, surpassing all expectations of how the tournament would unfold. The prospect of a singular participant facing 15 rivals was exhilarating to contemplate. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhiwei and the others were equally taken aback by Xiao Chen's audacious proposal. They never anticipated that he would entertain such a wild idea. Zhang Zhiwei, in particular, was nearly at a loss for words. What gives? This grand ceremony has only been underway for 2 days. and you already wish to bring it to a close? How reckless of you. However, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Wang Bing suddenly let out a cold laugh and remarked, Xiao Chen, you truly are unaware of your own limitations. To challenge all the competitors simultaneously is sheer folly. I must inform you, it would take no more than myself to handle you. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, exuding an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Wang Yi, closest to him, felt a shiver run down his spine upon sensing the overwhelming killing intent. Just how many lives had Xiao Chen taken to possess such formidable malice? Indeed, Wang Yi has truly misunderstood Xiao Chen. The intense aura of hostility he exudes is not cultivated through the act of killing. Rather, it is a manifestation of the cultivation rewarded by the system, an intrinsic attribute. In truth, it is not merely hostility, should Xiao Chen desire. He could also unleash a formidable dominance to intimidate his foes. However, Wang Yi, unaware of the underlying reasons, was alarmed by Xiao Chen's evident anger, fearing that he might take action right there. Such a course of events could implicate the esteemed Master Zhang, potentially leading to his disgrace. With this thought in mind, he hastily raised his sword and invoked the wind following odd gates. Ku in character, Earth River Chariot. As the words fell, a clump of mud suddenly erupted from the ground, landing squarely on Wang Bing's mouth. The unexpected assault startled Wang Bing, who then scrambled to wipe the mud away. Observing his silence, Wang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, Do stay quiet for a moment. If you wish to court death, do not drag us along. He then turned to Xiao Chen and said, Your request is quite, glancing at the old master, clearly seeking his opinion. However, this only served to further complicate the already difficult situation for Zhang Zhiwei, who found himself at a loss. Wang Yi, you truly present me with a conundrum. Chapter 74. The sky is falling. Xiao Chen cannot summon the green serpent? Zhang Zhiwei observed Xiao Chen and Wang Yi, his brows knitting into a frown. 1 against 15? Given Xiao Chen's prowess, even 1 against 100 would be a trivial matter. I had thought Wang Yi intended to propose something valuable, but instead, he has come to create chaos and offer foolish suggestions. Now, although I am spared from a direct duel with Wang Bing, the grand ceremony has been abruptly interrupted. Are you in league with Xiao Chen? Have you come solely to undermine my grand ceremony? I might as well have declared Xiao Chen the victor right from the start. Yet, as Zhang Zhiwei silently lamented, Xiao Chen spoke calmly. Old master, what are you pondering? Please, give us your decision. Hearing Xiao Chen's urging, Zhang Zhiwei couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How vexing. My heart is troubled. At this moment, Zhang Zhiwei experienced an unprecedented urge to chastise someone, especially upon seeing Xiao Chen's infuriating expression. He nearly wanted to slap him to bring him to his senses. Yet, the fear of Xiao Chen retaliating publicly and summoning the ancestral master to instigate even more turmoil restrained him. Ultimately, he could only suppress his frustration and say, Since you have all come to an agreement, let it be so. However, this matter is of great significance. I must confer with others. Tomorrow morning, I will inform you of the details regarding the competition. With that, Zhang Zhiwei waved his sleeve and departed, clearly agitated. Rongshan, witnessing this, swiftly followed in his wake. In his heart, there was nothing but shock. What has happened to the master? This is not his usual demeanor. Whenever his disciples made even the slightest mistake, they would undoubtedly face a minor reprimand. He always emphasized the importance of expressing one's feelings. Yet, how could he confront Xiao Chen, having repeatedly chosen to endure? Master, have you perhaps been threatened? If so, just blink once to signal it. With a mind full of questions, Rongshan incessantly exchanged glances with Zhang Zhiwei, hinting at something unspoken. Zhang Zhiwei, already brimming with frustration, retorted sharply, What are you staring at sideways? Get your act together. Upon hearing the master's reprimand, Rongshan immediately lowered his head, yet his bewilderment deepened. The master's demeanor hardly suggested he was under threat. Could it be that Xiao Chen truly possesses some terrifying background? Suddenly, he recalled the rumors from the previous day. The 10 great figures, along with the Feng siblings, had all publicly knelt before Xiao Chen. Additionally, Zhao Fengxiu had treated Xiao Chen with a demeanor of deference and caution. Could it be that this young man stands behind some significant figure? A jolt of realization surged through Rongshan, compelling him to cast a glance back at Xiao Chen. He saw him standing there, a faint smile dancing on his lips as he observed them. Rongshan's heart trembled, and he quickly averted his gaze, his mind racing with thoughts. To instill such caution in Zhao Fengxiu, to receive such flattery from the 10 great figures, and even to compel his own master to yield. Could Xiao Chen be a scion of some powerful family from the Dragon Kingdom? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen watched Zhang Zhiwei depart, and slowly withdrew his gaze, remarking, "Have you not always sought to impede my progress? How is it that you suddenly propose such a favorable suggestion? I truly did not expect that all remaining contestants would face me." Wang Ye's countenance darkened upon hearing this. "You little rascal, be careful not to defame me. My suggestion was to team up with Zhang Lingyu to confront you together. It was you who insisted on facing 15 contestants alone. What does that have to do with me? Do you simply relish fighting?" Wang Yi could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. Xiao Chen shrugged. "I wouldn't say I am overly fond of fighting. Rather, I am exceedingly eager to improve." With that, he disregarded the bewildered Wang Yi and approached Feng Xingtong, crouching down to say, "The situation has changed. I will avenge your grievance tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Feng Xingtong felt a surge of emotion, but he quickly suppressed the pain and forced a pained smile, saying, "Xiao Gu, there really is no need. Wang Bing is the head of the Wang family, the great-grandson of the 10 figures." Yet before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Chen helped him to his feet, casting a cold glance at Wang Bing and declaring, "Remember, even if his great-grandfather were an emperor, those who harm my people will pay the price." Upon hearing this, Feng Xingtong stood frozen, staring blankly at Xiao Chen. Has Xiao Gu truly regarded our Feng family as his own? If father were to hear him say such a thing, he would likely laugh aloud in his sleep once more. The reason I say once more is due to Feng Zhenghao's laughter throughout the night yesterday. With Xiao Chen's assistance, he and Feng Xingtong made their way towards the exit of the arena. Although Feng Xingtong appeared severely injured, with wounds all over, fortunately, they were merely superficial injuries. As they approached the entrance, they were met by a medical team carrying a stretcher. After witnessing Feng Xingtong being lifted onto the stretcher, Xiao Chen chose not to linger but departed alongside the medical team. At that very moment, the spectators outside began to murmur among themselves. What is the current situation? Could it be that the old master has truly acquiesced to this demand? Isn't that obvious? Did you not hear the old master state earlier that he would announce the new competition regulations tomorrow? Incredible. 1 person against 15. Xiao Gu is truly defying the heavens. Defying the heavens, you say? I would argue that it hardly qualifies, considering the prowess of the individual he invited yesterday. Are you that out of the loop? Let me inform you. I just heard the latest news that Xiao Gu paid a hefty price to secure that person, and he cannot be summoned again. Is that true? Such matters are no jest to me. I have wagered 5 million on Xiao Gu. No way. Does that mean the outcome of tomorrow's match is uncertain? Gentlemen, please continue your discussion. I must seek out Bai Shishua. With that, a person with a face full of regret hastily departed from the audience. Upon seeing his hurried exit, the crowd quickly realized that he was likely heading to find Bai Shishua to retract his bet. Consequently, those who grasped the situation followed suit, scattering in search of her. Meanwhile, standing in the arena, Wang Ye's gaze deepened as he overheard the conversations around him. Is it truly impossible for him to summon that individual from yesterday? I can't shake the feeling that the cost is merely an excuse. Wang Yi stared at the empty entrance of the arena, his mind replaying Xiao Chen's demeanor. This fellow hardly seems like someone who has paid any price. Just as he pondered, Wang Bing behind him finally cleared the mud from his mouth. Enraged, he pointed at Wang Yi and shouted, "You bastard! How dare you throw mud at me? Do you believe I want to incapacitate you on the spot?" Chapter 75. The Emergence of the Wind and the Mysterious Gate. The Elders Convene. Covered in muck, Wang Bing glared at Wang Yi with a ferocious expression, his eyes gleaming with malice, as if he were ready to devour his opponent alive. Upon hearing the insult, Wang Yi turned around nonchalantly, waved his hand dismissively, and replied, "I possess but this skin and bone. If you wish to extinguish me, I am ever ready." With that, he disregarded the furious Wang Bing and strode away. He currently lacks the inclination to compete with this foolish individual. The pressing matter is to swiftly seek out the venerable master and elucidate the situation. He remains unaware that all his actions have irrevocably altered the future, or perhaps these events are merely in accordance with destiny, leaving everything unchanged. Thus, he must urgently locate the master to privately disclose the divination he encountered atop Wudong Mountain. Observing Wang Yi hastily depart, Wang Bing stood frozen in place, taken aback. He had not anticipated that this rustic Taoist would exhibit such audacity, looking down upon him with disdain. Coupled with the humiliation he previously endured at Xiao Chen's hands, he found himself unable to tolerate it any longer. Fixing his gaze on Wang Yi, who had already reached the entrance of the arena, he bellowed, "You vile Taoist! Halt at once!" With that, he summoned his spiritual binding, an ominous black aura emanating from his body, as he hastened towards Wang Yi, intent on delivering a lesson. At that moment, Wang Yi sensed Wang Bing's intentions. He let out a cold snort, raising his sword to declare, the character Qian, a veil of illusion. a myriad of blossoms in disarray. As his words fell, several clones of Wang Yi suddenly manifested. Wang Bing, who had just reached the entrance, stood dumbfounded at the sight. Faced with multiple Wang Yis moving in various directions, he was momentarily at a loss as to whom he should attack first. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, he discovered that all the clones before him had vanished. A tremor of shock coursed through Wang Bing, his expression one of disbelief as he frantically scanned his surroundings. After searching for an extended period, he could no longer find Wang Yi's figure. "Damn it!" he exclaimed in exasperation, stomping his feet in frustration. This matter is far from over. Meanwhile, Wang Yi's display left the onlookers, still lingering in awe, utterly astonished. Witnessing such remarkable skill, they marveled at the technique employed by the Taoist. What kind of sorcery was that? It was truly magnificent. In an instant, he conjured several clones, only to disappear from sight. No wonder he dared to propose an alliance with the esteemed Lingyu Zhenren to confront Xiao Yi. It appears he possesses considerable prowess. How foolishly underestimated this Taoist was. It seems that all participants in this grand celestial gathering are extraordinary beings. Amidst the crowd's admiration, only one figure bore an expression of incredulity. He too was a practitioner of the arts, yet how had this been accomplished? Zhuge Qing fixed his gaze on the arena's entrance, his mind replaying the remarkable display Wang Yi had just showcased. As a practitioner himself, he understood all too well what had transpired. The Taoist named Wang Yi had executed a spell without establishing a central position, meaning he had not adhered to the directional constraints of the 8 trigrams. Instead, he had freely invoked the spell of his choosing. Perhaps others do not perceive anything extraordinary about this and merely marvel at Wang Yi's ingenious tactics. However, for him, a fellow sorcerer, it is nothing short of incredible. The magnitude of this feat is entirely comparable to Xiao Chen's ability to summon spirits at will. Wang Yi's actions blatantly contravene the laws of nature. What exactly did he do just now? Regaining his composure, Zhuge Qing's expression turned unusually solemn and grim. This was the first time he encountered a sorcery more formidable than the Wu Ho Chi Men. In a quest for understanding, he hastily sprinted towards the spot where Wang Yi had vanished, intent on confronting his opponent and clarifying that incomprehensible sorcery. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, the very technique he employed to evade Wang Bing had summoned Zhuge Qing instead. At this moment, having exited the arena, he strode purposefully towards the Tianxia mansion. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at the main hall. As soon as he reached the entrance, he heard the voice of the old Tianxia resonate within. "Everyone, this is the essence of the matter. The individual known as Xiao Chen has proposed to challenge all the competitors single-handedly. I am curious to hear your thoughts on this." Zhang Zhiwei calmly inquired, casting his gaze upon the assembled elders. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when Lu Jin interjected with dissatisfaction. "This is utter nonsense. The structure of the competition has already been established by us. How can it be arbitrarily altered based on the words of this young man? Especially when it is merely a bid for attention." Upon hearing this, the others displayed little reaction, save for Wind Zhenghao, whose brow furrowed in discontent as he remarked, "Lu Lao, your words seem rather exaggerated, do they not?" This sudden retort elicited a look of astonishment from Lu Jin, who had not anticipated that the usually diplomatic Wind Zhenghao would publicly confront him. "Oh, exaggerated? I would be most interested to hear how I have overstated anything," Lu Jin retorted, his eyes unyielding. Observing Lu Jin's ire, Wind Zhenghao simply chuckled and responded, "Lu Lao, there is no need for anger. My words are not aimed at you. I merely believe that Xiao Chen's desire to challenge the remaining 15 competitors may not solely stem from a need for recognition. Had he lacked the confidence, he would likely not have made such a declaration. Furthermore, regarding the first match against that Masha Siener, you all should be aware that the individual Xiao Chen summoned is one that even the millennium-old snake spirit would not dare provoke." Following this discourse, aside from the old Tianxia, the others regarded him with a hint of intrigue. They were quite curious as to what advantages Wind Zhenghao had gained from Xiao Chen. While flattering in public is one thing, why maintain a posture of obsequiousness in private? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lu Jin scoffed and said, "Feng Huichong, I find it peculiar how such a mere junior can render you so subservient. I have heard that yesterday you led your children and publicly knelt before Xiao Chen. Is it possible that the Feng family possesses some incriminating evidence in that young man's hands?" Upon hearing this, the gazes of several individuals in the room turned towards Wind Zhenghao, yet the meanings behind their stares were starkly divergent. Zhang Zhiwei, privy to the circumstances, regarded Wind Zhenghao with an expression of indifference, devoid of any ulterior motives. Conversely, Wang Ai, harboring ulterior designs, looked at Feng Zhenghao with a gaze rich in insinuation, tinged with a hint of derision. The Feng family truly seems to be a collection of spineless individuals, prone to kneeling. One cannot help but wonder what purpose this act of submission serves. Furthermore, how did Xiao Chen suddenly find himself in a position to contend against 15 adversaries? Could it be that this is all part of Feng Zhenghao's clandestine machinations? Chapter 76. 5 Notables, 800 Cunning Minds. Feng Zhenghao, observing the scrutinizing looks from the crowd, displayed no signs of embarrassment. His face remained adorned with a calm smile as he slowly replied, Lu Lao. This matter pertains to the Feng family and is not suitable for external disclosure. Moreover, it bears no relevance to our current discussion, does it? Seeing him feign ignorance, Lu Jin scoffed and said, Is it irrelevant? I beg to differ. Who among us is unaware that Xiao Chen is affiliated with your Tianxia Society? Suddenly orchestrating such a spectacle, could it be that you, Feng Zhenghao, have developed an interest in my Tongtian Lu? It is not surprising that Lu Jin harbors such suspicions. Originally, the Grand Luo Tian Ceremony was intended to alleviate Zhang Chulin's crisis and facilitate his entry into the Celestial Master's residence. Zhang Zhiwei had expended considerable effort towards this end, especially with Wang AI and LVCI constantly scheming in the shadows to thwart Zhang Chulin's admission. Consequently, Lu Jin could no longer stand idly by and brought forth the Tongtian Lu, intending to muddle the waters of the competition. While this might have been a disruptive act, it undeniably disrupted Wang AI and LVC's plans. Unlike Feng Zhenghao, who not only sent his children to compete, but also allowed a guest from the Tianxia Society to participate, the situation has now escalated with Xiao Chen challenging 15 opponents. This is hardly a mere display of support. It is evidently aimed at the Tongtian Lu. Yet, Lu Jin dares to present it, unafraid of attracting attention. If it were truly desired, Feng Zhenghao could have privately requested it. Yet he insists on complicating matters for the old celestial master at this grand Luo Tian ceremony. What is the intention behind this? To showcase the emergence of a young prodigy within your Tianxia Society. Upon witnessing Lu Jin's discontent, Feng Zhenghao surmised the source of his ire. However, in order to assist Xiao Chen and facilitate this competition, he had no intention of providing an explanation. Turning to Zhang Zhiwei, he stated, Old Celestial Master, this competition is organized by your Celestial Master's residence. Since a contestant has raised objections, it would be prudent to consider them. Moreover, in such a prosperous era, hosting a unique competition may very well become a tale passed down through the ages. Feng Zhenghao's remarks, upon initial hearing, seemed rather innocuous. However, upon closer examination, they evoked a sense of peculiar intrigue. Between the lines, it appeared he was subtly hinting at something to Zhang Zhiwei. This left both LCI and Lu Jin utterly perplexed, their gazes flitting back and forth between Zhang Zhiwei and Feng Zhenghao. Even Wang AI appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why Feng Zhenghao was so adamantly supporting Xiao Chen's proposal. Did he perhaps have an ulterior motive? Given the number of people present, he refrained from inquiring further, choosing instead to suppress his curiosity and direct his attention towards Zhang Zhiwei. The venerable master, with his eyes half closed and an inscrutable expression,
revealed nothing of his thoughts. Yet, only Zhang Zhiwei was aware that Feng Zhenghao was conveying a critical message. Xiao Chen had made a decision,
and it was best to disregard the opinions of others. Otherwise, given his temperament, should this proposal be rejected, it would surely lead to considerable unrest. The notion of something enduring through the ages was merely nonsensical. Even if Xiao Chen were to summon celestial beings, it would not ensure a legacy. Rather, it would incite chaos in the present. Nonetheless, Zhang Zhiwei understood the gravity of the situation. He could not refuse. If Xiao Chen dared to dismantle a corporate edifice, how could his ancient master's residence withstand such upheaval? Yet, while agreeing, he needed to remain inconspicuous. Otherwise, should the others perceive any discrepancies, it would undoubtedly incite suspicion and prompt them to delve deeper. After all, while Feng Zhenghao's allegiance to Xiao Chen was somewhat acceptable, if even he, a prestigious master, showed favoritism, the intent would be glaringly apparent. Although this grand ritual is hosted by my master's residence to elect the next celestial master, the structure of the competition was devised collaboratively by all present, Zhang Zhiwei stated. I alone cannot render a decision. Hence, I have summoned you all to deliberate on this matter. Upon hearing Zhang Zhiwei's words, Feng Zhenghao grasped the underlying implication. He was signaling his agreement, but left the final judgment to the others present. Yet, he had already formulated a strategy for this eventuality. He immediately cast a discreet glance at Wang AI, who furrowed his brow, unsure of Feng Zhenghao's true intentions. However, observing his earnest demeanor, It seemed connected to their previous scheming. With this in mind, he suddenly turned to the others and remarked with a smile, "Master, you flatter us. We merely offer our assistance. Ultimately, how this is to be decided rests solely with you." This statement left both Lu Jin and LCI utterly confounded. Although Wang Ai had said little, his words implied tacit approval of Xiao Chen facing the 15 adversaries alone. Yet, it must be noted that among those 15 was his great-grandson, Wang Bing. Was this old man not hoping for his descendant to secure victory and claim the coveted talisman? Why, then, had he suddenly shifted his stance to advocate for Xiao Chen? Indeed, it is not only LCI and Lu Jin who find themselves perplexed. Even Zhang Zhiwei is somewhat bewildered. He had anticipated a prolonged debate over this matter. However, to his astonishment, a mere glance from Wind Zhenghao prompted Wang Ai to express his stance first. What schemes are these two individuals secretly concocting? Furthermore, Wang Ai appears utterly unconcerned about the fact that Xiao Chen intends to harm his great-grandson. Typically, he cherishes his great-grandson immensely. What could have led him to suddenly endorse such an outrageous proposal, allowing Wang Bing to venture into battle against Xiao Chen? Let us not speak of the notion of 1 against 15. Wang Bing does not fight alone. While outsiders may be oblivious, Zhang Zhiwei is acutely aware that if Xiao Chen truly wished to eliminate Wang Bing, even against 500 adversaries, he could effortlessly dispatch Wang Bing within the throng. Yet Wind Zhenghao's actions seem to be an invitation to send Wang Bing to the guillotine. Remarkably, Wang Ai remains blissfully unaware, joyfully offering support. This leaves Zhang Zhiwei in a state of quiet astonishment, pondering what kind of intoxicating influence Wind Zhenghao has exerted over Wang Ai. Could it be that he has divulged certain celestial revelations to Wang Ai? In that moment, the entire front hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. The 5 individuals seated within began to harbor a myriad of suspicions and contemplations. Particularly LCI, as Wang Ai's childhood companion, was completely at a loss regarding the intentions of this rotund figure. Thus, after Wang Ai finished his remarks, he directed a gaze filled with confusion towards him. The response he received was merely a subtle nod, evidently indicating Wang Ai's agreement with Xiao Chen's proposal. What schemes is this rotund man plotting? LCI furrowed his brow, refraining from immediate expression. Instead, he glanced at Wang Ai, then shifted his gaze to Wind Zhenghao. His eyes oscillated between the two, seemingly hoping to glean some insight from their expressions. Just then, Lu Jin suddenly interjected, "Why do I sense that you both harbor ulterior motives?" Upon hearing these words, both Wang Ai and Wind Zhenghao felt a tightening in their chests. However, Lu Jin continued, "You wouldn't be thinking of using this matter involving Xiao Chen to sabotage the grand ritual, would you?" His piercing gaze scrutinized the two, brimming with inquiry. His intervention was not solely for Zhang Zhiwei's sake. Although he held little regard for the practices of the Wang and L families, he saw no need to escalate matters to this extent for the sake of Zhang Chulan. His genuine concern was that Xiao Chen might indeed disrupt the grand ritual, jeopardizing his carefully laid plans to lure Chuanqing. It is worth noting that he had even sacrificed the Tongtian talisman to draw out Chuanqing. If he were to end up with nothing, it would be a tremendous injustice for the Tongtian talisman to perish in vain. Seeing Lu Jin's aggressive demeanor, Wang Ai could not help but feel a pang of anxiety, secretly grappling with self-doubt. In order to scheme against Xiao Chen and seize his extraordinary abilities, he has not even confided in his closest confidant, Lu Ci. This endeavor is solely a conspiracy with Wind Zhenghao, as he believes he can completely dominate him. Once he acquires Xiao Chen's prowess, he will no longer have to grapple with the issues of profit-sharing. However, should he ally with Lu Ci, he would inevitably have to share the spoils, and at that point, the miraculous techniques would not belong solely to the Wang family. The pressing issue now is that he cannot fathom Wind Zhenghao's true intentions. This fellow has kept his cards close to his chest, leaving him in a rather precarious position. Old Lu and Wang Ai exchanged glances, and with a chuckle, Wang Ai remarked, "Your words are rather harsh. I am merely echoing the sentiments of the crowd. Moreover, my great-grandson is involved in the competition. How could I possibly instigate chaos?" Pausing for effect, he turned to Wind Zhenghao and added, "However, Chairman Feng has been quite supportive of this matter. I wonder what his thoughts are." Upon being cast into the spotlight, Wind Zhenghao's expression stiffened, internally cursing the old fox. He understood that this wily old man sought to extract his opinions, perhaps to discern whether Xiao Chen's proposal to single-handedly face 15 opponents would indeed be advantageous for him. Yet, the more Wang Ai pressed, the more amused Wind Zhenghao felt. He feared that this old fellow could not begin to suspect that he was actually collaborating with Xiao Chen, intending to bring ruin upon the Wang family. "Wang Lao, my thoughts are quite straightforward," Feng Zhenghao said, regaining his composure and speaking with unhurried confidence. Thus far in this competition, Xiao Chen's performance has undoubtedly been witnessed by all. Continuing in this manner would merely be a waste of time, devoid of any significance. Furthermore, I have heard that a young lady named by Zhiwei has placed a substantial bet. Even with Xiao Chen's odds at 1001, many have wagered their fortunes on him. At this revelation, the individuals in the room fell into contemplation, particularly Lu Jin, whose brows knitted in concern. He was well aware that Bai Zhiwei was a member of the Lu family team, and the matter of Xiao Chen's odds and bets indeed astonished him. Such a phenomenon indicated that nearly everyone had come to regard Xiao Chen as the champion. As the group pondered, Feng Zhenghao continued, I wonder if you have caught wind of any rumors. Some competitors have begun to entertain thoughts of withdrawing from the competition. If this persists, it may not even require Xiao Chen to eliminate them. They might simply concede defeat and depart. At that point, this grand event would become a farce, unable to proceed. Thus, I believe it is better to orchestrate a spectacular showdown than to let things escalate to the point of competitors withdrawing. Moreover, regardless of whether Xiao Chen emerges victorious or not, the outcome will ultimately benefit the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. Upon hearing these words, the crowd cast puzzled glances in his direction. Lu Jin could not help but inquire, Oh, what benefits are you referring to? Feng Zhenghao responded with a smile, Mr. Lu, your presentation of the Tongtian scroll merely serves to encourage these competitors to engage earnestly in the contest. However, given the current circumstances, the likelihood of Xiao Chen claiming the championship is substantial, which diminishes the motivation of the other participants, who would exert themselves in a contest they know they cannot win. Therefore, I propose that we designate the Tongtian scroll as a reward for the second place. If Xiao Chen loses, it goes without saying that the competition will continue. But should he prevail, he will naturally be crowned champion. The remaining contestants can then continue to compete for the runner-up position. In this manner, the participants will be invigorated with renewed motivation. The Grand Master can also proceed with the selection of the next Grand Master without disruption, ensuring that the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony does not descend into a state where participants withdraw due to the dominance of a single individual, thereby allowing the grand event to persist. Upon hearing his proposition, the expressions of those present shifted. They found Feng Zhenghao's suggestion quite agreeable. Even Lu Jin nodded in approval, stating, I see, President Feng. Your suggestion is indeed commendable. As you mentioned, this grand competition will not be adversely affected by Xiao Chen alone. In the days to come, the remaining participants should also be lured into the fray. For Lu Jin, this represents a mutually beneficial situation. However, Wang Ai frowned, deeply contemplating Feng Zhenghao's remarks. After pondering for a while, he could not discern what advantage this situation held for him. The notion of the second place receiving the Tongtian scroll, however, did appeal to him. It would indeed be somewhat inappropriate for his great-grandson to attend the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony and claim the first place. Yet, securing the second position and obtaining the Tongtian scroll would grant the Grand Master due respect while also yielding gains for the Wang family. Nevertheless, it was evident that he was more concerned about Xiao Chen's capabilities. To avoid attracting undue attention from others, he gazed at Feng Zhenghao with a knowing expression and asked, President Feng, your idea is quite intriguing. But the question remains, is not Xiao Chen aiming for the Tongtian scroll? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin furrowed his brow as he turned his gaze toward Feng Zhenghao. The latter chuckled and replied, Rest assured, everyone, while I cannot claim to fully understand Xiao Chen, I can assert with certainty that he holds no interest in the Tongtian scroll. After all, if he can summon deities, why would he be swayed by such mundane incentives? Wang Ai is merely entangled in the question of whether he can attain Xiao Chen's abilities through this competition. It seems he will not relent without receiving some form of reward. Contemplating this, Feng Zhenghao turned to Wang Ai and subtly remarked, After all, his abilities are rather remarkable. His participation in the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony was initiated by him. I once inquired about his motives, and he mentioned he merely wished to witness the event. As I awaited his confrontation with these 15 individuals, having exhausted all tactics and witnessed the prowess of others, I resolved not to linger unnecessarily, and thus, I would return to the Heavenly Society with him. Upon hearing this declaration, Wang Ai's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. Was Feng Zhenghao insinuating that he intended to scheme against Xiao Chen upon our return to the Heavenly Society? It appeared he had indeed orchestrated everything meticulously. I concurred. With this thought in mind, Wang Ai ceased his hesitation and promptly expressed his agreement. With someone leading the charge, Lu Jin hesitated briefly before nodding in assent. I too agree. Among the five, 3 had already voiced their support, seizing the moment. Zhang Zhiwei chuckled and declared, If that is the case, let us finalize this arrangement. Chapter 78 Zhang Zhiwei, Wang AI, can you envision the Grandmaster of Wudong Mountain? The venerable Zhenren Sanfeng? Upon seeing 3 allies in agreement, Zhang Zhiwei quickly capitalized on the opportunity to solidify the decision. Meanwhile, only Lu Xi remained seated, his expression fluctuating as he scrutinized the others, particularly Wang AI, whose beaming countenance made him feel as though this old friend was concocting some scheme. Could this rotund Wang be colluding with Wind Zhenghao to usurp Xiao Chen's abilities? Had his elevated cholesterol clouded his judgment? It was evident that Wind Zhenghao was an accomplice of Xiao Chen, and yet he dared to seek an alliance with him? Lu Xi's suspicions stemmed from his ignorance of the clandestine discussions between Wang AI and Wind Zhenghao. Presently, Wang AI, while not viewing Wind Zhenghao as merely a servant, indeed regarded him as a subordinate. Given the backing of Feng Tianyang, he had no faith that Wind Zhenghao would dare to undertake actions detrimental to the Wang family. This was why he felt so assured in collaborating with Wind Zhenghao to plot against Xiao Chen's capabilities. Yet, as the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This game was truly intricate. Although Wang AI had lived a century, he lacked the acumen to perceive the complexities of the board. As the decision was reached, Wang Yi, who had been standing outside, furrowed his brow. At first glance, Wind Zhenghao's proposal seemed commendable, yet he sensed an underlying discord. However, he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the problem. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Zhang Zhiwei's voice from within. Is that you, Wang Yi? Have you been eavesdropping at the door for long? Is there something you wish to discuss? The others inside were already aware of Wang Yi's presence. But since their conversation was not of a clandestine nature, they paid him no mind, allowing him to listen from outside. Upon hearing the call of the venerable master, Wang Yi stepped forth from behind the door and bowed to the assembly. Wang Yi of Wudong Mountain, I pay my respects to all esteemed seniors. The group nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wang Yi then turned his gaze toward Zhang Zhiwei, saying, Master, I have an important matter I wish to discuss with you privately. Perceiving a hint of urgency in his tone, Zhang Zhiwei slightly furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before responding. Is it that pressing? We are currently deliberating on the competition format for the grand ceremony. Perhaps you could wait for me in the side hall. Once I have resolved matters here, I will join you. Upon hearing Zhang Zhiwei's words, Wang Yi bowed deeply and replied, Old Celestial Master, this matter concerns the safety of the world. With this singular statement, he fell silent, yet it caused those present in the room to feel a tightening in their hearts, their expressions revealing astonishment. Concerning the world? What exactly does Wang Yi wish to convey? In an instant, curiosity surged among the gathered individuals. Even Zhang Zhiwei displayed a look of intrigue and, after a brief contemplation, declared, In that case, you shall accompany me. Rising from his seat, he addressed the others, Esteemed guests, I must step away for a moment. Upon my return, we will continue our discussion regarding the competition details between Xiao Chen and the 15 others. The others nodded in acknowledgement, exchanging a few pleasantries as they watched Zhang Zhiwei and Wang Yi depart. Once the two figures vanished from view, Wang AI could no longer contain his curiosity, exclaiming, What on earth does that fellow Wang Yi intend to say? How dare he claim it concerns the world? His tone carried a hint of mockery. To him, it was absurd that he, a dignified figure among the 10 elders, had never dared to assert that any matter could threaten the world's safety. A mere junior from Wudong Mountain had the audacity to speak so boldly. Lu Jin cast a sideways glance and scoffed, since he has made such a proclamation. It must indeed pertain to something significant, unlike certain individuals who can only bring chaos to the world. Upon hearing this, Wang AI's expression darkened considerably. His face clouded with anger. He glared at Lu Jin, thinking, You old fool, why not just reveal my identity while you're at it? Your words are anything but endearing. Yet, he found himself unable to retort, for doing so might imply he had something to hide. Ultimately, he could only let out a resentful huff and turn his head aside. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in their verbal sparring, Zhang Zhiwei and Wang Yi arrived at the side hall. After dismissing the disciples and ensuring they would not be disturbed, he firmly closed the door and turned to Wang Yi, saying, Speak up, what is so urgent that you sought me out? Wang Yi bowed deeply once more, his tone grave as he implored, Old Celestial Master, for the sake of world peace, please terminate this grand competition immediately. Seeing him come right to the point, Zhang Zhiwei's lips twitched, feeling at a loss for words. Yet, he began to suspect he understood Wang Yi's intent. If he was not mistaken, this matter was undoubtedly related to Xiao Chen. Wang Yi, regardless of the circumstances, you must elucidate your reasoning. How can I make a decision based solely on your word? Wang Yi, heeding his request, did not hold back any longer and disclosed the divination he had conducted. Thus, old celestial master, the battle between Xiao Chen and R15 may very well be the key to altering the balance of the world. After this battle, perhaps the entire realm of extraordinary beings will descend into chaos. Upon hearing Wang Ye's account, Zhang Zhiwei fell into deep contemplation. Within him, a sense of unease and trepidation began to swell. However, this anxiety was not directed towards Xiao Chen or the turmoil that would ensue after the battle. Rather, it stemmed from the dread he felt towards Wang Ye's divination skills. As a fellow Taoist, Zhang Zhiwei, despite their differing practices, possessed a certain understanding of numerology. Yet, the fact that Wang Yi could predict future chaos merely through an auspicious sign was truly astonishing. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hastily inquired, Wang Yi, what method do you employ for your divination? Wang Yi, aware of Zhang Zhiwei's intent, did not hesitate to respond candidly. It is indeed one of the 8 extraordinary techniques. The wind behind the mysterious gate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei's expression confirmed his suspicions, and he nodded slowly. After a brief silence, he remarked, I am aware of this matter. Not only I, but also Zhao Fengxiu, the chairman of the Tong Company, has long been prepared for it. Therefore, you need not worry. But do refrain from disclosing this information. Just focus on the competition. Zhang Zhiwei's response left Wang Yi momentarily stunned, prompting him to ask, Master, since both you and Chairman Zhao are already aware, why allow Xiao Chen to act recklessly? If this competition continues, the divination he made could very well come to fruition. Observing Wang Ye's expression filled with concern, Zhang Zhiwei could not help but smile bitterly. Do you think we have any solutions? If we had a way, this grand rite would not be taking place. With Xiao Chen currently riding high, how could he possibly agree to cancel the competition? Go and ask your grandmaster if he wishes to meet the founder of Wudong Mountain, Zhang Sanfeng. Trust me, if you disrupt this grand event, Xiao Chen will surely come to Wudong Mountain and summon the founder to discuss matters with you. By then, it is likely that before the world descends into chaos, Wudong Mountain will be embroiled in turmoil. Chapter 79. Zhao Fengxiu takes advantage, dismantles the 4 prominent families. Gazing at the persistent Wang Yi, Zhang Zhiwei stroked his beard. A look of resignation etched upon his brow. Although Wang Yi had utilized the wind behind the mysterious gate to foretell certain future events, it appeared he was still unaware of Xiao Chen's ability to invoke deities. Thus, Zhang Zhiwei felt it unwise to clarify the reasons behind his leniency towards Xiao Chen. While one cannot hide fire with paper indefinitely, it was imperative to keep this matter concealed until it became public knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zhiwei finally spoke. The situation with Xiao Chen is far more complex than you perceive. Since you are aware that he is capable of instigating chaos across the realm, you must also understand that such individuals possess extraordinary energy. How could mere mortals like us hope to easily sway them? Upon hearing this, Wang Yi furrowed his brow, eager to offer a counterargument. Before he could utter a word, Zhang Zhiwei raised his hand to interrupt and continued, Heed my counsel, focus on the competition. After it concludes, return to Wudong Mountain with diligence. This is not only for your own benefit, but also for the Wudong sect, to cultivate a good relationship. The matters discussed today must not be disclosed to anyone. As for Xiao Chen, do not pursue him any further. With that, Zhang Zhiwei ceased to elaborate. However, his words were primarily for Wang Ye's sake. Although he had little interaction with Xiao Chen, the latter's various actions were revealing. This was a classic case of someone who practices the art without nurturing the heart. While not necessarily a villain of grand malevolence, he was entirely driven by his whims. Should one provoke him, even without facing death, one would surely suffer greatly. Although the Heavenly Master's estate and Wudong belong to different schools, they are ultimately all part of the Taoist family. He could not bear to see Wang Yi, in his concern for the world, entangle himself with the calamity that is Xiao Chen. Wang Yi was not an ignorant person. He understood that Zhang Zhiwei must have his reasons, albeit unspoken. Thus, he subtly guided him. Yet, the underlying reasons only fueled Wang Yi's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, Master, are you and General Zhao wary of Xiao Chen's abilities? Upon noticing Wang Yi's insistence on digging deeper, Zhang Zhiwei felt a pang of frustration. He could not fathom why Wang Yi was so insistent. However, given the gravity of the situation, he could only sigh softly and reply, The reasons are not for me to disclose. Do not seek to uncover them. Just remember, if chaos were truly to ensue in this world, there will naturally be those to address it. Your only duty is to remain steadfast in your place. At this point, Zhang Zhiwei appeared to recall something and quickly added, Moreover, under no circumstances should you employ your methods to divine matters concerning Xiao Chen. The consequences are too significant. and it may cost you your life. Observing the old master evade the topic, Wang Yi felt a tinge of disappointment and nodded quietly. Yet, in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Just attempting to gauge a rough estimate nearly cost him dearly. How could he dare to divine matters regarding Xiao Chen? While he was curious about Zhang Zhiwei's evident trepidation towards Xiao Chen, he would not be foolish enough to risk his life by employing mystical arts to uncover the reasons. Since the old master had spoken thus, Wang Yi refrained from further questioning. He bowed respectfully, bid farewell, and turned to depart. Zhang Zhiwei stood rooted in place, watching his retreating figure, his gaze flickering with concern. Could this competition indeed incite chaos across the realm? The thought left Zhang Zhiwei's heart in turmoil. He promptly exited the room, intending to seek out Zhao Fengxiu for a discussion on the matter. However, as he stepped outside, he was met with Zhao Fengxiu, who hurriedly approached him, visibly agitated. General Zhao? Zhang Zhiwei approached with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, I was just about to seek you out. As soon as he spoke, Zhao Fengxiu, visibly anxious, interjected, Old master, how is it that I step away for just a moment and such a grave situation arises? Xiao Chen is battling against 15 contenders single-handedly. Should this escalate, the scene may spiral entirely out of control. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei understood Zhao Fengxiu's concerns. The fear was that in the midst of this chaotic fray, Xiao Chen might, in a moment of fervor, inadvertently summon divine beings before the public eye. Zhao, given the circumstances, discussing this is futile. Yet, I have conceived a strategy that may mitigate the repercussions, Zhang Zhiwei declared, prompting Zhao Fengxiu to pause in surprise, eagerly pressing. Old master, please don't keep me in suspense. What is your plan? Speak swiftly. Responding to Zhao Fengxiu's urgency, Zhang Zhiwei stroked his beard and explained. The solution is rather straightforward. The match of 1 against 15 should be conducted without spectators. However, the sole complication lies with old Lu and his group, as it would be difficult to justify. Zhao Fengxiu fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. He recognized that Lu Jin, Wang Ai, and LCI were not only the heads of the 4 prominent families in the realm of extraordinary beings, but also significant members among the elite. Preventing them from witnessing Xiao Chen's match would indeed be unreasonable. However, should they be allowed to observe, the risk of Xiao Chen's methods being exposed was palpable. While Lu Jin was not particularly ambitious, Wang Ai and LCI, both driven by ambition, would surely entertain ulterior motives. Zhang Zhiwei, attuned to Zhao Fengxiu's apprehensions, continued. There is another matter to consider. Zhao Fengxiu, lost in thought, was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Zhang Zhiwei elaborate. During today's match, Wang Ai's great-grandson, Wang Bing, inflicted severe injury upon Feng Xingtong. Xiao Chen has already descended into the fray with murderous intent. At this revelation, Zhao Fengxiu's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind reeling as if struck by thunder. Xiao Chen intended to kill Wang Bing? This was catastrophic. The realm of extraordinary beings was on the brink of upheaval. Should Wang Ai's precious descendant be slain, his wrath would be inevitable, and he would stop at nothing to exact vengeance upon Xiao Chen. Most critically, should the Wang family retaliate, Xiao Chen's very existence would be in jeopardy. The entire realm would be thrown into disarray. Why did you not convey such a crucial matter sooner? Zhao Fengxiu, regaining his composure, exclaimed with heightened intensity. Observing Zhang Zhiwei's unwavering demeanor, who remained calm and unhurried, he replied, the incident has only just transpired, and given Xiao Chen's proposal to alter the match format, ensuring a stable conclusion to this competition takes precedence over the Wang family's concerns. Initially taken aback, Zhao Fengxiu swiftly regained his composure. Indeed, while Xiao Chen harbored intentions to kill Wang Bing, he had yet to act. Even if he did, the company possessed sufficient capability to maintain control over the situation. In comparison to the revelation of celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, the annihilation of the Wang family seems to be of little consequence. Moreover, the company has long harbored intentions to undermine the foundations of the 4 prominent families. With the recent upheaval instigated by Xiao Chen, it might inadvertently prove to be a boon for the company. Chapter 80. Notice posted, competition format altered. The 4 illustrious families of the otherworld comprise the Wang family, the L family, the Lu family, and the Gao family. Among these, the northeastern Gao family has already aligned itself with the company. Of the remaining 3, the Lu family remains docile, displaying no overt ambitions. In stark contrast, the L and Wang families, while appearing stable, are engaged in covert machinations. When Zhang Chulan emerged with the Qi body source flow, the 2 families fixed their predatory gaze upon him, akin to ravenous wolves. Ultimately, this forced Zhang Zhiwei to orchestrate a grand sacrificial ceremony, ostensibly to protect his young disciple, while simultaneously thwarting Zhang Chulin's inquiries into the events of the Jiaxin rebellion. The resurgence of such ancient grievances has stirred turmoil in the otherworld. Though the company enjoys the support of a formidable backing, it strives to maintain stability within the otherworld. Nevertheless, it finds itself at a disadvantage when confronting the deeply entrenched Wang and El clans. Leaving aside other considerations, the company's deficiencies in the inheritance of mystical arts are glaring. It can only attempt to compensate for this shortcoming by recruiting other exceptional individuals. However, it is imperative to recognize that those summoned by the company are either weak rogue cultivators or mere disciples dispatched by various sects as a formality. They pale in comparison to families with centuries of lineage. After all, the otherworld reveres strength, distinctly separating itself from the realm of ordinary mortals. Were it not for the company's influential background, these sects and clans would hardly deign to acknowledge its existence. Particularly, the Wang and El families have frequently engaged in duplicitous behavior, leveraging their century-old heritage and formidable foundations while secretly indulging in unscrupulous practices. Although Zhao Fengxiu is aware of this, he finds himself powerless. The influence of these two families in the otherworld is profound. Should he take action against either, the other would undoubtedly intervene, leading to widespread chaos throughout the realm. Thus, in pursuit of balance, Zhao Fengxiu, the chairman, while appearing authoritative, is in reality striving to navigate the turbulent waters and quell disturbances as much as possible. This situation persisted until a decade ago when the company finally established its footing, at which point he conceived the notion of dismantling the 4 prominent families. The 10 Elders Council also aspired to infiltrate these families, yet suitable candidates have remained elusive, delaying any decisive action. It was the newly established president of the Tianxia Society, Huang Ning, who ignited within him the desire for cultivation. Nevertheless, this remains merely an idea. Whether to truly foster him as a member of the company necessitates careful evaluation. However, all of this has been thrown into disarray with the emergence of Xiao Chen, who now harbors intentions of striking against the Wang family. Could it be that we can take this opportunity to eliminate the Wang family? Zhao Fengxiu's face was as calm as still water, his thoughts swirling. Zhang Zhiwei, observing his contemplative demeanor, refrained from intruding. Yet, he noticed a flicker of fierce intent in Zhao Fengxiu's eyes. Though it was subtle, it was unmistakably perceptible. Could Zhao Fengxiu be contemplating a rise from the ashes? The dilemma arose. Even if Xiao Chen possessed the strength to dismantle, could the company sustain its foundation? A sigh escaped Zhang Zhiwei's lips, as an ominous premonition took root within him. He sensed that the realm of extraordinary beings was on the cusp of turmoil. It appeared that peace was once again elusive. He pondered whether the Heavenly Master's residence could remain untouched amidst the impending chaos. At that moment, the Elder Master spoke. "We shall not meddle in the Wang family's affairs. Let them handle it themselves. As for your proposal, I consent. I will inform the staff to secure the competition venue immediately." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei nodded with an impassive exterior, yet tumultuous waves surged within his heart. Zhao Fengxiu, after all, was not an extraordinary being. Every motive stemmed from the interests of the Dragon Nation. It seemed disaster loomed over the Wang family. At dusk, all competitions concluded. The final 16 victors had emerged. Apart from Xiao Chen and the injured Feng Xiaoyan, the other 14 victors stood at the threshold of the arena. However, what awaited them was not the new round of matchups, but a notice affixed to a red paper. To ensure a balance of strength among participants, the organizing committee had decided that tomorrow's match would feature Xiao Chen alone against the remaining 15 competitors. Regardless of Xiao Chen's outcome, he would withdraw from the competition, while the other participants continued to vie for rankings. Furthermore, the recipient of the Tongtian Lu was amended from the first place to the second. What on earth is this nonsense? Zhang Chulan gazed at the notice, his expression one of disbelief. The other participants were equally astounded. The Tongtian Lu now designated to the second-place victor? Did that mean there was no longer a need to compete for first? Are you foolish? Can't you see that even the 10 masters have tacitly acknowledged that Master Xiao is bound to secure first place? In fact, this isn't so bad. I intended to withdraw after this match, but it seems there is still a chance to compete. Don't jest. Even without Master Xiao, can you bestling Yuzhenren? Your words are rather disheartening. Isn't participation what matters? Moreover, having the opportunity to spar with Master Xiao is quite valuable. Look at your lack of ambition. 15 against 1. Perhaps it is we who will emerge victorious. That's a valid point. However, if we truly wish to defeat Master Xiao, we must strategize. Let's organize a bonfire gathering on the back mountain tonight to discuss tactics. Upon hearing of the bonfire, The group's interest was piqued as they made their way toward the back mountain. Zhang Chulan stroked his chin, a contemplative expression adorning his face. This rule, in every conceivable way, seems to favor me. The most challenging aspect of the entire competition lies with Xiao Chen. By accompanying him in a match tomorrow, I can ensure his departure, alleviating my constant anxiety of encountering him. With this thought, he turned to Feng Baobao beside him and said, Sister Baobao, just put on a show for tomorrow's match. Do not exert yourself too much. Regardless of the outcome, it will benefit us. Upon hearing Zhang Chulan's advice, although Feng Baobao did not fully grasp the reasoning, she nonetheless gave a thumbs up and nodded with a naive expression. At that moment, Zhang Lingyu, standing nearby, cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Chulan and let out a discontented snort, saying, if you're only planning to put on a facade, you might as well concede early. With that, she turned away without a backward glance. Zhang Chulan, incensed by her sarcasm, retorted, what else should we do? Should we truly engage in a life-and-death struggle with that freak? As if you could possibly defeat him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingyu abruptly halted, turning back with a stern expression, and replied, victory and defeat depend on one's abilities. If one lacks the strength, there is nothing to be said. However, if one does not even give their all, why bother to step up and face humiliation? Facing the persistent provocations from this junior master, Zhang Chulan, now greatly exasperated, exclaimed, Sister Baobao, tomorrow, we shall give it our all and show him what we've got. This way, some people won't be able to deny their defeat and claim we held them back. Chapter 81, Suspicious Individuals, Yaoxing Society Reporters. On the following morning, the competition venue was already crowded. However, apart from the contestants, all other spectators were barred from entry. Under the leadership of Su Si and Do Lu, dozens of company employees set up a long security line. Even Zhang Zhiwei's ninth disciple, Rong Shan, was present with 10 of his students to maintain order. Why are we not allowed in? Is there some hidden agenda to this competition? We demand to see the Grand Master. We deserve an explanation. The spectators left outside grew increasingly agitated, raising their voices in protest. They pushed forward in a collective effort, only to be met with unwavering resistance from the employees stationed at the entrance. Standing behind the employees, Su Si gazed at the increasingly restless crowd and exhaled a heavy plume of smoke, remarking, these folks sure know how to make a fuss. Is it truly worth such excitement over a mere competition? Beside him, Do Lu, running a hand through his thinning hair, glanced back at the venue and sighed. If not for the orders to guard this place, I too would like to see it. Xiao Chen is set to battle 15 opponents. Who knows, I might witness something miraculous. Su Si tilted his head slightly, observing Do Li's expectant demeanor, and said, miracles are indeed captivating. Yet, precisely for that reason, we have been assigned to guard the entrance. Moreover, Xiao Chen is facing 14 opponents. The girl from the Feng family has already voluntarily forfeited. To this news, Do Lu felt no surprise. The Feng family has been flattering Xiao Chen. Even if that girl from the Feng family were to compete, it would likely be to assist Xiao Chen. However, while the two were conversing, Su Si suddenly noticed a pair of individuals in suits at the back of the crowd. Unlike other extraordinary beings, who were raucous and exuberant, these two possessed a profound gaze fixed upon the arena, whispering to one another, their words unknown. Su Si furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. When tasked, Zhao Fengshu had specifically instructed him to staunchly guard the entrance to the arena, allowing no one to enter, while also remaining vigilant for any individuals with ulterior motives among the crowd. It was clear that the woman in the suit did not come merely to watch the competition. Upon hearing Su Si's words, Do Lu followed his gaze. After spotting the pair, his tone turned serious as he remarked, I will send someone to investigate. With that, he departed directly. Meanwhile, the conversing duo in suits remained oblivious to Do Lu, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the arena as they deliberated. The club president has instructed us to find a way in to capture the entirety of the match, the scruffy suited man expressed, his face etched with difficulty. The bespectacled woman beside him surveyed the surroundings and suggested, if all else fails, we could utilize our abilities. Perhaps we could blend in. But as soon as her words fell, they were met with the man's firm rebuttal. That won't work. Don't underestimate the company's vigilance. Look over there. Those two employees are temporary workers, Xiao Ji and Chen Duo. Even they, who dwell in the shadows, have been assigned here. This clearly demonstrates the company's robust protective measures for this match. Moreover, alongside the regular guards, there are also individuals from the Tianxia mansion. The ninth disciple of the old master, Rong Shan, along with those two relatively well-known junior Taoists, Yi Xing and Ji Yun. It's likely that we would be exposed the moment we attempt to use our abilities. Hearing the man's words, The woman's brows knitted tighter, her tone laden with anxiety. Then what should we do? If we return empty-handed, the president will surely be displeased. Just as she finished speaking, Dou Lu approached with two company employees. Excuse me, may I inquire which president you are referring to? The sudden voice startled both individuals. The man managed to maintain a semblance of composure, glancing in the direction of the voice. However, the woman's expression briefly flickered with panic as she turned to face Dou Lu. Though she regained her composure almost instantly, Dou Lu perceptibly caught the momentary lapse. It appeared that these two were indeed up to something. Just as he pondered this, the suited man feigned a casual smile and said, "Ah, it is Mr. Dou, the head of the East China region." Upon hearing him accurately state his identity, Dou Lu expressed his surprise. "Oh, have we met before?" The man in the suit maintained his composed smile and replied, "You truly are a person of high status, yet forgetful. I am Xiao Zhang, a reporter from the Xiao Society. I had the privilege of visiting you last year during the incident in Yuanshan." At the mention of this, Dou Lu instantly recalled the event and, in a moment of realization, said, "Ah, I remember now. It was you. So, is the Xiao Society interested in this competition as well?" His words were laden with intriguing implications. Upon hearing this, the suited individuals exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Fortunately, the man in the suit reacted swiftly and remarked, "Such an exhilarating competition is bound to pique anyone's interest, isn't it?" As he spoke, he glanced at the throngs of people, indicating that the desire to witness this event was not limited to just the two of them, and there was no need for such scrutiny. However, Dou Lu's gaze remained sharp and unyielding, fixated upon them. His vigilance stemmed from the fact that the Xiao Society was a rather complex entity. It was a force that had only recently emerged, offering assistance to others without charge, while also functioning as reporters, gathering information. The society's leader, Chu Tong, exuded the warmth of a benevolent elder sister, having interacted frequently with various companies over the past few years. There were even rumors that Zhao Fengshu had expressed an intention to assimilate the Xiao Society, transforming it into a dedicated department for intelligence gathering for the company. This highlighted the society's capabilities, which, in a mere few years, had surpassed the influence of small, long-established establishments dedicated to intelligence collection within the martial arts world. Yet, it was precisely this rapid rise that sowed seeds of suspicion. How could such a nascent force establish itself in the realm of extraordinary individuals in such a short span, without the backing of any major power? Regardless of your intentions for being here today, I kindly urge you to remain discreet. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee anyone's safety. Dou Lu finally warned after observing them for some time without detecting any unusual behavior. The suited individuals were momentarily taken aback, sharing awkward chuckles. Just as they were about to respond, a voice suddenly called out, "Look, the Grand Master and the 10 elders have arrived." At this proclamation, the crowd swiftly turned their attention. Zhang Zhiwei was seen pushing his disciple Tian Zhong, followed closely by Wind Zhenghao and others, as they approached with measured steps. Meanwhile, the 10 elders gazed at the throngs surrounding the competition, unable to conceal their astonishment. How had this competition escalated to such an extent? "Grandmaster, why aren't we allowed to enter the competition?" "Yes, it's unbearable not to witness such an exhilarating event. Grandmaster, please let us in. We merely wish to watch the competition and promise not to cause any disturbances." Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Zhang Zhiwei maintained a smiling demeanor. However, within, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Xiao Chen truly seems to attract trouble wherever he goes. Did I owe him something in my past life? Gazing at the expectant eyes around him, Zhang Zhiwei understood that remaining silent at this juncture was no longer an option. He cleared his throat and gestured with one hand to indicate silence. The crowd, perceiving that the venerable master was about to speak, quickly quieted down. Zhang Zhiwei then addressed them, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is not that I am unwilling to allow you entry. It is merely that this competition has been expressly organized at the behest of the company, which forbids any spectators." With that statement, the tide of resentment shifted instantaneously. The assembled individuals, all gifted in their own right, turned their ire towards the company employees. Meanwhile, Su Si and Dou Lu were nearly at their wits' end. They could hardly fathom that this esteemed master would betray them at such a critical moment. "You old fool, truly shameless." However, before the company employees could respond, the crowd erupted in shouts. "The company must provide us with an explanation. Why are we being barred from entry? Indeed, if we do not receive a satisfactory answer, we shall not leave today. What is the company's true intention? Why are we being kept outside?" Observing the agitated crowd, Dou Lu could no longer concern himself with the elegantly attired individuals and hurriedly made his way back. Su Si, his face darkened, first cast a glance at Zhang Zhiwei, then shouted at the crowd, "What is all this noise about?" His booming voice immediately quelled much of the clamor. He flicked the cigarette, but he held onto the ground and continued, "The company has its own considerations. Not allowing you inside is, in fact, for your own good." These words rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. "For our good? Are you mocking us?" Just as their confusion deepened, Su Si reiterated, "Consider this. The competition involves Xiao Chen facing off against 14 opponents. Such an intense battle could result in unforeseen consequences. What if someone were to inadvertently go overboard and cause harm to you? Where would you seek redress if you were injured?" Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, as if pondering the validity of his argument. Just then, one individual stepped forward, vociferously retorting, "Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Even if you refuse us entry, why not at least turn on the large screen for us to watch the competition?" At this pointed inquiry, Su Si felt a pang of anxiety, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail. Just as he racked his brain for a suitable response, Zhang Zhiwei suddenly chuckled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the issue with the large screen arose because it malfunctioned unexpectedly yesterday. I even dispatched someone to repair it overnight, but it could not be fixed in time." The crowd's expressions shifted to skepticism, caught in a web of uncertainty regarding the truth of his statement. After all, most of them had spent the previous night indulging in beer and merriment under the moonlit sky, none paying heed to whether someone had come to repair the large screen. However, amidst the silence of the crowd, a young man in his 20s stepped forward and said, "Master, I am a technical student, specializing in electrical repairs. Since this large screen is malfunctioning, why not allow me to take a look?" With this single statement, the audience instantly perked up, enthusiastically urging, "Indeed, master. Since the large screen is broken, let him examine it. What are you waiting for, young man? Hurry and fix it." Heeding their encouragement, the youth disregarded whether Zhang Zhiwei consented and promptly dashed towards the 4 large screens nearby. Su Si and Do Lu exchanged alarmed glances, acutely aware that Zhang Zhiwei had merely concocted a flimsy excuse and feared that the young man might discern something amiss. In contrast, Zhang Zhiwei remained composed, a serene smile gracing his face as he watched the youth run off. Approximately 5 minutes later, the young man returned with a furrowed brow. The crowd quickly inquired, "What is the verdict? Is it truly broken?" The youth nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, the mainboards of all 4 large screens have been burnt out, though the damage exhibits some peculiar characteristics." However, before he could elaborate, a glint of cunning flickered in Zhang Zhiwei's eyes as he interjected, "Enough. I understand your eagerness to watch the match. Allow me to record the entire event on my phone and share it online later. This way, you need not create a ruckus over missing the game." Zhang Zhiwei's words instantly endeared him to the crowd, his amiable smile further fostering a sense of camaraderie among the onlookers. "We appreciate your generosity, master. By the way, is the resolution of your phone adequate? If not, feel free to use mine." "Oh, spare me. Your outdated device is hardly suitable. When it comes to photography, mine is undoubtedly superior." As the crowd continued to offer their phones, Zhang Zhiwei chuckled, "Very well. I shall collect them all and return them to you once we're done." While speaking, he nudged his disciple Tianxia forward, strolling ahead with a composed demeanor. Wind Zhenghao and the others followed suit, smiling as they trailed behind. Meanwhile, Tianxia, confined to a wheelchair, wore a sullen expression as a mountain of phones accumulated on his lap, weighing down his already incapacitated legs. "Brother, could you not find a pocket to hold these?" Tianxia complained. Zhang Zhiwei chuckled in response, "Just leave them be. You can assist me with the recording later." Tianxia, "Brother, you expect me, a person with no use of my hands, to help you film? You clearly don't regard me as a person." As the crowd parted, Zhang Zhiwei and his companions finally approached the security line leading to the arena. However, as they passed Su Si and Do Lu, the two remained perplexed, clearly unable to comprehend how Zhang Zhiwei had managed to burn out all 4 mainboards. Little did they know that last night, in a moment of inspiration, Zhang Zhiwei had taken the initiative to incinerate the mainboard with his lightning technique. To his surprise, this action proved to be quite useful. As the crowd entered the arena, their eyes were immediately drawn to the competitors, particularly to Xiao Chen and his fellow contestants. Although the match had yet to commence, the challengers had already formed a harmonious circle around Xiao Chen. Observing this, Zhang Lingyu, who had entered alongside Zhang Zhiwei, swiftly bid farewell to her master and dashed towards the arena. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhiwei guided his junior brother to the judges' panel and addressed the assembled competitors. "Ladies and gentlemen, let the competition begin." As his words echoed through the air, Xiao Chen was the first to raise his sword, reciting the incantation, "Dragons of 10,000, shed your scales." Gather the indomitable armor. Dragons of 10,000, heed my command, appear.